princess was bound to marry her kingdom's greatest enemy. A forbidden mark branded her as soulmates with the man she hated most. Now, both kingdoms want them dead before their bond can threaten the peace. What happens when love becomes the one thing that could destroy everything? The Silver Concord, a web novel, Romantasy. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The bells of Saltreach began tolling at the first seam of dawn, and Ilvane counted each stroke as a debt coming due. 44 peals for the 44 dead of the Saltreach garrison. 44 notes she had heard rehearsed in the practice tower, timed to the precise weight of silence between them. She had approved the arrangement herself, because the memorial for a massacre required choreography so exact that no one could mistake ceremony for grief, and no one could accuse Aurelis of performing sorrow badly. The wind off the harbor cut through the memorial hall's open arches, carrying salt and the iron tang of wet stone. Ilvane stood at the front of the Aurelan delegation with her hands clasped at her waist and her spine locked into the posture she had worn since she was 12 years old. Shoulders squared, chin level, expression composed into a neutrality that cost more than a smile ever would. Behind her, the gallery held the full weight of both courts. She could feel them the way a pilot felt shifting ballast. The Cardan war ministers on the left with their polished gorgets and their measuring stairs, the Aurelan harbor lords on the right in the dark wool of mourning that was also the fabric of near bankruptcy. Between them, filling the upper loggia like a second roof, the Concord officials in their dove-gray robes, observing, recording, already calculating how every blink and breath would be read in the treaty documents by morning. Adjard Belloon stood 2 paces to her left, close enough that she caught the faint creak of his leather coat when he shifted weight. He had not spoken since they left the residence. That was his way before ceremonies. He stored his opinions like grain, waiting to see what the market would bear before he named a price. Mira stood at her right shoulder, closer still, and Ilvane felt the warmth of her presence like a second heartbeat. Mira had dressed her this morning with the same steady hands she had used for 15 years. She had braided Ilvane's hair tight against her skull and pinned it with the silver clasps of the Aurelan heir. No ornament, no jewelry that might catch light and draw attention away from the solemnity of the hour. She had checked the fit of Ilvane's coat 3 times and adjusted the fall of the collar once, and she had not asked whether Ilvane was ready because she knew the answer was irrelevant. The 39th bell rang. Ilvane let her gaze travel across the memorial carvings that lined the hall. The walls were cut with the names of every Saltreach soldier who had fallen in the last century, a litany of stone that wrapped the room in layers of loss. The newest names were still raw, chiseled in haste after the truce was signed, and her eye caught on the last of them. Commander Esric Ven, aged 31, died in the breach. She had known Ven. He had taught her to read wind currents when she was 17, standing on the Sky Harbor platform with chalk dust on his sleeves. She had watched him burn at Saltreach from the observation tower 3 miles away, unable to do anything but count the dead she would later be blamed for. 42. A ripple moved through the gallery. Ilvane felt it before she heard it, a shift in the air like pressure changing before a storm. Heads turning, breath catching. The Cardan delegation parting in a precise, practiced lane. Lord General Tarek Sandoval entered the hall. She had not seen him since the truce signing, 14 months ago, when he had stood across the treaty table in the same dark military coat he wore now, stripped of insignia except the silver bars at his collar that marked his rank. She remembered his voice when he read the terms, low and unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world and knew she had none. He walked through the center aisle with the even stride of a man who had measured every floor he crossed for threats. His aide, Brannoc stayed a half step behind and to the left, a shadow built of scarred knuckles and flat glances. Brannoc did not look at the galleries. He looked at the exits, the pillars, the gap between the archivists and the stained glass where a crossbow could be braced. Ilvane did not look at Tarek. She looked at King Casomir instead. The young king stood in the front row of the Cardan delegation, dressed in formal black with a gold chain at his throat that she knew weighed more than her skiff. He had not looked at her yet. That was also his way. Casomir watched ceremonies the way a scholar watched an experiment, attentive but withholding judgment, as if he expected the results to shift before the final measurement. 43. The bell stroke vibrated through the stone floor. Ilvane felt it in her boots, up her shins, settling in her chest like a second pulse. Tarek reached his position at the Cardan front, directly across the central aisle from where she stood. She could see the edge of his jaw in her peripheral vision, the clean line of his collar, the way his hands remained still at his sides. He was a man who had learned to stand motionless under fire. She understood that kind of stillness. She had perfected her own version of it in negotiations, in audiences, in every room where showing feeling would be read as weakness. 44. The final bell hung in the air, sustained, fading into a silence so complete that Ilvane could hear the harbor bells answering from the ships at anchor. The Archminister of Concord stepped forward from the loggia. Sevra wore dove-gray robes with a high collar that covered the scar along her right jaw, but Ilvane knew it was there. She had seen it once, years ago, when Sevra had leaned close to examine a treaty seal and the light had caught the raised tissue like a contour line on a map. She had never learned its origin. She suspected that was deliberate. Sevra raised her hands. The sleeves fell back, revealing ink-stained fingers and the silver rings of her office. "We gather," she said, and her voice carried without effort, pitched to fill the hall without amplification. "In the shadow of Saltreach, we gather to name the dead, to honor the fallen, and to affirm that the peace purchased by their sacrifice will hold." Ilvane had heard this speech in draft. She had approved the language. She had negotiated the word "purchased" out of the final version, then watched it reappear in Sevra's private copy. "We gather," Sevra continued, "to remember that war is not a failure of diplomacy. It is a failure of love. And we stand here today, bound by treaty and by hope, to ensure that Saltreach is the last name chiseled into these walls." Ilvane kept her breathing even. The speech was good. Sevra was always good. She built her arguments like fortifications, with overlapping fields of fire and no blind spots. The Archminister turned slightly, acknowledging the Cardan delegation. Lord General Tarek Sandoval led his forces at Saltreach. He did so under orders, in defense of his realm, and with the discipline that has marked his entire command. We do not gather to assign blame. We gather to build something stronger than blame. Tarek did not react. Ilvane watched the angle of his shoulders, the set of his head, the absolute lack of movement in his hands. He had heard this speech in draft, too. She wondered what he had tried to change and whether any of it had survived. "Princess Ilvane of Aurelis," Sevra said, and Ilvane felt the weight of every gaze in the hall shift to her. Lost a commander and 43 soldiers she had trained. She lost the garrison her grandfather built. She lost the eastern approach her family held for 3 generations. And yet she stood at the treaty table 14 months ago and chose peace. Ilvane's jaw tightened. She did not let it show. She had not chosen peace. She had chosen survival, which was not the same thing, and the difference ate at her like rust eating a hull. Sevra extended her hands toward the central aisle, palms open, the gesture of blessing. "Let the bells mark the silence now. 44 breaths for 44 souls. Let no one leave this space until the final breath is drawn." Ilvane had known this was coming. She had rehearsed it. She had told herself she could stand here for 60 seconds of silence and then walk out into the courtyard and continue the 6-week procession toward her wedding and her duty and the slow, necessary dissolution of everything she had once believed she could become. She lowered her gaze to the floor. She counted. 1, 2. The silence pressed against her ears like deep water. 3, 4. She felt it before she understood it. A heat building under her skin, along the inside of her left wrist, climbing toward her forearm like a thread of molten silver drawn by an invisible hand. Painless at first, but unmistakable, like the sensation of blood returning to a limb that had fallen asleep. A prickle, a burn, a light that seemed to gather beneath the surface of her flesh, not rising from outside, but blooming from within. 5. She did not move. She kept her hands clasped at her waist, her expression composed, her breathing measured. She told herself it was nothing, a nerve, a cramp from standing too long in the cold. The memory of a wound she did not have. 6. The light intensified. 7. She looked down. The silver line was climbing her wrist. It moved like a living thing, like a vine growing in fast forward, like a crack spreading across ice. It was bright enough to be visible through her sleeve, a glow that painted the inside of her coat in pale radiance. It branched once, twice, tendrils of silver fire threading toward her palm and up toward the inside of her elbow. She could feel it writing something into her skin, a pattern that was not script and not illustration, but something older than both. A mark that felt like memory pressed into the flesh. 8. She heard footsteps. 9. She looked up. Tarek Sandoval was crossing the central aisle. His stride had not changed, his expression had not changed. But his left hand was extended, palm open, and the same silver light was bleeding across his wrist, his forearm, climbing toward the collar of his coat in a pattern that mirrored hers with a precision that made her stomach drop. He was walking toward her. He was walking toward her in full view of both courts, the Concord officials, the archminister, the king she was meant to marry, the 44 names carved into the walls of a hall that had been built to hold grief and was now holding something none of the sacred records had prepared her for. 10. He stopped 3 feet from her. The silence held. And Ilvane understood with a clarity that felt like cold water poured down her throat that the arrangement she had made of her life, the careful architecture of sacrifice and duty and self-denial, had just been dismantled by something she could not negotiate with, could not charm, could not outlast. The soul mark had come for her on the morning of the memorial, for the dead she had failed to save, and it had written his name into her skin in full view of the realm that needed her to marry another man. 11. She looked at Casomir. He was staring at her wrist. His face had not crumpled into anger or shock. His expression had gone very still, very careful, and in that stillness she saw a young king calculating how much this would cost him and finding the number too high to show in public. 12. She looked at Sevra. The archminister had not lowered her hands. Her face was composed into the same benevolent stillness she had worn through every line of her speech. But Ilvane had known Sevra Tolan for 17 years, and she could read the shift behind her eyes, the cold reordering of calculations as the woman who had engineered the treaty began planning how to contain the thing that had just made it impossible. 13. The silver on her wrist flared, and Tarek Sandoval, 3 feet away, stopped walking. Chapter 2. The guards opened the door and sealed it behind her. Ilvane heard the lock throw home, a bolt sliding into a strike plate with a sound that felt like a key turning in her own ribs. She stood in the center of the treaty chamber, hands still clasped at her waist, and tried to remember how to breathe in a room that no longer held the weight of 44 dead men. It held only her, and the man who had walked toward her in the silence. The table between them was long enough for 20 ministers. She stood at one end. Tarek Sandoval stood at the other. The silver marks on both their wrists had not faded. They glowed faintly through her sleeve, a heat that pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and she could feel his presence in the room like a second pulse beneath her skin. "Say it," he said. His voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had spent years learning to give orders without revealing the cost of giving them. "Say what?" "That you know what this means." Ilvane kept her hands still. "It means the Concord archives will have a new entry. The officials will debate its validity. The procession will proceed as scheduled, and in 6 weeks I will marry King Casomir Rite, and your soul mark will be recorded as an anomaly that did not interfere with the treaty." Tarek did not move. "You don't believe that?" "I believe what I can make true." She heard him exhale. Not a sigh, but the kind of breath a man took before he stopped himself from saying something he would regret. He walked the length of the table, not fast, not slow, and stopped at the chair closest to her. "Sit down, princess." "I prefer to stand." "You prefer to control things that cannot be controlled." He pulled the chair out anyway. "Sit down before you collapse. I've seen that color on soldiers who forgot to eat before a battle." She hated him for noticing. She sat. The chair was hard, carved wood, the kind of furniture built for meetings that were meant to feel like punishment. She placed her hands on the table, palms flat, and watched the silver thread pulse at the edge of her sleeve. Tarek sat across from her, not at the head of the table, not at the foot, but directly opposite, close enough that she could see the fatigue at the corners of his eyes and the way he held his shoulders like a man bracing for impact. "I need you to hear what I'm about to say," he told her, "and I need you to hear it without deciding in advance that I am your enemy. You commanded the force that burned Saltreach." "I did. Commander Estric then taught me to read wind currents. He taught me to pilot a skiff through a storm. He taught me that the only thing worth dying for was the people you loved. And he was right. And he died in a fire you set, and I watched it from 3 miles away." Tarek's jaw tightened. "I know. Then don't tell me to pretend we are allies. I'm not asking for pretense." He leaned forward, forearms on the table, and the silver on his wrist caught the candlelight. "I'm asking you to consider that the people who stand to gain from this marriage treaty are not the same people who will protect you now that the mark has appeared." Ilvane felt the words land like stones dropped into still water. "The wedding," she said carefully, "is the treaty. The treaty is the grain shipments. The grain shipments are the only thing standing between Aurelis and famine. If the wedding does not happen, my people starve before spring. I know the arithmetic. Then you know I cannot stop. I'm not asking you to stop." His voice dropped. "I'm asking you to see that someone wanted this mark to be a crisis, and if we spend the next 6 weeks pretending it didn't happen, we are walking into whatever trap they set while holding our hands over our eyes." She stared at him. The silver on her wrist pulsed, and for a fraction of a second she felt something that was not her own exhaustion. A sharp, jagged edge of frustration that cut through her chest like a blade too cold to feel at first. His frustration. She jerked her hand off the table. "You felt that," Tarek said. "No." "You did. I felt it too. That's what the mark does. It shares. And the longer we pretend it doesn't exist, the more it will bleed through every conversation, every negotiation, every public appearance, until neither of us can control what the other is broadcasting to every court official in the room." Ilvane pressed her palm flat against her thigh. "Then what do you propose, Lord General? That we announce the bond as legitimate? That I break my betrothal to your king and claim an ancient law that neither realm has recognized in living memory? That we walk out of this chamber and tell both courts that fate has overruled their treaty? I propose we survive the next 6 weeks. By doing what? By acknowledging that the mark exists, by refusing to let the Concord officials write the narrative alone, by making sure that when someone moves against us, we are not isolated and disarmed by our own silence." She heard the shape of the strategy beneath the words. He was not asking her to love him. He was not asking her to claim the bond. He was asking her to treat him as an asset instead of a liability, and the cold pragmatism of it was so close to her own thinking that she felt it like a mirror held too near her face. "And if I refuse?" Tarek sat back. "Then tomorrow's official record will describe the mark as an unstable phenomenon that appeared under stress and will be monitored by Concord physicians. The day after, a kitchen servant will be found dead after testing food meant for your table. The day after that, someone will leak that the Aurelian delegation requested a delay to investigate the princess's health. And by the end of the week, you will be contained in a residence with restricted access, and I will be recalled to the border on forged orders, and the wedding will proceed without either of us present to question the arrangements." She felt the temperature of the room drop. "Who told you about the kitchen servant?" "No one told me. I'm predicting the pattern because I've seen it before." He held her gaze. "Sevra Tolan does not improvise. She builds structures. And right now, you and I are the unstable element in a structure she spent 20 years constructing." "She will not let us stand." Ilvane's throat tightened. "You've studied her." "I've studied the way the Concord operates. I've watched what happens to people who threaten her arrangements. The record is consistent, and it is not clean. And yet you serve a king who signed her treaty." "I serve a king who is given no other option." Tarek's voice hardened. Casomir inherited a war his father started and a treasury his father emptied. The Concord offered him a way out that did not end with Cardan being partitioned by its neighbors. He took it. I took the orders that came with it. Neither of us was given a choice that felt like freedom. Ilvane heard the weight in those words. She heard something else, too. The faintest shift in the silver on her wrist, a warmth that flickered like a candle catching a draft. She looked down at the mark, at the branching threads of light that now reached halfway to her elbow, and she thought of everything she had planned for this day. The composure, the restraint, the long, disciplined march toward a marriage that would save her people and cost her everything she had not already sold. She thought of Tarek Sandoval walking toward her in the silence. She thought of the way his frustration had felt like her own. "The procession leaves in 3 days," she said. 4, if the weather holds. "The wedding is scheduled for the last day of the month. Between now and then, we will share 9 formal appearances, 4 treaty observances, and at least 2 dinners where we will be watched by every official in both courts." "I'm aware." "Then you know that every time we stand in the same room, the mark will be visible. Every time our eyes meet, someone will interpret it. Every time we speak, our words will be recorded and weighed." "Yes." She looked at him directly. "Then tell me what you need from me to make this work." Tarek's expression did not change, but the silver on his wrist flared, and she felt a pulse of something that was not frustration this time. It was warmer, slower. It felt like the moment before a held breath released. "I need you to stop treating me like a disease you caught by accident." The words landed hard. "I need you to accept that we are bound by something neither of us chose," he continued, "and that the only way through it is together. Not as lovers, not as allies who trust each other, but as 2 people who understand the game well enough to know that the worst move we can make is to pretend we are not playing." She held his gaze. The silence stretched, and then, from somewhere beyond the sealed door, she heard footsteps. Fast, multiple sets, moving toward the chamber with a purpose that did not sound like ceremony. Tarek heard it too. His hand dropped to his belt, where no weapon hung, a soldier's reflex meeting empty air. The footsteps stopped. A knock. 3 sharp strikes. "Princess Ilvane." The voice was Mira's, strained and too controlled. "I need to speak with you. Now." Ilvane rose, the silver on her wrist burned, and she knew before Mira spoke another word that the pattern Tarek had predicted was already in motion. Chapter 3. The door swung open before Mira could lower her hand. Ilvane stepped into the corridor and saw it on her lady's face before a single word passed. The composure was still there, trained into bone over 15 years of service, but something beneath it had cracked. A tightness around the eyes, a slight pallor where there should have been color. What happened? Mira's gaze flicked past Ilvane to where Tarek stood in the chamber doorway, then returned. The kitchen. One of the underservants collapsed during the afternoon meal preparation. He was testing the dishes scheduled for your private table tonight. The words landed like measured blows. Ilvane felt the silver on her wrist pulse once, hard, as if the mark had its own hearing and its own dread. "He's dead," Mira said. "He didn't recover consciousness." The healer found nothing in his mouth or on his hands, but the skin around his fingers had begun to darken before the body cooled. Tarek moved to stand beside Ilvane. She felt his presence before she saw him, a gravity that pulled at the edges of her awareness, and she hated how natural it felt to have him there. "Who authorized the testing?" he asked. Mira's jaw tightened. "No one. The servant acted on his own initiative. At least, that's what the kitchen master claims. The boy was new, assigned to the residency only 3 days ago, and he volunteered to taste the dishes before the senior taster arrived." Ilvane's mind moved through the implications like a blade through cloth. A servant too new to have loyalties. A death timed to reach her ears before the evening meal. A poison subtle enough to leave no trace on the food itself, but aggressive enough to kill before treatment could be attempted. Exactly the kind of move Tarek had predicted. "Where is the body now?" "Sealed in the cold larder," Mira said. "The Concord officials arrived before the senior staff could decide what to do. Archminister Tolan has taken charge of the investigation." Of course she had. Ilvane turned to Tarek and found him already watching her, his expression unreadable, but his posture shifted, weight forward, shoulders set, as if he were reading the terrain before a battle. "Your pattern," she said quietly. "First move." His voice was flat. "It won't be the last." A bell began tolling from the central tower. Not the death count for Saltreach, but a shorter sequence. 3 peals repeated, the signal for an unscheduled assembly of both courts in the Hall of Concord. Mira's face went pale. "That wasn't ordered by any protocol I know." "It was ordered by me." The voice came from the far end of the corridor. Pfeffer Tulin stood beneath a hanging lamp, her dove-gray robes catching the light in folds that looked almost liquid. She did not walk toward them. She stood exactly where the lamplight fell most evenly, a woman who understood staging as well as any general. "The death of a servant in a treaty residence requires transparency," Sevra said. "I have convened both courts to address the situation before rumor does it for us." Ilvane stepped forward, putting herself between Sevra and the door. "You convened both courts without consulting me. I am the ranking Aurelis authority in this residency." "You are the ranking Aurelis authority," Sevra agreed. "But I am the High Keeper of Concord, and the jurisdiction over any death that touches treaty provisions falls to this office. The servant died testing food meant for a wedding table. That makes it a Concord matter." The logic was seamless. It was also a trap laid in plain sight. "And what will you tell both courts?" Sevra's pale eyes drifted to Tarek, then back to Ilvane. "I will tell them the truth. A kitchen servant died under circumstances that require investigation. Until the cause is determined, all food prepared for the wedding route will be subject to Concord oversight. The princess's safety is paramount, and I will not allow any risk to compromise the treaty." Every word was reasonable. Every word was poison wrapped in ceremony. "And the soulmark?" Tarek's voice cut through the corridor like a blade. "Will you mention that in your assembly as well?" Sevra's expression did not shift. "The soulmark is a separate matter, Lord General. It will be addressed in due time, after the physicians have completed their observations and the records have been consulted. Rushing to conclusions serves no one," says the woman who just convened an emergency assembly before the body cooled. Ilvane heard the edge in his voice and felt the answering heat rise in her own chest. The bond was pulling at her, feeding her his anger and her own until they became the same thing. But she could not afford anger, not here, not in front of Sevra. She drew a breath and let it settle through her ribs. "The assembly," she said. "I'll attend." Sevra inclined her head. "I expected nothing less." The Hall of Concord had been arranged for ceremony, not crisis, and the asymmetry showed. Benches had been dragged from storage to accommodate both courts, and the sacred officials sat in a mismatched row behind the speaking lectern, their robes catching the light from windows that faced opposite directions. Ilvane took her place in the front row with Aurelis. Eski Balloon sat to her left, his fingers tapping a rhythm against his thigh that she recognized as a harbor counting beat. Mira stood behind her, close enough to speak without being overheard. Tarek sat across the aisle with the Cardan delegation, 3 paces from King Casomir, who had arrived in silence and now watched the assembly with the patient stillness of a man who knew he was being managed. Sevra took the lectern. The hall felt quiet. "3 hours ago," she began, "a servant in the treaty residency died while performing a voluntary safety test on food prepared for the princess's table. The cause of death is not yet confirmed. The body has been sealed and will be examined by Concord physicians in the morning." A murmur rippled through the benches. "I understand the concern this raises," Sevra continued. "We are gathered here under delicate circumstances. The appearance of the soulmark has unsettled many of you, and I will not pretend that this death is unrelated to the tensions we all feel." Ilvane watched her hands remain still on the lectern. No gestures, no nerves. A woman who had delivered worse news to harder audiences. "I counsel patience," Sevra said. "Discipline delay. The wedding schedule remains unchanged. The treaty remains unchanged. But we must allow our institutions time to investigate, to verify, and to rule out possibilities that none of us wish to entertain." The words hung in the air like a scent. Possibilities that none of us wish to entertain. Ilvane understood exactly what Sevra was doing. She was planting the seed without naming it. The soulmark, the death, the proximity of both. She was letting the hall fill in the connection themselves, so that when the official narrative arrived, it would feel like confirmation rather than invention. Sister Ione Marsek has been appointed to lead the archival review of soulmark precedents, Sevra said. She will consult the old records and provide a formal opinion on the nature and validity of the mark observed during the memorial. Ilvane's attention sharpened. Sister Ione, the scholar priest who kept the oldest records, who had spent her life studying fragments from before the Sundering. Sevra had just placed her at the center of the investigation, which meant either Ione was trustworthy and Sevra intended to bypass her, or Ione was already controlled. Before Ilvane could follow the thread further, the assembly began to disperse. Officials rose, exchanging low murmurs. The Cardin delegation filed out in disciplined order. A hand touched her sleeve. Ilvane turned. Sister Ione stood at her shoulder, a thin woman with ink-stained fingers and the kind of eyes that had spent decades reading documents by candlelight. Her robes were plain, without any symbol of rank, and she held a leather-bound folio against her chest like a shield. Princess Ilvane. Her voice was low, barely audible over the noise of departing officials. I need 5 minutes of your time, away from the hall. Ilvane studied her face. The Archminister appointed you to review the records. Yes, and you're asking me for a private meeting while she watches. Sister Ione's lips pressed together. I'm asking you because she appointed me to tell her what the mark means, but I don't answer to her conscience, and neither should you. The words carried weight. Ilvane glanced across the hall. Sevra was still at the lectern, speaking with 2 Concord aides, her attention apparently elsewhere. Follow me. She led Ione through a side door, down a narrow passage that smelled of old stone and incense, and into a small chapel annex where the light came through a single round window set high in the wall. Ione closed the door behind them. I need to show you something. She opened the folio and pulled out a sheet of aged parchment, cracked at the edges and covered in script that predated the modern alphabet. This is a fragment from the Third Archive, copied by a scribe during the early Concord period. It describes a marking that appeared on 2 rulers during the reign before the Sundering. Ilvane looked at the parchment. She could not read the script, but she recognized the illustration at the bottom. A branching pattern, silver lines climbing a forearm, rendered in faded ink that had once been bright. It looked exactly like her own mark. What is this? A sovereign bond. Ione's voice was barely a whisper. Not a lover's blessing, not a private omen. This is the mark that stabilized the old crown itself. It allowed 2 rulers to hold shared authority, to anchor the realm's magic and law between them, because neither could act without the other's consent. The air in the chapel felt thinner. You're saying this mark is political? I'm saying it's constitutional. Ione folded the parchment carefully. And if Sevra Tolin confirms what this fragment describes, she will not allow either of you to survive the week, because a bonded crown cannot be controlled by Concord, and control is the only thing she has ever valued. Ilvane looked down at her wrist. The silver lines glowed faintly beneath her sleeve, warm and steady, as if the mark had heard every word. And in the silence of the chapel, she understood that the scandal she had been trying to survive was not the danger at all. The danger was the truth. Chapter 4. The chapel annex fell silent around her. Ilvane stood alone in the dim light, the parchment fragment still seared into her memory. Silver lines climbing bone, 2 rulers bound by consent, a crown that could not be controlled. She pressed her palm flat against the wall and let the stone cold ground her. The danger is the truth. Sister Ione had slipped out through a side passage, her robes vanishing into the dark before Ilvane could ask the next question, the one that mattered most. How long before Sevra confirmed what the fragment described? How long before the mark became a death warrant instead of a scandal? The silver lines on her wrist pulsed, warm and steady. Ilvane rolled her sleeve down and stepped out of the annex. The corridor was empty. The assembly had dissolved into the warren of treaty halls, officials retreating to their chambers to parse what they had witnessed. But the silence felt wrong, too complete, as if the building itself was holding its breath. She found Mira waiting at the junction where 3 passages met, her hands clasped at her waist, her face composed. "You're pale," Mira said quietly. "I need to see the servant." Mira's composure flickered. "He's dead." Ilvane stopped. He died 10 minutes ago, Mira continued. The healers said he was trying to speak at the end, reaching for something on the table, but the poison had already reached his lungs. He drowned in his own blood before anyone could write down what he wanted to say. Reaching for something. What did he reach for? A piece of paper, a delivery slip from the harbor kitchens. Mira's voice dropped. It was blank. Blank. Someone had already taken whatever was written there, or had made sure nothing was written at all. Ilvane stood very still. A servant hired 3 days ago. A poison that left no trace on food but darkened the fingers of anyone who touched it. A death timed to follow the assembly, not preceded, so the announcement would land like an echo of Sevra's careful words. Possibilities that none of us wished to entertain. The seed had been planted before the body was cold. Who was with him at the end? 2 Concord healers and a record keeper, Mira said. But the record keeper left before he died. Field a report stating the servant never regained consciousness. A lie. Almost certainly. Ilvane looked down at her hands. The faint silver glow beneath her sleeve was invisible now, but she felt it. A heat that matched her pulse, steady and undeniable. The mark was real. The fragment was real. And Sevra already had a story ready. She will not allow either of you to survive the week. Princess, Mira's voice pulled her back. There's something else. Ilvane looked up. The delivery slip came from the Aurelis Harbor Commissary. It was logged under your household account. The words landed like a stone. Her own household, her own kitchens, her own accounts. Someone had used her name to order the supplies that carried the poison, or someone had placed a slip in her records to make it look that way. Either way, the trail led back to her. Who at the commissary accepted the order? A junior clerk, off shift now. No one can find him. Ilvane's jaw tightened. A dead servant, a missing clerk, a blank slip logged under her name. It was elegant. Sevra did not need to prove the soul mark was dangerous. She only needed to make sure the evidence kept pointing toward Ilvane's own circle, until denying the connection became impossible. Where is the body now? Still in the infirmary, under Concord seal. Of course, Sevra controlled the investigation. The body, the records, the timing. Ilvane had trusted the system her entire life. She had believed that surviving meant playing by the rules, holding still, letting the machinery protect her because she was valuable to it. But the machinery was the threat. I want you to do something, she said quietly. Mira stepped closer. I need you to review every delivery slip from the harbor commissary for the past 2 weeks. Every supplier, every date, every signature. Mira nodded. And if I find irregularities, bring them to me before you write any report, before you tell anyone, even Adric. Mira's eyes held hers for a moment longer than usual. You're worried it's someone in the household? I'm worried it's someone I trust. The words hung between them. Mira did not flinch. She simply inclined her head, the gesture of a woman who had served long enough to know that trust and suspicion could live in the same room. I'll begin tonight, she said. She turned and walked down the corridor, her steps soft against the stone. Ilvane watched her go. She had known Mira since childhood, since before the border raids, before Saltreach, before the treaty had carved her future into a contract. Mira had dressed her for ceremonies, held her hair back when fever took her, and stood at her shoulder through every negotiation that left less of herself behind. And yet, the future she feared kept pressing against the edges of her mind. A door opening at the wrong hour, a schedule shared without permission, a beloved face turning away while the palace filled with soldiers. She had seen the shape of betrayal in her dreams long before the silver mark appeared. Not a face, not a name, just the certainty that someone close would one day open the path to bloodshed. She hated herself for watching Mira now, hated the way her gaze tracked the turn of Mira's sleeve, the weight of her steps, the careful way she had not asked why the princess needed a secret audit of her own household. She is loyal. She has always been loyal. But the servant had been loyal too, or desperate, or simply knew enough not to know what he was carrying. And now he was dead. Ilvane turned and walked the opposite direction, her boots echoing against the narrow walls. She needed to see the infirmary, needed to stand where the servant had died, to read the rune the way she read wind currents before a flight. The Concord seal meant nothing. She had spent her life learning to open doors that were supposed to stay closed. The corridor opened into a wider hall where lamps burned low and the air smelled of dust and liniment. The infirmary door stood at the far end, flanked by 2 Concord guards. They saw her coming. One stepped forward, hand raised. "The Archminister has placed this room under restricted access, Princess. I'm aware. I have orders not to admit anyone without her written authorization." Ilvane stopped 3 feet from him. She did not raise her voice. She did not reach for the authority of her rank. She simply let the silence stretch, let the guard feel the weight of standing between a princess and a dead servant who had been reaching for something before he drowned. "You can let me in," she said quietly. "Or you can send word to the Archminister that I forced the door. Either way, I'm entering this room." The guard held her gaze. A beat passed. 2. Then he stepped aside. The lock clicked open. Ilvane pushed the door inward and stepped into the dim light, where the servant's body lay still beneath a white sheet, and the room smelled of salt and copper and secrets that had not yet been buried. Chapter 5. The sheet lay flat over the servant's body, a white contour of stillness. Ilvane crossed to the table. The air was cold here, colder than the corridor, and it carried the sharp chemical bite of cheap preserving oils layered over something sweeter. Rot beginning. She pulled the sheet down to the dead man's chest. He had been young, late 20s, maybe younger. Brown hair plastered to his forehead, skin waxy in the lamplight. His mouth was slightly open, as if he had tried to speak and run out of time. She looked at his hands. The fingers were dark, not the even purple of bruising, but a staining that spread from the nails inward, like ink bleeding through paper. The poison had marked him even as it killed. Ilvane leaned closer. The delivery slip was gone, of course, but the servant had been reaching for it when the poison reached his lungs, which meant someone had taken it while he was still conscious enough to try. She straightened. The room had been cleaned. The floor was wet in patches, the smell of lye cutting through the rot. Someone had scrubbed before the Concord guards sealed the door. Footsteps behind her. She turned. Tarek stood in the doorway, his dark coat cutting a sharp silhouette against the dim hall. The guards were gone. "You should not be here," she said. "Neither should you." He stepped inside, letting the door close behind him. "The Concord seal means nothing to me either." She watched him cross to the table, his gaze dropping to the body. His face did not change. He had seen dead men before, enough of them that this took no visible toll. "The fingers," he said. "Same as you described." The delivery slip was blank when he grabbed it. Someone took whatever was written there before the guards sealed the room. Tarek reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Ilvane stilled. He held it out to her. "Brannoc found it in the commissary ash bin. They burned the records, but they did it badly." She took the paper, unfolded it. It was a delivery log fragment. Partial, the edges charred, but the date was legible, and the commodity listed read kitchen stores, Aurelin household account, order placed by clerk E. Venate. Her blood went cold. E. Venate. Esric Ven's surname, twisted into a variant by someone who knew what that name would mean to her. "This is not a coincidence," she said. "No." Tarek's voice was flat. "It is a message. Someone wanted you to find this, or wanted you to know they could use the dead against you." She stared at the burned paper. The machinery of the conspiracy was not clumsy. Every move built on the last. The poisoned servant, the blank slip, the household account, and now a dead commander's name used as a signature on a forged order. Sevra was not just framing her, she was mocking her. "The timing," Ilvane said slowly, "is too precise. The servant died tonight. The records were burned tonight. Someone in the commissary is working for her. Or someone in your household." She looked up. Tarek met her gaze. He was not accusing. He was stating a tactical reality, and the flatness of it made it worse. "I know," she said. The silence stretched. "Who do you trust?" he asked. She almost laughed. "I trust no one. That is what they trained me for." "Then train differently." The words landed harder than they should have. She looked away, folding the charred fragment along its surviving crease. "I will find the person," she said, "before the next death." Behind her, Tarek moved toward the door. She heard the slight scuff of his boots, the pause before he spoke. "I felt you in the corridor," he said, "before I reached the infirmary. I knew you were here before Brannoc told me." She did not turn. "The bond," she said. "Yes." He did not say more. He left, and the door clicked shut behind him, and Ilvane stood alone with the dead servant, and the burned paper, and the cold certainty that she was being watched from inside her own walls. Mira was waiting in the outer chamber when Ilvane returned. A basin of warm water sat on the side table, steam rising. A clean cloth was folded beside it. Mira had laid out a fresh shift, dried herbs steaming in a cup. "You are bleeding," Mira said. Ilvane looked down. There was a thin cut across her palm she had not noticed, probably from the charred paper edge. "It is nothing." Mira crossed to her, took her wrist, and guided her to the chair. She did it with the practiced ease of someone who had been tending to Ilvane since childhood, and the familiarity made Ilvane's chest tighten. "Let me see." Mira lowered her hand into the basin. The warm water stung, then softened. She worked the cloth over Ilvane's palm with steady pressure, cleaning the cut without asking how it had happened. The tenderness was unbearable. Ilvane watched Mira's hands. Those hands had braided her hair before every ceremony, had held her steady when she learned of Saltreach, had adjusted her collar before the memorial, minutes before the silver mark burned through her sleeve. The same hands, in the future she had dreamed, would open a door at the wrong hour. "I need you to take a packet to the courier office," Ilvane said. "Now?" "First thing in the morning, before the household wakes." Mira looked up, her fingers stilling against Ilvane's palm. "Of course. Which packet?" Ilvane pulled a hand from the basin and dried it on the cloth. She crossed to her desk where a sealed letter sat in the usual tray. It was addressed to Udrich, discussing grain shipment schedules, nothing sensitive. She picked up a different sheet of paper. In her own hand, she wrote a brief note. "Meeting at the old chapel annex 2 hours before dusk. Come alone. Confirmed by courier." She did not sign it. She folded it into a fresh packet and sealed it with plain wax, no stamp. "This goes to the harbor commissary," she said. "To the senior clerk. Delivery by midday." Mira took the packet. Her fingers brushed Ilvane's. "I will see it done." She turned and left, the packet held against her chest, her steps soft and unhurried. Ilvane stood in the silence. The note was a lie. There was no meeting. The old chapel annex was where Sister Iona had led her, but no one would be there tomorrow. If the information leaked, she would know. She would know, and the person she loved would become the enemy she had always feared. She sat down at the desk, picked up the cup of steaming herbs, and did not drink. The liquid trembled in her hands. The lamp burned low. The night stretched ahead, empty of sleep and full of the shape of the test she had just set, a trap for the only person who had ever made her feel less alone. She hoped, with a desperation she did not dare name, that Mira would pass, and she feared, with the cold certainty of someone who had learned to expect loss, that Mira would not. An hour passed, then 2. The candles guttered. Ilvane sat in the dark, watching the window, watching the courtyard below. A figure moved across the stones, a servant, wrapped in a dark cloak carrying a packet. Her packet. The false note. It disappeared into the courier office. The door closed. Soon the information would begin traveling, and soon she would know. Chapter 6. The summons arrived before the household had fully stirred. Ilvane had not slept. She sat at the desk where the lamp had burned to cold ash, still dressed in yesterday's clothes, the cut on her palm beginning to pull and dry. The courtyard below was empty. No runners had come, no sealed messages returned to her door. Mira had delivered the packet, that much she knew. What happened after was still a darkness she could not see through. The page who brought the summons was young, nervous, dressed in cardine black with the king's crest stitched small at the collar. He waited at the door while she read the embossed card. King Casomir requests the presence of Princess Ilvane of Aurelis in the garden chamber at the second bell, a matter of mutual urgency. His Majesty did not specify the subject, the page said, only that it could not wait. Ilvane turned the card over. No seal of witness, no minister's countersign. That alone was unusual. Who else is invited? No one, Your Highness. The king asked for you alone. She dismissed the page and stood in the shaft of gray morning light, the card warm in her hand. A private audience with Casomir. No secretaries, no ministers, no clerics arranging the furniture of the conversation before either of them spoke. It was either an opening or a trop. She washed her face in cold water, changed into a high-collared gown that covered the soulmark completely, and walked to the garden chamber with her hands steady and her pulse tight in her throat. The garden chamber was a small glass-walled room off the main residence, built to let light through during winter months. Plants climbed the lattices in trained spirals. A fountain murmured at the center, low and constant. Casomir was already there. He stood at the far window, hands clasped behind his back, looking out at the wet courtyard. He wore no crown, no ceremonial chain, just a dark coat, plain collar, boots that had seen rain. He turned when the door closed. "Thank you for coming," he said. "I know you have reasons to be cautious of me." Ilvane stopped at the edge of the fountain's reach. "I am not cautious of you, Your Majesty. You should be." He said it without heat. "I am the man you are being forced to marry. That makes me either your ally or your obstacle. I wanted you to hear which one I am from my own mouth." She waited. He crossed to the table at the center of the room. A carafe sat there, untouched. He did not pour. "I have spent 3 years being moved through ceremonies like a piece on a strategy board," he said. "The Concord ministers chose the treaty date. The Aurelis Treasury Council set the terms. My own war ministers approved the grain prices without consulting me. I was told to arrive, to stand, to sign." His voice was quiet, not bitter, just tired of being furniture. "I thought the marriage might be different, that you and I might find a way to be honest with each other at least." He looked at her. Then the mark appeared. Ilvane's throat tightened. "I have not asked for an explanation," she said carefully, "because I do not have one that would satisfy protocol. I do not want protocol." Casomir's voice sharpened, just slightly. "I want truth. Do you love him?" The question landed like a stone in still water. "No," she said. "I do not know him. I do not know what the mark means or why it chose us, but I will not lie to you and say I feel nothing, because the bond is real enough to burn." Casomir held her gaze. Then he nodded, once, and some of the tension in his shoulders eased. "Good," he said. "I would not have trusted you if you had pretended otherwise." He sat, gestured for her to sit. She did. "The ministers are already building their narratives," he said. "Sevra will frame the mark as instability. The Cardan war faction will use it to argue that Aurelis cannot be trusted. And somewhere in the middle, people who profit from division will make sure the treaty either collapses or becomes a cage you can never escape." He leaned forward. "I want to know who profits if you and I pretend nothing has changed." Ilvane studied his face. There was no calculation in it, no hidden blade. "The Concord controls the soulmark records," she said. "If they declare the mark an anomaly, they can confine me to ceremonial status and control the succession through you. You would be king in name. They would be the power." "And if the mark is real?" She hesitated. The old parchment fragment, Sister Ione's warning, the silver line still warm against her skin. "Then I am either a threat to every institution that profits from division," she said slowly, "or I am a weapon they can use." Casomir sat back. The fountain murmured between them. "I have been thinking about that," he said. "Since the memorial. Who benefits if the treaty stands but the marriage is hollow? Who benefits if you are discredited but not removed? Who benefits if the investigation takes exactly long enough for something else to happen?" He looked at her with steady, clear eyes. "I think someone is moving pieces, and I think they started before the mark appeared." Ilvane went still. "Show me," she said. Casomir rose and crossed to a small writing desk in the corner. He unlocked a drawer and pulled out a leather folder bound with a single strap. He placed it on the table between them. "These are Concord communications from the 3 weeks before your arrival," he said. "Requests for document access, adjustments to ceremony protocols, personnel reassignments in my own household that I was told were standard rotation." He opened the folder. Pages of dense script, official stamps, cleric signatures. "Look at the dates," he said. "Someone started rearranging the furniture the moment the truce was signed, before anyone knew there would be a mark." Ilvane leaned forward. The top page carried a small notation in the margin, a symbol she recognized. Sevra's hand. "Show me," she said again. She spent the next hour reading. Casomir sat across from her, silent, letting her work. By the time she looked up, the light had shifted. The fountain still murmured. "You kept this from your own ministers," she said. "I do not know which of them is with her and which is simply afraid." He met her gaze. "But I know the difference between a minister managing risk and a minister preparing for a death. This folder is the second kind." Ilvane closed the leather cover. "Why show me?" "Because I have spent my entire reign being told what is possible." Casomir stood, walked to the window and did not turn. "If the mark is real, you have a power no one in this building can control. And if it is not real, you are still the most dangerous person in both courts because Sevra is afraid of you." He turned. "I would rather stand with the woman she fears than be buried with the men who served her." The words hung between them, heavier than any treaty. Ilvane rose. The leather folder sat on the table. "Keep it," Casomir said. "But do not let anyone know I gave it to you." She tucked it under her arm. "Your Majesty," she said. "Thank you." "Casomir." She paused. "You called me Casomir," he said. "Not Your Majesty, not the king, not the man who inherited a war. If we are going to survive this, I would rather be a person than a title." She nodded. "Dever," she said. He almost smiled. She left the garden chamber with the folder pressed against her ribs and the soul mark warm beneath her sleeve. In the corridor, a Cardan clerk passed her with lowered eyes, a servant carrying linens, a guard who looked through her as if she were furniture. None of them knew what she was carrying. None of them knew that the king had just chosen a side. She reached her chambers and locked the door behind her. The folder sat open on the desk, the first page revealing a single name written in the margin beside a crossed-out date. Saltreach. The ink was fresh. She looked at the date. The entry had been filed 3 days before the memorial, before the soul mark appeared, before anyone knew there would be a betrayal to plan for. Ilvane stared at the page, and the silver mark pulsed against her skin, and she understood for the first time that Sevra had not reacted to the crisis. She had built the stage for it, and the play had already begun. Chapter 7. The carriage swayed over rutted stone, the wheels grinding a rhythm Ilvane had counted for 3 hours. 44 heartbeats per mile, 44 dead. Her gloved hand rested on the leather folder Casomir had given her, the papers hidden beneath a folded travel blanket. Outside, the sky was the flat gray of late afternoon, the same gray that had hung over the memorial, the same gray that had watched her wrist split open with silver light. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the fresh ink beside the crossed-out date. Saltreach. Field 3 days before the mark appeared. Before anyone knew there would be a crisis to plan for. The carriage lurched. Ilvane caught herself against the padded bench and felt the soul mark pulse. Warmth. Sudden and sharp. She looked down at her glove. The silver beneath it had gone hot, not the slow heat of her own blood, but something else. Something that did not belong to her. Anger, not hers. Sharp-edged, controlled, the kind of anger a soldier learned to breathe through instead of act on. It pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat, filling the space beneath her sternum with a tight, coiled pressure. She clenched her jaw and forced her breathing even. The mark flared again, hotter. The anger sharpened into something like frustration, then snapped back into control so fast it left her dizzy. Tarek. He was ahead of the carriage, riding at the head of the Cardan escort. She had seen him mount up at first light, his dark coat buttoned to the throat, his face unreadable. He had not looked at her, but the bond had not asked permission. She pressed her gloved palm flat against the bench and waited for the heat to subside. It did not. The pressure built instead, a slow accumulation of tension that tightened her shoulders and set her teeth on edge. She felt his restraint like a hand gripping her own wrist, holding her still when every nerve wanted to move. The carriage rounded a curve. Through the slit window, Ilvane saw the convoy spread across the road ahead. Supply carts, mounted guards, the Concord standard snapping in the wind. And at the front, a single rider in a dark coat, his spine straight as a blade. She looked away, the mark cooled by a degree. She looked back. Heat flooded her glove. She swore under her breath and pressed her hand between her knees. At the relay station, the procession stopped to change horses. Ilvane stepped down from the carriage on steady legs, her gloves still on, her face composed. The courtyard was busy with servants and grooms and the shuffle of harnessed leather. She found a corner near the station wall where the shadow kept the wind off her neck. The folder was in her locked trunk. Safe, but she could still feel the weight of it against her memory. Saltreach, field 3 days before. A groom passed with a bucket, a clerk carrying dispatch cases, a woman in Concord gray crossing the yard with her head down and her hands full of ledgers. Ilvane watched her until she disappeared into the station. The mark pulsed. This time it was not anger, it was restraint. A deliberate, muscle-locked holding back, the kind a soldier used when standing watch over something he was not allowed to touch. It filled her chest with a tight, burning stillness that made her want to press her hand to her sternum. She did not. She stood very still instead, breathing through the sensation, feeling it rise and crest and hold. Someone was watching her. She turned. Across the courtyard, Tarek Sandoval stood beside his horse, one hand on the bridle, his face angled toward her. He was too far to read clearly, but she did not need to read him. The bond told her everything. The anger she had felt in the carriage, the restraint that had followed, the heat that had built every time she looked in his direction. He had felt her looking. He had felt her stop looking. And when she had looked again, the mark flared between them, a living line of heat that pulled at something deep in her chest, and she saw his hand tighten on the bridle. Then he turned away. The sensation cut off like a door slamming shut. Ilvane stood alone in the shadow of the station wall, her heart beating too fast, her gloved hand pressed against her ribs, and understood, with cold clarity, that they were not in control of this. The bond was, and it had no interest in their strategies. She walked the perimeter of the yard, forcing herself to move, to look ordinary, to be a woman stretching her legs after too long in a carriage. The gravel crunched under her boots. A guard nodded as she passed. A servant carrying a water jug stepped aside. The mark stayed quiet, strained and waiting, like a held breath. She rounded the corner of the station and found herself on the lee side, away from the bustle. A single horse stood tied to a rail, already saddled. Behind it, a narrow door stood ajar, leading into what looked like a storage shed. Ilvane stopped. The market did not pulse, but the air felt wrong, still in a way that had nothing to do with wind. She turned to go back. A hand caught her elbow. She spun, her free hand rising. Brannoc released her immediately, stepping back with his palms flat. His scarred knuckles caught the gray light. "Your Highness," he said. "My apologies." Ilvane lowered her hand. "You should not touch me." "I know." He did not look sorry. "But you need to see something." He nodded toward the narrow door. Now, Chapter 8. Brannoc did not wait for her answer. He turned and pushed through the narrow door, leaving it swinging. Ilvane followed. The shed was dim and smelled of hay and old harness oil. A single lantern hung from a beam, casting a circle of yellow light on a work table covered in papers. Brannoc stood at the far end, his hand resting on the hilt of his belt knife, watching the door behind her. She let it close. The latch clicked. "Tell me this is worth the risk," she said. "It is not mine to tell." Brannoc stepped aside. Sister Ilvane Marsec rose from a stool behind the work table, her ink-stained fingers gripping the edge of a leather satchel. Her thin face was drawn tight, the skin beneath her eyes shadowed like bruises. "Sister," Ilvane's voice came out flat, hiding the skip in her chest. "You should not be here." "No," Ilvane agreed. "But the archive is no longer safe for me either." The words landed like a blade between ribs. Ilvane crossed the shed in 3 strides, her gloves pressed flat against the table's edge. Explain. Iona opened the satchel and pulled out a stack of loose parchment, some yellowed, some fresh, all covered in cramped script. She spread them across the work table with the practiced care of someone who had handled them many times. After we spoke at the assembly, I returned to the bond archive to pull the original fragments. The vault was locked earlier than protocol requires. The keeper claimed Sevra had ordered a security review. Iona's voice was dry, precise, uninflected. When I finally gained access, half the pre-sundering shelf was empty. Transferred, they said, to a climate-controlled chamber in the Concord treasury. Transferred, Ilvane repeated. I am the appointed keeper of bond records. Nothing is transferred without my countersignature. Ilvane looked down at the papers. The ink was faded on some, the edges ragged with age. She recognized the branching silver pattern from the fragment Ione had shown her in the chapel, the same pattern that lived under her glove. These are the ones they did not find, Ione said. I have been carrying them for 2 days, sleeping with them under my mattress. I did not know who else to trust. You trusted a soldier. I trusted Lord General Sandoval's reputation. Ione's gaze flicked to Brannoc, who stood motionless by the door. And his aide found me before your household guards did. Ilvane's throat tightened. Sevra knows you spoke to me. Sevra suspects everyone who breathes new information she does not control. She does not need to know. She only needs to assume. Ione tapped the top fragment with a bent finger. And she will assume correctly that I recognize what this mark means. She turned the fragment so Ilvane could read the marginal notation. The handwriting was old, angular, written in a dialect that shifted between languages she half knew. Ione translated without being asked. When the twin silver rises on sovereign bloodlines, the crown may be reforged, but only if both bearers stand in consent. Blood alone cannot wake the relic, only choice. Ione's voice dropped. That is the legal heart of the sovereign bond. It is not a curse. It is not a trick of the flesh. It is a constitutional mechanism, written into the foundation of the Old Kingdom, designed to prevent unilateral rule by requiring mutual agreement between the two halves of authority. Ilvane's gloved hand moved to her chest, pressing against the mark's warmth. Both bearers stand in consent. The crown cannot be claimed by force. It cannot be inherited through a single bloodline. It must be chosen openly by both people the silver has bound. Iona leaned forward. That is why Sevra fears it so deeply. She cannot coerce a sovereign bond. She cannot forge it, cannot control it, cannot replace one half with a more obedient candidate. The relic will only respond to genuine mutual will. The silence stretched. The same law, Iona said quietly, contains the condemnation. Ilvane's hand stilled. If Sevra reaches the archive before the bond is publicly recognized, she can file an alternative interpretation. She will argue that a soulmark between lines of divided succession is an act of sedition, that the bearers have conspired to destabilize the treaty by exploiting a dormant legal relic. The courts will not challenge a highkeeper's reading, not without a countersignature from an authorized bond scholar. And you are that scholar. Iona's face was very still. I was. As of this morning, Sevra has suspended my access to the Concord Chancery pending a conduct review. She cannot arrest me yet, but she has drawn the perimeter. Ilvane stared at the fragments, at the branching silver lines, at the faded ink that held the difference between a coronation and an execution. The same mark, she said slowly, that gives us the crown, can also hang us. Iona did not flinch. If she controls the record, yes. If she controls the legal narrative, the bond becomes conspiracy, not sovereignty. Your consent will not matter because there will be no legal framework left to receive it. Ilvane's mind moved through the implications faster than she could breathe. The crossed-out date on Casomir's folder, the forged orders, the poisoned servant whose fingers had darkened before his body cooled. Sevra had already begun. Before the soulmark, before the memorial, before Ilvane had ever stood in the treaty hall and watched silver burn across her skin. Who else knows? Ilvane asked. About the sovereign bond? Myself. You, Lord General Sandoval, if you choose to tell him. Iona paused. And whoever transferred the vault records. Ilvane looked at Brannoc. He met her gaze without blinking. I found her in the commissary stores at dawn, trying to bribe a cook for a place to hide a satchel. She said she needed to reach you before the convoy moved again. I believed her. You trust her? I trust that she is afraid of the right person. Iono gathered the fragments with steady hands and returned them to the satchel. She held it out to Ilvane. These cannot stay with me. If Sevra's agents search my quarters, they will find them. If they find them, there will be no countersignature, no record, no proof that the sovereign bond ever existed outside fractured rumor. Ilvane took a satchel. The weight was not heavy. A few pages of old ink, a generation of dust, a truth that could save 2 lives or end them. I need to ride ahead to the main archive, Ione said. There is a secondary vault in the Concord Enclave at Thornwood Reach, older records, less monitored. If I can reach it before Sevra seals it, I may find the counterpart to this fragment, the one that confirms the consent mechanism in writing. And if you cannot? Ione touched Ilvane's wrist, just above the glove, where the mark burned. Then you must make sure the choice is visible enough that no record can erase it. She turned and slipped through a back door, gone before Ilvane could thank her, or warn her, or ask what visible enough meant. Ilvane stood alone in the shed, the satchel pressed to her chest, the mark pulsing against her skin like a second heartbeat. The door creaked. Brannoc stood in the frame, his silhouette blocking the light. Your Highness, the convoy is ready to move. She nodded, but she did not move, because Sister Ione had given her the law, the warning, and the weapon. And none of it meant anything if Sevra had already reached the archive first. Chapter 9. The satchel was a weight against her ribs as Ilvane stepped out of the shed. The relay station had come alive in her absence. Couriers swung onto fresh horses. Servants loaded crates into the supply cart. The convoy was shaking off its halt, and somewhere ahead of her, Tarek Sandoval was climbing back into the saddle with the controlled precision of a man who had already catalogued every delay as a liability. She walked past Brannoc without slowing. Find me before we stop again. Your Highness. She did not look back. The carriage door closed behind her, and she wedged the satchel into the space beneath the seat cushion where Casomir's folder already lay. 2 secrets. 2 different kinds of rope around her throat. The wheels groaned forward. Ilvane pressed her palm flat against the seat and tried to breathe past the silver heat coiling under her glove. Blood alone cannot wake the relic. Only choice. She had not asked for the choice, had not wanted it. The treaty was supposed to be simple. Her body for grain, her title for peace, her future for a realm that would not starve while she learned to tolerate a gentle king she could respect. Now every road led to the same dead end. Choose the bond and hang for sedition, deny it and let Sevra bury the truth. Marry Casomir and spent her life knowing she had surrendered the only weapon that could break the Concord's grip. She closed her eyes. The mark burned. And somewhere ahead of her, on the road she could not see, Tarek Sandoval was riding toward the same trap with the same impossible choice. The convoy reached the way station at dusk. Ilvane stepped down into ankle-deep mud and a courtyard full of torches. The building was old, a stone hunting lodge converted for official travel, its windows narrow and its walls thick enough to survive a siege that had never come. Servants carried her trunk inside. She followed at a distance, scanning the faces in the torchlight. Brannoc stood at the stable door, speaking to a rider whose horse was still lathered. Tarek was not in the courtyard. She found him in the main hall, alone, standing over a table where a sealed document lay open under the lamplight. His back was to her, shoulders set in a line she recognized from the treaty chamber. Controlled, calculating. A man measuring the distance between what he had been told and what he suspected. You should see this, he said without turning. Ilvane crossed the room and looked down at the paper. The seal was genuine. Concord blue, the interlocking rings pressed deep into the wax. But the text beneath it was wrong. By order of the Border Oversight Committee, Lord General Tarek Sandoval and Princess Ilvane of Aurelis are directed to proceed to Verdun Post for inspection of troop positions and supply readiness. Accommodation and safe passage guaranteed under treaty protocols. Departure upon receipt. This is a forgery, she said. Yes. Then why is it on the table and not in the fire? Tarek turned to face her. The lamplight carved shadows into his face, and for a moment she saw the soldier beneath the political restraint. Because the seal is real. The parchment is official stock. The signature line, he pointed, is left blank for a reason. Ilvane read it again. No name, no authorizing official, just the desk and the seal. It was delivered by Concord courier an hour ago, Tarek said. The courier was told to wait for a response. He is eating in the kitchen and will not move until one of us sends him back with an answer. Who signed in the delivery manifest? The courier claims it came from the Border Oversight Committee directly. No minister's name, no countersignature. Ilvane's mind moved through the geometry of the trap. If they accepted the orders, they would leave the main convoy, the witnesses, the protection of the treaty procession. They would ride to a border post that could be emptied of friendly troops and filled with anything Sevra chose to station there. If they refused, they would be seen as defying a lawful Concord directive. The legal narrative would shift. Sevra would have her proof that the bonded pair was destabilizing the treaty, refusing oversight, conspiring against the peace. There is no third road, she said quietly. Tarek held her gaze. There is, but you will not like it. Tell me anyway. We accept the orders. We ride to Verdun Post, and we bring enough people that the ambush, when it comes, has to be fought in the open. Ilvane looked at the map spread beside the document. The road to Verdun Post curved through a narrow pass between two ridges. Perfect terrain for archers, no cover for a full column. How many is enough? 12. Soldiers I trust. Brannoc, you. And if Sevra has already moved her pieces into that pass, Tarek's mouth tightened. Then we do not reach Verdun Post, but we learn where her line is drawn, and that is knowledge worth the risk. Ilvane stood very still. The silver mark pulsed against her glove. She could feel Tarek's tension through the bond, a low hum of readiness that matched her own. You are asking me to walk into a trap. I am asking you to walk into a trap, he corrected, because the other choice is to let her spring the one she has already set around the wedding ceremony, around the convoy, around every public moment where we cannot fight back without shattering the treaty. She wanted to argue. She could not, because he was right. Sevra had been building this stage for longer than the soulmark had existed. She had already locked the vault, suspended the scholar, filed alternative interpretations, and seeded poison through the commissary. The forged orders were not the conspiracy's first move. They were the signal that the next phase had begun. Ilvane looked at the blank signature line. Who was meant to sign this? Someone who is already dead, Tarek said, or someone who will be by the time the orders are examined. The conspiracy does not leave loose ends. She thought of the missing junior clerk at the harbor commissary, the false report filed before the servant's body cooled, the name Saltreach written in fresh ink beside a date 3 days before her world cracked open. Sevra did not improvise. She built cages and waited for people to walk into them. If we go, Ilvane said slowly, we go before dawn, before the court officials wake, before anyone can send word ahead that we took the road. Tarek's chin lifted, a fraction, almost approval. That is the fast road. I am not asking your permission, Lord General. No, he said. You are asking whether I will ride beside you. The bond pulsed between them, a thread of silver heat that had nothing to do with their political calculations. Will you? He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached out and folded the forged orders along their creases, pressing the paper flat with a soldier's economy of motion. I will. Ilvane did not look away, but as she turned to leave the hall, the mark flared hot against her wrist, and she felt his presence behind her like a tide she could not outrun. Chapter 10. They rode before dawn. The hunting lodge was still dark when Ilvane swung into the saddle, the satchel of fragments pressed flat beneath her coat and Casomir's folder wedged inside her saddlebag. No torchlight, no shouted orders. Tarek had assembled the 12 in silence, men who moved like they understood that sound carried farther than light in mountain country. Brannoc took point with 2 scouts, already gone before Ilvane settled her weight. She rode at the column's center with Tarek, close enough to see his hands test his blade at every curve of the road. The morning air smelled of damp stone and pine. Cold bit through her gloves. For the first hour, neither of them spoke. Ilvane preferred it that way. Speech required negotiation. Silence allowed observation, and she needed to see whether Tarek Sandoval moved through the world the way she did, scanning ridgelines, counting heartbeats between bird calls, reading the road ahead in the way the dust settled. He did. She noticed the precise intervals at which he turned his head to check the rear column, the way his hand brushed his pommel before each bend as a signal, the economy of motion in how he adjusted his reins without breaking the horse's stride. He moved like a man who trusted his instincts because he had tested them against death and knew where the margin held. She hated how much that told her. "Your soldiers handle the pace," she said, because the silence had become its own kind of pressure. Tarek glanced at her. "Most of them followed me through the Thornwood retreat. They are used to moving before dawn and eating cold." Thornwood. That was a winter campaign. Winter and mud. The Cardan supply lines froze at the pass. We lived on bark broth and whatever the villages could spare. Ilvane remembered that winter. Aurelis had lost 2 supply caravans to the same freeze. She had watched from her father's war table as the markers moved, stalled, and stayed frozen for 3 months. "You lost 1,600 men to frost before the first skirmish." Tarek's jaw tightened. "You read the Cardan casualty reports." "I read every report that crossed the treaty desk. You lost 1,600 men to a general who refused to halt until his supply lines proved untenable." He turned to look at her directly. "You are blaming me for a decision my predecessor made before I took command. I am telling you I know the number." The words hung between them. The road narrowed as they entered the pass. Rock walls rose on either side, streaked with lichen and old water stains. Tarek adjusted his grip on the reins. "The retreat was incompetently planned," he said. "The men who died were marched into a dead end by a commander who did not want to admit the campaign was lost. When I took the column, I walked them out through the northern ridge. We lost 37 on the withdrawal, not 1,600. Ilvane said nothing. She remembered the corrected report. Field a month after the initial casualty count, quietly amended with a smaller number. She had noticed it at the time and assumed it was political adjustment, Cardan sanitizing its losses. She had not considered that the correction might be the truth. They rode another mile in silence. "What did you do with the first commander?" she asked. "Sent him home in disgrace. He lives on his family estate near the eastern coast. He writes letters to the War Council every season demanding reinstatement." "And you kept his command?" "I kept his soldiers. They deserved better than to be abandoned a second time." Ilvane's hands tightened on the reins. Ezrig Ven had never been given the chance to be abandoned. He had died in the keep at Saltreach, burning alive while Tarek's men held the perimeter. She had watched the smoke from 3 miles away and counted every minute she could not reach him. She wanted to ask Tarek how he had reconciled it. The discipline of saving soldiers he had not lost with the brutality of killing ones he had never met. But she knew the answer. He had not reconciled it. Neither had she. The pass widened slightly, opening into a valley of scrub grass and scattered boulders. Brannoc appeared ahead, riding back at a steady canter. His face told her nothing. Tarek raised a hand. The column halted. "Movement," Brannoc said, keeping his voice low. 2 miles ahead, at the eastern ridge, riders. Maybe a dozen, hanging back where the tree line breaks. "Insignia?" "Too far, but they are not moving into the pass. They are holding position." Ilvane's skin went cold. 2 miles ahead, holding position, waiting. "They know we took the road," she said. Tarek's expression did not change. "They know someone took the road. They may not know how many, or whether we sent a decoy." "The courier," Ilvane said. "The one who delivered the forged orders. He could have signaled the moment we accepted. The courier is still in the kitchen at the lodge. I had Brannoc second sit with him until we were an hour out. He cannot send word unless he grows wings." "Then someone else." Tarek nodded. "Someone expected us to choose this road. Not a guess, a calculation." The bond pulsed against Ilvane's wrist, a low heat that had nothing to do with the rising sun. She looked at Tarek and saw the same cold clarity in his eyes. They had walked into the cage together. The only question was who was holding the door open. "What do you want to do?" she asked. Tarek's hand rested on his blade. We do not turn back. We do not scatter. We ride forward at the same pace and let them see us. And if they attack, then we learn where her line is drawn. Ilvane looked at the ridge ahead. Somewhere in the tree line, figures shifted against the gray dawn. She touched her horse's neck and felt the animal's tension pass through her like a second pulse. "Then we ride," she said. Tarek gave the signal. The column moved forward, and on the eastern ridge, the morning light caught the edge of something steel that should not have been reflecting anything at all. Chapter 11. The arrow struck the horse 4 paces ahead of Ilvane. The animal screamed and went down, throwing its rider into the dust. Before the body hit the ground, the pass dissolved into noise. Arrows slashed through the morning light from both ridges, a converging hail that punched through leather and flesh with the wet sound of impact. "Shields!" Tarek's voice cut through the chaos. "Shields up! Form to the center!" Ilvane's horse reared. She gripped with her thighs, dragging the reins hard to keep the animal from bolting into the rock wall. Behind her, someone was shouting orders in Aurelan dialect, and ahead, Brannoc had already dismounted and was dragging the fallen rider behind a boulder. Another arrow punched into the ground beside Ilvane's stirrup. She pulled her blade free. "Left ridge," she called. "They're reloading. If we do not move before the next volley, they pin us here." Tarek's head snapped toward her. "Have a real toys? Tell them." "You can see them?" I counted the gaps, 7 heartbeats between volleys, 6 if they are practiced. He did not argue. He did not ask how she knew. He simply turned to his men and gave the hand signal for a forward charge. The column surged. Ilvane kicked her horse into motion, riding low against the animal's neck as the pass blurred past. The next volley came 3 heartbeats early, arrows slicing the air where she had been standing. One grazed her shoulder, tearing fabric and skin. But the pain arrived as a distant fact, a message from somewhere that did not matter yet. They reached the tree line. Tarek's soldiers fanned out, moving with the practiced silence of men who had done this before. Ilvane slid from her horse and drew her blade, following the line of soldiers into the brush. The first attacker came at her through the smoke. He wore no Concord insignia. He wore no Cardin colors either. A patch of Aurelan blue was stitched to his shoulder, rough and new, as if added that morning. He lunged. She sidestepped, caught his wrist, and drove her blade into his ribs. He dropped without a sound. She looked at the patch again and understood. The killers were dressed to look like border raiders, like the skirmish squads that had harried both realms during the war. Their insignia was a stage costume. Someone wanted this to look like old hatred, not new conspiracy. "Tarek!" she shouted. He appeared through the smoke, blade wet, face carved from stone. Behind him, 2 of his soldiers were dragging a wounded man into cover. "Mixed insignia," she said. "Aurelan blue, Cardin black. They want this to look like a border clash." I saw. He was already scanning the ridge. There will be more. They did not commit enough for a kill. They expected to catch us in the open. They expedited the pass to do the work. Another volley struck the tree line. Ilvane dropped behind a boulder. Splinters exploded beside her face. Tarek landed beside her, his breath hard and even. 7 heartbeats, he said. "What? You count. You were right." She did not answer. She was watching the slope, calculating the angle of the last volley, the shift in shadow on the eastern ridge. "They are drawing a line," she said. "The archers are hurting us, not killing us. They want to push us into the gully below the tree line." "How do you know?" "Because that is what I would do." Tarek looked at her for half a heartbeat. Then he nodded. "Then we do not go into the gully. We go up. Up is exposed. Up is where they are not looking." Ilvane wiped blood from her palm and resettled her grip on the blade. "I will take the left flank. If I can reach the boulder shelf above the archers, I can break their angle. You will be alone for 12 heartbeats. I will be alone for 10. She was already moving before he could answer, pushing through the underbrush at a low crouch. The soulmark burned against her wrist, a steady pulse of heat that was not anger and not fear, but something rarer. Trust. The slope rose sharply. She dug her boots into the loose stone and climbed, feeling the old muscle memory of skiff rigging and watchtower drills. Behind her, she heard Tarek shouting new orders, his voice pulling his soldiers into a formation that would look like retreat until the moment it was not. She reached the shelf. The archers were below her, a line of 6 men crouched behind a rock wall, drawing for another volley. They were watching the tree line. They were not watching the ridge above them. Ilvane did not hesitate. She dropped onto the first man before he heard her, blade already moving. The second turned and caught her shoulder with his bow, hard enough to knock her sideways. But she used the momentum to drive her knee into his throat and finished him on the way down. 3 more heartbeats. The last 2 archers dropped their bows and drew steel. One lunged. She caught his blade on hers, twisted, and opened his arm from wrist to elbow. He fell screaming. The 6th man ran. She let him carry the story that a woman with a silver mark on her arm had taken the ridge alone. By the time she climbed down from the shelf, the pass was quiet. Tarek stood among the bodies, checking each attacker's insignia with the cold method of a man cataloging evidence. Brannoc was binding a soldier's arm wound beside the boulder line. "How many?" Ilvane asked. 15 dead, 2 of mine wounded, none lost. Tarek straightened. "And none of these men are border raiders. How can you tell?" He held up a hand. The fingers were clean, the nails trimmed, no calluses at the base of the thumb. Border raiders live in the saddle. Their hands tell the story. These men have been training in a courtyard, not a campaign. Ilvane looked at the bodies, the mixed insignia, the clean hands. "They expected to kill us both," she said. "They wanted the bodies found with Aurelia and Cardane colors on the same dead men, so the blame would spread like fire. That is the second cage she built," Tarek said. "The forged orders were the door, the ambush was the lock, and we walked through both." He looked at her. The soul mark flared between them, silver light pulsing through the torn fabric of his sleeve. "We walked through," he said, "and we are still standing." Ilvane turned toward the horses. Somewhere ahead, the road to Verdun post still waited, and somewhere behind them, someone was already writing the report that would say they never arrived. Chapter 12. The watchhouse had no door. Wind pushed through the gap where the frame had rotted, carrying the metallic smell of the pass. Ilvane pressed her back against the stone wall and counted her own breaths until her hands stopped shaking. Tarek was already moving through the single room, checking corners, kicking aside debris. A collapsed cot, a rusted stove, a scattering of old bird bones in the corner where the roof had caved. "This will hold for a night," he said. "It will hold for an hour if the wind shifts. Then we take the hour." He pulled the broken cot into the corner with the least exposure and began stacking loose stone against the door gap. Ilvane watched his back move beneath the torn coat. The fabric was dark with blood at his shoulder blade, a spreading stain that had not been there at the ridge. "You are bleeding." Grezed. He did not turn. "It will close." "It will not close if you keep moving." He stopped stacking and let his hands rest on the stone. The silence stretched, filled only with wind and the distant sound of something settling in the dark. Then he turned. The firelight from the small flame Ilvane had coaxed from the rusted stove caught his face in gold and shadow. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with the ambush, the kind of tired that lived beneath the bone. "You first," he said. She almost refused. It was reflex, the same reflex that had kept her standing through funerals and negotiations and the long nights when Aurelis's ledgers refused to balance. First was what she did. First was what she was for. But the blood had dried on her shoulder, and the wound beneath was beginning to pull with every movement. She sat down on the broken cot. Tarek knelt in front of her. His hands were careful as he peeled back the torn fabric of her sleeve. The wound was shallow, an arrow's edge that had caught her rather than pierced her, but it ran from her shoulder to the curve of her elbow. "This needs cleaning," he said. "There is no water." He pulled a flask from his belt and uncorked it. The sharp smell of spirits cut through the dust. "There is now." She set her jaw. He poured. The pain lanced through her arm and she did not flinch, but the soul mark flared, and she felt his response through the bond before he spoke. A tightening, a restraint that was not quite control. "Sorry," he said. "Do not be sorry. Finish." He tore a strip from his shirt and bound the wound with the practiced efficiency of a soldier who had done this 100 times. His fingers brushed her skin, and the soul mark pulsed, silver light rising through the torn fabric of both their sleeves. She looked at his shoulder. "Your turn." "Not necessary." I did not ask if it was necessary. Take off your coat. He held her gaze for a long moment. The fire crackled. Wind pushed through the door gap and stirred the dust at their feet. Then he pulled the coat over his head. The wound was worse than a graze. An arrow had driven into the meat of his shoulder, the tip still embedded, the flesh around it angry and swollen. He'd been fighting with that in him, firing commands, lifting bodies, moving stone. She took the flask from his hand. This will hurt. I know. She worked the arrowhead free with the blade of her knife, using short, precise cuts. His breath hissed through his teeth, but he did not move, did not make a sound. The soul mark burned against her wrist, and through it she felt the exact shape of his pain, controlled and channeled into something he would not show her. When the tick came free, she pressed the spirits against the wound, and he finally broke. A short, sharp exhale. His hand came up and gripped her wrist, not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to anchor. Stay, he said. She stopped. I am not going anywhere. He released her. She finished the binding in silence, working the cloth tight across the wound, watching the firelight shift across his exposed skin. The silver mark climbed his arm, mirroring hers, and she thought about what Iona had said. Blood alone cannot wake the relic, only choice. This was not blood. This was something else. I did not expect you to climb the ridge alone, he said. You expected me to stay in formation. I expected you to wait for orders. I gave my own orders. He almost smiled. It was not quite a smile, a crack in the armor, gone before she could name it, but she saw it. Estrek Fen trained you, he said. The name landed like a stone in still water. Yes, he must have been remarkable. He was. She pulled the binding tight. He taught me that the best defense is to be where they are not looking. He taught me that a smaller force can always win if it moves faster than the larger one can think. And he died at Saltreach. She tied the knot. Her hands were steady. Yes. The silence between them was not hostile. It was full, crowded with things neither of them knew how to say. Ilvane sat back and looked at the wound she had bound, the careful work of her own hands, and felt the shape of everything she had believed about this man begin to crack. You burned the garrison, she said. I burned the garrison. For what? A tactical advantage? Because I was ordered to break the siege before winter. Because if I did not, the supply line would collapse and the entire campaign would starve in the mountains. Because my predecessor had already sacrificed 1,600 men to the frost, and I could not afford another retreat. He said it without defensiveness, not justification, explanation. And the bodies? Buried. Everyone that could be recovered. Estrek Fen? I did not find him. She looked at his face. The firelight caught the lines around his eyes, the set of his jaw, the exhaustion he was trying to hide behind discipline, and she believed him. Not because the bond told her to, not because fate had decided, because he met her gaze and did not look away. She opened her mouth to speak, and the wind shoved through the door gap, scattering ash across the floor. Something clattered against the stone near her foot. A loose arrowhead, mixed among the debris kicked up by the draft. She picked it up. The metal was cold. The shaft had broken off cleanly, but the head was intact, and stamped into the base was a mark she recognized. A three-pointed seal, the symbol of the Concord armory. The same mark that had been on every arrow fired from the ridge. She turned it in her fingers. The firelight caught the stamp. This is Concord issue, she said. Tarek took it from her. His fingers traced the mark and his face went still in the way of a man who has just found the missing piece of a pattern he had hoped was incomplete. Sevra's agents did not hire courtyard soldiers, he said. She requisitioned them through the Concord armory. The weapons, the uniforms, the men themselves, all of it came from inside the institution. Which means she did not plan this alone. Which means she has an operation large enough to commission a false flag attack with official equipment, and no one stopped her. The fire crackled. Ilvane looked at the arrowhead in his hand, and she understood that the ambush had not been the trap. The trap was finding this, knowing it, carrying it back to a court where the evidence would be buried before she could present it, unless she made the choice visible enough. She looked at Tarek. How far to Verdun post? Half a day's ride? Then we leave before dawn. He nodded. The flame pulled shadows across his face. The soul mark pulsed between them, silver and warm, and for the first time since the memorial bells, Ilvane did not want to pull away. Chapter 13. She slept in fragments. The fire burned low, casting long shadows across the stone floor, and Ilvane drifted between waking and dreaming without choosing either. Her back pressed against the wall. Tarek sat across the ruined room, shoulder-bound, eyes closed, breathing steady. She meant to stay awake, then the dream pulled her under like water. She was standing in ash. The world had no color. The sky was smoke, the ground was gray, and the air tasted of cinders and something wet. A body lay at her feet. She could not see the face, but she knew the shape of the shoulders, the way the hand lay open against the stone. She tried to turn away. Her body did not obey. She counted. 1, 2, 3. The numbers came from somewhere outside her, a discipline that was not her own, a rhythm learned in a different war. 4, 5, 6. She was standing at the edge of a burned garrison. The walls had collapsed inward. A flagpole leaned at an angle, the banner gone, the wood charred and splitting. Heat still radiated from the stone, and beneath the smell of ash there was copper and salt and the particular sweetness of meat left too long in the sun. 7, 8, 9. She counted, because not counting meant stopping, and stopping meant looking at the bodies with their faces turned away, and she could not look at their faces. 10, 11, 12. The numbers belonged to Tarek. She knew this with the clarity of nightmare, that she was inside his memory, feeling his hands move through the motions of counting while his mind tried to build a cage around what he had done. 13, 14, 15. The ash swallowed his boots, the heat crawled up his legs. A sound came from somewhere ahead, a groan that was not wind, and he stopped counting. He walked toward the sound. A hand rose from the rubble, fingers blackened, nails darkening from the tips inward. The arm was pinned beneath a fallen beam, the body hidden by stone and smoke, but the hand was reaching. Tarek reached back. The fingers closed around his wrist. The grip was weak, the skin hot and trembling, and he felt the moment the pulse stopped under his thumb. 1 beat. Then nothing. The hand fell away. 45. He had counted 44 bodies before the sun rose. This was the 45th, and he would never know the name. Ilvane woke. Her chest heaved. The fire was a smear of orange in the rusted stove, and the air was cold against her damp skin. Her hand had moved to her own wrist, pressing against the pulse there, checking for the beat that had stopped under Tarek's thumb. He was watching her. Across the room, his eyes were open. The firelight caught the hollows beneath them, the exhaustion carved deeper than she had seen before. He did not ask. His gaze moved over her face, reading what she had not said, and she knew he could feel the residue of the dream clinging to her like smoke. You saw? Not a question. She did not answer. She could still feel the ash in her throat, the weight of the hand against her palm, the count clicking through her skull like a mechanism that would not stop. Sometimes the bond does that, he said. Takes something you did not mean to give. Were you trying to give it? No. She believed him. The denial was too fast, too flat. A lie would have been smoother. The fire popped. A coal skittered across the stone. I counted them, he said. Every one that could be recovered. 44. I told myself that if I counted them, if I learned their names, I would not forget what I had ordered. Did it work? No. She looked at her hands. The silver mark was visible at her wrist, catching the firelight, pulsing with her heartbeat. She thought about the 45th body, the one whose name he would never know, the one who had reached for him in the rubble and died with their fingers still pressed to his pulse. Eshri Fen, she said. His body was never found. Tarek said nothing. After Ione told me, she said, I looked at the casualty lists. He was listed as presumed dead. No burial, no marker, just a name on a page. She had carried that page in her pocket for 3 days after the memorial. She had unfolded it so many times the paper had gone soft at the creases. She had traced the letters of his name and tried to imagine him burning. I am sorry, Tarek said. The words were quiet, not polished, not offered as absolution because he knew better than to ask for that. "Say it again," she said, "when I can look at you without seeing ash." He nodded, the knot in her chest loosened by a fraction. Not forgiveness, not yet, but a crack had opened, and something other than rage was moving through it. She did not sleep again. She sat against the wall with the satchel of bond fragments at her side and the arrowhead from the Concord armory cold in her palm, and she watched the fire burn down to embers. Tarek closed his eyes after a time, though she doubted he slept either. The bond gave her flickers, a restless surface that never settled. When the first gray light bled through the gap in the door, she stood. The saddlebags were packed. The horses had rested. The evidence was in her hands. She looked at Tarek. He was already on his feet. "Iona said the choice has to be visible," she said. "Sevra cannot bury what the whole court has seen. You want to ride into Verdun Post and tell them?" "I want to ride into Verdun Post and let them see. The bond, the evidence, the story the archer will spread before we get there." She paused. Sevra built a cage with a door, a lock, and a seal. The door was the forged order. The lock was the ambush. The seal is the report that claims we never arrived. Then we arrive. Before the report does. He reached for his coat. The movement pulled at his shoulder wound, and she saw the flash of pain cross his face before he buried it. "The Concord seal on the arrowhead," he said. "You keep that hidden until the right moment." "The right moment?" "When Sevra has already committed to her story. When she has named us traitors in front of witnesses. When she has drawn the line so clearly that the arrowhead shatters everything she built." She held his gaze. The soul mark was warm against her wrist, steady and alive, pulling her toward him like a current she had stopped fighting. "Half a day's ride," she said. "Half a day's ride." They walked out into the cold dawn. The horses stood at the edge of the clearing, breath steaming in the gray light. Brannoc was already awake, checking the cinches, and he looked at them both with the flat assessment of a man who did not need to ask what they had discussed. "Riders ahead," said Brannoc. Ilvane's hand went to her belt. "Not Sevra's," Brannoc said. "A border patrol, Cardane colors, coming up from the post." Tarek turned. His face was unreadable. "How many?" "6. Ard?" "Always." Ilvane looked at Tarek. The bond pulsed once, a shared question that needed no words. "We ride forward," she said. "We let them see us." Tarek nodded once. They mounted. The horses moved into the gray light, and the silver on Ilvane's wrist caught the morning like a promise she had not yet made, but was beginning to believe. Chapter 14. The firelight faded behind them as the horses climbed the last rise toward Verdun Post. The silver on Ilvane's wrist caught the sun, visible against the brown wool of her sleeve, and she did not hide it. The border patrol met them at the crest. 6 riders in Cardane blue, hands on hilts, eyes moving from her face to her wrist and back again. The leader was a woman with a scar splitting her left eyebrow, and she looked at Tarek with the recognition of a soldier who knew his name. "Lord General, Sergeant Vannoc." The woman's gaze slid to Ilvane. "The postmaster received word you were not expected until evening." "Word changes," Tarek said. Nothing more. He did not explain. He did not apologize. He sat the horse with the quiet authority of a man who had never needed to justify a movement, and the sergeant let the question die. They rode into the post at mid-morning. Ilvane felt the stairs landing on her skin like flies. The silver mark. The woman who had come back from the dead road. The rumors that had traveled faster than horses. The carriage arrived at the main court residence 2 days later. Ilvane had spent the journey in a state of clenched readiness, watching every rider who passed, every flag that stirred, every face that turned toward the convoy. The satchel of bond fragments stayed beneath her feet. The Concord armory arrowhead stayed in a leather pouch inside her coat. Lady Usila Perrin waited at the courtyard gate. She stood in pale blue silk with brass pins in her hair and a smile that reached exactly to her eyes and no further. Behind her, servants lined the path in pressed livery. The flags of Cardane and Aurelis hung side by side, still and perfect. "Princess Ilvane, Usilla's voice carried warmth without heat. What a journey you must have had. We feared the road had claimed you. Ilvane dismounted. Her legs ached from 2 days of pushing hard. She had not slept more than a few hours since the watch house. The road was eventful. So I hear. Usil's smile did not waver. Wild stories are already circulating. Ambushes, false insignia, a woman with a silver arm cutting through a dozen trained soldiers. 5, Ilvane said. Pardon? I killed 5. The 6th ran. Usil's brows lifted. The pause was perfectly timed, long enough to register impact, short enough that no one could call it a reaction. How extraordinary. She stepped forward and took Ilvane's hand in both of hers. The gesture was maternal, practiced, and Ilvane felt the woman's thumb brush the edge of her sleeve where the silver mark began. We are also relieved you are safe. The slight emphasis on safe suggested something else entirely. Ilvane was shown to her chamber. The rooms were large, well-appointed, and positioned on a corridor that required passing through 3 checkpoints to reach the main hall, a gilded cage, neatly arranged. She changed her coat. She checked the satchel. She waited. The first whisper reached her at midday. A serving girl brought broth and bread. When she set the tray down, her eyes caught Ilvane's wrist, and she dropped her gaze too fast. They say the Aureline princess put a spell on the Lord General, the girl murmured, as if sharing a confidence. That the mark is not real, that she painted it herself to seduce him and weaken the treaty. Ilvane looked at her. Who told you that? I heard it in the kitchen, my lady. Everyone is saying it. The second whisper came an hour later. A Concord clerk passed her in the eastern gallery, carrying a stack of ledgers. He did not stop, but she heard his voice carried to the man beside him. Isolde says the mark appears strongest when the princess touches him directly. That is not how a true bond works. A true bond is constant. That one flickers like a candle. They rounded the corner before Ilvane could answer. She stood in the gallery with her hands at her sides and the pulse of the soul mark steady against her wrist. They were wrong. The mark did not flicker, but she understood what they were doing. They were planting a lie that could not be disproven without proving the truth. And proving the truth was exactly what Sevra wanted to punish. She found Tarek in the strategy room off the main hall. He stood with his back to her, studying a map pinned to the wall. His shoulder was freshly bandaged beneath his coat, but the movement when he turned was smooth. You heard it, he said. 3 times in 2 hours. The wording was identical in each room. Isilde, she is ceding the ground. Ilvane closed the door behind her. If the bond can be dismissed as a seduction trick, then everything we learned on the road becomes the word of a scheming woman and the general she compromised. Tarek turned from the map. The silver mark climbed his wrist, visible about his sleeve cuff, and she felt the bond pulse as he met her eyes. She is good, he said. She does not accuse. She does not argue. She plants a single phrase and lets the court do the rest. The same phrase. Choreographed. Ilvane crossed to the table. The map showed the border, the ridge where the ambush had waited, and a line leading toward the heart of Carden. Someone had marked the route in red. Sevra is not here, she said. She sent Isilde to shape the narrative before we could speak. Isilde shapes it. Sevra seals it. They work together like the 2 halves of a sail press. Ilvane looked at the red line on the map. It ran straight through the ridge where they had killed 5 men and let a 6th carry a story she had hoped to weaponize. The archer, she said, the one I let escape. He reached Isilla before we did, or Isilla reached him. Tarek said nothing. His silence was agreement. The bond pulsed between them, a shared weight settling into her chest. She had ridden into the trap thinking she could turn it, but Sevra and Isilla had been stacking the table before she even left the hall. They are building a story, she said. Aurelis used seduction to destabilize the treaty. The soul mark is a painted fraud. Anything we say to defend ourselves is proof of the conspiracy. Yes, she looked at him. The scar at her chin pulled tight as she pressed her jaw. Then we need a better story. Ioni's fragments, he said. Not yet. Not until we know what she found at Thorn New Reach. Then what? Yolian thought of the arrowhead in her coat, the Concord seal, the one piece of physical evidence that could not be dismissed as rumor or seduction. We let her build the cage, she said. We let her lock the door. And when she calls the whole court to watch the execution, we show them the key. Tarek's mouth tightened. It was not quite a smile, but it was close. That is a narrow line. I have been walking narrow lines my whole life. She held his gaze. The soul mark flared, heat spreading up her arm, and she felt the thing inside her that had stopped fighting the pull. The third whisper came at dinner. Ilvane sat at the high table with Ursula 3 seats to her left and a Cardan minister she did not know on her right. The meal was elaborate, 5 courses, each presented with more ceremony than the last. The hall was full. Every eye found her wrist. Ursula leaned in as the 4th course was cleared. Her voice was soft, confiding, the tone of a woman sharing a gentle correction rather than a weapon. Some of the older courtiers are unsettled, Princess. They say a bond that appears on 2 people at once, in full ceremony, is a bond meant for a throne. They are afraid. Afraid of what? Of you. Ursula's smile was velvet. They are afraid Aurelis means to swallow Cardine through the marriage bed and the soul mark both. That you and the Lord General are not a scandal, but an invasion. Ilvane set her fork down. The table had gone quiet around them. She felt the weight of 30 faces turned toward her. Lady Ursula, she said, I have spent the last 3 days bleeding toward a port you assumed I would never reach. I have killed 5 trained soldiers. I have carried evidence that proves a conspiracy inside your own institution, and I have not yet decided whether to present it at the wedding or burn it in front of the court. She paused. If I wanted to invade Cardan, I would not need painted marks and seduction. I would have walked through the door Sevra left open and used the weapons she gave me. Islow's smile did not waver, but something behind her eyes went flat. The hall was silent. Ilvane picked up her fork. Please send my compliments to the kitchen. She ate. The court watched. And in the corner of her vision, she saw Tarek at the far end of the table, his hand resting at his belt where a sword should have been, watching her with something that was not quite warmth and not quite distance, but looked like the beginning of trust. Chapter 15. She woke before dawn with the soul mark warm against her wrist, an Adrid balloon already standing in the anteroom. He had not waited for permission. He had not sent a servant to announce him. Her cousin sat at the small writing desk with a stack of ledgers spread before him like a battlefield map, his fingers pressed flat against the open pages, as if holding the paper still required physical force. Ilvane pulled a robe over her sleeping shift and crossed the cold floor. The fire had burned to ash hours ago. You are in my chambers before I have dressed, she said. You are not answering correspondence. I have been traveling. I know. Agric did not look up. I know you were ambushed. I know you killed 5 men. I know the entire residence is whispering about a painted mark and an invasion plot that does not exist. Then you know why I have not answered correspondence. I know Aurelis cannot afford for you to be silent. He turned the ledger toward her. The columns were tight, precise, his hand. Grain prices in the northern ports, shipping delays from the Cardan border. A red line drawn through the projected arrival of the next shipment with a question mark written beside it in fresh ink. Ilvane sat in the chair across from him. The wood was hard against her spine. The merchants are already adjusting, Adric said. The moment the memorial bell stopped ringing, the harbor factors began recalculating. They have heard the soulmark story. They have heard the rumors of sedition. They know a bride who cannot marry cannot secure grain. I am not dead yet. No, but you are visible, and visibility is worse than death for trade. He pulled another sheet from the stack, a letter creased from folding and unfolding. The seal was Aurelin, a harbor guild mark she recognized. This arrived 3 days ago. They're asking whether they should begin negotiating directly with Cardan for winter stores, separate from the treaty. Who sent it? Kellig Varin, master of the North Wind Guild. She knew the name. Kellig Varin had been her father's friend. He had supplied the Sky Harbor during the war, taken losses without complaint, refused to raise prices when the blockade tightened, and now he was preparing to abandon the treaty. He is not the only one, Edric said. I have held them back by telling them you have a plan. I have told them the marriage will proceed. I have told them the soul mark is a distraction that will be resolved." He paused. "I have lied to my own guildmasters, Ilvane, and I will keep lying, but I need to know what the truth is, so I know how far the lie has to stretch." She looked at the ledger, the red question mark, the rising numbers, the face of a man who had carried her on his shoulders through the Sky Harbor when she was 7 years old, and whose hands were shaking now, barely, against the paper. "The marriage cannot proceed as planned," she said. Edric's jaw tightened. "Because of the general. Because of the conspiracy. Because someone in Concord has been building a trap longer than the soul mark has existed. Because Sevra has been planning this since before the truce was signed." "Then abandon him." "I cannot." "You can. You choose not to." She felt the word land between them like a blade dropped on stone. Her hand moved before she thought about it, pressing against the table's edge. The soul mark pulsed, silver heat rising under the sleeve. "The mark is not a choice," she said. "It is a fact. What I do with it is a choice." "And what are you doing with it?" "I am building a case. I have evidence that Concord weapons were used in the ambush. I have testimony from a king who has been excluded from his own reign. I have a scholar who is retrieving records that will prove the bond is not sedition, but sovereignty." Audrey stared at her. Sovereignty. It was a crown before it was a scandal. The old law allowed 2 bonded rulers to share authority. If I can prove the mark is genuine, if I can prove Sevra's conspiracy is real, I can claim the bond without destroying the treaty. You can claim the bond. You cannot claim grain shipments. I know. Do you? He leaned forward. The guilds are watching. The ministers are watching. Every factor, every warehouse master, every Sky Harbor pilot who needs to know there will be food in 3 months is watching you sit in a Cardan residence while Lady Sholev paints you as a traitor. He tapped the ledger. Prices are rising because of fear. Fear of war. Fear of famine. Fear that the princess who was supposed to save them is chasing a love story instead. It is not a love story. Then what is it? She opened her mouth, closed it. The truth was not simple. The truth was that she had spent 4 days trusting Tarek Sandoval with her life, that she had felt his grief through a bond that did not ask permission, that she had stopped fighting the silver pole and started using it, and that using it made her feel more like a ruler than any ceremony ever had. But none of that filled a grain silo. I need more time, she said. How much? I don't know. Adric gathered his ledgers. The movements were careful, deliberate, the precision of a man who did not trust himself to speak. The winter fleet leaves in 3 weeks, he said. If the contracts are not signed by then, the ships sail empty, and we eat the harbor fees anyway. That is the deadline, Ilvane. Not the wedding, not Sevra's trial. 3 weeks until the harbor freezes, and the last shipment is paid for or lost. He stood. I am not your enemy. I am not a traitor. I am your cousin and your harbor master, and I am watching our people starve on the strength of a rumor you will not answer. I am answering now, with a gamble, not a plan. The gamble is the plan. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he gathered the ledgers and walked to the door. What do you want me to tell the guilds? He asked without turning. Tell them I have not failed yet. And if they ask whether you mean to marry the general. She felt the soul mark pulse, felt the distant weight of Tarek somewhere in the residence, aware of her, waiting for the same answer she had not given herself. Tell them I mean to survive. Adric left. The door closed behind him with a sound that felt final. Ilvane sat alone in the cold room, watching the red question mark bleed through the ledger page in her memory, and she did not know whether she had just bought time or wasted the last of it. The soul mark burned. And in the corridor beyond the door, she heard footsteps stop. A breath held. Someone standing on the other side, waiting for her to call out or stay silent. Chapter 16. The footsteps stopped. Ilvane did not move. The silence stretched through the door like a held breath, and she felt the soul mark pulse in the space between her wrist and the cold air, silver heat rising through the sleeve. She counted to 10. The footsteps did not resume. She crossed the room and opened the door. Tarek Sandoval stood in the corridor with his bad shoulder braced against the wall and his hand open at his side, empty of all the things a soldier usually carried. He had been listening. He had not bothered to hide it. "You heard," she said. "I felt it." The bond. The sharp edge of Adric's departure had traveled through her blood and reached him wherever he had been standing. 3 checkpoints and a staircase away. How much? Enough. His voice was rough. "The deadline, the guilds, that you told him you mean to survive." She stepped aside. He hesitated, then walked past her into the room, and she closed the door behind them. The fire had burned low. The ledgers were gone, but the red question mark still hung in Ilvane's memory, bleeding across everything she had not said to Adric. She moved to the hearth and added a log, watching the sparks catch, giving herself time to arrange the words. "The rumor campaign is accelerating," she said. "Isolde has moved from whispers to patterned repetition. I heard the same phrase from a serving girl, a Concord clerk, and the wife of a Cardan quartermaster in the space of 6 hours." "She is disciplined," Tarek said. "I will give her that." "She is reading from Sevra's script. The question is how much of the residence staff is feeding her information and how much is just following orders." He took the chair across from her. The leather creaked. The firelight caught the silver mark climbing his wrist, and she saw that it had grown again, another finger's width reaching toward his elbow. "We need to compare what we have," he said. "Your evidence, mine. No gaps. No omissions." "No omissions," he agreed. She pulled Casomir's folder from beneath the cushion where she had hidden it and laid it flat on the table between them. The leather was worn at the edges. The Saltreach document sat inside, fresh ink beside crossed-out date, and beneath it, the Concord Armory arrowhead wrapped in stained cloth. Tarek produced a folded paper from his inner coat pocket and set it beside the folder. "What is that?" "Ratch changes. Brannoc found them in the residence dispatcher's office an hour ago. The next leg of the procession was supposed to take us through Thornwood Pass, a 3-day ride with 3 planned stops at holding houses operated by neutral Concord staff." "Supposed to?" He tapped the paper. "Someone altered the lodging assignments 2 nights ago. The stops are still the same, but the 3rd holding house has been swapped. Instead of a Concord-run estate on the Eastern Fork, we are being directed to a private hunting lodge registered to a Cardan merchant." "Which merchant?" "The name on the deed is Harold Venet." The room went still. Ilvane felt the name land in her chest like a blade dropped from height. Venet. The same name the forged order had used, the mockery of Esric's memory, the signature on the false command that had sent them into the ambush. "Harold Venet is not a real person," she said. "No, but the hunting lodge is a real building, and someone paid real coin to register it under a false name in time for the route change to seem legitimate." She opened the Saltreach document and spread it beside the route paper, lining up the dates. 3 days before the memorial. 2 nights ago. The same hand moving through different layers of the same apparatus. "She is not improvising," Ilvane said. "She built this before the soulmark appeared. She built it before the truce was signed." "Yes. Then what we walked into was never about the bond. The bond is just the excuse she needed to activate the trap." Tarek looked at her across the firelight. His eyes were dark and tired and steady, and she felt the bond pulse between them with something that was not quite trust yet, but was no longer resistance either. "I have been asking myself the same question," he said. "If Sevra planned this before the mark appeared, then the mark changed nothing except the timing. She would have found another reason to destroy the alliance, another scandal, another death, another way to keep the Concord in control. And we are standing in the middle of it. We are standing in the middle of it." The fire crackled. The paper lay between them, names and dates and false deeds, evidence that would mean nothing if they presented it too early, and everything if they saved it for the right moment. Ilvane pressed her palms flat against the table. "We need a shared map," she said. "Everything I know, everything you know, written in one place where neither of us can deny what the other has seen." "You trust me to see your full hand?" "I trust you to want the same outcome. That is not the same as trust." "No," he said. "It is better. It is harder to break." He pulled a sheet of blank paper from his coat and laid it beside the documents. She found a charcoal nub in the drawer beneath the table, the the kind the resident staff used for inventory marks, and began writing. Saltreach document, 3 days pre-memorial, fresh ink, crossed-out date, forged orders, Venet's signature, ambush at the ridge, Concord Armory arrowhead, 3-pointed seal, weapon requisition inside the institution, route alteration, false name, hunting lodge. 6th Archer reached Yeslo before we did. She wrote until the paper was dense with facts, dates, names, the shape of the conspiracy rising from the charcoal like a map of the wound it had already made. Tarek added what she did not know. The forged order had been delivered through a Cardan relay station that changed hands 3 times in a month. The hunting lodge deed had been notarized by a Concord clerk who was suspended for fraud 2 years ago and reinstated without explanation. When they finished, the paper held more questions than answers, but it held them together. Ilvane sat back. The fire had burned to embers. The room smelled of ash and ink, and the sharp copper edge of the arrowhead wrapped in cloth. 3 weeks, she said. That is the deadline. That is what Adric gave me. Then we have 3 weeks to prove the bond is sovereignty, not sedition. Or 3 weeks to die trying. Tarek looked at her. The silver mark on his wrist caught the last of the firelight, and she felt her own pulse answer, the heat rising unbidden, the pull she had stopped fighting and started using. 3 weeks, he said. We used them. The knock came at the door. Not the measured tap of a servant, a sharp 3-beat rhythm that meant urgency, meant Brannoc, meant something had already happened while they sat here building their map. Ilvane crossed the room and opened the door. Brannoc stood in the corridor with a paper in his hand and a look on his face that she had not seen before, something between fury and alarm. The lodging assignments, he said. The ones I found in the dispatcher's office. What about them? They were changed again, 20 minutes ago, while you were in here. He held out the paper. The 3rd stop had been swapped a 2nd time. Not the hunting lodge, a remote Concord holding station. The same station where Sister Ione Marsak had been taken after her access was suspended. Chapter 17. The hall blazed with candlelight and false faces. Ilvane moved through the crowd in a silver gown that caught every flame, the fabric cut high at the throat to hide the mark. A porcelain mask covered the upper half of her face, painted with thin gold lines that branched like winter branches. She had chosen it deliberately. The pattern echoed something, though no one here knew what. 3 hours until the mask drop. 3 hours of wine, music, and careful smiles. She had been cornered twice already. First by a Cardan trade minister who wanted to discuss grain futures with the kind of eagerness that meant he had heard the rumors and was positioning for collapse. Second by a Concord secretary who asked, with false innocence, whether she found the residence's air quality agreeable or whether it felt close. She had answered both with perfect composure and moved on before they could press further. Now she stood near the eastern arch, watching the dancers turn beneath the chandeliers. Silk and velvet and painted wood. Laughter that never reached anyone's eyes. The air smelled of beeswax and spiced wine and the particular sweat of people performing trust. A figure in a dark mask and steel gray coat stopped beside her. She did not need to see his face to know him. The bond told her before her eyes did, a pulse of heat along her wrist that she had learned to read like a second heartbeat. "You are being watched," Tarek said. His voice was low, pitched for her alone beneath the music. "I am always being watched. More than usual. Lady Yuzla has positioned 3 of her people in this room, 1 near the wine table, 1 at the western door, 1 pretending to admire the tapestry behind you." Ilvane did not turn. "The one at the tapestry. Which hand holds the white cup?" "Left." "Then she is watching the dancers, not me." Left-handed people angled toward what they want to see. Tarek was silent for a moment. She felt his attention shift, testing her claim against the room. "Correct," he said. "The other 2 are watching you." "Then we give them something to watch." She turned to face him fully. The mask hid his expression, but she saw his jaw tighten, the small adjustment of a man preparing for a role he had not rehearsed. "I need you to walk me to the wine table," she said. "Not the one near Yusilda's woman, the one near the musicians. And I need you to touch my elbow when we pass the pillar." "Why the pillar?" Because it blocks the western door's sightline for 3 steps. If we are going to talk, we do it there. He held her gaze through the masks. The silver mark burned beneath her sleeve. Walk beside me, he said. Not ahead, not behind. She fell into step with him, matching his pace through the crowd. The dancers parted around them, faces turning, whispers trailing in their wake. She felt the weight of every glance like a physical pressure against her back. They reached the pillar. The western door vanished behind the stone. The wine table glittered 15 steps ahead. Isilda moved against the council secretary today, Tarek said, his voice barely audible. Hadn't transferred to a border post for questioning route discrepancies. Our route discrepancies? The same. The Concord Armory seal is being investigated by a different committee now, one that reports to a woman who has been Sevra's ally for 12 years. Then the arrowhead evidence will disappear before we can use it. Unless we use it before the committee forms. The pillar ended. The western door came back into view, and Isilda's woman was still watching, her wine cup held in her right hand now, her posture shifted toward them. They reached the wine table. Ilvane took a cup she did not intend to drink from, and turned to face the room. Isilda is moving too fast, she said. She's building the cage before the trap is set. That means Sevra has given her a deadline. Or Sevra is already here. Ilvane's hand stopped halfway to her lips. Here, she repeated, in the residence. I do not know. But Brannoc found a locked coach in the outer courtyard an hour ago. Concord crest, no passengers visible. The driver refused to answer questions. The music shifted. A slower tempo, strings drawing out the notes like breath held too long. Lady Ilvane, the voice came from behind her. Male, polished, carrying the particular warmth of someone who expected to be recognized. She turned. The man wore a mask of gilded bronze, no upper covering, just a lower curve that left his eyes visible. His eyes were pale blue and very calm. He wore the robes of a Concord assessor, the silver rank pins catching the candlelight. I am Ilvane, he said, senior assessor to the Concord Treaty Office. I wonder if I might ask you a question about the memorial service. Ilvane smiled, the smile she had perfected over 17 years of state dinners. Ask. The bells. At the moment the mark appeared. Some witnesses say you reached for the rail before the mark manifested. Others say you reached for it after. The discrepancy has become relevant to the inquiry. She felt Tarek shift beside her, a fraction of movement, nothing a casual observer would notice. I reached for the rail, she said, because the bells were loud and I had been standing for 2 hours. The mark appeared as I moved. I cannot tell you which came first by more than a heartbeat, and I doubt the inquiry will turn on a heartbeat. Ilvane smiled. It did not reach his eyes. 1 heartbeat, he said, is the difference between a woman reacting to a sacred manifestation and a woman steadying herself before a performance. Are you accusing me of timing the soul mark? I am asking what you remember. The inquiry will do the same, with more witnesses and fewer pleasantries. He inclined his head and moved away, dissolving into the crowd like oil into water. Ilvane stood very still. That was a probe, she said, not a question. I know. Someone told him to test me, to see whether I would contradict myself under pressure. I know. Tarek's hand found her elbow, not the brief touch she had asked for at the pillar. A full grip, firm enough to anchor her. We need to move, he said. Stay close to me. If they separate us, they will question us separately before morning. Where? The dance floor. It is the only place we can speak without being overheard, because no one will believe we are speaking under music. He did not wait for her answer. He took her cup, set it on the table, and pulled her into the turning current of dancers. The music caught them. His hand settled at her waist, hers found his shoulder. The steps were formal, the kind of court dance she had learned before she could read, and their bodies remembered the pattern even as their minds raced elsewhere. You are stiff, he said. I am calculating. Stop. You look like a woman calculating. Look at me instead. She lifted her eyes to his mask. The dark enamel reflected the candlelight, and behind the painted surface, his gaze was steady, direct, as though the mask made no difference at all. Better, he said. Do not compliment me. It will make me suspicious. Noted. You are still holding your shoulders like a soldier awaiting orders. I'm soldier awaiting orders. The orders are just not coming from a commander I trust. The dance turned, his hand pressed against her lower back, guiding her through the rotation, and she felt the bond pulse between them, heat and frustration, and something else she refused to name. You felt Adric leave, she said, through the bond. You felt what I felt. Yes. And you came to my door because of it. Yes. That is not tactical. That is not strategic. That is personal. He was silent for 3 steps. The musicians drew the melody long, and the dancers turned beneath the chandeliers, and the masks watched from every corner. No, he said, it is not tactical. She should have stepped back, should have broken the hold and walked away and found a corner where she could breathe without the silver heat crawling up her arm. But she did not. You are not supposed to say that, she said. I know. Then why did you? The dance turned again. His hand stayed at her waist and the bond burned between them, and for a moment the room fell away, the candles and the masks and the watching eyes, and there was only the pressure of his palm and the rhythm they had not rehearsed. Because you asked, he said. She looked at him through the painted gold branches of her mask and felt something crack. Not hatred, not resistance, something older and more dangerous, the shape of a door she had sworn never to open. How do we survive this? She said. Together, or not at all. The music ended. They stood still in the center of the floor, hands still touching, the room holding its breath around them. And then the applause began, scattered and polite and utterly meaningless, and the moment shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces. She stepped back. He let her go, but the heat of his hand stayed at her waist long after she had turned away, and the bond hummed between them like a promise neither had spoken aloud. At the edge of the floor, Usila's woman was already writing something in a small leather book. And in the outer courtyard, the locked coach with the Concord crest sat waiting for its passenger to return. Chapter 18. The music faded into the rustle of silk and the scrape of chairs being pushed back. Ilvane stood at the edge of the dance floor with her hand still half extended, as though expecting Tarek's palm to return. He was already moving toward the eastern arch. She followed because standing still felt like an invitation for Bellerven to circle back with more questions. The corridor beyond the ballroom was dimmer, the candles set farther apart. Tarek did not slow until they reached a narrow alcove where a single tapestry hung, a hunting scene in faded greens and browns. He stopped and turned. Well, she said. Well, what? You pulled me off the floor. You must have had somewhere to go. Away from watchers. He glanced down the corridor. That was the destination. You could have chosen a closer alcove. I could have. The bond pulsed between them, heat and frustration, and something caught beneath both. She hated how easily she could read it now, how the silver mark translated his restraint into pressure against her skin. Say what you came to say, she said. We do not have long before someone notices we are both missing. Tarek's jaw tightened. He looked at her for a long moment, and she watched him decide something, a door opening and closing behind his eyes. It's Saltreach, he said. You think I chose to burn the garrison. I know you chose it. You said so yourself. You gave the order. I gave the order because the siege was killing both sides. The garrison was surrounded. They had no supplies, no reinforcements, and the Cardin families inside were being used as bargaining chips by the Aurelian commander who refused to surrender. Ilvane's hands went still at her sides. You burned them alive. I burned a defensive position that had become a prison. The fire cleared the perimeter in 20 minutes. Of the 44 bodies recovered, 12 were Cardan civilians the Aurelian commander had been holding in the lower cells for 6 weeks. The air left her lungs. How do you know that? Because I counted them. His voice did not waver. I stood in the ash and counted every body, and I wrote the names of the civilians in a separate report that was never filed because the Concord suppressed it. You never told me this. You never asked. You assumed. She felt the accusation land, not as an attack, but as a mirror. She had looked at him and seen only the commander who burned Saltreach, not the man who counted the dead and wrote names no one would read. You could have told me, she said. Could I? He stepped closer. What would you have believed from me 3 days after the memorial? What would you have let yourself hear through the hatred you were carrying? The question hung between them, sharp and true. She hath no answer. You are not wrong to hate me for what I did, he said. I gave orders that killed people you loved. I would hate me too if I were you. But do not hate me for a story you told yourself about why I did it. The crack widened. She felt it in the silver mark, in the heat spreading up her arm, in the way her breath caught and would not release. The hatred she had carried was real. The grief was real. But the shape she had given it, the clean, sharp shape of villain and victim, was crumbling. What do you want from me? She said. Nothing. Liar. He almost smiled. A flicker, gone before it reached his eyes. Fine, he said. I want you to stop treating partnership like a weakness. I want you to stop planning how to absorb every blow alone and then acting surprised when the weight crushes you. I am not. You are. I felt it through the bond when Adri left. You were already calculating how far you could stretch yourself before you broke. You have been doing it since the memorial, since before the memorial, probably since you learned to speak. This is not a conversation I am having in a corridor while Scylla's people search for us. Then tell me when you will have it. His voice dropped. Because the 3 weeks are already bleeding away, and I will not watch you burn yourself to ash for a realm that taught you your life was worth nothing. She stepped back. The wall stopped her. He was close now, closer than the dance had required, close enough that she could see the pulse beating at his throat. What makes you think, she said, that I would let you watch anything? I am already watching. His hand rose, stopped a breath from her jaw, not touching. The bond does not let me look away. Her skin burned where his hand hovered. She could have turned her head, could have stepped sideways and left the alcove and returned to the ballroom, where Ursula's woman was waiting with her leather book and watching eyes. She did not move. Say it, he said. Say you will stop treating the bond like a disease you must survive alone. And if I do not? Then I will follow you through every corridor of this residence until you either let me help or have me arrested. You would not survive the arrest. Neither would you. Her hand moved before she thought. It rose and caught his wrist, and the silver mark flared between them, bright enough to light the alcove. The world held its breath. His thumb traced the edge of her jaw. Once. Featherlight. Tarek. Say it. I cannot promise what I do not know how to keep. That is not a refusal. It is not a yes either. He did not press. He stood there, his hand against her jaw, her hand around his wrist, and the bond hummed between them like a living thing. Tell me what you need, he said. The question cracked her open. No one had ever asked her that. Not Casomir, not Adric, not the ministers who had trained her to give without receiving. No one had ever looked at her and asked what she needed, as though the answer mattered beyond what she could offer. I need to know you are not the thing I will have to sacrifice, she said. That will never happen. You cannot promise that. I am promising exactly that. She released his wrist. He let his hand fall, and in the silence that followed, she learned that trust was not a single choice but 1,000 small ones, and that she had just made one without knowing she was standing at the edge. Ilvane said, "The argument is not finished." It never is. But Ilse's people are searching. They stepped apart. The heat of his hand stayed on her skin, and the bond carried the echo of his pulse, and she walked back toward the ballroom with her head high and her mask in place, knowing she would not sleep tonight. Brannoc met her at the arch. His face was pale. "Where is Tarek?" he said. "Coming. What happened?" Brannoc's scarred knuckles tightened. "That correspondence you altered, the one you redirected through Mira's channels to test the leak." Ilvane's blood went cold. It reached a senior clerk in Casomir's household. That was not the target. It was supposed to reach the commissary. It did not. Brannoc's voice dropped. Someone inside Mira's route changed the destination before it moved through the second station. The clerk who received it has been working for Sevra for 11 years. The world tilted. Ilvane looked down at her hands. They were steady, She had trained them to be steady, but beneath the silver gown, beneath the mask she had not removed, the bond burned so bright she could feel Tarek's alarm before he rounded the corner. And she knew the crack in hatred had opened onto something far more dangerous. Chapter 19. She traced the leak backward, not through accusations or confessions, through ledgers, through shift rotations and door assignments, and the slow arithmetic of who had stood where when the letter changed hands. Brannoc brought her the records from the resident steward's office, lifted in the hour before dawn when the clerks were still asleep. Ilvane spread them across her writing table in the chamber behind 3 checkpoints, and she read each name as though it might hold the shape of the face from her dreams. The pattern emerged by the second hour. Mira's name appeared at every hinge point, not as the hand that redirected the letter, but as the authority that gave the courier access to the inner corridor system. Mira had approved the night schedule. Mira had signed the roster that placed the junior clerk at the sorting table. Mira had not been present when the change was made, but her seal sat on the order like a confession written in someone else's hand. Ilvane sat back. The chair creaked. She had known this moment would come. She had dreamed it in fragments, a beloved face turning away while soldiers filled the palace. She had planned for it, dreaded it, tried to prepare herself for the cut. But knowing a wound was coming and feeling the blade break skin were different countries, and she had just crossed the border. "Tell me what to look for," Brannoc sent from the door. He stood with his arms crossed, his scarred hands hidden, his flat eyes watching her with something that was not quite patience. "Cross-reference the night rotation against the commissary delivery windows," she said. "Find every name that appears in both columns in the last 4 days. And if I find Mira's name again, then we will know the pattern is not coincidence." He nodded and left. The bond pulsed, low and steady, carrying Tarek's attention from wherever he was. Not words, not emotion, just the awareness that he was present in the world, that he knew she was tracing a wound, that he would be there when she was ready to speak. She did not want to speak. She wanted to be wrong. The room assignment was a test. Ilvane chose it at random, a storage annex on the 3rd floor that had stood empty since a trade delegation left in autumn. She told no one except the steward, face to face, with no witnesses and no written order. A single chamber, unlocked after midnight, with no purpose and no explanation. She told herself it was a trap. Set bait, wait for the fish to bite. But when the midnight bell rang and Brannoc returned with a face like stone, she knew the fish had swallowed. "Someone unlocked the annex at 11:30, he said. A figure in dark wool entered, searched, left through the service stair. "Did you see the face?" "The corridor was unlit. I did not get close enough." Ilvane pressed her palms flat against the table. The wood was cold. The wood did not answer. "The schedule rotation," she said. "Mira's name. Present." Her seal approved the steward's assignment of the night watch. She has no direct connection to the annex, but she authorized the officer who authorized the team that would have been watching that corridor if anyone had been watching it. "What are you telling me, Brannoc?" "I am telling you that someone with access to Mira Quinnell's authority opened that door tonight. Whether she gave them the key or they stole it, I cannot answer." The bond flared. Tarek's alarm sharp and immediate, as though he had felt the blood drain from her face across the distance between them. She looked at her hands. They were steady. She had trained them to be steady. But beneath the table, beneath the composure she had worn like armor since childhood, something was breaking. Not the bone of her will, the architecture she had built around it. The belief that she could solve this alone, that she could protect Mira by suspecting her in private and forgiving her in silence, that the weight of the realm could be carried in the hollow of one throat. She had been wrong, and wrong cost people. "I need to speak to her," Ilvane said. "Now? Before I lose the nerve." Brannoc stepped aside. The corridor was dark. The lamps had been trimmed for the night, and the shadows leaned in long, patient angles. Ilvane walked with her hand against the wall, counting doors, counting steps, counting the heartbeats between where she was and where she was going. Mira's chamber was at the end of the eastern wing. A sliver of light showed beneath the door. Ilvane knocked. The sound was soft, but it carried in the silence like a stone dropped into still water. She heard movement inside, the rustle of fabric, the creak of a chair. Then the latch lifted and the door opened, and Mira stood in the gap with her hair unbound and her face worn bare of its usual composure. "Princess," she said. "It is late. I know. Is something wrong?" Ilvane looked at her. Mira Quinnell had been at her side for 11 years. She knew the shape of Ilvane's grief before Ilvane had named it. She had held the basin when the seasickness took hold, carried the correspondence when the ministers refused to speak to a woman directly, stood at the memorial with her hand on Ilvane's back, and done nothing but breathe in time with her. She could not be a traitor, but the evidence did not care what Ilvane believed. "Someone redirected my letter," Ilvane said. "Through your channels, using your schedule. Before midnight tonight, they searched a room I had changed at random without telling anyone except the steward." Mira's face went still. "You are asking if I did it. I am asking if you know who did." "I do not." Mira's voice was flat. "But I know what it looks like. It looks like you." Yes, the word hung between them. Ilvane waited for the denial, for the tears, the outrage, the protest that would prove her faith had been misplaced in the opposite direction. But Mira simply stood there, her hands loose at her sides, her eyes steady and unreadable. "I could swear it," Mira said. "But you would not believe an oath any more than you believe the access logs." "Then give me something I can believe." Mira was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her robe, pulled out a folded slip of paper, and held it out. Ilvane took it. The ink was fresh. The handwriting was not Mira. A short message, 4 lines, instructing the reader to unlock the annex at 11:30 and search for any documents bearing the Concord seal. It was signed with no name, but the hand that had written it had looped the letter E in the same distinctive way Ilvane had seen in every memorandum from the resident steward's office for the past 7 days. Someone was using Mira's access, and Mira had just handed her proof that the breach did not begin with her. "I found it in my desk an hour ago," Mira said. "Someone placed it there after the search. They wanted me to find it. They wanted you to find me holding it." Ilvane looked up from the paper. The corridor was empty, but somewhere above them, in the dark between the walls, a floorboard creaked, and Ilvane understood that the trap was not meant for the letter. It was meant for her trust, and she had just walked into its center with her eyes open. Chapter 20. The floorboard creaked again, closer this time. Ilvane folded the note into her palm, the paper sharp against her skin. Mira's eyes tracked the movement, then lifted to the corridor ceiling where the sound had come from. "Get inside," Mira said. "No." Ilvane stepped backward into the corridor, her shoulders finding the wall. "If they are watching, they already know I am here. Then what do you want me to do?" Ilvane looked at her. 11 years. 11 years of shared chambers and whispered counsel, and the particular intimacy of someone who had seen her cry exactly once, at her father's deathbed, and never mentioned it again. "Stay," Ilvane said. "Do not change your routines. Do not alter your access. If they are framing you, they expect you to flinch. And if I am truly the leak, then you would not have handed me the note." Mira's jaw tightened. "That is not proof. It is a choice, and I am choosing to believe it for now." She turned before Mira could answer, before the floor could creak again, before she could see what lay in the space between faith and folly. The corridor stretched ahead, dark and patient, and Ilvane walked it alone. The summons came at dawn. A steward in King Casomir's colors, a young man with a raw, scrubbed face and hands that trembled slightly as he delivered the message. The king requested Princess Ilvane and Lord General Tarek's presence in the map room at the hour of first light. No ministers, no witnesses. Ilvane found Tarek already in the eastern corridor, his coat rebuttoned over fresh linen, his shoulder moving stiffly beneath the fabric. "You received word too," she said. "I received a man who looked like he would rather be anywhere else." He fell into step beside her. "What does he want?" "I do not know. The truth, I suspect." Ilvane glanced at him. That would make him the first person in this residence to ask for it outright. The map room was a long, narrow chamber on the ground floor, its walls lined with faded charts of the old United Kingdom before the sundering split it in two. Casomir stood at the far end, his back to the door, one hand resting on a table covered in survey rolls and troop marker tiles. He did not turn when they entered. "I received a report last night," he said. Not through the official channel. Through a kitchen runner who owes me a personal debt. Ilvane's pulse tightened. What kind of report? The kind that says you were ambushed on the road to Verdun Post. Casomir turned. His face was calm, but his eyes carried something she had not seen before. Not fear, not jealousy. The kind that says someone wearing mixed insignia tried to kill you both and frame two kingdoms for a border clash. Tarek said nothing. Ilvane waited. I am told, Casomir continued, that you survived, that you reached Verdun Post anyway, that my mistress of ceremonies has been spreading rumors about painted soul marks since the moment you arrived. He paused. No one in my council told me any of this. You are the king, Tarek said quietly. Yes, I am the king. Casomir's voice carried no anger, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Which means someone has decided that what I do not know is safer than what I might do with the truth. He moved around the table, his fingers brushing the edge of a faded chart marked with the old border before the sundering. I did not ask for this marriage to please Sevra Tolling, he said. I did not ask for it to give the Concord a ceremonial puppet on a throne. I asked for it because Aurelis needed grain and Cardan needed stability, and I believed two realms could learn to share a wound instead of deepening it. He sobbed, and now I find out that my own household has been filtering my intelligence. That a woman I trust to choreograph my public appearances is feeding a narrative designed to destroy the princess I was meant to marry. That forged orders in my name sent my general and my betrothed into a kill box. Ilvane felt the weight of it settle in the room. You sent no such orders, Tarek said. I know. Casomir's gaze was cold now. But the fact that you have to confirm it tells me everything about how broken the machinery has become. He looked at Ilvane. I cannot command the Concord. I cannot arrest Sevra Tolin without a legal foundation that withstands the archives. I cannot even guarantee that my own correspondence reaches its destination without being read by 3 people before I see it. He paused. But I can ask you both to tell me the truth, and I can promise you that I will not obstruct whatever path you choose to take. Ilvane studied him. He was young, younger than she had allowed herself to see, because she had needed him to be either a rival or a pawn, and he was neither. He was a man waking up to the cage he had been placed in, and choosing not to accept it. Sevra's conspiracy predates the soulmark, Ilvane said. Casomir's eyes sharpened. How do you know? The Saltreach filing, the one you gave me. It was dated 3 days before the memorial. He absorbed this. Before the bond appeared. Yes, she built the architecture first. The bond is only the excuse to activate it. And the ambush? False flag, Tarek said. Concord armory arrows. Courtyard soldiers pretending to be border raiders. They wanted us dead or discredited, and they would have gotten either outcome if we had not been lucky. Casomir turned to the map table. His hand moved over the tiles, adjusting a marker at the border crossing near Verdun Post. The gesture was unconscious, the habit of a man who had learned to read military movements, even if he never led them. Where are you being sent next? He asked. The holding station at Thornwood Reach, Ilvane said. The remote one. Yes, the one where Sister Ione is being held. Ilvane felt the shift in the room. Casomir knew more than she had given him credit for. He had been paying attention. That is not a coincidence, Casomir said. Sevra is drawing you to a location of her choosing. She means to close the trap there. Then we walk into it, Ilvane said. Or we break the pattern and force her to move before she is ready. Casomir looked at her. Which will you choose? Ilvane felt Tarek's presence beside her, felt the weight of the bond, the silver pulse beneath her sleeve, the steady heat of a choice she was still learning to trust. I do not know yet, she said. Casomir nodded slowly. Good, that means you are still thinking. He reached into his coat, pulled out a sealed envelope and held it out. This is a writ of access. It authorizes the bearer to enter any Concord holding station under Cardan jurisdiction without prior notification. I signed it this morning, before the council knew I was awake. Ilvane took it. If Sevra asks, Casomir said, I will deny I gave it to you, but if you need to reach Yaino before the trap closes, you will not be stopped by a locked door. Tarek studied him. Why? Because I am tired of being a seal. Casomir's voice was quiet. I am tired of being told what is safe for me to know. And I am tired of watching good people burn while the Concord warms its hands on the coals. He turned back to the map. Go, both of you. Find Iono. Break whatever trap Sevra has waiting, and when you come back, tell me what you need from me to finish this. Ilvane looked at the writ in her hands. The paper was warm. The ink was still drying at the edges. She had not expected to find an ally in her betrothed. She had not expected to find a man who would rather be a king than a figurehead, even if it meant giving up the bride he had been promised. Thank you, she said. Casomir did not turn. Do not thank me yet. You have not walked into the trap. They left him standing alone in the map room, his hand still resting on the faded chart of a kingdom that had not existed for 100 years. The corridor outside was empty. Tarek walked beside her, his shoulder brushing hers, the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. He could have buried us, Tarek said. He could have let Sevra handle it and kept his hands clean. He could have. Instead, he gave us a weapon. Ilvane looked at the writ in her hands. Or a leash, she said. Tarek stopped. She looked up. His face was unreadable, but the bond carried something warmer, something that might have been the beginning of trust. We will find out which, he said, at Thornwood Reach. Ilvane holded the writ into her sleeve. The trap was waiting. The bond was burning. And somewhere ahead, Sister Ione sat in a holding cell, holding the only fragment of law that could crown them or condemn them. She did not know if they would reach her in time. But for the first time in days, Ilvane did not walk alone. The corridor creaked behind them, and she caught the faint scrape of a boot on stone. The Watcher had followed. Chapter 21. The morning air tasted of ash and burnt grain. Ilvane stood at the edge of the ceremony field, the writ still warm in her sleeve, watching servants stack the first offerings onto the iron braziers. The rite of ash and grain was older than the Concord, older than the Sundering, a treaty observance meant to bind harvest to truce and remind both realms that starvation remembered no border. She had attended it every year since she was old enough to stand through a ceremony without fidgeting. She had never attended it with an assassin watching from the crowd. Tarek stood 3 paces to her left, positioned as protocol demanded for a foreign general honoring Aurelis rights. His coat was formal, dark wool with the silver bars at his collar, and his face carried the careful blankness of a man who had learned to smile through funerals. The bond pulsed beneath her sleeve, a question, a warning. She did not look at him. Casomir stood at the central brazier, his hands extended over the flames as the Rite keeper chanted the invocation. His voice carried steady across the field, but Ilvane saw the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers did not quite touch the heat. He knew. They all knew. The ceremony had been scheduled for weeks, part of the treaty reassurance meant to calm the guildmasters and the harbor factors, to prove that the alliance would hold despite the scandal of the soulmark. But the crowd was thinner than it should have been. The merchants who usually packed the observation galleries had sent junior clerks instead. The Concord representatives stood in a tight cluster near the eastern pavilion, their faces unreadable. Sevra was not present. That was the detail that pressed hardest against Ilvane's ribs. The archminister should have been here, robed and watchful, her pale eyes counting every gesture. Her absence meant she was elsewhere, moving pieces that Ilvane could not see. The Rite keeper lifted the first grain basket. From the fields of Aurelis, she called, sown in spring, harvested in blood, offered in trust. Ilvane stepped forward. Protocol required the Aurelian heir to place the first handful of grain into the brazier, a gesture of commitment that bound harvest to treaty. She had done it before. She had done it knowing that the grain was borrowed, that Aurelis could not feed itself, that every kernel she dropped into the fire was a prayer that the winter would not kill her people. She reached into the basket. The grain was rough against her palm, still husked, still alive. She turned toward the brazier, and the crowd gasped. She heard it before she understood it. A sharp intake of breath from the observation gallery, a clatter from the eastern pavilion. A woman's cry cut short. Ilvane spun, her hands still full of grain, her body already moving before her mind caught up. A figure in servant's gray had broken the ceremonial line. He was fast, trained. His hand came up with a blade that caught the morning light, and he was moving not toward Ilvane but past her, past Tarek, straight for the central brazier where Casomir stood with his hands still extended over the flames. The king did not see it. He was still facing the fire, his eyes closed, his lips moving with the invocation. Ilvane opened her mouth to scream. Tarek was already moving. She saw him cross the distance in 3 strides, his body cutting between the assassin and the king, his shoulder dropping into the blade's path with a precision that could only be practice. The steel took him high in the chest, just below the collarbone, and the impact spun him sideways into the brazier. The fire roared, grain scattered across the stones. Casomir stumbled back, his hands white with ash, his face frozen in the moment between comprehension and action. Guards were running from every direction, their boots thundering against the ceremony field. But they were too late. The assassin was already turning, already raising the blade for a second strike. Ilvane did not think. She threw. The grain in her hand caught the man across the face, a handful of rough husks and sharp edges that bought her 1 heartbeat. 2. He staggered, blinking, and in that instant, the guards reached him. Steel met steel. The blade clattered to the stones. Ilvane was already at Tarek's side. He lay half against the brazier, his coat smoking where the embers had caught the wool, his hand pressed to the wound below his collarbone. Blood pulsed through his fingers, dark and too fast, and his face had gone the color of ash. He coughed. Blood flecked his lips. Ilvane! She dropped to her knees beside him. The bond screamed. Not the warm pulse of shared emotion, not the steady heat of proximity. This was a raw, tearing sensation, as if something had hooked into her chest and was pulling. She felt his pain as her own, the burning in his shoulder, the spreading cold where the blade had carried something into his blood. Poison. She knew it before the healers did. She knew it from the way his pupils dilated, from the tremor in his fingers, from the thread of silver that flickered across his skin as the soulmark tried to anchor him to the world. "You are not dying," she said. His mouth moved. No sound came out. The ceremony field was chaos. Guards formed a perimeter around Casomir, pulling the king away from the brazier, away from the blood, away from the dying general who had taken a blade meant for him. The Rite keeper was shouting. The Concord representatives were retreating toward the pavilion, their faces white. No one was looking at Ilvane. No one saw what she did next. She placed her palm against Tarek's chest, over the wound, over the blood, over the silver mark that flickered like a dying flame. The bond answered before she commanded it. Silver light surged up her arm, hot and bright, flooding through her fingers into his body. She did not know what she was doing. She only knew that she could not let go. The mark blazed between them, visible through his coat, visible through her sleeve, a column of white light that arched across the gap between their chests. The heat was immense, searing, and Tarek's body arched beneath her hand as the silver poured into him, fighting the poison, burning through whatever foreign thing the blade had carried. Someone screamed. Ilvane did not look up. She held until her arm trembled, until her vision blurred at the edges, until the silver light dimmed and the bond settled back into its low, familiar pulse beneath her skin. Tarek's eyes opened. He looked at her. His hand came up, unsteady, and closed around her wrist. "Stay," he breathed. She stayed. The ceremony field had fallen silent. Ilvane looked up and saw every face turned toward her. The guards, the courtiers, the Concord representatives. Casomir, standing at the edge of the perimeter, his hands still stained with ash, his eyes fixed on the silver light that had not yet faded from her skin. The bond was no longer a rumor. It was a fact. And Archminister Sevra, standing at the far edge of the observation gallery with her dove-gray robes and her pale, calculating eyes, had just watched her proof become visible enough that no record could erase it. She watched the realization settle across the Archminister's face, the cold certainty of a woman who had just seen her best trap fail. Then she watched Sevra turn and walk away. Chapter 22. The silver light faded from Ilvane's hand, and the silence that replaced it was worse than screaming. Tarek's chest rose beneath her palm. Once, twice. The rhythm held, steady and wrong only in its slowness. His eyes had not closed again. He was watching her with the same expression he had worn when he said, "Stay," as if she were the only fixed point in a world that had just tilted off its axis. His voice scraped. You are burning. She looked down at her arm. The soul mark was no longer a line of silver climbing her wrist. It was a river, bright and pulsing, branching across her skin in patterns she had never seen before. The light did not fade. It settled under her skin like something alive, and she felt it anchor there, a new weight in her bones. She was still kneeling in the ash. The guards had not moved. The courtiers had not moved. Even the assassin, pinned to the stones by 3 soldiers, had gone still, his head turned to watch the woman whose palms still glowed with silver fire. Casomir was the first to break the spell. Get the healers, he said, and his voice carried across the field like a blade. Now! The command shattered the freeze. Soldiers scattered. Someone began shouting orders. A woman in the crowd started to cry, a sharp, hysterical sound that cut through the murmur rising from every corner of the ceremony field. Ilvane did not move. She kept her hand on Tarek's chest, feeling the heartbeat beneath her fingers, counting each pulse as if her attention alone could keep them coming. The wound was still there. She could feel it, the torn flesh, the scorched blood where the silver had burned through the poison. But the bleeding had stopped. The wound had closed, raw and pink and impossibly whole. Help me lift him, she said. 2 soldiers stepped forward. They were Cardan men, their faces hard with shock, but they did not hesitate. They lifted Tarek from the brazier's edge, careful of his shoulder, and carried him toward the pavilion where the healers were already spreading a blanket across the grass. Ilvane followed. She did not look back at the observation gallery. She did not need to. She had felt Sevra's gaze like a cold thread across her skin, a weight that pressed against the bond's warmth. And she knew the Archminister was still there, still watching, still calculating. Let her watch. Tarek was alive. The healers worked in silence. Ilvane stood at the edge of the pavilion, her arms crossed, her fingers pressed against the silver mark that still glowed faintly beneath her sleeve. She could not make it stop. The light had dimmed but not faded, and every healer who glanced at her looked away too quickly. They did not understand what they had seen. Neither did she. The senior healer, a gray-haired woman with steady hands and a voice like gravel, straightened and turned. The wound is sealed. No sign of infection, no residue of poison in his blood. I cannot explain it. I can, Casomir said. He stood at the pavilion entrance, his formal coat still smudged with ash, his hands stained gray from the brazier he had nearly fallen into. His face was pale, but his voice was steady. She healed him, with the bond, in front of everyone. The healer's mouth opened and closed. That is not possible. It happened. Casomir's gaze found Ilvane's, and something in his eyes shifted, not suspicion, but recognition. I saw it. You cannot possibly. I saw it, he repeated, and the finality in his voice closed the argument. The crowd did not disperse. They clustered at the edges of the ceremony field, held back by guards who had formed a loose perimeter, their voices a low hum of shock and speculation. Ilvane heard fragments as she walked past, too raw to filter. Saw the light myself, silver, like the old stories. That is what they said about the sundering, that the bond burned through everything. She touched him, and the wound closed. I saw it close. Do not repeat that. You will have the Concord on you. The Concord. Ilvane stopped at the edge of the pavilion and looked toward the observation gallery. It was empty. Sevra Tolim had not stayed to watch the healers work. She had not stayed to ask questions, to offer condolences, to perform the rituals of concern that protocol demanded. She had simply walked away, and that absence was more damning than any accusation she could have spoken. Giselle de Perrin stood alone at the gallery rail, her pale blue dress stark against the gray stone. She was not watching the crowd. She was watching Ilvane, and her smile had finally dropped away. For one beat, the mask cracked. Then, Sheila turned and followed Severn's path into the residence, her skirts whispering against the stone. Tarek's hand found hers before she reached his cot. His fingers were warm, alive. The fever had not come, and the healer had said it would not, because whatever Ilvane had done had burned the poison clean. You saved my life, he said. You took a blade for Casomir. I took a blade that was meant for the wedding. His grip tightened. That was for you. The bond pulsed between them, a low, steady heat that had not been there before. It felt different now. Not a crack, not a thread. The anchor sunk deep into the center of her chest, and she knew with a certainty that made her stomach drop that she could not undo what she had done. She did not want to. "I do not know how I did that," she said. "I know." Tarek's thumb traced a slow circle on the inside of her wrist. "But you did, and now the whole court knows what you can do." "Sevra knows." "Yes." His voice was quiet. "She knows exactly what you are now." Ilvane looked down at their joined hands, at the silver light that still flickered beneath her skin, and felt the weight of what she had become settle across her shoulders like a crown she had never asked to wear. She had saved him. She had also made herself the most dangerous person in either realm, and Sevra Tolan, who had walked away without a word, was already planning her answer. Chapter 23. Dawn found the residence sealed behind a wall of silence. No one had slept. The servants moved in clusters, their eyes fixed on the floor, their hands clasped too tightly. The guards at every door stood straighter than protocol required, and their gazes followed Ilvane with a mixture of awe and fear she had never seen directed at her before. She walked the corridor toward the pavilion, and the air parted around her. Courtiers pressed themselves against the walls. Some bowed. Others made the old sign against evil, fingers tracing the sundering mark across their chests. A woman in cardan blue dropped to one knee, and Ilvane got the whispered word before it faded. Sanctity. She kept walking. The pavilion flaps were tied open, and Brannoc stood at the entrance with his scarred knuckles crossed at his belt. He did not greet her. He simply nodded and stepped aside, and she read the shift in his stance. He had stopped watching her as a political complication. She was now his commander's lifeline, and Banquet Iziri protected lifelines with absolute silence. Tarek was awake. He sat propped against the cot's frame, his coat discarded, fresh bandages visible at the edge of his collar. His face was pale, but his eyes tracked her the moment she entered, and the bond pulsed between them like a second heartbeat. "You should be resting," she said. "I should be dead." His voice was rough. "Thanks to you." The words sat between them, heavier than gratitude. Ilvane crossed to the cot and sat on the stool beside it, close enough that her knee brushed the edge of the mattress. "The court is dividing," she said. "I counted 3 camps in one corridor. Those who want to kneel, those who want to burn us, and those who are waiting to see which way the wind blows. You see that we've been in the burning camp. She followed Sevra into the residence last night. They are planning." Tarek's hand found hers, his fingers threading through hers with a familiarity that still felt new, still felt dangerous. The bond carried his warmth, his steadiness, and she let herself draw from it for one breath before she pulled her hand back. "We need to move before they do." Casomir met them in the map room. The king wore the same coat from the ceremony, the ash still smudged across his collar. He had not slept either. His eyes were red-rimmed, but his voice carried the quiet authority of a man who had stopped pretending to be a figurehead. "The morning council has been redirected to the Eastern Hall," he said. "I told my steward I was too shaken to receive them. That gives us until midday." He spread a sheet of vellum across the table. Names. Lane read the list and felt the shape of the court shift in her mind. Casomir had divided them into columns, those who witnessed the bond and spoke of sanctity, those who witnessed and spoke of sorcery, and those who had not been present but would choose sides based on survival. "Ven is already asking questions," Casomir said. "Beller Ven. He has requested permission to interview the guards who saw the healing." "Deny it," Tarek said. "I cannot. He is Concord assessor. He outranks my household authority on sacred matters." Casomir's jaw tightened. "But I can delay. I can lose his request in the protocol office for 3 days while we find the assassin's chain of custody." Ilvane looked up. "You have the assassin?" "I had him." Casomir's voice shifted, and the weight in it made the bond flicker across Ilvane's skin. "I sent my own men to secure him before the Concord could claim jurisdiction. They reported to me an hour ago." Something cold settled in Ilvane's chest. "What happened?" "The assassin is dead." Tarek went still beside her. "His cell was sealed," Casomir said, and the quiet fury in his voice was worse than shouting. "My men watched the door all night. No one entered, no one left. When they checked at dawn, he was on the floor with his neck broken. Professional, Tarek said. Clean. No sign of forced entry, no witnesses, no noise. Casomir's hands were steady, but he kept tapping the table with his index finger. Once, twice, a man counting his remaining allies. And the blade is gone. Ilvane felt the floor drop out from under the morning's fragile momentum. Gone? She repeated. How? The same way the assassin died. No trace. The blade was secured in an evidence chest. This morning the chest was empty and the seal was intact. Casomir's gaze met hers. Whoever did this has access to everything. My household, your residence, Concord protocol. They moved through the walls. The bond pulsed with Tarek's grim recognition. This is not a retreat, he said. This is Sevra showing us she can reach any room, any lock, any prisoner. She let us have the healing. She let the bond become public. And now she has taken the proof that would have let us name her. Ilvane stared at the empty space on the vellum where the assassin's name should have been. She had healed Tarek. She had shown the court what the bond could do. She had thought that was a victory. Sevra had let her think that. She is not running, Ilvane said, and the words tasted like ash. She is reloading. Casomir's hand stilled on the table. Tarek's fingers found hers beneath the edge of the vellum, and the bond carried only one thing, the shared certainty that they had just lost a battle they had not known they were fighting. And somewhere in the residence, behind locked doors and cracked masks, Sevra Tolan was already planning the next one. Chapter 24. Sister Ione did not wait for Ilvane to speak. She was waiting in the chapel annex behind the map room, seated on a wooden bench with a candle guttering beside her. The same thin hands, the same ink-stained fingers, but her face had changed since Thornwood Reach, harder, sharper, as if imprisonment had filed away whatever softness had remained. I heard what you did, Ione said before Ilvane could close the door. The whole residence heard. They are calling it a miracle and a curse in the same breath. Ilvane stayed standing. You said the sovereign bond could stabilize the old crown. You did not say it could heal. Because I did not know. Iona's eyes met hers. That knowledge was lost, burned in the same fires that took the rest. Then tell me what you do know. Ione rose. She moved to the altar where a worn leather satchel sat open, and she pulled out a bundle of parchment so brittle the edges flaked as she touched them. The old bonded crown was not a symbol, she said. It was a mechanism, forged before the sundering, designed to prevent unilateral rule. Two sovereigns, bound by the silver mark, could only exercise authority through mutual consent. Neither could command armies alone. Neither could sign treaties without the other's living signature. Ilvane felt the bond pulse at her wrist, a low thrum that matched the rhythm of her heart. It was built to require trust, Ione continued. The old architects understood that power concentrated in one will corrupts. They designed the crown to need partnership. The silver bond was not a blessing. It was a constitutional lock. Then what went wrong? Iona's fingers paused over the parchment. The first bonded reign lasted 37 years, she said. Two sovereigns who chose each other, ruled together, and rebuilt a kingdom that had been fractured for generations. The chronicles call it the Silver Age. Ilvane waited, and then one of them died. The candle flickered. Ione's voice dropped. The surviving sovereign did not accept the loss. The bond had been alive between them for so long that separation was not grief, it was amputation. She tried to keep her partner's will alive through the relic. She used the crown to force consent where it no longer existed. She spoke for both of them. She ruled for both of them. Ione looked up. The boundary between shared sovereignty and one will controlling everything dissolved. The partner became a shadow. The bond, which had been designed to prevent tyranny, became its engine. And when the court tried to intervene, the surviving sovereign turned the crown's power against them. The sundering, Ilvane said. The sundering. Ione's voice was barely a whisper. The war that followed split the kingdom into two realms. The relic was broken, the records were burned, and the Concord was created to ensure that no bond would ever have that kind of legal power again. Ilvane felt the words land like stones, each one heavier than the last. Sevra was not wrong. She had looked at the old history and seen the same ending Ione was describing. A bond that began as love, as partnership, as the highest form of trust, and ended with one will consuming the other, consuming a kingdom, consuming everything. She is not wrong, Ilvane said. Ione did not argue. Sevra believes she is preventing a second sundering, Ilvane continued. She thinks Tarek and I are the beginning of the same catastrophe. Yes, and she will kill us to stop it. Without hesitation. Iona's voice was steady, because she has seen the evidence. The same evidence I am showing you now. She knows what the sovereign bond can become. Ilvane's hand found the edge of the altar, gripping it to steady herself. Then why are you helping us? She asked. If you know the bond can destroy everything, because I also know it does not have to. Iona stepped closer, and for the first time, her voice carried something that was not warning. The first bonded reign fell because the surviving sovereign forgot the core mechanism. The crown requires mutual consent, not one will preserved through ritual, not love used as a leash. Two voices speaking together, freely, or the relic cannot activate. She placed her palm over the parchment. That is what Sevra refuses to understand. She sees the bond as a weapon that cannot be controlled, but it was designed as a lock that can only be opened by choice. If you and Tarek hold the bond on your own terms, if you never let the crown speak for only one of you, the catastrophe she fears cannot happen. Ilvane stared at the brittle parchment, at the faded ink that held the blueprint of a fallen age. How do I know I will not become her? She asked, the sovereign who could not let go. Iona's smile was thin and sad. You asked the question. She never did. The bond flickered, and Ilvane felt Tarek's presence at the edge of her awareness. Not alarm, not urgency, just a steady warmth, waiting. She had pulled him back from death. She had anchored the bond in ways she could not undo. And now she understood that the power she had used to save him was the same power that had destroyed a kingdom. Sevra's terror had roots, but roots could be pulled up if you knew where to dig. I need to see the crown, Ilvane said. The relic, the mechanism. Iona shook her head. It is held in the Concord vault beneath the cathedral. Sevra keeps it under 7 seals. No one touches it without her authorization. Then we need a reason to touch it. A legal challenge. Iona's eyes sharpened. If you and Tarek formally claim the sovereign bond before the Concord Council, the old law requires the relic to be produced for verification. It has never been invoked. The petition has been dead for 3 centuries. But Sevra controls the council. Yes, Iona's voice was quiet, which is why you will need more than a petition. You will need witnesses who cannot be silenced, evidence that cannot be stolen, and a public choice that no seal can contain. The candle guttered and died. In the dark, Ilvane felt the bond pulse once, steady, anchoring her. She thought of the assassin's broken neck in a sealed cell, the stolen blade, the evidence chest with its seal intact. Sarah could reach any room. But she could not reach a choice made in full view of both realms, witnessed by enough people that killing them all would destroy the Concord's legitimacy. You said the crown requires mutual consent, Ilvane said into the dark. What happens if we claim it in public, before the council, and Sevra refuses to produce the relic? Iona's pause was long enough to feel. Then she must explain why she is blocking the ancient verification rite, Iona said slowly. In front of every noble, every guildmaster, every sacred official in both realms, she would have to name her fear aloud. And if she does? Then the court chooses who they believe. The woman who trusts the bond to destroy, or the bond-bearers who chose each other freely, with their eyes open. Ilvane felt the shape of the plan forming, fragile and sharp, like a blade drawn from still water. Sevra had taken the assassin, the blade, the evidence. But she had not taken Iona, and she had not taken the story. Find me the petition language, Ilvane said. The ritual for claiming the bond before the council. I want to know exactly what we would have to say, and exactly what Sevra would have to do to stop us. Iona's hand found hers in the dark. I will have it by morning. Ilvane stepped back, felt the door behind her, and paused with her hand on the handle. One more question. Yes. The sovereign who could not let go, how did she die? Iona's voice was barely audible. No one knows. The chronicles end 3 weeks after the sundering began. The bonded crown was found in the ruins of the throne room, intact but empty. The sovereign was never seen again. Ilvane opened the door. The light from the corridor spilled in, and for one moment, Iona's face looked carved from something older than stone. "Do not become her," Iona said. Ilvane did not answer. She walked into the corridor, the bond pulsing warm against her wrist, and somewhere in the residence, behind locked doors, Sevra was building her next cage from the same history Ilvane had just learned. But Ilvane now knew the shape of the lock, and she was beginning to understand what key it required. Chapter 25. The corridor was empty. Ilvane stood outside the chapel annex with Iona's words still pressing against her ribs, the petition language not yet written, the ritual not yet found. The bond pulsed once, steady, and she followed it through the residence's sleeping halls toward the pavilion where Tarek lay recovering. 2 guards stepped aside as she approached. One of them, a woman with a scar across her jaw, met Ilvane's eyes and dropped her gaze first. "Sanctity," the courtier had whispered. She did not correct him. Inside, the pavilion was dim, lit by a single oil lamp turned low. Tarek sat propped against the cot frame, his face drawn but his eyes open. He watched her enter with the flat attention of a man who had spent years reading the weight of every arrival. "You should be sleeping," she said. "I should be dead." His voice was Russ, still carrying the residue of poison and healing. "You made different arrangements." She sat on the stool beside the cot, close enough that their knees almost touched. The bond hummed between them, neither thread nor anchor, but something settling, still finding its new shape. "Iono told me about the crown," she said. "The mechanism, how it works." "Works or worked, there is a difference. She thinks we can claim it before the council, force Sevra to produce the relic, or explain her fear in front of both realms." Tarek's jaw tightened. "And if the council votes against us before we can speak, then we will have made the choice in public anyway, witnessed." Ilvane heard how thin her voice sounded. Enough people watching that killing us both would destroy the Concord's legitimacy. He studied her for a long moment, the lamplight carving shadows across his face. "You saw something in Ionan's story," he said. "Not just the mechanism, something else." It was not a question. Ilvane looked down at her hands. The silver mark climbed her wrist, branching and alive, no longer a crack but a river. She had spent her whole life believing that survival required her to be spent, that every choice was a transaction where she paid in flesh and got back a few more weeks for her people. Sevra believed the same thing. The difference was that Sevra had decided it was mercy. "She is not a monster," Ilvane said slowly. "Sevra, she is not killing us because she hates us. She is killing us because she believes the bond will destroy everything she built. The controlled peace, the manageable marriages, the kings who cannot rule alone. And that makes it better?" "No," Ilvane met his eyes. "It makes it harder. Because I cannot simply name her evil and be done with it. I have to understand why she is right, and then choose to be wrong anyway." Tarek was quiet for a long moment. Then we reached out, his hand finding hers, palm against palm. The silver light flared once, soft, then settled. "Then we will be wrong together," he said, "and we will let the courts decide which version of wrong saves more lives." Ilvane's breath caught. She had not asked him to say that, had not expected it. But the bond carried the truth of it through his skin, steady and deliberate. "You told me once," she said, "that you would never be what I had to sacrifice." "I remember." "Did you mean it?" He did not look away. "I meant it more than I have meant anything, and I will mean it until Sevra proves me wrong." The oil lamp flickered. Outside, footsteps approached at a pace that was not casual. Ilvane rose before the guard could knock, her hand still in Tarek's, and she did not let go. The guard entered, a young man with a pale face and a sealed note balanced on his palm. "From the residence steward's office, Your Highness. Delivered 5 minutes ago. The steward said it could not wait until morning." Ilvane took the note, broke the seal. The handwriting was not the steward's. It was thin, precise, and unmistakably familiar. Princess Ilvane. "The Concord Council has been convened for emergency session at dawn," By the time you read this, the writ of access your ally gave you will have been challenged. I will see you at the table. Bring your general. St. Ilvane read it twice. Sevra was not waiting for them to make the first move. She was already seated at the board, and she had called the game before Ilvane had even chosen her pieces. What does it say? Tarek asked. Ilvane handed him the note. She watched his face harden as he read, the soldier's mask sliding back into place. Dawn, he said. 4 hours. Less, if she moves the schedule forward while we prepare. He swung his legs over the side of the cot, wincing once, then stilling. Then we do not prepare. We go now. You cannot stand a council session in your condition. I can stand anything that keeps us ahead of her. He looked up at her, and the bond carried the weight of what he did not say. I can stand anything that keeps you alive. Ilvane felt the shape of it settle in her chest, warm and terrible. She had spent her life alone, carrying every weight herself, believing that shared burden was weakness. Tarek was proving her wrong, and Sevra was proving that the cost of being wrong could be paid in blood before dawn. Then we go, Ilvane said, and she did not let go of his hand as they walked into the dark corridor together, the bond burning silver against both their wrists. Chapter 26. He woke in the dark and she felt it, not through sound, not through sight. Through the bond, a shift in the deep current between them, the way sleep released him and awareness pulled him back into his body. Tarek's eyes opened. He found her sitting in the chair beside his cot, still dressed in the clothes she had worn to Sevra's summons, her hands folded in her lap, the mark silver and patient against her wrist. How long? His voice was rough. 2 hours. You needed the rest. You should have woken me. I tried. She lifted one shoulder. The bond does not override exhaustion. It seems even fate respects a man who has not slept in 3 days. He pushed himself upright, the bandage pulling across his chest. His face tightened once, then smoothed. Ilvane watched him catalog his own injuries, assign them priority, file them away. The same discipline she had seen on the ridge, the same refusal to let pain own him. Sevra's council, he said, still at dawn. I checked the corridor. No one has moved the schedule. So we wait. So we used the time. He looked at her then, and the bond carried something beneath the surface of his attention. Not quite gratitude, not quite calculation. Something warmer and more dangerous that she did not name. You could have let me die, he said. You know I could not. That is not the same as knowing you would not. Ilvane held his gaze. I would not. The words hung between them, simpler than she had meant them to be. No qualification, no political hedge, just the truth of what she had done in that ceremony field, her hand pressed to his wound while the silver light burned through both of them. Tarek said nothing. He did not need to. The bond carried his answer in the space between one breath and the next. He reached for her. Not her hand, her wrist. His fingers closed around the silver mark, light and deliberate, and Ilvane felt the contact through her entire body. Not pain, not heat, something closer to recognition, as if the mark had been waiting for this touch, and only this touch would complete it. She did not pull away. You saved my life, he said. I will spend the rest of it proving that was not a mistake. You do not owe me anything. I am not talking about debt. His thumb traced the edge of the silver line where it curved across her pulse. A touch that meant nothing to any witness who might walk through the door. A touch that meant everything to her. Ilvane's breath stopped. She had spent weeks measuring every glance, every word, every moment of proximity. She had told herself the attraction was abstract, a byproduct of forced alliance and shared danger. She had treated wanting him like a tactical problem she could solve by ignoring it. She was wrong. This was not abstract. This was his fingers against her skin, slow and certain, and the bond flaring low in her chest like a second heart. This was the knowledge that if she leaned forward, if she closed the distance, he would meet her there, and they would cross a line there was no returning from. Her name, not her title. He had never said it quite like that, without ceremony, without the formality that had shaped every conversation between them. I know, she said. I know. She did not lean forward. She did not pull away. She held perfectly still, letting his touch rest against her skin, letting herself feel what she had refused to admit she wanted. The moment stretched. And then footsteps sounded in the corridor, fast and deliberate, the rhythm of someone who did not want to run but could not afford to walk. Ilvane rose. Tarek's hand fell away. The absence of it ached. Banquet entered without knocking, his face set in the expression he wore when he had bad news and no way to soften it. "False signals," he said. "Border posts east of Verdun. 3 flares in the last hour. Reports of troop movements that the garrisons swear they did not authorize." Tarek was on his feet before Brannoc finished. "Who lit them?" "Unknown. The scouts who rode in say the signals match Cardan emergency protocol. But the commanders at both posts sent runners saying they have no units in those positions." "A frame," Ilvane said. "Sevra is lighting false alarms to make it look like Cardan is mobilizing before the council convenes." "Or testing how fast we can respond," Tarek said. He reached for his coat, the motion pulling at his bandaged chest. Ilvane saw the wince he hid. If she can prove the border is destabilized, the council cannot legally entertain a claim for shared sovereignty. Emergency protocol overrides all other proceedings. Ilvane's mind raced through the implications. Sevra had not been idle while they sat in this room. She had been building a wall of crisis, and she had used the hours they thought were theirs to prepare. "She is not waiting for dawn," Ilvane said. "She is setting the conditions so that dawn never arrives." Tarek met her eyes. The bond carried his answer, sharp and absolute. "Then we do not wait for dawn either." He took her hand, not her wrist this time, palm against palm, fingers laced together like soldiers locking formation. The silver light flared once, hot and alive, and Ilvane felt the vow he did not speak settle into her bones. Together, or not at all. Chapter 27. The corridor outside the pavilion was dark and cold, the torches burning low in the final hour before false dawn. Ilvane felt the bond pulsing against her palm where Tarek's hand still held hers, silver light fading beneath their sleeves as they walked. They had not let go. She should have. Every instinct trained into her over 27 years said she should release his hand before someone saw, before the household woke and the whisper network carried the image to every ear in the residence. But her fingers refused to open. They had locked around his like they belonged there, and Tarek had not asked her to let go either. 3 steps into the main corridor, she saw the figure waiting at the intersection. Adric Balloon stood with his back against the paneled wall, arms crossed, travel cloak still wet from the night air. He looked like he had been standing there for hours. "Adric," she stopped. Tarek stopped beside her. "You should be in the harbor wing." "I should be," he said. "I rode back when I heard about the border signals." The bond flickered. Tarek's attention sharpened beside her, his hand tightening fractionally. "The signals are false," Ilvane said. "Sevra lit them to trigger emergency protocol before the council. I know what they are." Adric pushed off the wall. "I also know what they mean. By midday, every guild factor in the capital will hear that Cardan is mobilizing. They will not wait for the council to sort out whose flares were real." He reached into his cloak and pulled out a folded sheet, holding it out without looking at her. Ilvane took it. The paper was dense with figures, grain tallies, shipping schedules, loan terms written in the tight hand of the harbor accounting office. She did not need to read the details. She recognized the shape of the information before her eyes found the bottom line. 7 weeks, Adric said. That is what remains before the harbor freezes. The North Wind Guild has already begun renegotiating with Cardan grain factors directly. Calic Varen sent a courier to the capital last night. Ilvane's stomach tightened. Without authorization. Authorization does not matter when your creditors are watching a sovereign bond scandal unfold at a wedding ceremony. Adric's voice was flat. Not angry. Worse. Resigned. The guild masters are preparing for Aurelis to default. They're not hoping for it. They are planning for it. Spreadsheets, not sentiment. The paper trembled in her hand. She made it stop. "Tell them to wait." "I cannot." Adric met her eyes. "I have been telling them to wait for 3 weeks. Every time I buy another day, the price goes up. The interest compounds. The terms tighten." He paused. Last night, Kellic offered to let me keep my seat on the Harbor Council if I stopped blocking his direct negotiations. He said it politely. It was not an offer. Tarek shifted beside her. What is the alternative? Adria looked at him, and Ilvane saw the calculation in her cousin's face. How much to say in front of the enemy general who now stood with his fingers laced through hers. The alternative, Adria said slowly, is that the princess completes the marriage as planned. The treaty holds. The green ships sail. Aurelis does not starve while the capital debates whether her soulmark is a miracle or a crime. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Ilvane stood in the dark corridor, still holding Tarek's hand, and felt the familiar machinery of sacrifice begin to turn in her chest. She had done this before, calculated her own value against the needs of her realm, weighed what she could surrender against what it would purchase. And every time the calculation ended the same way. She was worth more spent than kept. Casomir's writ is still valid, she said slowly. If I marry him before the council session— No. Tarek's voice cut through the corridor. She turned. He was looking at her with something she had not seen before. Not anger, not surprise. Something closer to recognition, as if he had been waiting for this moment and dreaded its arrival. You were planning to do it, he said. Marry him. Seal the treaty. Let Sevra win by making yourself the sacrifice she already wrote into her calculations. I am not. You were. I felt it. He touched his chest, where the bond anchored. The moment Adri mentioned the deadline, you started building the case in your head. How much you could absorb, how much you could give up, how many pieces of yourself you could trade to keep the grain flowing. Ilvane's throat tightened. It is not trading. It is governance. Tarek's voice was quiet but unyielding. I know. I have done the same math. I sat in a command tent at Saltreach and calculated how many of my soldiers I was willing to lose to break the siege. I told myself it was duty. He paused. It was not. It was the easier choice, the one where I did not have to trust anyone else to carry the weight. Adric watched them both, his face unreadable. Ilvane stared at Tarek. The bond carried his certainty, not accusation. He was not condemning her. He was showing her the same path he had walked himself, a warning, not a judgment. I cannot let Aurelis default, she said. Then do not. Tarek did not release her hand. But find a way that does not begin with how much of yourself you can erase. The paper with Adric's figures pressed against her palm like a weight she could not set down. The harbor fleet, the grain ships, the deadline that moved closer with every breath. She wanted to look away from both of them, to lock herself in a room with the numbers and find a solution that did not require her to trust anyone, hope for anything, want anything. That was what she did. That was who she had been. But she caught herself planning her own erasure, and for the first time, she recognized the shape of it for what it was. Not strength, not governance, a slower kind of death that looked like duty while it consumed everything she might have chosen for herself. 7 weeks, she said. That is all the time we have. Yes, Adric said. Then we use it. She did not know how. She did not have a plan that did not shatter the moment she held it up to the light. But she had not released Tarek's hand. She had not said yes to the marriage she was trained to accept. She had stopped, just for a breath, at the edge of the familiar cliff. Footsteps sounded at the far end of the corridor. Brannoc's shape appeared out of the darkness, moving fast. The council chamber doors are opening, he said. Sevra is calling the session early. She is not waiting for dawn. The bond flared hot against Ilvane's wrist. Adri stepped aside, and Ilvane walked forward with Tarek at her side, the guildmaster's figures still pressed against her palm, and 7 weeks of time she did not know how to spend already running through her fingers. Chapter 28. The corridor still smelled of lamp oil and the stone dust that worked into every seam of the residence. Ilvane walked with Tarek at her side, Brannoc ahead and Adric falling behind, and the numbers from the harbor ledgers pressed against her palm like a wound she could not stop touching. 7 weeks. She had said she would use them. She had not said how. The council chamber doors were opening. Sevra was calling the session early. And somewhere in the dark between this corridor and that chamber, The person feeding information to the Concord network was still moving through the household's arteries. Ilvane stopped. Tarek turned. The bond pulled taut between them, a wire strung across a chasm. "What is it?" She did not answer. She was thinking about the note in Mira's desk, the looped E that matched the steward's handwriting for the past 7 days, the seal on Mira's authorizations at every hinge point. The way the planted letter had reached a Sevra-connected clerk in Casomir's household, not the harbor commissary. The pattern was there. It had been there for days. She had chosen not to see it because seeing it meant acting. "I need to confirm something," she said, "before the council." Tarek's jaw tightened. "The council is opening. There is no before." "Then delay them." She was already walking, turning down the side corridor that led to the chapel annex where Ione had waited for her the night before. The bond carried Tarek's frustration, a spike of heat that faded quickly into something harder to name. Trust, maybe. Or the weary acceptance of someone who had learned that arguing with her cost more than following. "I will find Casomir," he said. "You have until I run out of ways to stall an Archminister." Ilvane did not look back. The chapel annex was empty. No Ionino, no candles. Just the cold stone and the faint smell of old incense trapped in the walls. Ilvane stood in the center of the room and let the silence settle around her. She had done this before. Set a test, watched the result, and the result had pointed toward Mira every time. But the first test had been gentle, a sealed packet delivered to the wrong station, a courier route altered at the last moment. Evidence that could be explained by coincidence, by misdirection, by the simple chaos of a household moving through crisis. The second test would not be gentle. Ilvane pulled a sheet of blank parchment from the writing desk by the window. She wrote a single line. "Chapel Annex, midnight. Bring the Concord seal list." She did not sign it. She did not seal it. She folded it once and left it on the desk, visible from the doorway, as if she had been called away and forgotten it. Then she walked to the resident steward's office and asked for a change to her evening schedule. The steward's clerk, a young man with ink on his fingers and nervous eyes, wrote down her instructions without looking up. She would be in the East Tower Library from the 10th bell onward. She would take no visitors. The door would be locked. She watched him write. The loop of his E was ordinary, unremarkable, not the same hand that had planted the note in Mira's desk. That meant nothing. The steward's office had keys to every room, access to every schedule. The planted note could have been written by anyone with a sample of the steward's handwriting and 10 minutes of practice. Ilvane left the office and walked back toward the main corridor, counting her steps. She had told the clerk she would be in the East Tower. She would not be in the East Tower. She would be in the cold storage annex behind the kitchens, a room no one used for anything except old crates and broken furniture. If the Foss detail traveled into Concord surveillance before midnight, she would know the leak was inside the steward's office. If the false detail traveled into Concord surveillance and Mira appeared at the chapel annex looking for the seal list, she would know the leak was her. The hours between 10th bell and midnight stretched like wire. Ilvane sat in the cold storage annex on an overturned crate, her breath clouding in the dark, and waited. No lantern, no movement, just the sound of her own heartbeat and the distant murmur of the residents around her. She hated this. Hated the suspicion that had become a permanent ache behind her ribs. Hated the way she measured every kindness from Mira against the future she feared. Hated that she was doing exactly what Sevra would want her to do, turning inward, cutting off the people who had kept her whole. But she could not stop. The floorboard above her creaked twice, then fell silent. Ilvane's hand went to the knife at her belt. She did not draw it. She listened. Footsteps, light, deliberate, moving away from the steward's office toward the chapel annex. Ilvane rose. She followed the sound through the dark, keeping to the wall, her steps soft on the stone. The corridor curved left, then right, and she stopped at the junction where the chapel annex opened into a narrow passage she had never used. A figure stood at the annex door, small, female, dark wool cloak. Mira. She was holding the note Ilvane had left on the desk, reading it by the light of a single candle she had shielded with her palm. Ilvane's chest went cold. She watched Mira read, waiting for the moment her oldest friend would turn and carry the information to someone else. To the steward's office, to the Concord messenger station, to Sevra's network. But Mira did not turn. She read the note once, twice, then folded it carefully and slipped it into her sleeve. She blew out the candle. And then she walked to the chapel door and stood there, waiting. For Ilvane. The recognition hit Ilvane like a blade she had not seen coming. Mira was not taking the bait. She was standing where the note told her to stand, ready to meet Ilvane at midnight with the Concord seal list, because she had not been told it was a test, because she was not the leak. Ilvane pressed her back against the wall and closed her eyes. The relief was sharp enough to hurt, and beneath it, shame, hot and immediate. She had set a trap for the one person who had never left her side. She had wanted to prove the evidence wrong, and instead, she had proved that her own suspicion was the weapon. She stepped out of the shadows. Mira saw her and straightened. "You left this on the desk." She held up the note. "I thought you would want it secured before someone else found it." "I know. Midnight is 3 hours away. I came early to make sure no one had taken it." "I know." Mira's face changed. Not anger. Something quieter and worse. Understanding. "It was a test," she said, not a question. Ilvane did not answer. She did not need to. The corridor held its breath around them. Ilvane stood with her hand on the knife she had not drawn, watching the woman she had loved since childhood realize that love had not been enough to protect her from suspicion. Mira's jaw tightened. She did not cry. She did not rage. She simply looked at Ilvane with an expression that said she had known, maybe for longer than she wanted to admit, that this moment was coming. "I did not pass the information to anyone," Mira said quietly. "I never have. And if you still believe I might, then you should tell me now, because I cannot spend the rest of this wedding march proving my loyalty to someone who has already decided I will fail." Ilvane opened her mouth, closed it. The bond flared at her wrist, a warning she did not need. Tarek was running out of time, the council was waiting, and she had just spent 3 hours proving something she already knew. The leak was real, but it was not Mira. Chapter 29. The cold in the chapel annex had settled into her bones by the time Brannoc found her. He did not knock, did not announce himself. He simply appeared at the door like a shadow that had decided to take shape, his scarred knuckles white where he gripped the frame. "Your general is still stalling the council," he said, "but he cannot stall forever." Ilvane did not move from the wall she had been leaning against. The shame of Mira's quiet accusation still burned behind her ribs, and she did not trust her voice to sound steady. Brannoc stepped into the annex. He closed the door behind him. "I need to tell you something," he said, "and I need you to hear it without turning it into a strategy." Ilvane's jaw tightened. "I am not in the habit of hearing things without strategy." "I know." He stopped 3 feet from her and crossed his arms. "That is the problem." The silence stretched between them. Ilvane could feel the bond pulsing at her wrist, Tarek's presence a warm thread at the edge of her awareness. He was still alive, still holding. But the thread carried something she had not noticed before. Strain. The kind that came from pushing past wounds that had not healed. "What is the problem, Brannoc?" He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, flat and without ornament, "Tarek is going to die if he keeps fighting 2 wars." Ilvane's breath stopped. "1 war at the border," Brannoc continued, "where he has spent 15 years refusing to let his soldiers die cheaply. And 1 war inside this residence, where every smile hides a blade and every corridor is a trap he was not trained to read." He held her gaze. "He is not built for this. He is built for open ground and honest enemies, and you keep asking him to survive in silk." "I am not asking him. You are." Brannoc's voice did not rise. It did not need to. "Every time you include him in your strategy, every time you let him stand beside you in front of the council, you are asking him to fight a war he cannot win with the weapons he has. And he will do it. He will do it because he trusts you, because the bond has convinced him that you are worth bleeding for." He paused. "But he is not infinite, Princess. He is a man with a wound that is not fully healed and a lifetime of carrying burdens he never asked to carry." Ilvane's hand went to the silver mark on her wrist. The skin beneath it was warm, alive. She could feel Tarek's heartbeat through the bond, distant but steady. "What are you asking me to do?" "I am not asking you to do anything." Brannoc's voice softened, just barely. "I am asking you to decide whether you mean to use his trust or honor it." The question hit her like a blade she had not seen coming. Use or honor? She had spent the past 3 hours testing Mira's loyalty, setting traps, measuring trust against evidence. She had treated the people closest to her as variables in a calculation she was too afraid to lose. And she had never once asked herself what she was actually building with the information she collected. "I did not ask for this bond," she said. "I know. I did not ask to be bound to a man I spent years training to hate. I know. I am trying to save my realm. I am trying to keep Aurelis from starving. I am trying to do the thing I was raised to do, and every path I choose leads to someone I love getting hurt." Her voice cracked on the last word. She did not let it crack further. Brannoc watched her. His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, less rigid, less ready to fight. "I know," he said again. "I have watched you carry this weight for weeks. I have watched you measure every word, every glance, every step against the cost it might extract from the people you are trying to protect." He took a breath. "But carrying it alone does not make you stronger. It makes you brittle. And when you break, Tarek breaks with you." Ilvane closed her eyes. The bond pulsed at her wrist. Tarek's presence flickered at the edge of her awareness, and she felt something she had not felt before. Not his emotion, but the shape of it. The weight of a man who had spent his life believing he was expendable, and who had finally found someone who made him want to survive. She opened her eyes. "You asked me whether I mean to use his trust or honor it," she said. "I do not have an answer I can live with." Brannoc nodded slowly. "Then find one, before the council calls him to account for something he did to protect you." He turned toward the door. His hand was on the latch when Ilvane spoke again. "Brannoc." He paused. "Why did you come to me with this? Why not tell Tarek to stop trusting me?" Brannoc did not turn around. "Because he will not listen to me. He has already decided that you are worth the risk." He opened the door. "And because I think you might be too. But only if you stop treating yourself like a debt that needs to be paid and start acting like a partner who plans to survive the payment." He stepped into the corridor and was gone. Ilvane stood alone in the cold annex, the bond warm against her wrist, Brannoc's question still hanging in the air between them. Use or honor? She had no answer, but she could feel the shape of one forming at the edges of her understanding, like a word she could almost remember but could not quite speak. The bells in the residence tower began to toll. Dawn. The council was calling, and Ilvane still did not know what she was willing to become. Chapter 30. The dawn bells faded into silence, and Ilvane stood alone in the cold annex with Brannoc's question still cutting through her chest. Use or honor? She had no answer, but the shape of one pressed against her ribs like a blade she had not yet learned to grip. She found Mira in the east corridor, coming from the direction of the steward's office with a ledger tucked under her arm and shadows beneath her eyes. Mira stopped when she saw Ilvane. Her face did not close. It opened, just barely, a crack of weariness beneath the professional calm. "You are not in the East Tower Library," Mira said. "No. The clerk told me you would be there from 10th bell." I lied. Mira's hand tightened on the ledger. She did not ask why. She already knew. They stood in the narrow corridor between two closed doors, a servant's passage that no one used at this hour, and Ilvane felt the weight of every word she had not yet spoken pressing against her throat. "I need to show you something," Ilvane said. She led Mira to the small duty room off the main pantry, the one with the single candle and the locked cabinet where Brannoc had stored the root amendment records. The room smelled of old paper and dried herbs, and the light was too low to read by without leaning close. Ilvane spread the evidence across the table. The altered lodging assignments, the Concord seal patterns, the courier logs with Mira's authorization stamp at every hinge point, the planted note with the looped E that did not match Mira's handwriting, but had been placed in her desk by someone who knew exactly where she kept her keys. Mira looked at the documents for a long time. Then she sat down. "I thought I was protecting you," she said. The words came out flat, not defensive, not pleading, flat, like a door closing. Ilvane did not move. "The first request came 3 weeks before the memorial," Mira said. "A Concord clerk asked for access to your night schedule, just the night schedule. They said there had been a security concern about the eastern galleries, and they needed to coordinate patrol rotations without alarming the household. And you believed them. I checked their credentials. I verified the request through the steward's office. Everything was in order." Mira's voice did not waver, but her hands were still, too still. After the soulmark appeared, the requests changed. They wanted the delivery windows, the courier routes, the names of every visitor who came to your chambers after dark. "You did not tell me. I thought tighter surveillance would protect you." Mira looked up. Her eyes were dry, but something in them had fractured. "I thought if they knew where you were, who you spoke to, when you moved through the residence, they could prevent anyone from getting close enough to hurt you. I thought I was building a wall around you." Ilvane's chest tightened. She had imagined this conversation 100 times, always ending with Mira's betrayal exposed, with cold fury and a guard escort. She had never imagined this. "You should have told me," Ilvane said. "Yes. You should have shown me the requests, asked me whether the surveillance was worth the risk." "Yes." Mira's voice cracked, just slightly. I know I should have, but I was afraid that if I told you, you would tell me to stop. And I could not stop. I could not watch you walk into a room full of people who wanted you dead and not know where every exit was, who was standing at every door, who had access to your food and your correspondence and your sleep." The candle flickered. "How far did it go?" Ilvane asked. Mira closed her eyes. "The night schedule, the room assignments, the courier routes, the names of your visitors." A pause. "The seal for the Concord document transfer." Ilvane felt the air leave her lungs. The forged orders, the rerouted letter, the planted note in Mira's desk. "Who asked for the seal?" "I do not know his name. He came through the steward's office. He had the right paperwork, the right stamps, the right protocol." Mira opened her eyes. "He told me the document was a standard inventory transfer between Concord holding stations. I authorized it without reading the contents. Because you trusted the process." "Because I trusted the process." Mira's voice dropped. "And because he mentioned my mother's clinic, the one in the lower city that stays open during winter storms, and said it would be a shame if funding complications delayed the medicine shipments this year." The words hung in the air between them like smoke. Ilvane's hand went to the silver mark on her wrist. The bond pulsed, steady and warm, and she felt Tarek's presence at the edge of her awareness, distant, exhausted, still holding the council at bay. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to shout, to demand how Mira could have been so careful and so blind, how she could have watched a conspiracy build around Ilvane's life and handed it the keys to every locked door. But the anger would not come, because Ilvane had spent weeks testing Mira's loyalty instead of asking for the truth. She had set traps, planted false notes, measured every kindness against the future she feared. She had been so certain of the betrayal that she had never looked for the coercion beneath the compliance. "You believed you were protecting me," Ilvane said slowly, "and you were being leveraged through your family. You thought tighter surveillance meant safety, and every detail you passed became a weapon in someone else's hand." Mira nodded. A single tear slipped down her cheek, and she wiped it away before it reached her jaw. "I will resign," she said. "I will give you a full written account of every request I received, every name I dealt with, every document I authorized. I will stand before the council and confess whatever you need me to confess. I will. I do not want your resignation." Mira stopped. Ilvane stepped closer to the table. The candle cast their shadows long across the papers between them, and she could see the tremor in Mira's hands that the woman's voice would not betray. "I have spent weeks believing you would be the one to destroy me," Ilvane said. "I built my strategy around that certainty. I tested you, suspected you, watched you from corners like an enemy. She took a breath. I was wrong. Princess, I am not finished. Ilvane held Mira's gaze. You made a mistake. You let fear and loyalty and pressure steer you into silence when you should have spoken. But you did not intend bloodshed. You did not trade my life for coin or position. You tried to protect me in the only way you knew how, and someone used that love against both of us. She reached across the table and took Mira's hand. I need you to stay. Mira's composure cracked. The second tear did not wait for permission, and she did not wipe it away. I need you to stay, Ilvane repeated, and I need you to help me pull every thread you touched, every request, every clerk, every piece of paper that crossed your desk. We are going to trace this conspiracy back to its source, and we are going to do it together. After everything I did, after everything you did, while believing you were keeping me safe. Ilvane squeezed her hand. That is not betrayal, Mira. That is a mistake. And I have made far worse ones this week than trusting the wrong process. Mira laughed, a broken, wet sound that was half sob and half relief. You are going to forgive me this quickly? I am going to choose trust over suspicion. Ilvane released her hand. It is terrifying, I hate it, but I have spent my entire life treating the people I love as debts I might someday have to pay, and I am done. The bond flared at her wrist, bright enough to cast silver light across the papers on the table. Mira stared at it. She is beautiful, she whispered. Ilvane looked down at the mark, at the branching silver river that pulsed beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. Tarek heartbeat, steady and warm, and still fighting for her on the other side of the residence. She is not the only one who matters, Ilvane said. Mira's gaze lifted. Something in her expression shifted. Not forgiveness, not relief, but the beginning of a trust that had been broken and was choosing, painfully, to mend. What do you need me to do? Mira asked. Ilvane turned to the door. The corridor beyond was dark, the council chamber waiting, the false border signals already spreading through the garrisons. She had 7 weeks before the harbor froze. She had a conspiracy that reached into every institution in 2 realms, and she had a woman beside her who had just chosen to stay. First, Ilvane said, we need to find out who else has access to the steward's office logs, because the leak is still active, and whoever fed you the false Concord credentials knew exactly which family pressure would make you comply without question. Mira's face hardened. The guilt did not disappear, but it settled into something sharper, more useful. The steward's deputy, she said. He was the one who verified the Concord clerk's credentials. He said the paperwork came through the morning dispatch. And the deputy reports to who? Mira's expression went still. No one, she said. He reports to no one. He was appointed directly by the Concord Oversight Committee 3 months ago. The candle guttered. 3 months. The conspiracy had been building before the soulmark appeared, before the memorial, before any of them knew that fate had already drawn its line through Ilvane's life. Where is the deputy now? Ilvane asked. Mira's voice dropped. I do not know. He was not on the morning roster. No one has seen him since midnight. Chapter 31. The duty room felt smaller now. The candle burned lower, and the silence between them had turned into something that needed to be spoken through before it hardened. Mira stood with her back to the table, her hands braced on the edge. The tremor had stopped. In its place was a stillness that looked like a woman measuring the shape of her own life and finding it different than she had believed. You said 3 months, Mira said. The deputy was appointed 3 months ago. Yes. And you believe the conspiracy started before the soulmark? I do not think it started, Ilvane said. I think it was already running. The soulmark just gave it a new target. Mira turned. Her face was pale, but her eyes had the focus of someone who had stopped running from the wreckage and started counting the bodies. Then the wedding is not the endpoint, she said. It is the delivery mechanism. Ilvane felt the words land like a blade finding the gap between ribs. She had known this. Some part of her had known it since the poisoned servant, since the forged orders, since the attack in the past that should have killed them both. But hearing Mira say it made it real in a way that strategy meetings and bond fragments had not. Tell me what you know, Ilvane said. Mira moved to the table. She pulled a sheet of blank paper from the stack and began drawing lines, not words, a map of connections that looked like the root system of a blighted tree. The Concord Oversight Committee appointed the deputy. That means the appointment went through Sevra's office, But the deputy reported to the residence steward, and the steward reports to the household council, and the household council answers to Casomir's senior minister. Who answers to Sevra? Ilvane said. Mira kept drawing. Provisioning lists go through the steward's office. Every delivery, every supplier, every barrel of grain and cask of wine for the wedding. The deputy signed off on all of them for the past 3 months. Ilvane's pulse sharpened. The final feast. The final feast, Mira agreed. And the procession meals for the last 3 days of travel. All of it approved by a man who has been missing since midnight. The candle flames split and danced. Where are the lists kept? Ilvane asked. The provisioning archive, 2 floors below the steward's office. Locked, but I have access. Mira's voice did not waver. I have always had access. That was the point. Then we go now. Mira looked at the door, then back at Ilvane. If I walk out of this room with you, she said, there is no going back to what I was. No pretending I was a victim of circumstance. I signed the authorizations. I let them use my seal. If we find what I think we will find, I am complicit. I know. I need you to understand what you are asking. Mira's voice dropped. If this breaks open, I will not survive the inquiry. Even if you win, even if the bond holds, I will be the one they execute to prove justice was done. The bond pulsed at Ilvane's wrist. Tarek's exhaustion bled through, distant but present, a reminder that he was still holding the council at bay while she stood in a candlelit room and asked her oldest friend to trade her life for the truth. I am not asking you to die for me, Ilvane said. Then what are you asking? Ilvane crossed the room. She stopped in front of Mira and did not look away. I am asking you to stand with me. Not as a servant, not as a lady who follows orders, as a woman who knows exactly what she is choosing and chooses it anyway. Mira's breath caught. If we do this together, Ilvane continued, and if we survive it, I will stand before every court in both realms and say that you acted under duress, that you were coerced, that your only crime was loving someone enough to obey threats against her family. And if we do not survive, then we will be dead, Ilvane said, and it will not matter who carries the blame. Mira laughed. It was a small sound, worn at the edges, but it was real. You have changed, Mira said. I had to. No. Mira shook her head. You chose to. That is different. She pushed away from the table and walked to the door. Her hand rested on the handle, and for a moment she did not move. The provisioning archive, Mira said. There is a secondary set of ledgers, the ones the steward does not show the council. They are kept in a false bottom beneath the grain requisition shelf. How do you know that? Because I helped design the system. Mira's voice was flat. 3 years ago, when I was still trusted, I helped the steward organize the archive. I know where every document lives, and I know which ones are never supposed to be found. She opened the door. The corridor beyond was dark. The residents had settled into the hollow quiet of an hour when servants had finished their rounds and the council had not yet gathered enough force to fill the halls. Ilvane followed. They moved without torches, using the dim light from high windows where the moon bled through frost. The bond tracked Tarek somewhere ahead, a steady warmth that told her he was still upright, still speaking, still buying her time she did not deserve. The provisioning archive door was locked with the iron seal. Mira produced a key from beneath her collar, a thin blade of metal that looked like it had been worn against her skin for years. This is the key to everything, she said. Literally. She turned it. The lock clicked open. The room beyond was cold and smelled of dried paper, old grain dust, and the faint chemical sharpness of preservation wax. Shelves lined every wall, stacked with ledgers bound in leather and canvas, their spines labeled by date and supplier. Mira moved directly to the third shelf from the left, knelt, and pressed her fingers against the grain of the wood. There is a seam, she said, right here. She pushed. The false bottom lifted. Beneath it lay a ledger bound in dark leather, unlabeled, its pages crisp and new. Mira pulled it out and opened it. The first page was a list of suppliers. The second was a schedule of deliveries. The third listed substitutions, names of approved vendors who had been replaced without notice. quantities that did not match the official records, and a single annotation in the margin that made Ilvane's blood turn cold. Approved for ceremonial use. Concord Directive 44. Signed, S.T. Approved for ceremonial use, Ilvane repeated. What does that mean? Mira's face had gone very still. It means the food has already been delivered, she said. It means the poison is already in the stores. Ilvane stared at the page, at the initials that sat like a signature on a death warrant. How much? Mira turned the pages. Her hands were steady, but the silence stretched. All of it, she said. The final feast, the procession meals, the wine, the bread, everything that will be served during the last 3 days of the wedding march. The bond flared. Tarek's warning surged through it, sharp and sudden. The council was breaking. They had minutes, not hours. Ilvane looked at the ledger, at the dark leather binding, at the initials that had already condemned them all. And she realized that even if she walked out of this room with proof, she had no time left to use it. Chapter 32. The provisioning archive smelled of wax and iron, the ledger still open in Ilvane's hands. The initials sat like a brand on the page. S.T. Sevra Tolan had authorized poison for a wedding feast, and the food was already in the stores, already portioned, already waiting to be served. Mira stood at the door, her hand pressed flat against the frame. What do we do? She asked. Ilvane closed the ledger. The leather was cold against her palms. We show Tarek. She did not wait for agreement. She stepped past Mira into the dark corridor, the bond pulling her forward with a warmth that had nothing to do with the cold air. The council was breaking. That was what the bond told her, a pressure behind her ribs, the sense of a door about to close. She walked fast, the ledger pressed against her chest. The residence corridors were empty, the servants gone to ground, the guards standing at intervals with faces that did not meet her eyes. They had seen the silver light. They knew what she was now. She did not slow. The bond guided her past the main hall, past the east stair, into a narrow service passage she had never entered. The walls here were plain stone, the torches unlit, and at the end of it, light spilled from a half-open door. She heard voices, low, rough, male. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was a garrison mess, small and square, with a scarred wooden table at its center and benches pushed against the walls. A half-dozen men in Cardan uniform sat around the table, maps and cups spread before them. They looked up when she entered. Their hands moved toward weapons before they recognized her, and then they went still. Tarek sat at the head of the table. He was not in his formal coat. His sleeves were rolled, his collar open, a fresh bandage visible at his shoulder where the wound had sealed, but the tenderness remained. He was leaning forward, a stub of chalk in his hand, a map marked with troop positions spread before him. He looked at her. The bond flared, asking. She did not answer. "Well," he said. "Quiet. Private." The men around the table did not react to the name. They watched her the way soldiers watch a stranger who might be a threat or might be a salvation. "Leave us," Tarek said. They rose without question. One of them, a sergeant with gray in his beard and a scar across his jaw, paused at the door and looked back at Tarek. "General," he said, "if you need—" "I know." The sergeant nodded. His eyes met Ilvane's for half a breath, and there was something in them she did not expect. Not fear, not distrust, something like hope, held very tight, as if he was afraid to let it show. Then he was gone, the door closing behind him. Ilvane stood in the silence of the empty mess. The ledger was still pressed against her chest. Tarek had not moved from his seat, but his eyes tracked her, reading her, waiting. "You are alive," he said. "Barely. That is more than I expected when the bond went quiet." She crossed the room and set the ledger on the table in front of him. The pages fell open to the annotation, the initials, the cold, bureaucratic signature that had already condemned them. Tarek looked at it for a long moment. Then he read the entries before and after, his finger tracing the lines of falsified quantities, the substitutions, the dates that lined up with the wedding schedule. "Sevra," he said. "Yes." She signed this herself. She does not usually leave a mark. She wanted it found, Ilvane said, or she did not think it would be. Tarek looked up. His face was hard, but his eyes were tired. Both are possible, he said. That is what makes her dangerous. He closed the ledger and pushed it aside. Then he stood, and the movement brought him close enough that she could smell the smoke and leather that clung to his coat, the faint salt of exhaustion. The council broke, he said. I stalled as long as I could. They are drafting the charges now. What charges? Sacred charges, sedition under bond law. They are not waiting for the wedding. They are going to try us before it. Ilvane had known this was coming. She had prepared for it, planned around it, built a strategy that assumed Sevra would force the confrontation. But hearing it spoken aloud, in this room, with the ledger still warm from her hands, made it real in a way that stripped the strategy away. Casomir? Still inside. He will not let them close the proceedings until we are present. That gives us hours, not days. Yes. She looked past him, at the map on the table, at the troop positions marked in chalk. The border, the false signals, the men who would die if Sevra's plan succeeded. Your soldiers, she said. They looked at me strangely. They are not used to seeing you outside ceremony. It was not ceremony in their eyes. It was something else. Tarek followed her gaze to the map. He did not speak for a moment. They know what you did, he said. At the Rite, they know you saved my life through the bond. They know it cost you something to do it. It cost me nothing. You cannot make that claim to men who have watched their own die from wounds that did not close. She turned to face him. His hand was on the edge of the table, and she saw what she had not let herself see before. The calluses, the old scars, the fingers that had held a sword long enough to forget what smooth skin felt like. He stayed behind, she said, to ask if you needed him. That was all she said. Tarek's jaw tightened. His name is Soren. He has served under me for 12 years. And he loves you. He trusts me. That is not the same thing. It is in the end. She did not know why she said it. The words came out before she could stop them, and they hung in the air between them, honest and exposed. Tarek looked at her. The bond pulsed, slow and deep. You credit me with a virtue I do not claim, he said. I built order because chaos kills more than enemies. I held the line because the men behind it were someone's children. I did not do it out of kindness. I did it because the alternative was worse. And yet, he repeated, quiet. His hand moved to cover hers on the table, his palm rough against her knuckles. The bond flared, warm, demanding nothing. Ilvane did not pull away. Your soldiers looked at me, she said, and they did not see a threat. They saw someone who kept you alive. Is that what you saw? She did not look away. No, she said. I saw someone who was worth keeping alive. The words landed like a blow. His breath caught. His thumb moved across her knuckles, once, and the bond filled with something she could not name, something that felt like hunger and peace at the same time. General, the voice came from the door. A different soldier, young, his face pale. He held a sealed dispatch in his hand, and he was trying very hard not to see the way Tarek was holding Ilvane's hand. Tarek did not let go. What is it? From the Concord chambers, sir. The sacred charges have been drafted. They are being brought to the residence now. Tarek closed his eyes. How long? An hour, maybe less. The soldier waited. Tarek nodded once, and the young man withdrew, pulling the door closed behind him. Ilvane stood very still. The warmth of Tarek's hand was still on hers, and she did not want to let it go. We are out of time, she said. Yes, your map, your troop positions. If this goes to trial, it will not go to trial. He looked at her, and his eyes were hard again. But beneath the hardness there was something else, something that looked like faith, because we are not going to let it. He released her hand. The absence was cold. Come, he said. We have an hour to make the worst plan of our lives. She followed him out of the room, the ledger in her hands, the bond burning steady at her wrist. Behind them, the dispatch sat unopened on the table, its seal already cracked, its message already delivered. Chapter 33. They did not make it to the corridor before the first seal broke. A steward intercepted them at the garrison door, parchment in hand, his face the careful blank of a man delivering news he did not want to carry. The council had not waited for dawn. Sevra had invoked emergency procedure, the same mechanism she had used to call the early session, and the sacred charges were already being transcribed. Tarek read the steward's message in silence. His jaw tightened once, then stilled. "How long?" Ilvane said. "Formal delivery within the hour. But the charges are being read aloud now, in chambers, to establish the record before we can respond. They are trying us without us present. No. They are making sure the record exists regardless of what we say when we arrive." He folded the parchment. "Casomir is still inside. He is stalling the reading, but he cannot stop it. Not alone." They stood in the narrow corridor between the garrison mess and the residents' kitchens. The ledger still in Ilvane's hands, the bond pulsing low and steady at her wrist. Servants passed behind them with covered trays. A scullery door swung open and closed, releasing steam and the smell of boiling barley. Everything was still moving. The household was still functioning. Poisoned food still being portioned, ceremonies still being planned. And somewhere in the chambers above, Sevra Tolan was reading the charges that would condemn them. "You should go," Tarek said. "Where?" "To the chambers. Face them. Make them say it in front of you." "And you?" He looked at the ledger in her hands. "I will find Brannoc. We have names to trace before they vanish." The words landed cold in her chest. She understood what he was not saying. That if they both went to the chambers, they would be contained together, and the evidence in her hands would never reach anyone who could use it. "Casomir's writ," she said. "It gives me access to Concord holdings. If the sacred charges are filed, the writ expires. Sevra will have it voided before the ink dries." "Then use it now." "To do what?" Tarek moved closer. His hand rose, hesitated, then settled on her arm just below the elbow, where the sleeve hid the silver mark. "Find someone who can testify to the poison order before the clerk who recorded it disappears," he said. "Find the deputy who signed off on the provisioning lists. Find whoever appointed him. There is a chain of signatures between Sevra's initial and the ledger in your hands. If we can prove one link before the trial starts, the charges collapse." "The trial starts in an hour." "Then we have an hour." He released her. The absence of his hand was sharp, immediate, a cold space where warmth had been. "If I am not at the chambers when you arrive," he said, "do not wait for me. Speak for both of us." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that walking into that room alone was the same as walking into a trap she had seen coming for weeks. But he was already turning, already moving toward the outer door, and the bond carried something that stopped her words. Not fear, not resolve. Certainty. He believed he would not be in time, and he had already accepted it. She let him go. The residence corridor stretched ahead, empty but for a single figure at the far end, waiting in the alcove beneath the iron sconce. Lady Ursula Perrin. She wore pale blue silk with brass pins in her hair, and her smile reached exactly to the corners of her mouth without touching her eyes. "Princess," she said, "you are up early." Ilvane did not slow. "The council is in session. I'm expected." "The council is in session," Isilur agreed, falling into step beside her. "But the charges are not the only business being conducted this morning. The wedding feast must still be approved. The seating arrangements must still be confirmed. The menu must still be signed off by 3 separate Concord officials, and I understand the provisioning archive was disturbed last night." Her voice was pleasant, conversational. Isilur kept walking. "I am sure the disturbance was innocent," Isilur continued. "A misplaced key, a late inspection. But the Concord takes protocol seriously, and Archminister Tolan has asked me to ensure that all ceremonial preparations proceed without irregularity. You understand?" Isilur stopped. Isilur stopped with her, perfectly composed, her hands folded at her waist. "The provisioning archive is sealed," Isilur said. "By whose authority?" "Mine, as mistress of ceremonies for the wedding. I have jurisdiction over all alimentary preparations for the final 3 days of the march. The Concord granted me that authority when the route was approved, and I exercised it this morning when I learned the archive had been entered without proper documentation. The ledger was in Ilvane's hands. Yelida's eyes dropped to it, then rose again, unhurried. "You will want to keep that safe," Ysilda said. "Loose documents are so easily lost in transit." She smiled, stepped back, turned and walked away toward the ceremonial kitchens, her silked hem whispering against the stone. Ilvane stood in the empty corridor, the ledger pressed against her ribs, and understood that the trap had already closed around her. The archive was sealed. The ledger could not be verified without the original provisioning records to compare it against, and Sheila had just made sure Ilvane knew she had been seen. She could still go to the chambers. She could still face Sevra. But the evidence in her hands had just become a piece of paper without context, a story without witnesses. She walked anyway. The chambers were full when she arrived. Not crowded, not noisy, but full in the way a room becomes when every person present understands they are watching something historic unfold. Counselors stood in their assigned arcs. Clerks lined the side walls with ink and parchment. At the center table, Sevra Tolan stood with a document in her hand, her dove-gray robes immaculate, her voice calm and unhurried. She was reading the sacred charges aloud. Casomir sat at the head of the table, his hands flat on the wood, his face unreadable. He looked up when Ilvane entered, and something passed between them. Not a signal, not a plan, but acknowledgement. She had arrived. Sevra paused, looked up. Her pale gray eyes found Ilvane at the door. "Princess," she said, "we were beginning without you." "Begin again," Ilvane said. "I want to hear every word." Sevra inclined her head, as if Ilvane had just proven her point, and continued reading. The charges were precise: sedition under bond law, conspiracy to destabilize the treaty, unauthorized use of a sovereign mechanism without Concord verification. Each clause was framed in language so procedural that it sounded reasonable, administrative, the sort of thing a clerk might correct with a stamp and a footnote. But the penalty for each charge was death. Ilvane listened. She did not interrupt. She did not produce the ledger, because the ledger without the archive was a story without proof, and Sevra would tear it apart before she finished the first denial. When the reading ended, Sevra set the document down. "The accused will be held in residence chambers under observation until trial," she said. "All ceremonial proceedings are suspended pending review. The wedding march will not resume until Concord determines whether the bond in question constitutes a legal threat to the treaty." Ilvane opened her mouth. A door opened at the back of the chambers. Brannoc entered. His face was gray, his scarred knuckles white at his sides. He crossed the room without looking at anyone, walked directly to Ilvane, and spoke low enough that only she could hear. "The deputy," he said, "the one Mira identified, found him in the canal below the north wall, dead before midnight. No witnesses, no weapon." Ilvane closed her eyes. The chain was broken. The link she needed to prove the ledger was real had been cut before she could name it. Sevra was watching her with patient, waiting calm. Brannoc stepped back. His voice rose, flat and clear, carrying to every ear in the chamber. "There is another name," he said. "The clerk who recorded Sevra's initial authorization. He is still alive, for now." The room went still. Chapter 34. The room held the silence like a held breath. Brannoc's words hung in the air, the name of the living clerk a thread Ilvane could still grasp. Sevra's face remained still, no flicker of concern, no tell. She simply turned to the nearest clerk and said, "Record the charges as read. The accused will be conveyed to observation chambers within the hour." Ilvane did not resist when the guards stepped forward. She let them guide her past the counselors, past the rows of clerks with their racing pens, past Casomir's still face at the head of the table. But as she passed his chair, his hand moved. A single finger tapped the wood, once, twice, 3 times. She did not look back. She did not need to. The guard stationed outside her chambers was a young man with a fresh shave and eyes that could not hold her gaze. He had been given orders. She could see it in the way he stood too straight, hands clasped too tight. A soldier, not a courtier. Someone who had been told she was dangerous but did not yet believe it. Ilvane closed the door and stood alone in the center of the room. The ledger was still pressed against her ribs beneath her coat. The archive was sealed. The deputy was dead. But the clerk who recorded Sevra's authorization was still alive, and Brannoc had named him in front of every counselor in the room. She had told Sevra the name. She had put him on Sevra's map. What she had not done was give Sevra a reason to kill him tonight. The knock came at the second bell of the evening watch. Ilvane crossed to the door and found the young guard standing with his jaw tight and a sealed note in his hand. "For you, Your Highness." She took it. The seal was Casomir's. She broke it standing in the half-light of the corridor lamp and read the 3 words written in a hand that was steady but pressed hard enough to dimple the paper. East Garden. Midnight. She burned the note over the hearth flame and watched the paper curl into ash. The East Garden was a narrow strip of gravel and winter-bare rose arches wedged between the residence wall and the canal where the deputy had been found. No lamps, no witnesses. A meeting place chosen by a man who understood that every door in his own palace was watched. Ilvane waited until the guard's footsteps faded down the corridor, then slipped out through the service door behind the wardrobe, the same passage Tarek had used to find her in the garrison. The night was cold and moonless. She kept to the wall, counting paces, listening for the shift of weight that meant someone was following. No one was. Casomir stood at the end of the rose arch, his breath misting in the cold, his collar turned up against the wind. He was alone. He did not greet her with ceremony. He simply began, as if the words had been waiting behind his teeth for hours. "I want you to understand how it works," he said. "The machinery, the way they built it." Ilvane stopped an arm's length from him and waited. "The reports that reach my desk," Casomir said. "They are filtered by 3 layers of clerks before they arrive. The first layer decides what is relevant. The second decides what is urgent. The third decides what I am permitted to see. I have known this for 2 years. I have known and done nothing, because every time I tried to change it, someone reminded me that the Concord guarantees my safety, my treasury, and the loyalty of my officers, and that those guarantees depend on my cooperation." His voice was calm, level, the voice of a man who had made peace with a cage that had gilded bars. "The wedding was not my idea," he said. "It was proposed by Sevra's predecessor, negotiated by Sevra's clerks, and presented to me as a sealed treaty with both seals already applied. I was told I could approve it or let Aurelis starve. Those were the options they gave me." Ilvane said nothing. She had known this, she had suspected it, but hearing him say it, standing in the dark with the canal water lapping at the wall below, made it real in a way that changed nothing and everything. "I am telling you this," Casomir said, "because I want you to know that when you stand before the council and name Sevra Tolan, I will stand beside you and say the same words." He looked at her then. His eyes were tired and clear and holding nothing back. "I will testify. I will name every filtered report, every sealed treaty, every decision I was told was mine, but was made in a room I never entered. I will tell them that my wedding was not a peace treaty, but a transfer of authority from 2 crowns to 1 bureaucracy, and that Sevra Tolan was the architect of every clause." Ilvane felt the cold air catch in her throat. "You would do that," she said, "knowing what it costs you." "I would do it," Casomir said, "because I have spent 3 years being a signature at the bottom of pages I never read, and I am done." He paused. His hands were shaking, she saw, and he pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. "There is something else," he said. The shift in his voice made her chest tighten. "The final feast," he said, "the one before the ceremony. I had my steward run the provisioning lists against the original menus approved by the Concord last month." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet, passed it to her. Ilvane unfolded it. The light from the distant residence windows was just enough to read the columns. Menu items, quantities, suppliers, and beside each entry, a note in the steward's tight hand. Substituted, no authorization. Substituted, no authorization. Down the entire page. "The substitutions are precise," Casomir said. "Every dish that would have been prepared by the trusted kitchens has been reassigned to a supplier my steward has never heard of. The orders were placed 3 days ago, signed with a seal that matches Concord Directive 44. Ilvane's eyes stopped on the line. Roast course, main table, substituted, supplier, 13th provisioning, authorization, ST. She looked up. The food is already in the storerooms, Casomir said. My steward does not know who put it there. The original provisions are still in the cold larders, untouched, because someone has already replaced them with sealed crates that no one is permitted to open until the morning of the feast. He let that settle. I cannot seal the kitchens, he said. I cannot countermand the order without triggering an inquiry that would take days, and we do not have days. But I wanted you to know that the poison you found in the ledger is not a plan. It is already here. Ilvane stared at the page in her hands. The trap was not in the future. It was in the walls. One more thing, Casomir said. She looked up. He was holding something in his palm, a key, iron, dark, with a single notch at the head. The Concord vault, he said, beneath the cathedral. I had a copy made 3 months ago, when I began to understand what they were building around me. He held it out. She took it. The metal was cold and heavier than it looked. If you need to reach the bonded crown before the trial, Casomir said, this is the only way and that Sevra does not control. He turned and walked back toward the residence without waiting for an answer. Ilvane stood alone in the dark garden, the vault key in one hand and the list of substitutions in the other, and felt the shape of the next move begin to form in the space between heartbeats. She did not hear the footsteps behind her until it was too late. Chapter 35. The footsteps stopped, close enough that the warmth of a body pressed against the cold air between them, close enough that Ilvane felt the bond flare before she turned, silver heat racing up her arm like a warning or a welcome. She turned. Tarek stood 3 paces behind her, still in the dark coat from the garrison, the fresh bandage at his collar visible where the collar sat open. His face was hard to read in the moonless dark, but the bond was not. It reached for her with something between relief and fear. I felt you leave the residence, he said. Through the bond, woke me. She said nothing. Her heartbeat was still too loud for speech. I followed you through the service passages, he said. You did not notice. You were too focused on the man who was standing where I am now. Casomir. He had seen. Casomir gave me this. She held up the iron key. The Concord pod. He had a copy made. Tarek stepped closer. His eyes dropped to the key, then to the folded sheet still in her other hand. And that? The final feast provisions have been substituted. The poison is already in the palace storerooms. Signed ST. He took the sheet, read it in the dark. She watched his jaw tighten, a muscle working along his temple. She is faster than we thought, he said. She planned for the wedding to be the execution. The ceremony was never the goal, it was the delivery mechanism. He handed the sheet back. Then we cannot let it proceed. No. They stood in the dark garden with the canal water lapping below the wall. The silence between them was not empty. It was full of the thing neither had said aloud. Brannoc found the clerk, Tarek said, the one who recorded her initial authorization. Soren is guarding him in a locked room in the garrison. We have one witness who can tie her to the poison chain. How long before Sevra learns he is alive? By dawn if she does not already know. Ilvane looked down at the key in her palm. The iron was warm now from her grip. I need to see the bonded crown, she said, before the trial, before she moves it or seals it deeper. Tarek nodded slowly. Then we go tonight. Tarek, she stopped him. You heard what Ione said. The crown does not answer to blood or law. It answers only to mutual consent. If neither of us can hold it alone, then whatever waits in that vault is not something we can take. It is something we have to choose together. He looked at her for a long moment. Then we will choose together, he said. But we cannot choose a thing we have never seen. He held out his hand. She looked at it. The silver mark climbing his wrist was visible even in the dark, a faint shimmer that had grown brighter since the healing. She took his hand. The bond surged. Warmth flooded through her palm and upper arm, and for a moment the garden tilted, the canal walls and residence windows dissolving into a pull that was neither sleep nor waking. She blinked. They were standing in a vault. The air was cold and dry, tasting of old stone and sealed iron. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with ledgers and leather-bound rolls. Dust lay thick on every surface. In the center of the room, on a raised pedestal of black stone, sat a crown. It was not gold, it was silver, dark with age, braided into two interlocking bands that spiraled around an empty center. No gems, no inscriptions, just the two bands, locked together like hands that had not yet let go. Ilvane tried to step forward. She could not move. A voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere, a woman's voice, old and tired and full of warning. Who comes to the crown? Tarek stood beside her. She felt his presence in her chest, solid and steady. Ilvane of Aurelis. Tarek Sandoval of Carden. The silence stretched. Two voices, one purpose. A figure formed in the space before the pedestal. A woman in dark robes, her face obscured, her hands raised. She looked at them both, then turned to the crown. Then choose. Ilvane watched as a hand reached for the crown. Not her hand, not Tarek's. A hand made of shadow and silver light, closing around one of the two bands. The band cracked. The crown split in half. The left side fell to the stone floor. The silver light died. The vault went dark. Ilvane gasped and woke. She was still in the garden. She was still holding Tarek's hand. But she was on her knees, the cold gravel biting through her dress, and Tarek was beside her, breathing hard. "Did you see it?" she asked. "Yes." The hand that reached alone, destroyed it. She met his eyes in the dark. "The dream was not a warning," she said. "It was a memory. Inono told me the first bonded sovereign tried to hold the crown alone after her partner died. She could not. She sundered the kingdom trying." Tarek was still holding her hand. His grip was steady. "Then we do not reach alone," he said. She looked at the key still in her other hand, at the bond burning between them, at the dark path ahead. "Someone is already in the vault," she said. He went still. "The dream showed us the crown intact. It showed us what happens when one hand reaches. But the dust on the shelves was disturbed. The seal on the vault door had been broken before we saw it." Tarek's face went very still. "Someone else has been inside." The bond pulsed once, sharp and urgent, and Ilvane felt it with perfect clarity. The crown was no longer waiting for them. Someone was moving it now. Chapter 36. The corridor beneath the weaving hall smelled of dust and brine, the air so thick Ilvane tasted salt on her tongue. Sister Yoni moved ahead with a hooded lantern, her shadow leaping across stone shelves stacked with leather rolls and wooden boxes sealed with wax older than any living memory. Mira walked at Ilvane's back, her hand never far from the blade-shaped key still hidden beneath her collar. "Here," Yoni said, stopping at a door with no handle, only a shallow depression in the wood where a seal had once hung. "The old bond archive. No one has opened it in 30 years. Ilvane pressed her palm against the depression. The wood groaned inward. The door was not locked. It had simply swollen shut from neglect. They pushed together. The door scraped open on rusted hinges, revealing a room no larger than a pantry. Shelves lined all four walls, crimed with ledgers whose spines had cracked and shed their titles. On the floor, a stack of parchment sheets lay curled under their own weight, covered in a fine gray film. Iona set the lantern on the only clear surface, a wooden crate with the Concord seal burned into its lid. "The copied bond records," she said, lifting a thin folio from the middle shelf. "I made these myself, years ago, from the originals before Sevra restricted access. They contain the testimony of the first bonded sovereign scribe, the activation rights, and the legal precedent for shared sovereignty." Ilvane took the folio. The paper was brittle, the ink faded to a pale brown, but the seal at the bottom was still legible, the interlocking bands of the old crown. "And the rude amendments?" she asked. Mira was already at the far shelf, pulling a leather-gowned book from behind a row of empty ink bottles. "Here." She flipped it open. "Brannoc's dispatcher records from the Verdun post office. The altered lodging assignments are marked in the margin with a date stamp." Ilvane looked at the page. The entries were cramped, written in a clerk's careful hand, but someone had drawn a line through the original route and written a new one above it in different ink. The looped E matched the forged orders. "This is the proof," Ilvane said. "The same hand that wrote the false inspection orders wrote this amendment." She slid the book into her satchel alongside the bond folio. Iona was working on the wooden crate, prying the lid with a thin knife. The Concord seals used on the forged orders were stolen from a sealed inventory. I kept a record of the seal numbers and the dates they were signed out. She lifted the lid. Inside lay a stack of wax seals, each one pressed with the Concord crest, and a ledger sheet listing the signatures of every official who had requested them. Sevra's name appeared twice. Both entries were dated before the memorial. "She took the seals herself," Ilvane said. "She did," Iona said, "and she returned them 3 days later, but the inventory shows the seals were used between the checkout and check-in dates. Enough time for a forger to make duplicate stamps." Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Mira went still. Ilvane's hand closed around the satchel strap. The footsteps were not one pair. They were many, heavy and synchronized, the sound of a patrol moving in formation. Iona reached up and snuffed the lantern. Darkness swallowed them. The footsteps stopped on the other side of the door. Ilvane counted her heartbeats. 4, 7, 12. A man's voice, low and flat. "Seal the corridor. No one passes until the Concord assessor arrives." Keys rattled, metal scraped against stone, the sound of a bulk sliding home. Mira's breath caught. "They're locking the archive wing." "How do we get out?" Ilvane asked, her voice barely a whisper. Eno's hand found her arm in the dark. "There is a passage behind the back shelf. It leads to the old chapel cistern, but the grate has been rusted shut for years." "Then we force it." "We will need time." Mira stepped past them, her silhouette just visible against the faint crack of light under the door. "I will give you that time." Ilvane's chest tightened. "No, I am already condemned," Mira said. "The ledger, the authorizations, the vanished deputy. I signed my name on every poisoned order, even if I did not know what I was signing. When the trial comes, they will hang me before you finish speaking. I will not let that happen." "Then let me choose this." Mira turned, and in the dim light her face was calm. "I kept the key to the archive for 3 years, not knowing why. Now I know. This is why I was here, to pass the truth through the door before they sealed it." Ilvane wanted to argue. The words stuck in her throat. The boots resumed, closer now. "Take the documents," Mira said. "I will hold them at the door long enough for you to reach the cistern." "Mira, go." Inon was already at the back shelf, her fingers tracing the stone. "Here, the passage." Ilvane stood frozen, the satchel heavy against her hip, her oldest friend's face fading into shadow. Then Mira stepped toward the door, straightened her collar, and knocked. The guards' voices stopped. Ilvane moved. She plunged into the passage after Inon, the stone scraping her shoulders, the satchel clutched against her chest. Behind her, she heard Mira's voice, steady and formal. "I am acting on direct orders from the Aurelian household. You will unseal this corridor immediately." The passage turned. The light vanished. Ilvane crawled blind, counting seconds. Behind her, a shout, a scuffle, the sound of something heavy hitting stone. Then silence. The passage ended at a rusted iron grate, cold water lapping beyond it in the dark. Ione pressed her shoulder against the bars. They groaned but did not give. "The cistern," she said. "If we break the grate, we can wade to the lower service door." Ilvane pushed beside her. The iron bit into her palms, rough with corrosion. She threw her weight against it. The grate shuddered, held. Behind them, the passage swallowed every sound. No more shouts, no more footsteps. "Again," she said. They struck together. The grate gave with a shriek of tortured metal, swinging outward into the water. Cold flooded Ilvane's boots, her skirts rising to her thighs before she found the cistern floor. Ione followed, clutching the lantern, now relit and casting a weak circle across the black water. They waded through the dark, the satchel held above the surface. The water smelled of iron and old stone, the same salt tang that had lined the corridor above. At the far wall, a narrow door, iron-bound, its lock rusted into place. Ilvane set down the satchel. She pulled the vault key from her pocket, the one Casomir had given her, and fitted it into the lock. It turned. The door opened onto a moonlit courtyard. The residence stood 30 paces away, its windows dark, its corridors still. She stepped out onto dry stone, water streaming from her clothes. Iona followed, breathless, the lantern sputtering. Ilvane looked back at the cistern door, at the passage that now held only silence. Mira had not come through. She clutched the satchel to her chest, the paper edges cutting through the wet fabric, and felt the bond pulse once, hot and urgent, from somewhere deeper in the palace. The crown was still moving, and Mira was gone. Chapter 37. The courtyard was silent. Ilvane stood at the cistern door, water pooling at her feet, the satchel pressed against her ribs. The bond pulled east, toward the resident's heart, toward whatever was moving the crown through the dark. She did not move. Iona touched her elbow. "We cannot stay here." "I know," but her body would not obey. The passage behind her held only silence now. No shouts, no footsteps, no Mira. The satchel was heavy with everything they had died to carry. Bond records, route amendments, seal inventory. Proof enough to break Sevra if they reached the right ears. And yet, Iona tugged again, gentler. "There is a storage shed at the garden wall. We can shelter there while I dry the documents." Ilvane let herself be pulled. They crossed the courtyard at a low crouch, keeping to the shadow of the wall. The shed was locked. Iona produced a thin pick from somewhere inside her sleeve and had the mechanism open in 3 heartbeats. Inside, sacking, empty crates, the smell of dried herbs and mouse droppings. A lantern hung from a rusted hook. Iona lit it, turning the wick low. The flame cast a wavering circle across the stone floor. Ilvane set the satchel on an overturned crate. She opened it, spread the contents across the sacking. Bond folios. The root book, with its telltale looped E, the seal inventory ledger with Sevra's signature. Proof. She stared at it and felt nothing. Iona worked in silence, separating the damp pages, laying them flat on dry sacking. Her fingers moved with the patience of someone who had spent decades handling old paper. "You are thinking about Mira," she said. "I am thinking about what she cost me, what she chose to cost herself, and whether it was worth the price." Ilvane looked up. "Was it?" Iona met her gaze. "That is not a question for me to answer." The bond pulsed again, closer now. The crown was still moving, still somewhere in the palace, still being carried toward whatever destination Sevra had chosen. Ilvane pressed her palm to her chest, felt the silver heat beneath her ribs. "I need to see Tarek." "He will find you," Ione said. "The bond will pull him here, or you to him." "I cannot wait." "You must." Ione's voice was firm. "The corridor is sealed. The guards are searching. If you walk out now, you will be caught before you reach the first door, and everything Mira died for will rot in an evidence locker." Ilvane's hands curled into fists. The paper lay before her. The truth, sorted and drying, and she could not use it. She sank onto a crate, her wet skirts cold against her thighs, and stared at the wall. 2 paths. She had always believed there were 2 paths. Marry Casomir, complete the treaty, let the bond wither into rumor, and survive as a ceremonial wife who kept her people fed. Or claim the bond with Tarek, defy Sevra, reforge the crown and face execution as a traitor before the grain ships ever reached harbor. She had spent her whole life learning to walk the first path. Every lesson, every ceremony, every sacrifice had trained her to accept that her body and future were state assets, meant to be spent. And the second path? Treason dressed in longing. She pressed her palms against her eyes until colors bloomed behind the lids. "You are doing it again." She dropped her hands. Tarek stood in the shed doorway, His coat was dark with moisture. A fresh scratch ran across his jaw, still welling thin blood. His eyes found hers, then the spread of documents, then the set of her shoulders. "Doing what?" she said. "Giving yourself two choices, both of which destroy you." He stepped inside, pulling the door closed behind him. The shed shrank. Brannoc tracked the clerk to a tannery on the canal. Soren moved him twice before dawn. He is alive, and he will testify. For how long? Long enough. Tarek crouched beside the crates, his gaze moving across the papers. You got out, with proof. Mira did not. He went still. The silence stretched. Ilvane watched his face shift, the recognition, the weight, the quiet acknowledgement of a debt he could not repay. She chose it, Tarek said. She should not have had to. No. His voice was rough. But she did, and you are here, and the crown is still moving. We do not have time to honor her the way she deserves. Not yet. Ilvane's throat burned. I know. Then tell me what you are going to do. She looked at the papers spread across the sacking, the proof, the truth, the weight of every life already spent to bring them this far. Marry Casomir, she said. And the poison is still in the stores. The conspiracy is still in power. Sevra still controls the Concord, and Aurelis starves on her terms, not mine. Tarek did not move. Claim the bond, she said, and I hand them the charge they are already drafting. Treason, sedition, conspiracy to destabilize the treaty. They will not need the poison. They will hang us before the wedding feast. Those are the two paths, Tarek said. Those are the only paths I have ever been given. He looked at her. The lantern light carved shadows across his face, caught the silver mark climbing his wrist. Then stop walking the paths someone else built, he said. Build one of your own. The words hung in the cold air. Ilvane stared at him, opened her mouth, closed it. Build one of her own. The thought was so foreign it felt like a language she had never learned. Every choice she had ever made had been a negotiation within constraints. Survival meant picking the least deadly option, not the one she wanted. But Tarek was looking at her like he expected her to understand, like he already believed she could. The bond warmed between them, not urgent now, but steady, a current she could lean into. A third path, she said slowly. Yes, I do not know what that looks like. Tarek reached out and took her hand. His palm was rough, calloused, warm. Then we find out together. The bond flared, silver light spilling between their fingers, visible even in the lantern glow. And in the distance, from somewhere deeper in the palace, a door slammed, boots, many of them, moving fast. Ionin looked up from the papers. They are searching the grounds. Tarek did not let go of her hand. The vault, he said. The crown is still there. Or it was. And if we reach it before Sevra seals it deeper, we have the only relic that can prove the bond is real. And if we are caught at the vault door, then we are caught. His grip tightened. But we will be caught choosing. Ilvane looked down at their joined hands. The silver mark burned against her skin, alive and waiting. She thought of Mira standing at the archive door, calm, knowing she would not walk out. She thought of Casomir handing her a key he had kept for 3 months, hoping she would use it for something he could not do alone. She thought of every path she had ever been given, every sacrifice she had ever made, every time she had let herself be spent. And for the first time, she thought of what it might feel like to choose for herself. She squeezed Tarek's hand. The vault, she said. Show me the way. The bond surged, sweet and fierce, and she felt his answer before he spoke, not in words but in the shape of a certainty that had no room left for doubt. They stepped out of the shed together. The courtyard was empty, but the boots were closer now, and the crown was still moving, and somewhere above them, a bell began to toll. Chapter 38. Ilvane lay awake in the dark of the storage shed, the satchel of proof pressed against her ribs, and listened to the bell still tolling somewhere above. Ione had found a corner behind the crates and fallen asleep sitting up, her thin arms wrapped around the folio like a child clutching a blanket. Tarek stood by the crack in the door, watching the courtyard through a finger's width of gap. The bond pulsed between them, not urgent now, restless, a current that would not still. She sat up, The straw rustled beneath her. Tarek did not turn. They have stopped searching the near grounds, moved to the eastern wall. Then we have time. Some. She rose and crossed to stand beside him at the door. The courtyard lay silver and empty under a half moon. Frost glittered on the cobblestones. Tell me what you are thinking, she said. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he turned. I am thinking that I have spent my life learning to predict what happens next. Battle lines, supply chains, enemy movements. Every commander learns to see the pattern before it closes. And now? Now I cannot see anything past the next hour. His voice was low, roughened by exhaustion. I do not know what happens if we reach the vault. I do not know what happens if we do not. I do not know if the crown will answer, or if it will sit there cold and dead while Sevra's soldiers find us kneeling before it. That is not what I asked. The bond shivered. He looked at her. The moonlight caught the silver mark climbing his wrist, and she watched it pulse in time with her own heartbeat. I am thinking, he said slowly, that I do not want to spend whatever time I have left pretending I do not want you. The words landed in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. She did not look away. I am not pretending, she said, slowly. His mouth curved, barely. You are not. That is what makes this impossible to ignore. She wanted to tell him that she had been trained since childhood to ignore things. Hunger, fear, the ache of wanting anything that was not allocated to her by treaty and obligation. But the bond would not let her lie, not to him, not now. If we reach the vault, she said, and the crown answers, and we survive the night. We do not survive, Tarek said. We win. Those are not the same thing. The truth of it settled between them. Claim the bond, and they handed their enemies the charge they were already drafting. Treason, sedition, death before the wedding feast. Then why are we going? She asked. Because the other option is letting someone else decide what your life was worth. The words were not new. He had said something like them in the shed, an hour ago, a lifetime ago. But here, in the cold dark, with the bond threading between them like a living thing, they felt different. She looked at his hand, the one that had reached for her in the shed, the one that had held her steady. Tell me what you want, she said. The question hung between them. Tarek did not answer. Instead, he lifted his hand and touched her face. His fingers were rough, calloused, warm against her skin. The bond flared. I want to live, he said. I want to find out who I am when I am not being spent for something. I want to stand beside you in a room where no one is watching to see if we break. His thumb traced the line of her jaw. And I want to kiss you, he said. I have wanted to kiss you since the night you danced with me in that cursed ballroom and told me I was not the monster you expected. She could not breathe. Then do it, she said. The bond burned between them, silver and alive, and she felt the restraint in him, the discipline that had kept him alive through 2 wars, the terror of wanting something that could not be taken back. If I do, he said, I will not stop at 1. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She did not step back. Then we choose it, she said. Together. Not the bond, not fate. This. Now. Tarek looked at her for a long, aching moment. Then he lowered his hand. When we reach the vault, he said. When the crown is in our hands. When we have done what we came to do. Tarek, because if I kiss you now, I will not be able to think about anything else. His voice was rough, stripped of all control. And I need to be able to think if I am going to keep you alive. She wanted to argue, wanted to close the distance herself and let the consequences burn. But he was right. The boots were still out there. The crown was still moving. The bell was still tolling. She stepped back and felt the cold rush in where his warmth had been. After the vault, she said. After the vault. The promise settled between them like a blade laid flat. Not yet, but soon. The door to the shed flew open. Ilvane spun, hand reaching for the blade at her belt. Brannoc stood in the gap. his scarred face lit by the lantern he carried. He was breathing hard. "We have a problem," he said. Tarek straightened. "The clerk? Still alive." Soar moved him a third time. "That is not the problem." Brannoc stepped inside and pulled the door closed. "Riders, 200 of them, bearing down on the Processional road, moving under cover of dark. They are wearing Cardan colors." Tarek went still. "Whose colors?" he asked. "Yours." Brannoc's voice was flat. "Your own battalion colors, Tarek. Your seal on the god dawns. They will reach the sea gates before dawn." Ilvane felt the ground drop beneath her. False troop movements. Sevra was not waiting for the trial. She was already lighting the border war. Chapter 39. The summons came before dawn, before Ilvane could find the words to tell Tarek what Brannoc had reported, before she could decide whether the false riders meant they ran for the vault now, or waited for the trap to close. A steward in Concord gray stood at the shed door with a lantern and a sealed note. "Archminister Tolin requests your presence," he said, "in the East residence study, alone." Tarek moved to block him. "She is not going anywhere alone. The Archminister guarantees safe passage and return." The steward did not flinch. "She said to tell you the guard rotation at the north gate has been doubled. The riders will not enter the city without her authorization." The message was precise. Sevra knew about the false troops. That meant either she controlled them entirely, or she had watchers everywhere and was offering to trade information for Ilvane's compliance. "If I am not back in an hour," Ilvane said, "do not wait for me." Tarek's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. The bond carried what he could not say in front of the steward. "I do not trust her. I trust you to survive her." She followed the steward across the garden. The East residence study was warmer than she expected. A fire burned low in the grate, and Sevra Tolin sat behind a writing desk piled with ledgers, her dove-gray robe smooth even at this hour. She did not rise when Ilvane entered. "Close the door." Ilvane closed it. The room smelled of ink and old paper, the scent of a woman who spent her life inside documents. A single oil lamp burned beside the ledgers, casting Sevra's face in shadow and light. "You have been busy?" Sevra said. "The bond archive, the cistern passage, the clerk, your general's man, has been moving around the city like a chess piece." Ilvane said nothing. Sevra leaned back. "I am not going to threaten you, princess. I am going to explain something you have not yet understood, and then I'm going to offer you a way out." "I already have a way out." "No." Sevra's voice was flat, without cruelty. "You have a way to die with your principles intact. That is not the same thing." She opened a ledger and turned it toward Ilvane. Columns of figures, grain shipments, hospital funding, school allocations. 23 years ago, when I took the Archminister's seat, Cardan was 14 months from famine. Aurelis was 10. The sundering had left both kingdoms with competing institutions, broken trade routes, and a generation that remembered how to fight, but not how to build. She tapped the ledger. I built a system that feeds your people, that keeps the harbor open long enough for grain ships to make port, that puts medicine in clinics and teachers in villages that had none 40 years ago." Ilvane read the numbers. They were not lies. "And I did it," Sevra said, "by making sure no single person could undo it. Not a king, not a general, not a pair of lovers who believe their feelings are more important than the lives of 200,000 people. You poisoned a wedding feast. I prepared to remove a threat that would collapse the entire structure." Sevra's voice did not waver. "The bond between you and Tarek Sandoval is not a miracle, princess. It is a fracture waiting to become a chasm. The first bonded reign lasted 37 years. Do you know what happened in the 38th? The surviving sovereign could not hold the crown alone. She could not hold it alone because she had never learned to govern without her bonded partner." Sevra stood, her shadow falling across the desk. She had no institutions, no systems, no checks on her own power. She had love, and when love failed, she had nothing. The sundering killed more people in 3 years than the war before it killed in 20. Ilvane felt the truth of it press against her ribs. "You believe you are different," Sevra said. "You believe because you are careful, because you are disciplined, because you have spent your life serving duty, that you will not make the same mistake. But the bonded crown does not ask your permission. It rewires your priorities. It makes you willing to sacrifice the many for the one. That is not what we are doing. It is what you will do. Sevra's pale gray eyes held hers. You have already chosen him over the treaty. You have already chosen him over the wedding. How long before you choose him over Aurelis? The question landed like a blade. Ilvane opened her mouth to answer, but Sevra raised a hand. Think carefully, princess, because I am offering you a third path. The wedding proceeds on schedule. You marry Casomir. The treaty holds. The grain ships sail. And the bond between you and Tarek is sealed in the Concord vault under enough legal and ceremonial restriction that it cannot be used to destabilize either realm. You want to bury it. I want to contain it. Sevra's voice softened, a crack in the iron. The bond is real. I do not deny it. But a truth that destroys thousands is not a truth worth claiming. I know you believe I am a monster. I have done monstrous things to keep this peace, but I did them so that you would never have to. The silence stretched. Ilvane heard the fire shift in the grate. And if I refuse? Sevra's expression did not change. Then the riders arrive before dawn. The border war begins. And when the dust settles, the Concord will hold an inquiry into why a Cardan general and an Aring princess chose to ignite a conflict rather than accept a peaceful marriage. The riders are yours. The riders are a lever. Ferva sat down again. I am giving you until the first bell to decide. That is more mercy than you would show me if our positions were reversed. Ilve looked at the ledgers, the grain shipments, the hospital funding, the systems that kept people alive, and she thought of Mira standing in the archive corridor while the footsteps closed in, of Tarek saying, "We do not survive, we win," of Casomir handing her a key and asking to be seen. I will give you my answer at the first bell, Ilvane said. Sevra nodded, as if she had expected nothing less. One more thing, Sevra said as Ilvane reached the door. The clerk your man Soran has been hiding. He is no longer in the tannery. Ilvane went still. I moved him, Sevra said, to a location I guarantee he will reach the trial alive. You do not need to thank me. But you should know that I am not the only one in this city who wants to prevent a war. Ilvane turned, searching Sevra's face for the lie. Then let me see him. No. Why should I believe you? Sevra's mouth curved, a thin and terrible smile. Because I am giving you a reason to live, princess. That is the only proof I have left to offer. Ilvane walked out into the dark. The bond hit her the moment she cleared the doorway. Tarek's fear, sharp and raw, followed by relief so intense it made her stumble. She leaned against the corridor wall and let it pass. He was waiting at the shed. Brannoc stood beside him, a crossbow slung across his back. The clerk is gone, Ilvane said. Iona heard. Tarek's voice was tight. She's been trying to find out where Sevra took him. She said something I did not expect. What? She said the Archminister has not told anyone, not even you, Silve. The transfer was done by guards who answered directly to Sevra and no one else. Brannoc grunted. That means she's protecting him, or isolating him, Ilvane said, so she controls when he speaks. But the unease would not settle. Sevra had not threatened her. Sevra had laid out her logic, her achievements, her catastrophic fear of what the bond could do. And for one dangerous moment, Ilvane had understood why the Archminister believed she was right. The scream came from the north gate, high, thin, cut short. Tarek was already moving. Ilvane followed, the bond pulling her after him, Brannoc's boots hammering behind them. They reached the gate to find a guard standing over a crumpled shape in the mud. A courier, by the look of the torn dispatch pouch still strapped across his chest. The guard looked up, white-faced. This one came from the border road, my lord. He was running when they cut him down. Tarek knelt, rolled the body over. The courier's throat had been opened ear to ear, but in his hand, clenched so tight the fingers had locked, was a folded slip of paper. Tarek pried it loose. Ilvane read it over his shoulder. The clerk is dead. The riders are not Sevra's. Chapter 40. They rode before the bells could mark the hour. Ilvane kept her gaze fixed ahead as the column formed along the processional road, the wedding city rising against the gray dawn in a sprawl of pale stone and gilded domes. 2 more days. That was all the distance meant now. 2 days of ceremonial gates, blessed thresholds, and ritual pauses that would carry her to the altar where Sevra's trap waited. The dead courier's note burned in her pocket. The riders are not Sarah's. She had read it so many times the words had worn grooves into her memory. If the false Cardane colors did not answer to the archminister, they answered to someone else. Someone who had killed the witness clerk before he could speak. Someone who had cut a courier's throat and left the message as a taunt or a warning. Tarek rode at her left, 3 lengths back in proper processional order, but the bond pulled between them like a stretched cord. She felt his attention on her, sharp and steady, asking nothing. She gave nothing back. The first gate loomed ahead, a white arch carved with the interlocking circles of the Concord seal. A herald stood beneath it, scroll raised, flanked by 4 guards in polished steel. Ilvane reined in. "Princess Ilvane of Aurelis," the herald intoned. "You enter under the sacred peace of the wedding march. By Concord law, no blade may be drawn in the city's bounds until the rite is complete." She had heard the formula 100 times. It had never felt like a threat before. "I accept the terms," she said. The herald stepped aside. She rode through. The city swallowed them. Street vendors had been cleared from the processional route. Banners hung from every window, blue and gold for Aurelis, iron gray and silver for Cardan, and above them all, the white and crimson of the Concord. Crowds lined the cobblestones, faces turned toward her with a hungry mix of awe and suspicion. She saw it in their eyes. They knew about the mark. The story had outrun her. By now, every guild factor, every tavern keeper, every child who could reach a window ledge had heard that the princess bore a silver brand that linked her to the enemy general. Some would call it sanctity. Some would call it sorcery. All of them would watch. She kept her spine straight and her expression still. The residence rose at the far end of the processional avenue, a pale limestone block with narrow windows and a single iron-bound door. It was not a palace. It was a fortress built to look like a guest house, designed to hold a wedding party for 3 days of rites while the city absorbed the spectacle. Ilvane dismounted before the footman could reach her. Tarek was already on the ground, scanning the windows, the roofline, the quiet at her back. He did not look at her. But the bond pulsed once, warm against her ribs, steady. She did not answer. There were too many eyes. The interior was cold, swept clean, and arranged with the precision of a stage set. A steward in Concord gray met her at the threshold and led her through a series of formal chambers: reception hall, dining hall, waiting room, and finally the suite that would hold her for the next 2 days. 2 doors, one to the corridor, one to a narrow balcony overlooking the central courtyard, both locked from outside. Ilvane tested them, felt the bolts hold, and did not bother to call for a key. She knelt beside her travel satchel and pulled out the folio of bond records that Ionin had carried through the cistern. The pages were dry now, though the edges still curled from the water. She spread them across the bed. Activation rights, shared sovereignty precedents, the scribe testimony of the first bonded reign. She had read them so many times she could recite them from memory, but she needed to see the ink, needed to prove to herself that she held something real, something Sevra could not erase. A knock at the outer door. Ilvane folded the folio and slid it beneath the mattress. "Enter." Mira stepped inside. Ilvane's breath caught. She looked older than she had 3 days ago. The hollows beneath her eyes deepened, the set of her mouth thinner. But she was walking. She was breathing. She was here. "The guards at the archive let me go after you cleared the passage," Mira said before Ilvane could speak. "They were not ordered to kill me. They were ordered to contain me." "I thought you were dead." "I know," Mira's voice cracked. "I thought so too." Ilvane crossed the room and took Mira's hands. The fingers were cold, the grip fierce. "The poison is confirmed," Mira said. "I checked the provisioning ledger against the schedule. Every course of the final feast has been substituted through the unauthorized suppliers. 1 bite, and the entire wedding party dies. Sevra's signature on every authorization. Mira pulled a folded document from her sleeve. I copied the seal sequence. It matches the originals in the archive. Ilvane took the paper, her thumb tracing the edge of the ink. Proof. She had proof. But proof meant nothing if she could not speak it where the law had to hear. Where is Casomir? In the king's wing, 2 floors above yours. He sent word that it has prepared his testimony and will stand when you call for him. And Ione? The chapel annex. She is copying the bond records into separate hands so that no single document will hold the entire chain. Ilvane nodded. The pieces were moving. She had allies in position, evidence ready, a witness who would speak. But the dead clerk lay cold in a canal, and the riders still approached. There is something else, Mira said. The false troop movements. Brannoc has been watching the North Road. The riders have not stopped. They are still coming. How fast? They will reach the outer gates by midnight tomorrow, 20 hours before the wedding. 20 hours. Ilvane turned to the window. The courtyard below was empty, swept clean of leaves, the flagstones gleaming with moisture from the morning mist. She could see the chapel dome beyond the residence wall, the copper surface streaked with verdigris, and beneath it, the vault. She touched the iron key in her pocket. A soft scrape at her door. She turned, hand already reaching for the blade she had hidden in her sleeve. The door swung inward a hand's width. Tarek. He did not enter. He stood in the gap, his face half light, half shadow from the corridor lantern, and looked at her across the threshold where protocol said he should not stand at all. The ceremony begins at dawn, he said. 2 days from now. After that, there is no more waiting. I know. I need you to be certain. She stepped toward him, 1 foot, then another. The bond swelled between them, silver and restless, filling the space with a heat that had nothing to do with the fire. I am certain. He held her gaze for a long breath. Then he reached out. His fingers closed around hers, palm to palm, visible through the open door where anyone in the corridor could see. She did not pull away. She squeezed back. Chapter 41. The fingers stayed. Ilvane stood in the doorway with Tarek's hand closed around hers, and the corridor beyond him was not empty. A kitchen maid carrying a covered tray had stopped mid-step. A guard at the far end had turned his head, then thought better of it and faced forward again. 2 clerks in Concord gray had rounded the corner, seen them, and kept walking without breaking rhythm. No one spoke. No one needed to. Ilvane counted the heartbeats it would take for the first whisper to reach the wrong ear. 3, if the corridor had a direct path. 7, if the information had to pass through a single intermediary before finding its target. She should pull away. She did not. You are making a choice, she said, low enough that only Tarek could hear. No. In full view. I know. His thumb moved across her knuckles. Not a caress, a grounding, the same when a soldier checked his weapon before a fight. She looked down at their hands, her skin pale from the winter months. His, darker, calloused at the edges where the rains had worn grooves. The silver mark on his wrist was visible where his sleeve had ridden up, climbing into the cuff. Her own mark burned in answer, a low thrum beneath the skin that had nothing to do with the cold. They will use this, she said. Let them. Tarek. He looked at her then, full face, and she saw what he was offering. Not defiance, not possession. He was not staking a claim. He was standing ground so that she did not have to stand it alone. The bond opened between them like a door she had forgotten was there. Steadiness. That was what he gave her. Not heat, not hunger, not the sharp edge of want he had admitted in the shed. Steadiness. The kind that did not flinch when the arrows came. She let herself feel it for 3 full breaths. Then she stepped back, and his hand released hers. The kitchen maid had already vanished. The guard was studying a fixed point on the wall. The clerks had turned to the far corner, their gray shoulders disappearing into shadow. But the corridor had seen. Walk with me to the hall, Ilvane said. There will be a reception line. Isilde will be there. I know. She will have heard before we arrive. I know. He stepped aside to let her pass, then fell into step beside her. That is the point. The wedding palace was not built for silence. Every surface reflected sound. The marble floors, the vaulted ceilings, the gilded screens that divided the great hall into ceremonial chambers. Footsteps echoed, voices carried. A whisper spoken at one end of the corridor could be heard at the other if the acoustics caught it right. Ilvane walked with her hands at her sides, shoulders back, face composed. Tarek walked a half-step behind and to her left, the position of a subordinate, but the corridor had seen his hand on hers, and no amount of ceremonial distance would undo that. The great hall opened before them, its double doors thrown wide. The reception line had already formed. Courtiers in Aurelian blue and Cardan black stood arranged by rank, their faces turned toward the entrance with the hungry attention of people who had been waiting for something to happen. At the head of the line, Lady Ursula Perrin stood in pale silk, the color of ice. Her hands clasped at her waist, her smile calibrated to the exact degree of warmth that meant nothing. Ilvane felt the weight of every gaze shift from her face to her hand, then to Tarek's hand, then back. They knew. Ursula stepped forward before Ilvane reached the line, her movement so smooth it was almost a glide. The silk of her gown whispered against the marble. "Princess Ilvane," her voice carried, pitched for the room. "We beginning to worry you had lost your way in the corridors. The residence is generous with its passageways," Ilvane said. "I was familiarizing myself." "Of course." Isola's smile did not change. Her eyes moved past Ilvane's shoulder to where Tarek stood, then returned. "And Lord General, what a pleasure to see you accompanying the princess on her first tour of the palace." "I offered to show her the East Wing," Tarek said. She declined. The lie was smooth, plausible. It gave Isola nothing to challenge, but Isola did not need to challenge it. She had already seen what she came to see. "The council will convene after the evening meal," she said. "Archminister Tolan has requested a brief, informal session to review the wedding schedule. I trust you will both attend." "We will," Ilvane said. "Excellent." Isola's gaze dropped to Ilvane's wrist, where the silver mark climbed above the sleeve. "The sacred garments for the ceremony arrived this morning. They will need to be fitted before the rite. I have arranged for the seamstress to attend you in your suite at the 8th bell. I will be ready." Yildiz smile deepened by a fraction. Then she turned, her silk whispering against the marble, and the reception line parted around her like water around a stone. Ilvane stood in the center of the hall with Tarek at her shoulder and a dozen watching eyes tracking every breath she took. The wedding palace was not built for silence, but the silence that fell as Yildiz walked away was the loudest thing Ilvane had ever heard. Chapter 42. The reception line dissolved like frost under sunlight. Courtiers drifted toward the inner chambers in pairs and clusters, their voices rising now that the formal greeting had ended. But their glances lingered. Ilvane felt them on her back, her wrist, the space beside her where Tarek still stood. She did not turn to face them. "The East Wing," she said quietly. "You mentioned it. Is there anything worth seeing?" Tarek's mouth tightened at the corner, the ghost of a smile. "Storage rooms, a locked chapel, 3 windows that face the old garrison wall. Show me." They walked. The wedding palace had been built to receive both courts without granting either advantage. Aurelian blue and Cardan black alternated in the tapestries. The floor tiles shifted from pale stone to dark wood at each junction, marking invisible boundaries no protocol official had ever explained aloud. Ilvane counted the turns. Left at the bronze sconce, right at the painted screen showing the sundering. Straight through the arched passage where the ceiling dropped low enough to make her duck her head. The corridors narrowed as they walked. The polished marble gave way to plain plaster. The tapestries stopped. The doors grew smaller, their frames unadorned. "Here," Tarek said. He stopped before a door so plain it could have been a servant's entrance. The iron handle was worn smooth on one side, polished by generations of hands that had no reason to care about ceremony. He pushed it open. The room beyond was small and bare. A single window faced the garrison wall, its glass thick and green with age. The light that came through was the color of river water. Ilvane stepped inside. Behind her, Tarek pulled the door until it sat a finger's width from the frame. Not closed, not open. Enough to hear someone coming. "We have maybe 2 hours before the informal council," he said. Ilde will report what she saw. Sevra will use it. I know. The fitting will be a trap. Ilvane turned from the window. Tarek stood with his back to the door, his weight settled, his hands loose at his sides. The ready stance of a man who had spent years expecting violence from any direction. They will put me in the ceremonial garments and use the time to search my suite for the records, she said. Or they will simply delay me long enough to move the crown again. Both, probably. The bond pulsed between them, low and steady, not urgency, not fear, awareness. The same current she had felt in the shed, in the corridor, in every moment since he had taken her hand in the residence doorway. She did not pull away from it. Mira will come to the fitting, she said. Iona is in the chapel annex. Casomir has his testimony ready. The records are spread across 3 hands now, not 1. And the crown? Ilvane touched the iron key in her pocket. Still moving. I felt it shift an hour ago. Deeper. Lower. Toward the undercroft, or toward the wedding hall itself. Tarek's jaw tightened. If Sevra brings the crown into the ceremony, she means to use it as proof, produce it at the moment of accusation, claim we tried to steal it. She could, Ilvane said, but she would have to explain why it was already out of the vault, why her seals were broken, why the crown was moved before any accusation was made. She would blame us. She will blame us regardless. The words hung between them, simple and true. Ilvane looked at the green light falling through the window. The garrison wall beyond was old stone, moss-grown, pitted with the marks of weather and time. Beyond it, the city breathed. The false riders were still coming. The poison was still waiting in the stores. The clock was still running. We need to see the ceremonial chambers, she said. Before the fitting, before the council. The route the procession will take, the rooms the guests will occupy, the passages that connect them. You want to map the trap. I want to know where the walls are thinnest. Tarek nodded once. He pulled the door open fully and stepped aside to let her pass. They moved through the wedding palace like ghosts. Mira found them in the north corridor, breathless, her face tight with controlled alarm. They reassigned the attendants, she said. All of them. My list was overwritten this morning. New names, new rotations, none of them answering to the household office. Ilvane stopped walking. Who authorized it? The Concord ceremonial desk. Mira's voice dropped. Signed by Shield's deputy. The women on the new list have been with the palace for less than a season. They have no history with Aurelis, no history with anyone. They are watchers. They are watchers, Mira confirmed. Every one of them. Ilvane stood in the corridor with the green light from a high window falling across her hands. The trap was not coming. It was already here. Ilseda had not waited for the fitting. She had seeded the palace while Ilvane was still crossing the great hall. Every door, every corridor, every room where Ilvane might speak freely now had ears attached by threads that led straight to the Concord desk. How many? She asked. 7, Mira said. 7 women in your direct service, 3 in the kitchen, 2 on the corridor watch rotation. And Tarek's suite? Mira's expression tightened further. 4 new guards, transferred this morning from the outer garrison. No one I recognize. Ilvane looked at Tarek. He was already turning the information over, his face unreadable, his hand resting on his belt where the knife should have been. They are separating us, he said. Not physically, not yet. But every person who answers to us is being replaced by someone who answers to them. We knew they would, Ilvane said. Knowing and watching it happen are different. He was right. The palace had become a net, and every reassignment was another knot pulled tight. Ilvane turned back to Mira. The women on the new list, do they move together or alone? Alone, separate shifts, no 2 overlap. Which means they are not meant to coordinate, Ilvane said. They are meant to report. Each one feeds a separate channel back to Sila's desk. Mira nodded slowly. I can watch the patterns, learn their schedules, find the gaps. Do it, but do not approach them. Do not let them see you watching. Mira's chin lifted. The old trust, tested and reforged, held steady. I know how to move without being seen, Ilvane. You taught me. She turned and walked back the way she had come, her footsteps soft on the stone, her shadow stretching long before her. Ilvane stood in the corridor with Tarek and felt the walls press closer. 7 attendants, 3 kitchen workers, 2 corridor guards, 4 new soldiers in Tarek's suite. Iselda had not moved against them openly. She had simply rearranged the air around them, filling every space with strangers who reported to someone else. "The chapel annex," Ilvane said. "Ionan." Tarek was already moving. They reached the annex through the servants' passage, a narrow tunnel behind the wall that smelled of dust and old incense. The door at the end was bolted from the inside. Tarek knocked twice, paused, knocked once more. The bolt slid back. Almond stood in the gap, her face pale, her ink-stained fingers clutching the doorframe. "They came for the records," she said. 5 minutes ago. The copyist I was using." She stopped, swallowed. "They took her." Chapter 43. The door of the chapel annex swung shut behind them, cutting off the corridor light. Iona stood with her back against the wall, her ink-stained fingers pressed flat to her sides as if she were holding herself together by will alone. "Tell us," Ilvane said. "She was copying the 3rd folio." Iona's voice was thin, scraped clean of composure. "The marginalia from the first sovereign scribe. I was in the next room, packing the originals. I heard her chair scrape. Then nothing. No struggle? No struggle, no sound. When I came through the door, she was gone, and the folio was still open on the table." Tarek moved past them into the annex. Ilvane followed. The room was small, lit by a single candlestick burned low. A chair sat pushed back from a wooden table. A half-copied page lay beside an open ink pot, the letters still wet. Ilvane touched the page, the ink smeared on her fingertip. "Whoever took her knew she was here," she said. "Knew when, knew how to move without alarming her. The same watchers who took your attendants," Tarek said, "or the same informant." Ilvane looked at Ione. "How many folios does the copyist have?" "The one she was working on. The others are in my satchel. I kept them on me when I heard the door." "Then they have 1 folio, not the originals." "They have enough," Ione said. "The marginalia documents the first sovereign's will after her partner died. The isolation, the way the bond turned inward without an anchor. If Sevra reads it, she will use it as proof that the bond destroys, not stabilizes." Ilvane's jaw tightened. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. "We need to move faster," Tarek said. "If they are already taking people, they are not waiting for the council." "I know." Ilvane turned to Ione. "Go to Casomir. Tell him what happened. Stay within them to this. I usually walk there for people at my carrier, but we're always to specifically, very cackrily like a beddish to the project tube of Commander. Stays with him until we come for you. His chambers are still his own." Ione nodded once and slipped past them into the corridor. Ilvane stood in the candlelight, watching the wet ink dry on her fingertip. "Edric," she said. "I need Edric." They found him in the west storehouse, a long, low room where the wedding provisions were stacked in labeled crates from floor to ceiling. Edric stood in a trestle table with 2 ledgers open side by side, his sleeves rolled, his face set in the expression he wore when numbers refused to align. Mira was already there. She looked up when Ilvane entered, something shifting behind her eyes. Gratitude, maybe, or relief that they still had time to work. "The provision lists do not match the inventories," Edric said without greeting. "They match the menus, but the menus do not match the stores." Ilvane moved to the table. Tarek stayed near the door, watching the corridor. "Show me." I dragged on 1 ledger toward her. "This is the official banquet order, signed by the Concord steward. Lists 300 bottles of Northern Red, 50 casks of Cardan Ale, 20 of Aurelis White." He tacked the 2nd ledger. "This is the delivery receipt from the harbor. It matches the banquet order. But when Mira and I walked the actual stores, the crates on the floor do not match either document." "What is in the crates?" "Northern Red, but half the bottles are from a different vintage. Same label, but the seal impression is wrong. The cork is different. The ale casks have been retopped. The white... He stopped. The white is vinegar. Mira spread her hands over the ledgers. The substitutions are not random. Whoever did this knew the banquet schedule. They replaced the correct bottles with wine that looks identical but will taste wrong. The ale will not poison anyone, but it will taste thin. The vinegar will be noticed the moment the cup touches the royal table. It is not about poison, Ilvane said. No. Utric's voice was flat. It is about humiliation. The feast will be served. The wine will be bad. The guests will taste it. The Cardan nobles will claim Aurelis sent spoiled goods. Your household will be blamed. By the time anyone investigates, the substitutions will look like negligence, not design. Ilvane traced the line of one ledger entry with her finger. The precision of it. Yulu that had not needed to poison every course. She had only needed to make the feast unpalatable enough to generate a scandal, one that would sour the goodwill of the wedding before the vows were spoken. The vinegar, Ilvane said. Which table was it meant for? Mira's face tightened. The royal table. Of course. We are not serving it, Ilvane said. Replace the stores. Find wine from the household reserves. Fill the casks from the garrison stores if you have to. It will not match the banquet order, Edric said. I know, but it will not be vinegar. Edric closed the first ledger and opened a third. There is something else. Ilvane waited. The cask count is off by 1, Edric said. 1 cask of northern red was logged as delivered, but it is not on the floor. I checked 3 times. Where is it? The delivery receipt says the royal preparation chamber. The air in the room changed. Ilvane looked at Mira. The sacred preparation chamber? The same. The chamber where the wedding rite was blessed, where the ceremonial wine was consecrated by the Concord priests before the vows, where no one entered but the sacred officials. They are not humiliating the feast, Ilvane said slowly. They are corrupting the rite. Tarek stepped closer to the table. If the consecrated wine is bad, the entire ceremony becomes invalid under sacred law. Sevra can halt the wedding at the altar, claim divine disapproval, arrest both of us under bond law before the vows are finished. Adric's face went gray. Ilvane stood in the lamplight, the ledger open beneath her hands, the missing cask burning in her mind. A knock sounded at the storehouse door. Mira moved to answer it. A moment later, Casomir stepped through, his formal coat unbuttoned, his hair disheveled, a leather satchel tucked under his arm. I secured the stores, he said, 20 minutes ago. I had my steward transfer everything from the royal table to a locked room under my own seal. The royal stores are safe, Ilvane said. For now. Casomir's gaze found hers. But there is a cask missing. 1 cask of northern red logged for the sacred preparation chamber. We know. I cannot enter the chamber. The Concord priests seal it before dawn on the wedding day. If that cask is already inside, I cannot. He stopped. I cannot get it out without breaking the seal, and if I break the seal, the rite is invalid anyway. Ilvane looked at Tarek. The bond pulsed between them, low and steady, a current that would not still. Then we get it out before the seal is placed, she said. Casomir's eyes widened. The chamber is not sealed until dawn. It will be guarded, then we move before dawn. The room went silent. Ilvane felt the weight of what she was suggesting settle across her shoulders. Breaking into a sacred chamber, stealing a cask of wine, risking exposure, accusation, and the final destruction of the treaty that was already bleeding. Ilvane, Tarek's voice was low. If we are caught, we will not be caught. You cannot guarantee that. No, she turned to face him. But I can guarantee what happens if we do nothing. The rite will be invalid. The wedding will collapse. Sevra will use the sacred law to arrest us before the council can act, and the false riders will arrive at the gates with no legal ceremony to stop the war. Tarek held her gaze. The silver mark on his wrist caught the candlelight. After the vault, he said quietly, before the seal. He nodded once. Then he turned to Casomir. Where's the chamber? Casomir's hand tightened on his satchel strap. East Chapel, lower level. The only entrance is through the vestry, which will have 2 Concord guards from midnight until dawn. 2 guards, armed, pledged to Sevra. Ilvane felt the shape of the trap forming in her mind. 2 guards, 1 door, a windowless chamber, and a single cask of wine that could bring down a kingdom. She looked at Tarek. His hand found hers beneath the table. The bond flared, and for a moment, the room felt less like a cage. "Then we take the vestry," Ilvane said, "and we take the cask. And when the guards raise the alarm?" She met his eyes. "They will not raise the alarm." Behind them, in the locked room under Casomir's seal, the royal stores sat safe, for now. But the missing cask was already waiting in the dark. Chapter 44. The fitting chamber smelled of cedar and rose oil, the sacred sense of preparation. But beneath them, Ilvane caught something sharper, the edge of wool that had been stored too long, the faint chemical bite of cleaning lye on stone. 4 Concord matrons waited in a semicircle around a raised wooden platform. Their robes were dove gray, unadorned, identical. Their hands were folded. Their eyes did not leave her face. "The princess will undress," the eldest said. It was not a request. Mira stepped forward before Ilvane could answer. "The princess will be attended by her own lady. You may prepare the garments." The matron's mouth tightened, but she turned to the table where white silk lay folded in precise layers, a garment that had been sewn without her measurements, without her fittings, without her consent. Ilvane understood the message. This body was never hers. It was a treaty vessel, a ceremonial shell. The soulmark had changed nothing except which fate the vessel would serve. Mira's hands found the fastenings at Ilvane's collar. "They will speak during the fitting," Mira murmured, low enough that only Ilvane could hear. "Traditional blessings. They will expect you to repeat them. And if I do not, then they will record your silence in the ceremonial log." Ilvane let Mira ease the wool coat from her shoulders. The first layer fell. The matrons began to recite. "Blessed is the bride who bends to the right." Ilvane did not answer. "Blessed is the body that carries the covenant." Mira lifted the second layer, the linen shift over Ilvane's head. The silver mark was exposed now, climbing from wrist to forearm, branching across the inside of her elbow in veins of light that did not fade in the candle glow. The matron's eyes tracked it. Not one of them paused in the recitation. "Blessed is the will that yields to the law." The eldest matron lifted the wedding garment from the table. It was white. Of course it was white. But the white was wrong, too heavy, too dense. There was no light in the fabric. It absorbed the candle flame instead of catching it. "Arms up," the matron said. Ilvane raised her arms. The silk fell over her head, settled across her shoulders, draped down her body in folds that weighed more than fabric should. The sleeves were long, designed to cover the mark entirely. The collar rose high, a cage of pleated silk that pressed against her throat with every breath. The matrons circled her. They tugged the fabric at her waist. They pinned the shoulders. They adjusted the fall of the skirt until it pooled exactly 3 inches beyond her toes, the prescribed length for a royal bride of Aurelis entering a Cardan household. "Blessed is the bride who becomes the threshold." Ilvane's jaw ached from clenching. The eldest matron knelt and began pinning the hem. "The archminister sends her regards," the matron said without looking up. "She hopes the princess finds the garment comfortable." Ilvane stared at the top of the woman's head. Gray hair, iron pins, a scalp that had bent before authority so long it no longer remembered standing straight. "Tell the archminister that her concern touches me." The matron's hand paused on the hem pin. Something in Ilvane's voice had landed, but the woman did not look up. The fitting continued. Sleeves were taken in. The collar was stiffened with wire. The train was measured and marked for the ceremonial bearers who would carry it down the aisle. Ilvane stood on the platform and let them work. She counted the stitches in the hem. She counted the pins in the matron's hair. She counted the heartbeats she could feel through the bond. Distant, but steady. Tarek, somewhere in the palace. Tarek breathing. Tarek, alive. It was the only thing holding her upright. When the fitting ended, the eldest matron stepped back and held out a white jewelry box. "For the ceremony." Ilvane opened it. Inside, on a bed of white velvet, lay a silver collar. Not a necklace, a collar, wide enough to cover the base of her throat, thick enough to hide the silver muck if it climbed higher. Designed to be locked at the back of her neck with a small key. The matron smiled. It is traditional. Ilvane closed the box. I will wear it when the ceremony begins. The tradition requires I said I will wear it when the ceremony begins. The matron's smile did not waver, but her eyes went flat. The Concord matrons gathered their pins, their thread, their measuring tapes, and filed out of the chamber in silence or trilance. Mira waited until the door closed. That collar, she said, is a lock. They plan to seal the bond under that collar. If you wear it, the mark is hidden. If the mark is hidden, no one can see it flare during the vows. They can deny the bond existed when you refuse Casomir. Ilvane set the box on the table. I know. Mira's hand found her arm. Ilvane, they are building a cage around every part of you. Ilvane looked down at the white silk still draped across her body. The hem was pinned, the sleeves were fitted, the collar was prepared. The cage was already closed. She was standing inside it. A knock at the door. Mira crossed to answer it. A moment later she returned with a folded slip of paper, her face already changing. From Sister Iona. Ilvane took the paper. The writing was Iona's, cramped and urgent. One record challenged. Judge Lord General declared the seal sequence a forgery. He ruled 5 minutes ago. The chain is broken at the first link. Sevra knew which document we would use. Ilvane read it twice. Judge Lord General was not on Casomir's list of safe names. Judge Lord General was not on any list because he was supposed to be neutral. A Concord appointment from the old rotation, someone who had never taken sides. She had been certain. She had been wrong. The silver mark on her wrist pulsed, a warning that needed no words. Tarek was already moving toward her. She felt it through the bond, the shift in his attention, the change in his direction. He knew, or the bond had shown him. She folded the paper and tucked it into the sleeve of the wedding garment, the garment that was supposed to seal her fate, the garment that would now carry a war. The cage was closed, but she was not yet wearing the lock. Chapter 45. The pulse of the bond pulled Tarek through the corridors before he knew where his feet were taking him. He did not knock at Ilvane's threshold. He arrived at it, hand raised, breath short, and found Mira blocking the doorway with a look that would have stopped a cavalry charge. She is not receiving, Mira said. The bond says otherwise. The bond does not control the door. Ilvane's voice came from inside, low and tired. Let him in, Mira. Mira held his gaze for 3 heartbeats, assessing, judging, then stepped aside. He crossed the threshold and stopped. Ilvane stood in the center of the room in the white wedding garment, the silk catching the last light from the window, the silver collar box still open on the table beside her. She looked like an effigy of herself, carved and dressed and waiting to be carried. What happened? He said. She held up the note Ione had sent. He read it in 2 breaths. Judge Corrit, the broken chain. Sevra's anticipation of their legal opening. Judge Corrit is not on Casomir's list, she said. I thought he was neutral. I was wrong. Tarek lowered the paper. Then we find another path to the evidence. There is no other path. Her voice stayed flat. The seal sequence was our foundation. Without it, the poison orders, Casomir's testimony, the forged directives, none of it holds in sacred law. We spent months building on ground that was never solid. He crossed toward her. Then we build on something else. What? You. She laughed, a sound without warmth. You mean my bond, the visible mark that Sevra has already prepared a collar to hide. He stopped an arm's length away, close enough to see the silver mark climbing her wrist beneath the white sleeve, close enough to feel the bond humming between them like a current that would not still. I mean you, he said. Not your status, not your proof. The woman who walked out of a burning archive with records no one else could reach. The woman who piloted a skiff through mountain fog and survived an ambush she predicted 3 days before it came. Her jaw tightened. That woman is standing in a wedding garment, Tarek, waiting to be fitted with a collar that will seal her silence. Then do not wear it. At the ceremony I must. You could stop the ceremony before you reach the dais. She looked at him then, and he saw it. The exhaustion beneath the composure, the fear she was holding so tightly it had calcified into stillness. "You want me to refuse Casomir at the altar without the legal proof to survive the aftermath," she said. "That is not a plan. That is a confession. Then let me take the blow." "Which one?" He had no answer that would satisfy her. She turned away and began unpinning the hem of the garment with methodical precision, her fingers finding each pin by memory. "This is what Sevra has always intended. She knew we would chase the seal sequence. She let us find it, build a case around it, and presented Koret at the moment it mattered. Every step I took was on ground she prepared years ago." Tarek watched her work. The pins fell one by one into a silver dish. "I should have seen it," she said. "How? I should have questioned why the seal evidence was so clean, why it led so directly to her, with no intermediary, no confusion. It was too perfect. You were given proof of a conspiracy that would poison 300 people. You were not supposed to question whether that proof was a trap. No one would." She stopped with a pin halfway to the dish. "That is the most generous interpretation of my judgment." She looked at him. "Are you certain you are not letting the bond soften your assessment?" The question landed like a blade between ribs. "Let me show you what I know," he said, "not through sentiment." He crossed to her and took her hand, the one with the silver mark, and pressed her palm flat against his chest where the rhythm of his heart beat steady and fast. "You feel that?" She did not pull away. "That is not the bond," he said. "That is fear. That is what I carry when I think of you walking into that ceremony alone. That is what I carry every hour since I understood what you were planning to do." Her fingers curled against the fabric of his coat. "You think I am planning to sacrifice myself? I know you were planning to sacrifice yourself. You have been planning it since the memorial. The soulmark did not change your strategy. It only changed the stage." "I am not," she said. "You were standing in a garment designed to hide the one proof of your legitimacy, holding a legal ruling that destroyed your case, with a collar waiting to seal your silence. If that is not preparation for a sacrifice, what is it?" She looked down at their hands. "It is preparation for a fight I may not win." "Then do not fight alone." She released his hand and stepped back, the bond snapping taut between them. "I have been alone in every fight I have ever had," she said. "I do not know how to do otherwise." Tarek held her gaze. "Then learn." The word hung between them. She opened her mouth, to answer or argue or confess, he could not tell which. And in that moment, the bond flared so bright he saw it through her eyes, silver light branching across her skin beneath the white sleeve. His own mark burned in answer. "Whatever you need to say," he said, "say it before I cannot hear it." She took a breath. A knock shattered the moment. Brannoc. He did not wait for permission. The door swung open, and he stood in the frame, scarred knuckles gripping the wood, face hard with urgency. "Riders," he said. "Armed. Massing at the North Road, under false border colors." Tarek turned. "How many?" 400, maybe more." Brannoc's eyes went to Ilvane. "They are not yours. They are not Sevra's. They carry no banner anyone on the wall recognizes." Ilvane's hand moved to the collar box. "When?" "They will reach the gates an hour before dusk." The room shifted. The cage around her had just grown walls. Tarek looked at Ilvane, at the white silk, at the silver dish full of pins, at the note from Ione still folded in her sleeve. 400 armed riders, he said, testing the city's response before the wedding. Whatever Sevra intended, that is not part of her plan. "How do you know?" "Because it destroys her timeline." He crossed to the window and looked out at the darkening sky. She wanted a controlled collapse. Legal, ceremonial, predicted. This is war. Ilvane joined him at the glass. The first lights of the city were blinking on below, warm and fragile against the gathering dark. "Then we are out of time," she said. He looked at her reflection in the glass, the silver mark visible through the white sleeve, the collar box open behind them like a second threat. "We have until dusk," he said. "That is not nothing." She met his eyes in the glass. "It is less than I wanted. It is more than you had." She turned from the window and reached for the collar box. Her fingers closed over the key. For one breath, he thought she would lock it around her own throat. She looked at him and set the key in his palm. "Keep this," she said, "so that when I wear it, I know someone outside the cage still holds the lock." He closed his fingers around the key. The silver on his wrist flared, and somewhere in the dark below, the first horns sounded from the wall. Chapter 46. The horns did not stop. Ilvane stood at the window with Tarek's warmth still pressed into her palm and watched the city below turn from calm to current. Lights blinked on in windows that had been dark. A runner crossed the courtyard at full sprint, leather soles slapping stone. Brannoc was already at the door, crossbow across his back, hand on the frame. "We need the king." Tarek did not look away from the glass. "He will already be moving. Then we meet him halfway." Ilvane reached for the collar box and closed the lid, the key already in Tarek's fist. She did not ask for it back. The corridor swallowed them. Walls that had felt empty an hour ago now hummed with movement. Servants pressed themselves flat as they passed. A Concord clerk in gray robes ran the opposite direction, papers clutched against his chest, and did not meet their eyes. The great hall was half assembled when they reached it. Courtiers in night robes stood in clusters, voices low and sharp as broken glass. Shielda Perrin was already dressed, pale blue silk, brass pins catching the candlelight, standing at the foot of the dais with her hands folded. She did not look surprised to see them. "The king has taken the garrison command," she said before anyone could speak. "He asks that the Lord General attend him there. The princess is requested to remain in the hall until the council convenes." Tarek's jaw tightened. "I will go where I am needed." "You will go where the king orders." Usalda's smile did not reach. "Surely you remember how chains of command operate, Lord General. It has been only 3 years since you commanded one." Ilvane touched his arm before he could answer. "I will find you." The look he gave her carried everything he could not say in front of witnesses. She felt it through the bond anyway. The sharp edge of his anger, the deeper current of fear he had pressed into her palm in the chamber upstairs. He turned and followed the guard. The hall waited. Ilvane took her position near the dais and counted heartbeats. 15. 30. A door opened at the far end and Casomir entered, still wearing the clothes he had been in when Brannoc found him. No crown, no ceremonial chain, just a man who had been pulled from sleep into a siege. He crossed to her without preamble. "The riders are spreading along the processional road," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "They carry Cardan colors on the left flank and Aurelis crests on the right. Whoever sent them wants the dead to wear both uniforms. Can your guard hold the gates?" "They can hold the gates." He met her eyes. "They cannot hold the story. Sevra is already telling it." He was right. By the time the council gathered in the East Salon, the tale had grown legs. The riders were an Aurelis provocation. The riders were Tarek's own battalion turned rogue. The riders were proof that the soul bond had driven the Lord General to treason, and the princess had known all along. Sevra entered last. She did not sit. "The city is surrounded by armed men wearing the colors of both realms," she said, voice carrying to every corner of the room. "The wedding is hours from its consecration, and the Lord General of Cardan has just been summoned to the garrison where those men can see him take command of the walls." No one spoke. "If Lord General Sandoval raises a single finger toward those riders, it will be read as premeditated sedition." She turned to face Ilvane directly. "Every treaty, every grain shipment, every life saved in the last 3 years will be forfeit because a princess could not control her mark." The room held its breath. Ilvane felt the bond pulse in her wrist, hot and steady. She did not look down. "Then we should be grateful," she said, "that Lord General Sandoval has not raised a single finger, that he is standing in the garrison at the king's command, and that the riders bear false colors which any child on the wall can identify as forgeries." Sevra's pale eyes did not flicker. "Can they?" "Take a rider alive," Ilvane said. "Examine his seal, his orders, his boots. The leather alone will tell you which quartermaster issued them, and that quartermaster does not work for Cardan or Aurelis." A murmur rippled through the council. Sevra's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "A convincing performance, Your Highness, but performance is all it is until you present the proof." The words hung in the air like a blade, and behind them, somewhere in the dark beneath the palace, Ilvane felt the bond shift. Not Tarek, something else. The crown. It was moving again. Faster this time. Deeper. And someone was carrying it toward the wedding hall. Casomir saw her face change. "What is it?" She did not answer. The bond pulled, silver light flickering beneath her sleeve, and she felt the relic's presence like a heartbeat that was not her own. The stolen folio, the activation rites, the locked collar still waiting in its box. Everything was converging on the same hour. She looked at Sevra. "You want proof that the riders are not ours?" Sevra said nothing. "Then give me until the ceremony to find it." The room went still. Sevra studied her for a long moment, and Ilvane saw the calculation behind those pale eyes. The trap had already been set. The legal path was broken. The riders were a distraction, or a weapon, or both. But Sevra believed she had already won. "Until the ceremony," Sevra said slowly. "And not a breath beyond." She turned and walked out. The council exhaled. Casomir caught Ilvane's arm as she moved toward the door. "What are you planning?" She looked at him, at the king who had been a stranger and was becoming an ally, at the face of a man who had been willing to let her go. "I am planning to stop pretending that the cage has a door." She walked. Behind her, the first gray light of dawn touched the windows, and somewhere below, the bonded crown continued its silent march toward the ceremony that would seal everything. Chapter 47. Ilvane walked. The corridor stretched ahead of her, gray with early light, and every step carried her deeper into the wedding palace, where the walls had been designed to hold secrets. She did not slow. Behind her, the council chamber exhaled its held breath. She heard the scrape of chairs, the murmur of voices rebuilding themselves around the hollow she had left. Someone would follow. Someone always followed. She turned left at the bronze fountain, then right through the gallery of old battle banners, then down the narrow service stair that twisted behind the great hall like a spine. The bond pulled, not toward the garrison, where Tarek was being escorted under Casomir's orders, but toward the undercroft, toward the crown. She stopped at the bottom of the stair and pressed her palm flat against the stone wall. The silver mark burned beneath her sleeve, alive and urgent, and she felt the relic's presence like a second heartbeat somewhere below. Not yet. She could not follow the pull yet. She had hours before the ceremony, hours to find proof, to build a case, to keep herself alive long enough to reach the thing that might save them or destroy them. She pushed off the wall and kept walking. The chapel annex was empty when she reached it. The half-copied page still lay on the table where Ioni's copyist had left it. Ink dried now, the last sentence cut off mid-word. Ilvane touched the edge of the paper, then pulled her hand back. She had no time to mourn. She found Casomir in the king's study, a narrow room behind the great hall that smelled of old wood and sealed wax. He stood at the window with his back to her, watching the gray light spread over the courtyard where soldiers were positioning themselves along the walls. "You should not be alone," he said without turning. "Neither should you." He turned then, and she saw the exhaustion in his face. Not the ceremonial weariness of a king who had sat through too many councils, but something deeper. The fatigue of a man who had been moving pieces he did not control for years and had only just realized it. "Sit down," he said. She did not sit. "Tell me what you know." Casomir crossed to the table and poured 2 cups of water from a plain pitcher. His hands were steady. "Sevra has been moving assets into the sacred hall since midnight. Her judges, her guards, her officiants. The ceremony was meant to run through a predictable sequence where the vows are blessed, the treaty is sealed, and the collar hides your mark long enough for her to declare the bond void under sacred law because it was not witnessed at the moment of consecration." "The collar is not the trap," Ilvane said. "The wine is." Casomir's hand paused over the cup. "Explain. The substitution in the sacred chamber, the cask of northern red. If the consecrated wine is corrupted, the entire rite becomes invalid under Concord statute. She does not need to enforce the collar. She needs the ceremony to fail in a way that lets her arrest us both for desecration." He set the cup down. "She would sacrifice the marriage to destroy the bond." "She would sacrifice anything," Ilvane said. "She told me so herself." The door opened. Tarek stepped through, still in the same clothes from the garrison, and Ilvane felt the bond surge at his presence. He crossed to her without hesitation, and she did not step back. "Brannoc is watching the processional road," Tarek said. The riders have halted at the outer marker. They are not advancing. They are waiting, Ilvane said. For what? For the ceremony to begin. Casomir looked at them both, and something shifted in his face, a decision being made, a line being crossed. If the wedding proceeds, and the bond is sealed in secret or voided, they attack before the treaty can be signed. If the wedding is halted, they attack while the palace is in chaos. Either way, they win. Ilvane felt the words land. Unless, she said slowly, the wedding never happens the way she expects. Casomir met her eyes. I will not let my marriage become cover for murder. The words hung in the air, simple and final. Tarek turned to face him. You would break the treaty. I would refuse to be the instrument of your execution. Casomir's voice did not waver. I did not ask for this crown. I did not ask for a wife who was chosen for me by ministers who have been feeding me lies for 2 years. But I am still the king, and I will not stand on a dais while Sevra uses my name to kill 2 people who have done nothing but survive her machinations. Ilvane stared at him. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Tarek let out a breath that sounded almost like relief. So we stop the ceremony before it starts, he said. That is the plan. Casomir moved to the table and spread his hands flat on the surface. I can delay the processional by refusing the ritual blessing. That buys us approximately 1 hour. Long enough for Brannoc to bring a Rite in alive, for Iona to produce the bond records, for you to stand before the council and name Sevra directly. And if she calls your refusal an act of sedition, she will. Casomir's mouth curved, not quite a smile. But she will have to do it in the open, in front of both courts, while the city watches. Ilvane felt the bond pulse beneath her sleeve. It felt almost like hope. Then the door opened again. Isle de Perrin stepped into the study without knocking, her pale blue silk already in place, her expression composed and untroubled. Your Highnesses, she said, inclining her head to Casomir first, then Ilvane, then Tarek with the barest flicker of acknowledgement. I have been looking for you. Lady Isolde, Casomir said, and his voice had gone flat. This is a private meeting. Of course. Her smile was perfect. But the Concord has asked me to deliver a schedule change directly, given the urgency of the hour. Ilvane felt her muscles lock. Isolde unfolded a paper from her sleeve and read aloud, her voice carrying the crisp authority of a woman who knew she was bringing news that would break something. The sacred officiants have completed their purification rites ahead of schedule. The ceremony will begin 2 hours earlier than announced. She looked up. The processional starts at the 4th bell. Silence. Ilvane calculated. 2 hours. That gave them until mid-morning. Not enough, and Isolde knew it. By whose authority? Casomir asked. The archminister's. Isolde folded the paper and tucked it away. Sevra sends her regards. She trusts you will not disappoint the court. She turned and walked out. The door closed behind her. Ilvane looked at Casomir, at Tarek, at the gray light climbing the window where the day was beginning too fast. 2 hours. The bond burned in her wrist, and somewhere below, the crown was still moving. Chapter 48. The study door had barely closed behind Isolde when Ilvane felt the walls press in. 2 hours. She looked at Tarek. He looked back, and the bond carried something she had not felt from him before. Not anger, not fear. Something quieter, like a door closing on a room he had been standing in. We need a plan, she said. We need time, Casomir corrected. And she just took it. Ilvane moved to the window. Gray light, cold glass beneath her palm. The courtyard below was already filling with servants and guards, the machinery of ceremony grinding into motion ahead of schedule. Eoden can still produce the records, she said. If Brannoc brings in a rider before the processional begins, he will try. Tarek's voice came from behind her. But trying is not the same as succeeding. She turned. He was watching her with an expression she could not name, and the bond pulsed between them, silver heat coiling up her forearm beneath the sleeve. What? She asked. Nothing. You are lying. His mouth curved, barely. I am not lying. I am not speaking. Casomir cleared his throat. I should speak to the officiants before they are replaced too. He moved toward the door, paused, and looked back at them. "Find me in the vestry when you are ready. There is a side door behind the altar screen. The Concord does not watch it." He left. The door clicked shut. Ilvane stood alone with Tarek in the gray morning light, and the silence between them felt like a held breath. "We should move," she said. "We should." Neither of them moved. The bond burned at her wrist, not painful, but insistent, as if something beneath her skin was trying to reach for him. She pressed her palm flat against her sleeve to still it, and Tarek's gaze followed the gesture. "It is getting stronger," he said. "Yes. When you gave me the key," he stopped. His jaw worked. "I did not know what to do with it." "You hold it," she said. "That was the point." "I know what the point was." He took a step toward her, and the air between them changed. "But I do not know what you want me to do when the moment comes. Do I lock it on you? Do I break it? Do I let them see it burn through?" She had no answer. The truth was, she had not thought past the giving. She had only known she could not carry the lock herself, could not enter that cage with the key in her own hand. "I want you to choose," she said. His eyes held hers. "I am choosing. I chose the moment I did not walk away from you in that treaty room." He was closer now, close enough that she could see the pulse beating at his throat. "But I need to know what you were choosing, Ilvane. Not the treaty, not the bond. You." The question cracked something open in her chest. She had spent her whole life being chosen for. Chosen by ministers, by duty, by hunger and debt and the cold arithmetic of survival. She had never stood in front of someone and said, "I want this. I want you." "I am choosing to stop surviving," she said. The words came out raw, scraped clean of polish. "I am choosing to want something that does not cost me. To trust you, even though I do not know how. To stand beside you in front of everyone who wants us dead and call it freedom instead of foolishness." His breath caught. The bond flared, silver light bleeding through her sleeve, and she saw the same glow rising along his wrist where his coat had ridden up. "That is not a small thing," he said. "I know. That is not a safe thing. I know." He reached for her hand, and she let him. His fingers closed around hers, warm and rough, and the silver light climbed higher, wrapping their joined hands in a glow that felt less like fire and more like the first breath after drowning. "I do not know how to do this either," he said, "but I know I do not want to do it without you." She stepped closer. The distance between them was nothing now. She could feel the heat of his body, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the way his thumb moved across her knuckles as if memorizing the shape of her. "After the vault," she whispered. "After the vault." His voice was rough. "That was the promise. We are out of time." "I know." She tilted her face up and he leaned in, and for one suspended moment his lips were a breath from hers, close enough that she could taste the air between them, close enough that she felt the bond hum like a struck chord. They did not kiss. They held there, balanced on the edge of it, and the choice not to cross felt as sacred as any vow she had ever spoken. Then the silver mark flared. Not warm, not gentle. It burned. Ilvane gasped and looked down. The line on her wrist had turned brilliant, fierce, alive in a way she had never felt before. Not during the healing, not during the dream. It was pulling downward, toward the floor, toward the stone beneath their feet. Tarek's hand tightened on hers. "Do you feel that?" She did. The bond was not just pulsing, it was answering something. Something below. The crown. "It has been awakened," she said. Tarek's face went still. "Then we are already too late." Chapter 49. The silver mark pulled like a hook behind her breastbone. Ilvane did not think. She moved. Her hand found Tarek's wrist, the mark blazing through her sleeve, and she felt him answer the same current, his grip tightening as the pull dragged them both toward the door. "What is below us?" she asked. "The undercroft." His voice was strained. "Old foundations. The vault was there before the cathedral." Casomir had said the Concord did not watch the side door, but the crown was not in the vault anymore. It was here, beneath the wedding hall, pulsing through the stone like a heartbeat. Mira appeared in the doorway, still wearing archive dust on her collar. "The judges are moving." Ione saw them leave the chapel annex. "Where?" "Down." Mira's gaze dropped to the floor. They took the vestry stairs. Ilvane released Tarek's wrist and the bond snapped back, leaving her skin cold where it had been warm. She felt the absence like a wound. Then we go first. They moved through the study into the corridor behind the altar screen, where Casomir had said the Concord did not watch. The passage was narrow, barely shoulder-width, and the air smelled of damp stone and old incense. Ilvane counted steps, memorized turns, felt the bond pulling her downward like a line cast into deep water. Tarek stayed at her shoulder. Mira and Ione followed in silence. The passage ended at an iron grate bolted into the stone. Through the rusted bars, Ilvane saw torchlight flickering across a low ceiling and the glint of something silver on a pedestal. The crown. She reached for the grate and Tarek's hand closed over hers. Wait, he pointed at the floor beyond the grate. The flagstones were swept clean, their edges sharp, no dust, no debris. Someone had prepared this space for a purpose. A ceremony, Ione said, her voice barely a whisper. Not a storage. They moved it here to use it. Ilvane pulled the grate. It swung open without resistance, the hinges oiled. They stepped into the chamber. The crown sat on a black stone pedestal at the center of the room, two interlocking silver bands that held no gems, no inscriptions, no ornament at all. It was simple, ancient, and alive. Silver light moved across its surface like water, responsive, watching. Ilvane felt the bond reach for it. The crown answered. A soundless hum filled her skull, not painful, but invasive, as if something had pressed against the membrane between her thoughts and the world. The silver on her wrist flared so bright she saw bone through her skin. Tarek made a sound beside her. His hand was pressed to his chest, his jaw tight. It recognizes us, he said. It recognizes the bond. Ione moved past them, her thin fingers tracing the air above the ground without touching it. The first activation was never meant to be solitary. The scribe records describe a consecration rite, both bearers present, both consenting, the crown awakening only when the bond is offered to it freely. Sevra will not offer us freedom. No. Ione turned. But she does not need your consent to force a response. The crown is already awake. If she brings the judges here and performs the rite with both of you bound and collared, the crown will answer to her will, not yours. The judges are coming, Mira said. Ilvane heard it then. Footsteps. Multiple sets, descending stone stairs, the echo bouncing off the low ceiling. Tarek's hand found hers. The bond flared again, and in that moment, Ilvane understood what she had to do. She could not fight the judges here. She could not reason with them, could not produce evidence fast enough. The chamber was a cage with one exit, and Sevra had already sealed the doors above. But the crown was awake, and she was still uncollared. Take it, she said. Tarek stared at her. What? The crown. Take it off the pedestal. If I touch it without the rite, it will answer anyway. She felt the certainty burning through the bond, a truth she had not known until she spoke it. It is awake. It knows us. Take it. He released her hand and stepped toward the pedestal. The silver light on the crown rippled, tracking his movement. He reached out, fingers brushing the metal, and the room went silent. The footsteps stopped above. For one suspended heartbeat, nothing moved. Then Tarek lifted the crown from its resting place, and the silver light on Ilvane's wrist leaped to meet it, wrapping around her hand, up her arm, across her shoulder, climbing her throat like a second skin. She felt the bond open. Not the whisper of emotion she had grown used to, not the pull of shared dreams or the warmth of his presence. This was the full channel, wide and deep. Every thought he had pressed against her own, every memory he carried laid open at the edges. She saw herself through his eyes, saw the way she held her shoulders when she was afraid, the line of her jaw when she was angry, the way her voice went soft when she let herself want something. Saw the moment at the ballroom when he had realized she was not his enemy, saw the choice he made to trust her anyway, and she let him see her. The fear she carried like armor, the grief over Mira she had never spoken aloud, the way she had already chosen him before she knew how to say it. The air in the chamber changed. The footsteps resumed, faster now, closer. "Put it back," Mira said. "They will know you touched it." Ilvane looked at the crown in Tarek's hands, at the living silver coiling around her arm, and knew it was too late. The bond had answered. The judges would feel it the moment they entered the room. Their consecration rite would not be necessary anymore. The crown had already been claimed. Tarek looked at her, and she felt the question in him, not spoken, not needed. Do we run, or do we stay? She heard the judges reach the bottom of the stairs, saw the torchlight flicker through the grate, heard the rattle of keys. "We stay," she said. She stepped forward until she stood beside him, the silver light from the crown pooling at their feet, and she felt his hand find hers in the dark. The grate swung open. Judge Laren Korik stood in the doorway, his black robe sweeping the stone. Behind him, 3 Concord judges in ivory and silver, their faces unreadable. "The crown has been moved without authorization," Korik said. "You will surrender it to this chamber." Ilvane did not let go of Tarek's hand. "The crown has answered," she said. "You know what that means." Korik's gaze dropped to their joined hands, to the silver light still crawling up Ilvane's arm, and she saw the calculation in his eyes. "It means," he said, "that the consecration will proceed immediately." He stepped aside, and behind him, in the shadow of the passage, Ilvane saw the silver collar gleam in the torchlight. Sevra had not sent the judges to retrieve the crown. She had sent them to complete the trap. Chapter 50. The chamber beyond the grate was not a vault. It was an archive. Narrow shelves of bound records lined every wall, leather spines cracked with age, their titles stamped in gold so worn the letters barely held shape. A single oil lamp burned on a reading desk at the center, its flame steady in the dead air. Ione moved past the shelf closest to the door, her fingers trailing across the spines as if reading by touch alone. The others stood at the threshold, Mira with her hand on the knife at her belt, Ilvane and Tarek still bound by the silver light that had not yet faded from their joined hands. "These are not bond records," Ione said. "Not the ones I copied." "Then what are they?" Ilvane asked. Ione pulled a volume from the shelf, opened it, and let the pages fall where they would. The ink was brown with age, the handwriting small and dense. She read a line, then another, and her face changed. "These are the council minutes from the last years of the first bonded reign." She turned another page. "The courtiers' records, the secret ones." Tarek set the crown on the reading desk, and the silver light from its surface rippled across the low ceiling. "What do they say?" Ione did not answer immediately. She pulled a second volume, then a third, laying them side by side, her fingers moving across the marginal notes as if searching for a specific shape in the handwriting. When she found it, she stopped. "The history we were taught says the first bonded reign fell because love became inseparable from power. That the bond consumed the sovereigns until they could not govern, could not delegate, could not trust anyone but each other." She looked up. "That is what the Concord wants us to believe." Mira stepped closer. "What is the truth?" Ione turned the volume so the lamplight fell across the page. The marginal note was written in a different hand, smaller, more urgent, as if the writer had added it in secret, expecting never to be read. She did not keep power because she loved him too much. She kept power because every time she tried to share it, the court found a way to take it from her. The secrecy was not her choice. It was forced by those who could not bear to be governed by two. Ilvane read the words twice. The silver on her arm pulsed, responding to something in the room, something old and present at once. "Someone wrote this in the margin," she said. "Who?" "A clerk," Ione said, "or a scribe who watched the council meetings and knew the official records were lies." She turned to the next page, then the next, scanning the marginal notes. "There are dozens of these. The courtiers conspired to isolate the bonded sovereign, to keep her from naming a successor, to seize the crown the moment her partner died. They did not fear the bond. They feared what she would do with it alone." Tarek picked up the crown, turning it in his hands. She did not vanish because she could not bear the loss. She vanished because someone took the crown from her. That is what these records suggest. Ione's voice was barely above a whisper. "The official chronicles say she walked into the mountains and was never seen again. But these marginal notes say she was confined to a tower in the old palace, that the courtiers who surrounded her had her sign documents she never read, that by the time anyone outside the council knew what was happening, the crown had already been seized and the sundering had begun. The silence in the archive thickened. Ilvane felt the bond hum beneath her skin, responding to the weight of what Iona had uncovered. The first sovereign had not failed because the bond was too powerful to govern with. She had failed because the people around her had refused to let her govern at all. Sevra knows this, Ilvane said. Ione nodded slowly. She must. The marginal notes were hidden in a record that has not been catalogued in living memory. If she knows they exist, she knows her version of history is a lie. Mira moved to the door, her hand still on her knife. Then why would she leave them here, in a vault she controls? Because she could not destroy them, Ione said. The old law forbids the destruction of any record from the bonded reign. She could hide them, seal them, forget them, but she could not burn them. Ilvane looked at the shelves, rows and rows of bound volumes, decades of secret history, waiting to be read. If these records exist, they are our evidence, not the seal sequence, not the forged orders. The truth about the first bonded reign, written by the people who lived through it. Tarek set the crown back on the desk. We cannot carry all of them. We do not have to. Iona had already pulled a fourth volume, opening it to a page marked by a ragged strip of cloth. I need only the marginal notes, the ones that name the courtiers who seized the crown. If we have names, we have proof that the sundering was not fate. It was theft. She began copying, her pen scratching across a fresh sheet of paper, her hand moving fast but precise. The lamp flickered. Mira tensed at the door. Did you feel that? Ilvane felt it before she could answer. A shift in the air, pressure changing, the subtle groan of stone settling somewhere above them. The crown on the desk pulsed once, and the silver on her arm answered. Someone is coming, Tarek said. Ione did not stop writing. I need 3 more lines. The footsteps were distinct now. Multiplicets, descending stone stairs, the rhythm of boots that knew where they were going. Mira stepped back from the door, positioning herself between the entrance and the desk. How many? Ilvane asked. 4, Mira said. Maybe 5. Iona's pen scratched across the paper. 2 more lines. Tarek moved to Ilvane's side, his shoulder brushing hers. The bond transmitted his readiness, not fear, the calm that came before action. She felt her own body answer, muscles tensing, breath steadying. 1 more line. The footsteps stopped. Iona set down her pen, folded the paper, and tucked it into her sleeve. She closed the volume, returned it to the shelf exactly where she had found it, and turned to face the door just as the first blow struck the outer seal. The wood groaned. Dust sifted from the lintel. Iona, Ilvane said, I have what we need. Iona's voice was steady, but her hands trembled as she smoothed her robe. The names are in the margin. They cannot be erased because they were never meant to be found. The seal cracked. The door swung open. Judge Laren Korit stood in the doorway, his black robes dark against the torchlight behind him. He did not look at the crown on the desk. He looked at the shelf where Ione had just replaced the volume. Concord property, he said. All of it. Behind him, the 3 Concord judges in ivory and silver filled the passage, their faces unreadable in the shifting light. One of them carried a leather case large enough to hold the records. Ione did not move. The old law forbids destruction of bonded reign records. Korit smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I am not here to destroy them. I am here to secure them. Chapter 51. Judge Korit did not enter. He stood in the doorway, black robes motionless, 3 Concord judges behind him like ivory shadows. The torchlight caught the silver pins at his collar, and the case the last judge carried, leather bulging with empty space meant for the records. Ilvane did not look at the crown. She did not look at the shelf where Ione had replaced the volume. She looked at Korit's hands, empty and still, and understood he was not here to take the records. He was here to hold them in place until someone else arrived. The archive is sealed under Concord authority, Korit said. You will remain here until the records are inventoried and transferred. Tarek moved before she could signal him. His shoulder dropped, his hand found the crown on the desk, and he stepped sideways into the gap between Ilvane and the door. You will not touch her. Korit's smile did not change. The crown is also Concord property. The crown answered, Ilvane said. You saw it. I saw two people touch a relic in an unauthorized chamber. Korit's voice was calm, almost kind. That is not consecration. That is theft. Behind him, one of the ivory judges shifted, reaching for the leather case. The movement was small, almost ceremonial, but Ilvane caught the glint of something beneath the judge's robe. Steel, not silver. "They are ard," she said. Mira's knife was out before the words finished. She stepped backward, positioning herself between the judges and Iona. "Then we do not stay." The archive had one door. The passage behind them was a dead end. Except it was not. Ilvane remembered the grate, the cistern passage, Casomir's key working the rusted lock, the map she had been memorizing since she entered the palace. Every chamber, every corridor, every place where walls were thinnest. "The side door," she sang. Korit's smile flickered. "There is no side door." "Telling Ione." Ione straightened, her ink-stained fingers steady despite her trembling hands. "The archive was built before the Sundering. The original plans show a service passage connecting to the old chapel cistern." She paused. "The Concord sealed it 70 years ago. But sealed does not mean removed." Korit's face went still. Ilvane felt the bond pulse once, a warning. Tarek was already moving, the crown tucked against his chest, his free hand finding her elbow and guiding her backward toward the deeper shadows of the vault. "Brannoc," he said. Brannoc appeared in the far corner, where the shelf met the wall, his scarred knuckles white around a rusted iron ring Ilvane had not noticed. He pulled. Stone grated against stone. Dust sifted from the lintel as a section of the back wall swung inward, revealing a narrow stair climbing to darkness. "The cistern route," Yonan's voice broke. "I did not know it opened from this side." No one did. Brannoc's flat glance swept the judges. "Move." Mira went first, her knife still drawn, her boots silent on the stone. Iona followed, clutching the paper in her sleeve. Tarek pushed Ilvane toward the opening, and she felt the bond transmit his intention before he spoke. "I will hold them." "No! His voice was low, urgent, the word cutting through the noise. "The records are the proof. Without them, we have nothing. I can hold this passage long enough for you to reach the upper chapel. I am not leaving you to face Korit alone. The bond will find me." He pressed the crown into her hands, and the silver flared where his fingers touched hers. "Go. I will follow when I can." She wanted to argue. The bond transmitted his refusal before she could shape the words, his certainty that this was the only move that did not lose everything. She took the crown. She stepped into the dark. The stair was narrow, slick with moisture that had seeped through the stone for decades. Mira's silhouette moved above her, a shape against the faint light filtering through cracks in the masonry. Iona's breath came in ragged gasps behind her. The door grated shut behind them. Ilvane heard Brannoc's voice, muffled through the stone, then the scrape of a bolt being thrown. Then silence. The bond transmitted tension, not pain. Tarek was still standing. She felt his readiness like her own heartbeat, steady and controlled, and she forced herself to keep climbing. The stair turned twice, each turn narrowing. The walls closed in until Ilvane's shoulders brushed both sides at once. The crown was warm against her chest, pulsing in rhythm with the silver on her arm. Mira stopped. "Door," she whispered. Ilvane looked up. A wooden door, wubbed with age, its iron hinges crusted with rust. A single bars held it closed, and beyond it, the murmur of voices, distant and scattered. "Where does it open?" "Chapel annex," Ione said. "The old storage room behind the vestry. No one has used it in years." Mira lifted the bars. The hinges complained, a low whine that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. She pushed the door open a finger's width and peered through. Clear. They emerged into a room that smelled of dry rot and old incense. Broken chairs stacked against one wall, a collapsed shelf holding dust and nothing else. Through the crack beneath the inner door, light bled in, thin and yellow. Ilvane crossed to the inner door and pressed her ear to the wood. Silence. The chapel beyond was empty. She opened the door. Sevra Tulin stood at the altar. She was alone. No guards, no attendants, no witnesses. Her dove gray robes were still, her hands clasped before her, her pale gray eyes fixed on the door as if she had been waiting for years, not minutes. The silver mark on Ilvane's arm flared. "I knew you would find the passage," Sevra said. "Iona's research was too thorough to miss the old plans. I counted on it." Ilvane did not stop moving. She stepped into the chapel, the crown still pressed against her chest, Mira and Iona behind her. "Then you know what we found." Sevra's expression did not change. "I know what you believe you found. Marginal notes written by a clerk who resented his superiors. Notes that conveniently support the story you want to tell." "The truth," Ilvane said. "The truth." Sevra's voice carried no anger, only a tired certainty. "The truth is that the first sovereign was too weak to hold the crown alone, and the bond destroyed everything she tried to protect. The sundom was not theft. It was consequence. The courtiers did not seize power. They saved what remained. You lied. I protected." Sevra took a step forward. "For 23 years I have kept the peace between two realms that hate each other. I have fed your people. I have kept soldiers from your borders. I have done what needed to be done so that you could stand here in silk and judgment and call me a liar." The crown hummed against Ilvane's chest. The bond pulled somewhere behind her, Tarek still holding the passage below. "Then why are you here?" Ilvane asked. "Alone, unarmed, waiting." Sevra's smile was thin and sad. "Because I wanted to give you one last chance to choose the easier path. Surrender the records. Marry Casomir. Let Tarek be quietly removed from command and sent to a border post where he will be safe and fed and forgotten." "And if I refuse?" Sevra reached into her sleeve and drew out a folded paper, creased and sealed with black wax. "Then I will show you the execution warrants I signed this morning. One for you, one for Tarek, one for Sister Ione, one for the lady who carries your knife." She held the paper out. "Your choice, princess. The cage door is still open." Chapter 52. The crown was warm against her chest, pulsing in rhythm with the silver mark on her arm. Ilvane stood in the chapel aisle with the empty altar between her and Sevra, and the offer hung in the air like smoke from a candle someone had just pinched out. "Surrender the records. Marry Casomir. Let Tarek vanish to a border post." The clean cruelty of it nearly broke her. Sevra held the execution warrant between two fingers, the black wax seal catching the chapel light. Her face was tired, not triumphant. That made it worse. She was not enjoying this. She believed she was offering mercy. 23 years, Sevra said quietly. I have kept two realms from each other's throats. I have buried wars before they had names. I have fed Aurelis through winters that should have killed half your population. And I did it with institutions, not prayers. With laws, not love. Ilvane's throat moved. She said nothing. The first bond reign lasted 37 years, Sevra continued. And when it ended, the sundering killed more people in 3 years than the war that preceded it. You have read the records now. You know what the marginal notes say. But you do not know what they mean. I know the courtiers stole the crown, Ilvane said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. I know they trapped the sovereign in a tower and forced her to sign documents she never read. Sevra's smile was thin and patient. You know the story they told themselves. Do you know what happened after? The silence stretched. The sovereign was not confined because the courtiers were cruel, Sevra said. She was confined because she could not stop trying to reach her dead partner through the bond. She neglected the treasury. She neglected the harvest. She sat in a window for 3 months staring at nothing, and the people starved while she grieved. The courtiers did not seize power. They scraped up what remained of a kingdom she had abandoned. Ilvane's hand tightened on the crown. You think I am the villain in this tale? Sevra's voice did not rise. But I am the one who keeps the grain ships moving. I am the one who ensures that when a king dies, the transfer of power does not collapse into civil war. I am the one willing to do what is ugly so that millions of people who will never know my name can eat dinner tonight. Mira shifted behind Ilvane. The knife in her hand had not lowered. You have execution warrants, Ilvane said. I have execution warrants. Sevra laid the paper on the altar between them. Signed this morning. One for you, One for Lord General Tarek Sandoval. One for Sister Ione Mersek. One for your lady, who has already proven she can be turned. Mira stiffened. Ilvane heard her breath catch. If you refuse my offer, I will read these warrants in the processional hall before the ceremony. I will name you conspirators against the treaty. I will produce the evidence of forged documents, unauthorized archive access, and the crown you are holding now, which 3 Concord judges saw you take from a sealed chamber. The Concord judges serve you. They serve the law. Sevra's pale gray eyes held Ilvane's. And the law is what I say it is, because I have spent 2 decades ensuring that the people who write and interpret and enforce the law are people who understand that order is kinder than truth. The word truth hung in the air like a blade. Ilvane felt the bond pulse through her chest. Tarek was still below, still standing. She felt his readiness, his calm, the faint edge of question. What is happening? The bond did not speak in words, but the shape of it was clear. She sent back, "Wait, you are offering me a cage," Ilvane said. "I am offering you survival." Sevra's voice softened, almost imperceptibly. "Marry Casomir. Let Tarek live. Let the bond fade into rumor. In 5 years, no one will remember the silver mark. Your people will be fed. Your realm will not burn. You will be queen of a stable kingdom, married to a gentle man who respects you. And Tarek will be sent to a border post where he will be safe, respected, and forgotten. He will not be harmed. I give you my word." Ilvane almost laughed. "Your word. I have kept every promise I ever made." Sevra's voice did not waver. "Ask the families of Saltreach. They are alive because I ended a war that should have killed 10,000 more. Ask the farmers in the eastern valleys. They are alive because I diverted grain shipments from Cardan reserves when the Concord had no obligation to feed Aurelis. I am not your enemy, princess. I am the person who will do what you cannot." The crown pulsed against Ilvane's chest. She thought of Tarek's hand on her knuckles, the way he had set her name in the undercroft, stripped of title, stripped of pretense. The way he had pressed the crown into her hands and told her to run. She thought of Aurelis, the empty granaries, the children with hollow cheeks, the winter that was coming whether the bond was real or not. She thought of the marginal notes tucked into Iona's sleeve, the names of the courtiers who had stolen the crown, the truth that had been buried for 100 years. "Mira," she said quietly. "Inona, leave us." Mira's eyes widened. "Ilvane, leave us." For a long moment, Mira did not move. Then she lowered the knife, turned, and walked toward the vestry door. Inona followed, her face pale, her hand pressed to the sleeve where the paper was hidden. The door closed behind them. The chapel was silent. Sevra watched her with those pale, gray eyes, patient, waiting, as if she had already calculated every possible outcome and found only one that led to anything lasting. "You raised me," Ilvane said. "You chose my tutors. You approved my education. You selected the books I was allowed to read. Yes, you shaped me to be exactly this, a woman who would weigh lives and choose the number." Sevra said nothing. "And now you are offering me a choice where the only way to save everyone is to kill myself slowly, a little at a time, until there is nothing left but the treaty and the grain ships and the empty rooms I will walk through as a ghost who still happens to be breathing." "You are not a ghost." "I will be," Ilvane's voice cracked. "I will marry Casomir. I will let Tarek disappear. I will smile at ceremonies and sign documents and die a little more each year until there is nothing left for the bond to hold on to. And the winter will come anyway. The grain ships will be delayed anyway. The people will starve anyway, because you cannot feed a kingdom on silence and obedience forever." Sevra's jaw tightened. "But you are not wrong that order is kinder than chaos," Ilvane said. "You are not wrong that the sundering was a catastrophe. You are not wrong that the bond can destroy as easily as it can save." She stepped forward. The crown was warm against her ribs. "But you are wrong about one thing." "What is that?" Ilvane stopped at the altar. The execution warrant lay between them, black wax gleaming. "You think I have to choose between truth and survival?" Sevra's expression flickered. It was the first crack Ilvane had ever seen in that perfect calm. "I am going to walk into that wedding hall," Ilvane said. I am going to refuse Casomir in front of both courts. I am going to name you as the architect of the conspiracy, and then I am going to claim the bond so publicly that no execution warrant will ever be enough to bury what we have found." Sevra's hand moved toward the warrant. "And you will die. Then I will die." The words came out clean, final. Sevra looked at her for a long, strange moment. Her hand stopped above the paper. "Then you are a fool," she said softly, "and I will mourn you." She picked up the execution warrant, folded it, tucked it into her sleeve. The bond through Ilvane's chest trembled. Tarek's readiness sharpened, questioning, afraid. She sent back almost. Sevra turned and walked toward the chapel door. Her steps were measured, unhurried, the steps of a woman who had already won. "I will see you at the ceremony, princess." The door closed behind her. Ilvane stood alone in the chapel, the crown pressed against her chest, the silver mark burning on her arm, and the silence closing in like water. Chapter 53. The crown was warm against Ilvane's ribs as she stood alone in the silent chapel. The execution warrant had folded so easily into Sevra's sleeve. Clean, efficient. 23 years of peace wrapped in black wax and ink. Ilvane pressed her palm flat against the crown's cold rim and felt the bond shiver through her chest. Tarek's readiness came through first, sharp as a blade drawn from sheath. Then the question beneath it. "Where?" "Almost," she sent back. "Wait." She crossed to the vestry door and pulled it open. Mira stood in the narrow corridor with her knife still drawn. Iona pressed against the wall behind her, face bloodless. "She's gone," Ilvane said. Mira's blade did not lower. And I refused her." The words hung in the stone air. Ilvane watched Mira absorbed, saw the calculation behind her eyes shift from tactical to personal. "Then we have hours," Mira said quietly. "Not days." "Casomir, what about him?" "He's been building something." Ilvane stepped past them into the corridor. A chain of testimony, stewards who saw the altered orders. The clerk Soren moved through the tannery. 2 guards from the garrison who handled the sealed directives before they reached the dispatch table. Iona's hand pressed against her sleeve where the marginal notes were hidden. "That's 4 living witnesses who can place Sevra's hands on the conspiracy." 5. Casomir's voice came from the corridor's far end. He emerged from the shadow of a door recess, still in the formal coat he had worn to the study, gold chain at his throat catching the torchlight. His face was pale but composed, the expression of a man who had already spent his furor and come out the other side. "The 5th is me." Ilvane turned to face him. "You cannot testify and judge at once. They will say you are compromised by the broken betrothal." "Then I will not judge." Casomir stopped a pace away. "I will stand as a witness. A king who watched his own orders being altered by a ministry he was never permitted to govern." Mira made a sound low in her throat. "The Concord will call that abdication." "Let them." Casomir's jaw tightened. "The crown I was given was never mine to hold. I will trade it gladly for a truth that might let someone else govern better." Ilvane studied him. The straight line of his shoulders, the steady hands, the absence of any plea or bargaining in his voice. "You have them," she said. "The weaknesses. Hidden in the old spice store beneath the west kitchens. The Concord sealed that passage 5 years ago when they reorganized the stores. No one thinks to check there." "Sealed how?" "Wooden grate. A padlock I have the key for." Casomir pulled a small iron key from his inner pocket. "One of the few things I managed to keep from my mother's steward before the Concord cataloged the palace." Ione stepped forward. "What do they know, the witnesses?" "That the seal on the forged orders was applied with a Concord stamp that Sevra's office has used exclusively since the war ended. That the garrison clerk who processed the dispatch routing reported directly to Chile Perrin's ceremonial desk. That the guard rotation on the night the courier was murdered was altered by a name that appears on the Concord payroll, but no garrison roster." Ilvane's breath caught. "The courier. The one with the note about the riders. Dead. Throat cut, as you already know." Casomir's voice dropped. But the guards who were assigned to the north gate that night recognized the man who came to collect the body. They have seen him before, accompanying Lady Sule to the council chamber. They can place him in her service. The bond flared. Tarek's presence pressed harder against her ribs, questioning, sharpening. "Not yet," she said. "Almost. Stay." "He chooses the worst moments to be brave," Mira muttered. "He is always brave," Ilvane said. "That is not the problem." The problem was that brave people died, and she had already decided she could not afford to lose anyone else. "Take me to the witnesses," she said to Casomir. "I need to see them. I need to know they will hold when Sevra comes for them." "She will not come for them," Casomir said. "She does not know they exist." The certainty in his voice made Ilvane pause. "How can you be sure?" "Because the clerk who survived the tannery was the one she tried to kill, and the guards who saw Usilig's man at the gate were assigned to the North Patrol by an order I signed myself, bypassing the Concord desk entirely." A thin smile touched his mouth. "I am not as useless as I pretend to be, Ilvane." No, he was not. She followed him through the corridor, Mira and Ione falling in behind. The palace had grown quiet around them, the bustle of the wedding preparations muted behind closed doors. Every servant they passed kept their eyes down. Every guard looked through them as if they were already ghosts. The West Kitchen spice store was a low-ceilinged chamber wedged between the larder chimney and the old buttery wall. The grate Casomir had mentioned was rusted, the padlock new and oiled, a smear of fresh grease on the iron. Casomir fitted the key. The lock turned with a click that sounded obscenely loud in the silence. The door swung inward. 3 figures sat on overturned crates in the dim light, a gaunt man in a clerk's collar, a woman with a scar splitting her left eyebrow, and a younger guard with a bandaged hand. None of them moved when the door opened. They had been waiting in the dark for long enough that hope had already burned down to cinders. "You are safe," Casomir said. "The princess has come." The clerk stood first. His hands were shaking, but his voice held steady. "I can name the seal," he said. "I can name the clerk who stamped it. I worked beside him for 6 years before he transferred to the Concord ceremonial desk. I know his hand." "You knew him," Ilvane said, past tense. "He went missing 3 days ago." The guard with the bandaged hand spoke next. "I saw the man who took the courier's body. He wore ceremonial whites, but his boots were standard garrison issue, card-in quartermaster leather. The heels were worn uneven, like someone who rides more than he walks. Yildil's man, a rider. Can you describe his face?" "I can." That was enough. That was more than enough. Ilvane turned to Casomir. "We need to move them. This store is too close to the kitchens. If anyone runs short of salt or saffron, they will find this grate. The route I used to bring them here is still clear." "And after?" Casomir's face tightened. "After, I do not know. Yusolo has already sealed the processional wing. The only exits that remain open are the main hall doors and the chapel vestry." "The chapel." Ilvane looked at Ione. "How fast can you copy the marginal notes into something Sevra cannot find?" "Fast enough, but I will need paper, ink, and a surface that does not smell of old salt and mouse droppings. There is a desk in the chapel vestry. Sevra has already been there. Sevra is not looking for marginal notes." Ilvane met Ione's gaze. "She is looking for the crown, the records, and the witnesses. She has already found the crown. She believes the records are sealed under Concord authority. She does not know about the marginal notes, and she does not know about the guards who saw her man at the gate. Yet, that word hung unspoken between them. Boots sounded in the corridor beyond. Fast, military rhythm. Mira's knife came up before Ilvane had finished turning. Brannoc appeared at the far end, breath heaving, crossbow in one hand and a smear of blood across his collar. "They found the undercroft door." His voice was raw. "You seal this, people. They are locking down every passage between here and the wedding hall. Tarek held the grate long enough for me to get clear, but she knows the passage exists now. She knows someone used it." The bond through Ilvane's chest went cold. "Tarek." His reply came sharp and steady, transmitted through silver and bone. "Not hit. Running. Find me at the chapel." "Isilda is calling a surprise purification inspection of the entire residence," Brannoc said. "She will have every room open within the hour." Casomir's face went very still. "The witnesses, the records, the crown. I know," Ilvane turned to face the spice store, where 3 people who had already survived the dark were watching her with quiet, waiting eyes. "We move them now," she said. "Every one of them. Through the chapel vestry, before Usila's inspection reaches this corridor." "And if the vestry is already sealed?" Ilvane looked down at the crown against her chest. The silver mark burned on her arm, pulling, calling, pointing toward the wedding hall where every trap Sevra had laid was waiting for her. "Then we stop running." She met Mira's gaze, Ion's, Casomir's. "And we start fighting." The clerk moved first. He stepped out of the spice store into the torchlight, gaunt and shaking, and he did not look back. Chapter 54. The vestry door had barely closed behind them when Mira caught Ilvane's wrist. "You cannot go to the fitting." Ilvane turned, the crown pressed cold against her ribs beneath the borrowed cloak. The witnesses were already moving through the passage behind them, Casomir leading, Ione following with her sleeve full of copied names. "If I do not appear, Isilde will know I am running." "You are running. I am choosing my ground." Ilvane pulled free, gently. "The fitting is the last public rite before the ceremony. If I refuse it, Sevra reads the warrants before I reach the hall. If I attend, I buy time to move the witnesses and place the records where she cannot find them." Mira's jaw tightened. "They will collar you. They will try." The word hung between them, unfinished, dangerous. Ilvane looked down at the silver mark climbing her wrist. The bond was quiet now, steady. Tarek was still running. She could feel his breath, his focus, the sharp edge of survival that kept him moving through passages she could not see. "Almost there," she sent. "Chapel vestry. Wait for me." His answer came as heat against her skin, wordless and certain. Mira stepped closer. "If they fasten the collar before you speak, no one will see the mark flare. You will stand before both courts looking like a bride who changed her mind, not a sovereign claiming her bond." "I know. If Sevra reads the warrants while you are collared, she will not read them until I refuse Casomir. That is the trap. The refusal is the crime. The warrants are the punishment. She needs both courts to see me refuse before she can use them." Mira's hand found hers, squeezed once. "Then we make sure you are not wearing the collar when you speak." Ilvane followed her into the fitting chamber. The room smelled of lavender and heated silver. 3 Concord matrons stood waiting, their robes the color of old ivory, their hands gloved in white. The wedding garment hung from a frame in the center of the room, white silk, high-necked, long-sleeved, heavy enough to weigh a woman down. The silver collar lay on a velvet cushion beside it. Ilvane did not look at it. She crossed to the frame and let the matrons take her cloak. Their hands moved with practiced efficiency, unfastening her traveling dress, lifting the garment over her head. The silver mark on her left arm caught the candlelight as they worked. None of the matrons acknowledged it. They had been trained to see nothing. Mira stood at the edge of the room, her hands clasped, her face composed. She was watching the matrons' hands, counting their movements, mapping the space between touch and attention. The silk slid over Ilvane's shoulders, cool and smooth. The weight settled across her frame, pressing down, pressing in. The high collar rose to her jaw, leaving only a narrow band of skin visible at her throat. The sleeves fell past her wrists, covering the silver mark completely. One of the matrons stepped back. "The fit is correct." Ilvane looked at herself in the polished silver mirror the matrons had positioned by the frame. A stranger looked back, pale, composed, buried in white, a treaty vessel dressed for delivery. Mira moved forward. "The hem requires adjustment. I will pin it." The matrons exchanged a glance. The Concord seamstress did not take her measurements. Mira's voice carried the edge of a woman who had already survived an archive trap and was not impressed by gloved hands. "I have pinned her hem since we were children. I know where the fabric will catch and where it will drag." The matrons stepped aside. Mira knelt at Ilvane's feet, a line of silver pins between her lips. She lifted the hem, folded, pinned. Her fingers moved fast, sure, practiced. And then Ilvane felt the paper slide against her ankle. Mira's hand pressed the folded note flat against the inside of the left slipper, tucking it beneath the silk stocking, hidden where no matron would look. The second followed against the right ankle. The third went into the inner seam of the left sleeve, pinned so it would not shift. 3 copies of the marginal notes, 3 sets of names, 3 chances. Mira looked up. Her eyes were calm, steady, the eyes of a woman who had already chosen where her loyalty stood. "The hem will hold," she said. "You will not trip." The matrons moved forward again. One of them lifted the velvet cushion. The silver collar gleamed under the candlelight, polished, waiting. "The final rite requires the veiling," the eldest matron said. "The collar is placed before the veil is lowered." Ilvane stood still, the silk pressed against her throat. The paper lay flat against her skin. "Not yet," she told herself. "Not yet. I understand." The matron raised the collar, and the door burst open. A Concord clerk stood in the frame, pale-faced, breath sawing through her chest. She looked past the matrons, past the gloved hands and the silver, straight at Ilvane. "The witness chamber is empty." The eldest matron turned. "This is a sacred fitting. You do not interrupt. The guard stationed at the spice store passage is dead on the floor. The clerk who could name the seal is gone. The corridor outside the chamber reeks of bitter almond." Ilvane's blood went cold. Bitter almond. The same sign that had marked the poisoned servant in the kitchen. The same dark-fingered death that had been waiting for them since the first night of the procession. Sevra had found the witnesses. Or Isolde had. Or someone had reached them before either. The eldest matron set the collar down. Her face had lost all color. "The ceremony cannot proceed without... The ceremony will proceed." Ilvane's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "Because if it does not, Sevra wins without lifting a finger." She looked at Mira, at the paper hidden in her sleeves, in her slippers, against her skin. "You will tell no one about the empty chamber," Ilvane said. "You will seal the door. You will let no one enter until the veiling hour. And you will send word to King Casomir that the processional must begin on time, no matter what message arrives." The matron hesitated. That was not a request. The door closed. Ilvane stood alone in the white silk, the silver collar waiting on its cushion, and the smell of bitter almond creeping through the cracks in the stone. Chapter 55. The white silk caught at Ilvane's knees as she crossed the fitting room in 3 strides. Mira was already at the door, hand on the latch, her face a mask of controlled urgency. No words passed between them. None were needed. Ilvane pulled the hood of the dressing robe from the peg, a heavy wool mantle that would hide the wedding garment's gleam. She threw it over her shoulders, the white silk invisible beneath the dark cloth. Her hands moved fast, cinching the ties, covering her throat, her sleeves, every inch of the ceremonial trap. Mira cracked the door. The corridor beyond was empty. The Concord clerk who had brought the news already vanished back to her post or her master's. "This way," Mira breathed, and slipped through. Ilvane followed. They did not run. Running drew eyes. They moved at a fast walk, heels against stone, the smell of bitter almond growing stronger as they turned the corner toward the west kitchen corridor. The air thickened with it, cloying and sweet, the scent of death baked into the walls. A guard lay at the base of the spice store stair. His throat was cut, not poisoned. The bitter almond came from somewhere else, deeper in the passage, seeping through the cracks like the truth Ilvane had not yet spoken aloud. Mira knelt, pressed 2 fingers to the guard's neck, and shook her head once. "Gold already." Ilvane looked past him, down the narrow stair that led to the spice store. The door at the bottom stood ajar, dark and silent. The witness corridor beyond had held 3 people hours ago. Now it held only the smell. "He cannot be dead," Ilvane said. "The clerk, he cannot be dead." "Then we find him." Mira straightened, her voice flat, practical, the voice of a woman who had spent the morning pinning evidence into her princess's shoes. "But not here. The poison is still fresh. He may have crawled." Ilvane followed the smell. It led past the spice store, past the dead guard's spill of blood, into a narrow service corridor that branched off the main passage, a servant's shortcut between the kitchens and the old well room. The bitter almond grew sharper as they moved, pressing against the roof of Ilvane's mouth. She found him in the well room. He was wedged behind a barrel, a thin man in clerk's gray, his hand pressed to his mouth as if he could hold the death inside. His face was the color of old paper. Every breath came in a shallow rattle, a sound like leaves skittering across stone. Ilvane dropped to her knees beside him. The silk pooled on the damp floor. She did not care. "You are the clerk who worked beside the seal stamper," she said. His eyes rolled toward her, glassy, unfocused, then sharpened with recognition. "Princess." The word cost him. His hand dropped from his mouth. The skin around his lips had begun to darken. "They found me before the door." She said she would make it quick. But the dose was wrong. She wanted me to feel it. "Who?" "The woman with the brass pins, Lady Ylsilla." Ilvane's blood turned cold. Ylsilla, not Sevra. Ylsilla had done this herself, directly, her hands on the poison, her own corridor of blood. "The seal stamper," Ilvane said. "Is he dead?" "Missing. 3 days gone. I do not know if he lives." The clerk's hand shot out, gripping her sleeve, his grip trembling with the last strength he had. "But that is not what you need to know." Ilvane leaned closer. The bitter almond was everywhere now, coating her throat, her tongue. "The sacred officiants," the clerk whispered. "Sevra changed them last night. The one who will stand on the dais, the one who will read the vows and ask for your consent." His grip tightened. "He is a Concord judge. He will not ask you if you take Casomir. He will declare the union sealed before you can speak. And if you refuse, he will call it sedition from the dais, before the assembled courts, before the witnesses who cannot hear you over his voice." Ilvane's hand closed over his. "What is his name?" "Marin Fella. He arrived this morning from the Eastern Concord seat. He has already been paid." The clerk's eyes fluttered, his grip loosened. "Tell my wife," he said. "The tannery. Tell her I did not run." Ilvane held his hand until the rattle stopped. Then she stood, the silk clinging to her knees, the bitter almond burning in her lungs. Mira was at the door, watching the corridor, her knife half drawn. "The processional begins in 6 minutes," Mira said. "The bells will sound at the half mark." Ilvane looked down at her hands. The silver mark was visible at her wrist, climbing past the white silk cuff, glowing faintly in the dim light of the well room. She had not hidden it. She had forgotten to hide it. "Marin Feller," she said, "a Concord judge on the dais. He will not let me speak the refusal. He will pronounce the marriage before I can open my mouth." "Then you speak before he does." Mira's voice was steel. "You enter the hall. You walk to the dais, and before he can lift his hands to bless the union, you refuse Casomir by name, and you claim the bond in front of every person Sevra has tried to silence." Ilvane stood still, the clerk's body at her feet, the bitter almond smell sealing the moment into her bones. "And if he pronounces it anyway? If he calls it sedition, and the guards take me before I finish?" "Then Tarek will tear the hall apart to reach you," Mira said. "And I will make sure the names in your slippers reach every ear in the realm before they hang you for them." The first bell tolled, deep and long, vibrating through the stone. The processional had begun. Chapter 56. The corridor beyond the well room was empty. Ilvane moved through it with the white silk whispering against her ankles, the bitter almond still coating her tongue, the clerk's final breath still warm in her memory. 6 minutes. The first bell had tolled. The second would follow at the half mark, and then the doors would open, and she would walk into the hall with nothing but Mira's steel and a handful of names sewn into her sleeves. Mira walked at her shoulder, knife sheathed, face unreadable. "The vestry is 2 turns ahead," she said. "If Tarek made it, he will be waiting." Ilvane did not answer. She did not need to. The bond was already present under her breastbone, a low thrum that had been there so long she barely noticed it, except now it flickered, sharpened, pulled toward the chapel like a thread drawing taut. He was close. She broke into a run. The white silk bunched and dragged, but she did not slow. She rounded the first turn, then the second, and found the vestry door standing open, the torchlight inside smoking and low. Tarek stood at the far wall with his back to her, both hands braced against the stone, his chest heaving. He turned when he heard her enter. His coat was torn at the shoulder, dirt streaked his jaw, and on his left cuff, dark and wet, a bloom of red that had not yet dried. Ilvane stopped. "You are bleeding." not mine. His voice was rough, spent. The grate came down on one of Carit's judges. I did not stop to check if he was dead. She crossed the distance before she knew she had moved. Her hands found his chest, the torn fabric, the solid warmth beneath. He was whole. He was here. The bond sang with his presence, so loud it nearly drowned out the thudding of her heart. "The witnesses are dead," she said. "The clerk who could name the seal was poisoned by Ursula herself. He died in my hands." Tarek's jaw tightened. "Brannoc told me. The spy store passage is sealed. Ulida's inspection is sweeping the lower floors." "Then we have no witnesses." "We have you." He said it without hesitation, without calculation, just a fact, spoken with the same certainty he used to issue orders on a battlefield. Ilvane's throat closed. "Sevra replaced the officiant," she said. "A Concord judge named Mira fell. He will not ask for my consent. He will declare the union sealed before I can speak and call my refusal sedition from the dais." Tarek's hand came up, cupped her jaw, tilted her face toward the torchlight. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, light, almost reverent. "Then speak before he does." "That was exactly what Mira said." "Mira is right." A sound escaped Ilvane's throat, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. She leaned into his palm, let herself feel the calluses, the warmth, the steadiness she had not known she needed until this moment. "If I speak refusal, he will call the guards," she said. "Sevra has signed warrants. She will read them before the entire court. You, me, Ionan, Mira, all four of us, dead before the bells stop ringing." Tarek's hand did not drop. "Then we die." 3 words, flat, final, without fear. Ilvane stared at him. "I have spent 7 years building a peace I did not believe in," he said. "I have sent men to die for orders I did not write. I have watched Saltreach burn and told myself it was necessary, but I have never stood beside someone I chose, for something I chose, and called it worth the cost." His hand slid from her jaw to her shoulder, then down her arm until his fingers found hers. "If you walk into that hall and refuse Casomir, I will stand with you. If the guards take you, I will stand with you. If the blade falls, I will be there when it does." Ilvane's chest burned. Not with fear, with something lighter, stranger, a release she had never allowed herself to name. The offer should have terrified her. It felt like relief. The bond flared under her skin, silver light threading through the white silk cuff, visible even in the torchlight. She did not hide it. She let it burn. "I thought I was supposed to save Aurelis by surviving," she said. "I thought if I endured enough, the people I loved would be safe. But I have been dying by inches for 27 years, Tarek, and it has not saved anyone." She squeezed his hand. "If I am going to die, I want it to mean something. I want it to be my choice. I want to look at the person beside me and know I am not alone." Tarek's grip tightened. "You are not alone." The second bell tolled. Deep, long, vibration through the stone floor, through the soles of her feet, through the silver mark that bound them. The processional had begun. Mira appeared in the doorway, her face tight, her hand on her knife. "The hall is filling. The Concord guards are at every entrance. Judge Fell is already on the dais." Ilvane looked at Tarek. He looked back. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing left to say. She turned and walked toward the door, and he fell into step beside her, his shoulder brushing hers, his hand still holding hers, the bond blazing between them like a brand. They reached the chapel threshold. The doors stood open. The hall beyond was full of faces, courtiers, ministers, Concord officials, the armed guards in their silver and ivory, the matrons in their starched veils. Casomir stood at the dais, pale but resolute. Sevra sat in the front row, her hands folded in her lap, her expression carved from stone. And on the dais, robed in black, Judge Mira Fell raised his hands to bless the union before Ilvane had crossed the threshold. She stepped forward into the light. The doors swung shut behind her. Chapter 57. The third bell caught Ilvane mid-stride. It was not supposed to sound yet. The processional had a rhythm, a measured pace designed to carry her through the palace corridors in a precise number of steps, arriving at the hall threshold exactly as the final bell faded. But the third bell struck while she was still crossing the vestry threshold, and the dissonance sent a ripple through the waiting attendants. Someone had accelerated the schedule again. Mira appeared at her elbow, face bloodless. The outer gates are ringing. The false riders have moved closer to the city walls. How close? Visible from the tower. The crowd in the courtyard saw them. Ilvane kept walking. The white silk whispered against the stone floor, the high neck scratching at her jaw where the soul mark burned beneath the fabric. She could feel Tarek behind her, one step back and to the left, the correct position for a military escort. His presence through the bond was a steady heat, wordless, waiting. The corridor opened into the great anteroom. Concord officials lined both walls in their silver and ivory, hands clasped, faces blank. Between them stood the palace guards, polished and still. But Ilvane's eye caught the detail that did not belong. The guards at the anteroom doors wore garrison steel beneath their ceremonial sashes, blades visible at their hips, not the ornamental silver appropriate for a wedding. Sevra had armed the threshold. Ilvane did not slow. She passed between the lines of officials and guards, her gaze fixed on the great doors ahead, the gilded iron bands that would swing open into the hall where both courts waited. The bond pulsed. A question. She answered with a single image. Steel beneath silk. Tarek's response came back as cold clarity. He had seen them too. The fourth bell struck as the attendants reached for the doors. The left door swung inward first. The right followed. Light spilled through the gap, torchlight and candlelight, and the pale gray of winter sky through high windows. The sound of the hall rushed out, the murmur of 200 voices, the rustle of silk and wool, the shuffle of feet on stone. Ilvane stepped into the opening. The hall was a blade of light and shadow, the aisle stretching before her like a wound that had not yet bled. Courtiers filled the pews on both sides, Aurelis on the left, Cardan on the right, their faces turned toward her with hunger and fear and calculation. At the far end, on the raised dais, Casomir stood in formal black. And beside the dais, standing in the space where the officiant would pronounce the union, Judge Marin Fell raised his hands in blessing before Ilvane had taken her first step down the aisle. The fifth bell tolled. She walked. Each step was measured. The white silk flowed behind her. The bond hummed at her wrist, low and constant, a second heartbeat. She could feel Tarek at the edge of her awareness, his focus sharp, his body braced for a signal that had not yet come. The hall was wrong. She saw it as she moved deeper into the space. The Concord guards were not only at the doors. They lined the side aisles, one at every pillar, their hands resting on weapon hilts in a posture that was not ceremonial. The celebrants in the pews were not all celebrants. Here and there, a face she recognized from the archive, from the council chambers, from the list of names Iona had copied into her sleeve. Sevra's people, seated among the wedding guests. Ilvane's gaze swept the front row. Sevra sat in the center, her dove-gray robes immaculate, her hands folded in her lap. She was not looking at Ilvane. She was looking at the dais, at Judge Fell, at the moment she had engineered. Beside Sevra, Lady Ilsele Perrin sat with her hands clasped, her chin lifted, her smile a knife edge of satisfaction. The sixth bell tolled. Ilvane reached the halfway point of the aisle. The bond tightened. Tarek's presence pressed closer, not with alarm, with readiness. He had seen the guards, the seated faces, the trap that was not a secret but a statement. Sevra wanted Ilvane to know she was surrounded. She wanted her to feel the weight of steel on every side, to understand that the execution warrant was not a threat, but a promise. To walk the remaining steps knowing that if she spoke refusal, the hall would become a killing floor. Ilvane kept walking. The seventh bell. She was 3 steps from the dais. Casomir turned to face her. His eyes met hers, and she saw what she had not expected. Not fear, not resignation, but a question. He was asking her with that single look whether she was ready. She did not answer with words. She stepped up to the dais. The 8th bell fell silent. Judge Fellow lowered his hands. The hall held its breath. The torches guttered in their brackets, and the gray winter light through the high windows seemed to dim, as if the sky itself was waiting. Ilvane stood before the dais, the white silk heavy on her shoulders, the names sewn into her sleeve, the bond blazing beneath her skin. Judge Fellow opened his mouth to speak, and beyond the palace walls, the 9th bell began to ring. Chapter 58. The 9th bell rolled through the hall like a wave through stone, vibrating up through Ilvane's soles, through the white silk, through the silver mark that burned beneath the fabric. Judge Fell's mouth was still open. He waited. The bell continued. One long note that seemed to reach from the tower through the walls and into the bones of every person standing. 200 faces turned toward the sound. The torches flickered. The gray sky beyond the high windows held its gray breath. The 9th bell died. Silence. Judge Fell lowered his hands and began to speak. Honored guests of Aurelis and Cardane, we are gathered in the sight of Concord and the sacred covenant between realms to witness the union that shall bind these kingdoms in peace. His voice carried, trained for halls, trained for ceremony, trained to make the words sound like they belonged to him. The Princess of Aurelis and the King of Cardane come before this assembly, not as individuals, but as vessels of the treaty that has secured grain, trade, and truce between our peoples. Their consent is the consent of their nations. Their union is the union of their bloodlines. Through them, the wounds of the sundering are closed. Ilvane stood very still. Vessels. She had heard the word before. In treaty drafts, in council briefings, in the quiet conversations between ministers who discussed her marriage as they might discuss a harbor lease or a grain tariff. She had accepted it. She had believed it was duty. Now she heard what the word actually meant. Empty. Hollow. A thing you poured something into. The mark beneath her sleeve burned. The sacred vows of alliance. Judge Fell was still speaking. His hands moved through the ritual gestures, tracing the old Concord shapes in the air. The candles on the dais had been arranged in the prescribed pattern. The ceremonial wine stood ready on its silver tray. Every detail was correct. Every detail was a cage. And as the crown of Cardane accepts the heir of Aurelis, so shall the wounds of the past be healed, and the future secured through the endurance of this bond. Tarek's presence pressed against the edge of her awareness, not words, a question, a readiness. She answered with an image, the silver mark, burning. His response came back as a wordless echo of the same heat. Do you, Princess Ilvane of Aurelis, enter this union freely, of your own will and accord? The hall held its breath. Judge Fell was looking at her. His face was smooth, practiced, neutral. He had asked the question. He had asked it exactly as the rite required, but he had not paused for an answer. The words hung in the air, unanswered, while his hands remained raised and his eyes remained fixed on her, waiting for the scripted moment when she would say the words that had been written for her long before she was born. Ilvane opened her mouth. The silver mark flared, not beneath her sleeve, through it. The white silk lit from within, a pulse of light that could not be hidden, that blazed across her wrist and forearm like a brand struck fresh. Gasps rippled through the hall. Someone on the Aurelis side made a sound that might have been a prayer or a curse. A chair scraped stone. The guards at the pillars shifted, their hands tightening on weapon hilts, their eyes fixed on the light that would not be contained. Judge Fell's face did not change. He looked at the glowing mark. He looked at Ilvane. He looked at the front row. Sevra rose from her seat before Ilvane had answered. The tough gray robes folded with her movement, precise and unhurried. She did not look at Ilvane. She looked at the hall, at the 200 faces, at the guards, at the officiant, at the moment she had engineered. Your blessing, Judge Fella, Sevra said, her voice carrying through the silence like a blade drawn from its sheath, is premature. She stepped into the aisle. The hall did not breathe. The princess has not yet spoken her consent, and the mark that burns on her wrist is not a blessing of ceremony. It is a question of law. Ilvane's blood moved through her like fire. The names in her sleeve pressed against her skin like a second pulse. Mira's eyes were on her from the side aisle. Casomir stood at her left, still, watching, his face unreadable. The bond blazed, and Sevra walked toward the dais with the execution warrant folded in her sleeve, and the sentence already written for a woman who had not yet spoken a single word. Chapter 59. Sevra took another step. The hall watched her move, watched the dove-gray robes cut through the silence like a blade through still water. She did not hurry, she did not raise her voice. She simply walked, and the space opened around her the way space opened around a falling stone. Ilvane's blood was fire. The mark still blazed through her sleeve, bright enough to cast shadows across the white silk. 200 faces stared at it. 200 mouths held the same breath. Sevra reached the base of the dais. "This mark," she said, not to Ilvane, not to Casomir, but to the hall, to the witnesses, to the record, appeared without Concord verification. It has been examined by no authorized sacred authority. It has been confirmed by no established rite. It is, at present, a claim without proof, a phenomenon without precedent, and a threat to the treaty that has kept both our realms from famine and war. She turned, faced the assembly. Under Article 12 of the Sacred Concord, any unverified manifestation on a treaty-bound party is subject to immediate containment until its nature can be determined by lawful process. The princess will be conveyed to the Concord seat for examination. The wedding is postponed until the mark's legitimacy can be. No. The word came before Ilvane had decided to speak it. It came from her chest, from her throat, from the place where the bond burned and the names pressed against her skin and the dying clerk's last breath still hung in her lungs. "No." Sevra stopped. The hall stopped. Ilvane turned. Faced the 200 faces. Faced the guards at the pillars, the matrons in their rows, the Aurelis delegation that had watched her grow from a child into a treaty, the Cardan court that had prepared a cage and called it a throne. "I am not a vessel," she said. "I am not a claim. I am not a phenomenon." Her voice did not shake. She had spent 27 years learning to hold her voice steady while the world she was born to serve demanded she empty herself into its shape. 27 years of standing still while ministers discussed her body as a root for grain, while clerks filed her future under treaty provisions, while the only language she was allowed to speak was the language of agreement. No more. She reached up, caught the edge of the white silk collar, pulled. The seam gave with a sound like a wound opening. The fabric tore down her sleeve, exposing the silver mark from wrist to elbow, burning in the candlelight, bright enough to be seen from the last row. "I refuse King Casomir Verate as my husband," she said. "I refuse this marriage. I refuse the treaty that was written in my name without my consent and the peace that was built on my silence." The hall broke, not with sound at first, with motion. People rising, turning, craning to see, hands pressed to mouths, voices that started and stopped. A woman on the Aurelis side made a sound like an animal caught in a trap. Then the noise came. Shouts, prayers, a steward calling for order, a Cardan lord rising to his feet, his face dark with fury. Someone on the Concord bench was speaking, but the words were swallowed by the roar. Casomir did not move. He stood at her left, still as stone, his face unreadable, his hands at his sides. He had not flinched when she refused him. He had not flinched when the hall erupted. He was watching her with an expression she had never seen on him before. Not anger, not relief. Respect. Sevra's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Sedition." She did not shout. She did not need to. The word landed, and the hall heard it. Princess Ilvane of Aurelis has publicly refused a sacred treaty union before 200 witnesses. She has invoked an unverified soul bond without Concord authorization. She has placed her personal claim above the survival of her realm and the terms that feed her people. Sevra turned, faced the guards at the pillars. "By the authority vested in the high keepership of Concord, I order the bonded pair taken into custody pending trial for treason against the treaty, sedition against the sacred order, and conspiracy to destabilize the peace between realms." The guards moved. Not all of them. 4, 5, a dozen, drawing steel from beneath ceremonial sashes, stepping into the aisles, their boots striking stone in unison. The crowd surged backward, pressing against the pews, clearing a path. Ilvane's hand moved toward her belt, toward the knife Mira had given her. She did not reach it. Casomir stepped forward, not away from her, not toward the guards, between them. He moved into the space before the dais, placing his body between Ilvane and the approaching steel, and raised his hand. "Stop!" The guards hesitated. One of them, the lead, halted mid-stride, his blade half drawn, his eyes moving from the king to the dais to Sevra, caught between orders. Casomir did not look at him. He looked at Sevra. "Archminister," he said, and his voice was quiet. "You will not touch her." Sevra's face did not change. "Your Majesty, with respect, the law is what I say it is in my court." He was not the same man who had stood at the altar, pale and questioning. Something in him had settled. Something in him had chosen. "Princess Ilvane has refused my hand. That is her right under the Treaty of Saltreach, Article 4, which states that no bride may be gowned without spoken consent in open assembly. She gave no consent. She gave refusal." The hall went silent. Not the silence of shock, the silence of something breaking. Sevra's eyes narrowed. "Your Majesty, you are dissolving the treaty that feeds Aurelis." "I am honoring the words of my own law." Casomir turned, met Ilvane's eyes. "I will not be the instrument of a woman's execution," he said, quietly enough that only she could hear. "I told you that once. I meant it." Then he faced the guards again. "Stand down." The lead guard did not move. Casomir's voice did not rise. "I am the King of Carden, the throne that signs your commission, the hand that pays your wages. Stand down." The guard lowered his blade. The others followed, one by one, steel sliding back into scabbards, hands dropping to sides, the moment teetering on the edge of what came next. Sevra stood alone in the aisle, her face carved from stone, her hand resting on the fold of her sleeve where the execution warrant waited. "You cannot protect them both, Your Majesty." Her voice was soft, almost kind. "You cannot stand between every blade, and the moment you turn your back, the law will take what you have shielded." The hall held its breath. Ilvane felt the bond pulse, felt Tarek behind her, at the edge of the dais, his readiness like a second heartbeat. She looked at Casomir, at the man who had just burned his own reign to stand between her and the scaffold. And she understood, with terrible clarity, that this was not the end of the fight. It was the beginning. Chapter 60. The hall had not stopped vibrating. Ilvane stood on the dais with Casomir's body still between her and the guards, with the echo of his words hanging in the air like smoke, with the bond pulsing steady behind her ribs, Tarek's readiness a second heartbeat at her back. Sevra had not moved. She stood in the aisle with her hand resting on the fold of her sleeve, the execution warrant waiting, her face a mask of patience that made the silence worse. Then someone laughed. A Cardan lord near the front, his face red, his hand slapping his knee, the sound cracking through the tension like a stone through glass. "The king dissolves the treaty. The princess refuses. The general stands there like a carved post, and we are supposed to believe this is governance?" The hall stirred. Murmurs rose. The lord rose too, pointing at Casomir. "You were meant to seal the grain route. You were meant to end the hunger. And you let a woman with a glowing arm talk you out of your own throne." Casomir turned, slowly. He looked at the lord with the patience of a man who had spent years being underestimated. "I was never on the throne," he said. The lord's mouth opened, closed. Casomir stepped down from the dais. One step, two. He moved into the space between the pews, into the center of the assembly, and faced the 200 witnesses. "You think I was sovereign in this arrangement? You think I chose her? You think I had any voice in the bride delivered to my altar, the treaty drafted before I was crowned, the Concord official standing in my hall calling my own guard to heel?" He gestured toward Sevra without looking at her. "I was a seal, a stamp, a body in a coronation chair, waiting for the ceremony to write its ending on me." His voice did not rise. It did not need to. The hall had gone silent again. "I did not choose this marriage. I did not choose the bond that interrupted it. I did not choose the execution warrants signed in my name for my people without my knowledge." He stopped, faced the assembly. "But I chose this." He spread his hands. "I chose to stand aside. I chose to let her speak. I chose to honor Article 4, not because the law required it, but because the law was written to protect exactly this moment, a bride who does not consent. He looked back at Ilvane. I will testify to that. To every Concord order that bypassed my desk, every irregular filing, every meeting conducted without my presence. I will stand before both courts and name what was done in my name without my leave. The hall held its breath. Sevra's face did not change, but her hand moved, just slightly, a fraction of an inch toward the fold of her sleeve. Yesela rose before she could reach it. Lady Usulta Perrin stood from the front row, her brass pins catching the light, her smile still in place, her voice carrying across the silence like silk dragged over steel. How noble. She did not look at Casomir. She looked at the assembly. How very noble. The king who was never king, the bride who was never bride, the general who stands frozen while his commander burns his reign for a woman. She turned, faced the Cardan's side directly. But let us speak of what this nobility will cost. Her voice dropped, became quiet, became the voice of a woman carrying bad news with practiced gentleness. The grain treaty is void. His Majesty has declared it so. The ships that have been loading at Northfall for the past 3 days, the grain that was to carry Aurelis through the winter, is now subject to renegotiation at best. She paused. At worst, suspension. Edric rose from the Aurelis side. You cannot. Gisela's smile widened. I am Cardan's mistress of ceremonies. The treaty falls under my jurisdiction until a new one is signed, and I am advising His Majesty that, given the instability of the current arrangement, the grain shipments should be halted until the succession question is resolved. You would starve us. I would secure Cardan's interests. Gisela turned back to the dais, looked at Ilvane. The princess made her choice. She chose the bond. She chose the general. She chose passion over policy. Now she must live with the consequences. The hall erupted. Voices clashed from both sides, Aurelis fury and Cardan calculation, the sound rising into a roar that pressed against the walls like a physical tide. Ilvane did not hear it. She heard the word suspension. She heard the word grain. She heard winter. And she felt the floor crack beneath her feet. The bond surged at her ribs. Tarek's voice, wordless, reaching through the silver, asking, waiting. She did not answer. She looked at Isala, at the smile that had not wavered once. And she understood. This was the real trap. Not the wedding, not the execution warrant. The grain, the winter. The choice that looked like freedom, but had been designed to force her back into the cage. Because the moment she refused the treaty, the hunger would begin, and the realm she had saved would curse her name. Sevra's hand dropped from her sleeve. She did not produce the warrant. She waited. The hall roared on, and Ilvane stood on the dais with the mock blazing through her torn sleeve, with the names of conspirators hidden in her slippers, with Tarek behind her and Casomir beside her, and Isala smiling like victory. The grain treaty. Suspended. She had won the battle, and the war had just found its first casualty. Chapter 61. The hall roared on, a tide of voices crashing against the walls, but Ilvane heard only the silence inside her own skull. Isala's smile. The word suspension. The winter already curling through the grain holds. She looked at her hands, the silver mark blazed through her torn sleeve, visible to every witness, undeniable. The names of conspirators pressed against the soles of her feet through the slipper leather. The names of the dead pressed against her ribs, where she had held the clerk while he choked on Usala's poison. She had been silent once. She had let others speak for her. She had let them write her lines, seal her fate, bury her voice beneath ceremony. No more. Ilvane stepped forward, not toward Usala, not toward Sevra, toward the edge of the dais, where the light from the high windows fell across the stone and every eye in the hall could see her clearly. She raised her hand. The mark blazed, silver fire climbing her arm. And the hall went quiet. Not because she commanded it, because the sight of her standing there, sleeve torn, bond exposed, emptied of ceremony and armor, was stranger than rage. Ilvane let her hand fall. My name is Ilvane of Aurelis, her voice carried. She had spent years learning to fill halls with sound, to make her words reach the last row without breaking pitch. I am the heir of a realm that is starving. I came here to marry a king I did not know, to seal a treaty written before I had a voice in my own council, and to save my people from a winter that begins in 6 weeks. She paused. But I did not come here to die. Isla's smile tightened at the edges. Sevra's hand remained still at her side. Ilvane turned, faced the Cardan's side directly. Lady Isla Perrin tells you the grain treaty is suspended. She tells you my choice has consequences. She is correct. She let the words land, but she is not telling you the full cost. She reached into her torn sleeve, drew out the first folded paper, the one Mira had pinned into the seam that morning. These are the names of the courtiers who seized the bonded crown during the first reign. The ones who confined the sovereign, forged her signature, and sundered a kingdom into 2 starving halves. She held the paper up. They were recorded in a secret archive beneath this hall, hidden for 70 years, preserved by a scholar who risked her life to copy them before the Concord could burn the evidence. She looked at Sevra. Archminister Tolan knows this archive exists. She sent armed judges to seal it this morning. She ordered the records inventoried and transported. She signed execution warrants for myself, Lord General Sandoval, Sister Inoni Marsek, and my Lady Mira Quinel, before any of us had spoken a word in our own defense. The hall stirred. A Cardan lord rose from his pew. You cannot accuse an archminister without, I am not accusing. Ilvane's voice cut like a blade. I am naming. She turned back to the assembly. I name the forged border orders that sent armed men to the pass where we were ambushed last week. I name the poisoned servant who died testing food prepared for my table. I name the altered access logs that let a conspirator move through sealed corridors without challenge. She looked at Casomir. I name the attempt on King Casomir's life during the treaty rite at Thorwood Reach. The blade that struck Lord General Sandoval instead. The poison that would have killed him if the bond had not anchored him through healing. She looked at Usilla. I name the clerk who was poisoned in the witness chamber this morning. A slow-acting dose administered by Lady Uselda Perrin herself, because he could identify the seal stamper who forged the orders that made all of this possible. The hall held. 200 people, frozen in the space between belief and denial. Then Mira moved. She walked down the side aisle, her steps measured, her face pale but steady. She carried a leather folio bound with twine, the edges worn, the seal cracked. She set it on the dais steps. From the archive beneath this hall, she said. Her voice did not waver. Sealed records bearing Concord marks, council minutes from the first bonded reign, marginal notes written by a scribe who recorded what the official history erased. She looked up at Sevra. Including the names of the courtiers who seized the crown, the same names Ilvane holds in her hand. The hall erupted again, louder this time, sharper, the sound of something breaking, the careful architecture of managed belief splintering under weight it could not bear. Sevra's hand moved, not toward her sleeve, not toward the warrant. She raised it, palm open, a gesture of patience, of waiting, of a woman who had weathered worse storms than this. The noise did not stop, but those who saw her hand went quiet first. Then the silence spread, row by row, until it reached the dais. Sevra lowered her hand. Names, she said. Documents. A scholar's marginal notes, preserved in secret, produced at the exact moment the accused needs them most. She turned, looked at the assembly. How convenient. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. A conspiracy this intricate. Forged orders, poisoned routes, altered access, assassination attempts, a hidden archive, a dying clerk. All of it, every thread, leads precisely to the moment when the princess can stand before you, tear her sleeve, and claim she is the victim of a plot she has been investigating for weeks. She shook her head. Documents can be forged. Witnesses can be bought. A deathbed accusation is not evidence. It is theater. Ilvane felt the bond pulse at her ribs. Tarek's voice, wordless, a threat of warning. Sevra had not denied a single name. She had simply reframed the accusation, turned the evidence back on the accuser. It was elegant. It was practiced, and it would have worked if the floor had not begun to hum. A low vibration, rising through the stone, climbing the walls, threading through the pillars where the Concord guards stood with their hands on steel. Ilvane felt it in her bones, felt it in the silver mark, which blazed hotter, brighter, pulsing with a rhythm that was not her heartbeat and not Tarek's. The hall went still again. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of instinct, the way a crowd goes quiet when the ground beneath them shifts. Ilvane looked down. The stone at her feet was glowing, a thin line of silver light rising through the grain of the marble, tracing a pattern older than the hall, older than the treaty, older than the sundering. The relic, the bonded crown still in the undercroft, still waiting, and the floor recognizing what the hall refused to accept. The hum deepened, the silver light spread, and at the far end of the aisle, the doors swung open. Chapter 62. The hall's silence held, stretched thin as a thread about to snap. The doors stood open at the far end of the aisle, darkness beyond them, and the silver light in the stone pulsed once, twice, then steadied into a low glow that traced the grain of the marble like veins in living skin. Ilvane felt the mark on her arm burn in answer, felt Tarek through the bond, wordless and waiting. Then Sister Aoni stepped through the doorway. She was alone. Her thin frame was silhouetted against the light from the corridor, her ink-stained fingers wrapped around a leather-bound folio pressed against her chest. She did not look at Sevra. She looked at Ilvane. "Sister Ione Marsek," Sevra said, and the name carried weight, the weight of a woman who knew exactly who had walked into her hall. "You are not permitted to speak in this assembly. The Concord suspended your scholarly credentials 3 days ago." Ione kept walking. She reached the center aisle, stopped at the spot where the silver light was brightest, where the stone lines converged like a map of something older than any court. "The Concord suspended my credentials," Ione said, voice carrying, "because I found what they buried." She raised the folio. "These are the council minutes from the first bonded reign, sealed by the same Concord seal that Archminister Tolan wears on her hand tonight. I recovered them from a locked chamber beneath this hall, a chamber the Concord sealed 70 years ago and swore did not exist." A murmur rose from the pews, voices overlapping, uncertain, hungry. Sevra did not turn, did not move. Her hand was still raised, palm open. "Archives can be forged," she said. "Records can be planted. A suspended scholar with a grudge can produce any document she claims to have found." Iona's mouth tightened. "Then let me read from them." She opened the folio. "In the 3rd year of the bonded reign, when the sovereigns refused to sign the trade restriction that would have starved the eastern provinces, the courtiers gathered in secret. They wrote, 'The bond makes them unmanageable. The crown must be separated from the heart that holds it. We will confine her, sign in her name, and tell the realm she chose solitude.'" The hall went still again, a different stillness, the stillness of a story no one had heard before, spoken aloud in a place where stories were supposed to be fixed. Ione turned a page. "The courtiers seized the crown. They sealed the bonded sovereign in a tower. They told the realm the bond had broken her mind. And when the realm believed them, they split the kingdom into 2 so no bonded pair could ever rise again." Her voice dropped. The sundering was not fate, it was theft. The silence broke. Shouts from the Cardane side, a steward calling for order, the scrape of boots on stone as guards shifted at the pillars. Sevra lowered her hand, slowly, deliberately. "Ione Marsik," she said, "you are charged with heresy against the sacred Concord. You are charged with the unauthorized removal of sealed records. You are charged with inciting sedition in an active sovereign assembly." She turned, faced the judges. "Take her." 3 Concord judges stepped forward from the side aisle, their robes parted. Steel glinted beneath, not ceremonial silver, not decoration. One of them drew a blade. The blade was long, thin, meant for thrusting between ribs in close quarters. The judge holding it walked toward Ione with the calm of a man who had done this before. "Ione," Ilvane said, and the name came out as a command, a warning, a plea all at once. Ione did not move. She stood in the silver-lit center aisle, the folio open in her hands, and watched the judge approach. "You cannot arrest the truth," she said. "You can only delay it." The judge reached for the folio. His hand closed on the edge of the leather, and the silver light in the stone flared so bright the hall went white. Ilvane felt the mark on her arm tear upward, felt the bond surge open, felt Tarek's presence flood through her like a second pulse, like a heartbeat that was not hers. The judge staggered back. The blade dropped from his hand, clattered on the stone. The silver light rippled outward, a wave of heat without fire, and the folio in Ione's hands began to glow. She did not let go. She held it open, pages lit from within, the words visible through the parchment like veins in a leaf. "Consent," Ione said, and her voice was steady now, steady in a way Ilvane had never heard before, steady like a woman who had been waiting for this moment her entire life. "The records say it. The bond says it. The crown says it. Mutual consent. Not blood, not ritual, not force. If two choose each other, the bond holds. If one is coerced, the bond breaks." She looked at Sevra. "You cannot force a bonded crown. You never could. That is why you buried the truth. Because a bond built on consent cannot be controlled." The hall held, the silver light held, and Sevra Tolan, for the first time since Ilvane had met her, said nothing. The moment stretched. Then the judge who had dropped the blade reached down, picked it up, stepped forward again, teeth bared, hand reaching for the folio. "Hold," said a voice from the dais. "Casomir." He had not moved from his place, but his voice carried, sharp and clear, cutting through the silver hum. "I said hold." The judge hesitated. Casomir stepped down from the dais. He walked past Ilvane, past the edge of the silver light, and stopped at the center aisle, facing the judge with the blade. "You draw steel on a scholar of the sacred Concord in a hall under my authority," he said. "Without my leave, without my seal, and without a single witness who saw her do what you accuse her of." The judge did not lower the blade. "She confessed to heresy in open assembly." "She offered testimony," Casomir said. "There is a difference." The judge's jaw tightened. Behind him, the other two judges had stopped. They stood at the edge of the silver light, uncertain, watching Sevra for the order that had not come. Sevra did not give it. She stood in the front row, hands folded, face unreadable, watching the scene unfold like a woman calculating a sum that would not balance. The folio still glowed in Iona's hands. Ilvane felt the bond pulse at her ribs, felt Tarek's presence, sharp and waiting. Felt the silver mark burning like a brand, like a promise, like a door that would not stay closed. And somewhere in the undercroft beneath her feet, the bonded crown hummed in answer. Chapter 63. The judge's blade hung in the silver light, unmoving, caught between Casomir's command and Sevra's silence. Ilvane felt the bond pulse at her ribs, felt Tarek's presence sharpening, drawing closer, not through the hall but through the mark itself, a pressure building beneath her skin. Then she heard his boots on the stone. He came from the side aisle, where the shadows pooled between pillars. Not running, walking. His dark coat was still torn at the shoulder where the ambush blade had caught him days ago, the fabric stained, the silver bars at his collar catching the glow. The bond opened wider with every step. By the time he reached her side, Ilvane could feel his breath in her own chest. Tarek stopped beside her, faced the hall, and spoke without looking at Sevra. "I have something to say." The silver light did not dim. The folio still glowed in Ioden's hands, but the room shifted, attention dragging from the scholar and the king to the man who had walked out of the shadows to stand beside the princess he was not supposed to touch. Sevra's face remained unreadable. Her hands stayed folded. The judge with the blade took a step back. Tarek turned to face the assembly, the soldiers at the pillars, the Cardan lords, the Aurelian delegation, the clerks and stewards pressed against the walls. "I commanded the force that burned Saltreach," he said. "You know that. I have never denied it." Silence. "I also carried orders I did not write, for a war I did not start, against a realm I was told was arming to invade us." He reached into his coat. The hall tensed. But his hand came out holding a folded paper, creased and yellowed, the seal cracked. "Forged border orders," he said. "Dated 3 weeks before the first skirmish." They bear a signature that belongs to a dead man. Esred Ven, killed at Saltreach. He held the paper up. I kept this because I knew one day I would need to prove I was not the architect of the massacre I was ordered to commit. The soldiers at the nearest pillar shifted. One of them, a gray-bearded sergeant with a scar across his jaw, stared at the paper like it was a ghost. Tarek turned, slow, deliberate, and looked at the Gardan ranks. Every man in this room who served under me at Thornwood Reach knows we were ambushed by men wearing both colors, mixed insignia. Orange shields with Cardan steel. We lost 17 soldiers that day because someone wanted the border to stay hot. He stepped forward, closer to the front row where the Cardan lords sat. I spent 5 years stabilizing that border. 5 years. I buried soldiers on both sides. I wrote letters to mothers in Aurelis and Cardan both, because the dead do not care which realm they bled for. His voice dropped, and I learned, piece by piece, that the peace I was building was never the goal. The goal was control. He looked at Sevra. Forged orders, poison, assassins with Concord steel, a clerk killed in a locked room because he could name the seal. That is not order. That is a machine that eats whoever does not serve it. The hall was so quiet Ilvane could hear the silver hum beneath the stone. Sevra did not move. She stood in the front row, dove gray robes, hands folded, pale gray eyes fixed on Tarek, with an expression that was almost curious. When she spoke, her voice was soft. "You wear that wound on your shoulder," she said, "from the ambush, the one you claim I arranged." Tarek did not answer. Sevra took a single step forward. "You speak of peace, of 5 years stabilizing the border, of letters to mothers." She tilted her head. "And yet here you stand, beside a woman whose realm will starve if the grain does not flow, beside a mark that every living Concord scholar agrees destabilized the old kingdom into ruin. Another step. You are willing to burn everything you built, the border, the peace, the trust of every soldier who followed you." She stopped 3 feet from him. "For a woman you have known 8 weeks." The words hung in the silver air. "And a mark you did not choose." Tarek did not flinch. "The border was never stable," he said. "It was a wound packed with ceremony and left to fester. The peace was a delay, not a settlement." Sevra's eyes held. "I asked a question, Lord General." She let the silence stretch. "Would you truly risk the border you spent years stabilizing for a woman and a mark?" The silver light flickered. Ilvane felt the bond lurch, felt Tarek's answer rising in his throat, felt the weight of every soldier in the room waiting for what he would say. Tarek turned. He looked at Ilvane. Not at the mark on her arm, not at the crown beneath the floor. At her face, her eyes, the scar at her chin, the pilot's calluses on her hands. Then he looked back at Sevra. "Yes," he said. The word hit the hall like a blade. Sevra's face did not change, but her hand moved, slow and deliberate, toward her sleeve. The sleeve where the execution warrant waited. Chapter 64. The word hung in the silver air like a bell that had not stopped ringing. Tarek did not look away from Sevra. His hand stayed at his side, empty, unarmed, but the bond at Ilvane's wrist burned steady as a second pulse beneath the skin. Sevra's fingers brushed her sleeve, paused, did not enter. "You have made your choice clear, Lord General," she said. "I will not insult you by pretending it surprises me." She turned, slow, deliberate, and faced the Cardan lords in the front row. "You heard him. He admits he burned Saltreach. He admits he carried forged orders. He admits he wrote letters to mothers in both realms as though that balanced the ledgers of the dead." Her voice carried without effort. "And now he stands before you and claims that the order he served was a lie. The peace he built was a delay, and the woman he was never meant to touch is worth the ruin of everything we have constructed in 5 years of careful bloodlessness." She let the silence hold. "I ask you, Lord General, if the order that burned Saltreach was forged, who forged it? If the peace was a delay, who was delaying? If the border was never stable, who kept it bleeding?" Tarek did not answer. Sevra smiled. "You cannot name them, because the paper you hold names a dead man, and a dead man cannot testify." She turned back to face the assembly. Esric then died at Saltreach. He died carrying the orders he was accused of forging. He died with his name on a document he could not have signed because he was already in the ground when the ink dried. A murmur ran through the hall. And now, Lord General Sandoval produces that same paper, held for weeks, months, waiting for a moment when it would be most damaging. She gestured, open-palmed. I do not dispute the paper is real. I dispute that it proves what he claims it proves. It proves someone wanted Esric Ven to appear responsible. It does not prove who that someone was. The silver light flickered. Ilvane felt Tarek's stillness beside her, felt the weight of every soldier in the room waiting for the next word. The dead cannot speak, Sevra repeated, and the living who carry their papers can point anywhere. Tarek did not move. You are right, he said. The hall went still. The dead cannot speak. He reached into his coat again. The hall tensed, but his hand came out holding a second paper, smaller, folded tight, the edges soft from handling. I wrote letters to the mothers of every soldier who died at Thornwood Reach. 17 letters. I wrote them myself, by hand, because I believed I owed them that much. He held the paper up. This is the letter I wrote to the mother of a soldier named Culloren Ven, Esric Ven's son, killed in the first engagement of the false border flare. He looked at Sevra. His father was already dead by then. The boy was 14. He had lied about his age to enlist because his family had nothing left after the war took their farm. The murmur died. I wrote to his mother, whose name I will not speak in this room because she does not deserve to be dragged into this, and I told her that her son died serving Cardan, that he was brave, that he was buried with honors. He folded the paper. I did not tell her that her son was killed by men wearing his own country's colors because the border was not allowed to cool. He looked at the Cardan lords. I did not tell her that the orders that sent him into that engagement were signed by a dead man whose name had been borrowed to make the war look like it still had a purpose. He looked at the soldiers. I did not tell her that the piece I was building was a stage set and the players were paid in bodies. He turned to face Sevra. You want me to name the forger? I cannot. The forger is dead or disappeared or buried in a chain of custody that ends at your desk. He stepped closer. But I can name the pattern. I can name every attack, every forged order, every poisoned servant, every clerk killed in a locked room. And I can stand in this hall, under this crown, and tell these people that the order they trusted was never order. He stopped. It was delay. And delay built on murder is only war postponed. The silence after his words was not the silence of shock. It was the silence of something cracking. A soldier at the nearest pillar shifted his weight. His hand moved from his side to his belt, not drawing, but ready. A Cardan lord in the second row stood up. Archminister, he said, voice rough. Is this true? Sevra did not answer. The silver light pulsed. Ilvane felt the bond shudder, felt Tarek's heartbeat through the mark, felt the room tipping on an edge no one could see. Sevra's hand moved. Not toward her sleeve. She raised it, palm open, fingers spread. The signal. Steel cleared scabbards across the hall. Not one blade, not two. 12 guards at the pillars, the ones who had been there since the processional, the ones Ilvane had noticed with their weapons not ceremonial silver, drew in unison. The sound rang off the stone like a single note. The Cardan lord who had stood did not sit back down. I asked you a question, he said. Sevra's hand stayed raised. The question is irrelevant, she said. The bonded pair will be secured. The hall will be cleared. Anyone who obstructs this order will be treated as a conspirator. She lowered her hand. The guards moved, but the first step came not from the nearest soldier. It came from the gray-bearded sergeant at the pillar behind Tarek, the one with the scar across his jaw, the one who had stared at the forged order like a ghost. He stepped forward, not toward Tarek, between Tarek and the advancing guards. Sergeant Kell, Sevra said, voice cold, you are obstructing a lawful order. The sergeant did not move. I served under him for 12 years, he said. I know what he did at Saltreach. I know what he did at Thornwood Reach. He looked at Tarek. I also know he never ordered a man into a fight he would not lead himself. He turned back to face the guards. If this is a trap, I will answer for it. Sevra's face tightened. Arrest them all. The guards surged forward, and Ilvane felt Tarek's hand find hers, palm to palm, the bond flaring hot enough to throw silver light across the stone. She did not know if they would survive the next minute, but she knew, with absolute certainty, that she was not dying alone. Chapter 65. Brannoc hit the nearest guard before the man finished his draw. Not with a blade, with his shoulder, low and driving, the impact lifting the soldier off his feet and sending him crashing into the two behind him. Steel clattered against stone. Brannoc came up with a guard's fallen sword in his hand, not raising it, just holding it where everyone could see. "That is enough," he said. The hall held its breath. Ilvane felt Tarek's hand tighten around hers, the bond pulsing hot and steady, but neither of them moved. The silver light rippled across the stone in slow waves, rising from the floor like breath from a living thing. Sevra's voice cut through the silence. "Sergeant Ise, you are committing treason." "I am committing sense," Brannoc said. "There is a difference, though I do not expect a woman who signs death warrants before breakfast to know it." A murmur ran through the hall. The Carden lord who had stood earlier did not sit down. Two more rose behind him. The guards at the pillars did not advance. They stood with steel drawn, but their eyes moved between Brannoc, Sevra, and the silver fire crawling across the floor. The hesitation was a living thing, a thread that could snap either way. Sevra's hand stayed raised. "I will not repeat myself," she said. "The bonded pair will be secured. Anyone who obstructs this order will be—" "Be what?" Casomir's voice. He stepped down from the dais, past the judge who still held the thin blade, past Ionin with the glowing folio pressed to her chest. He walked until he stood at the edge of the silver light, his formal black coat catching the glow. "Arrested?" he said. "Charged? Executed?" He looked at the guards. "You serve Carden. You swore oaths to this crown, not to a Concord administrator who arrived with pre-signed warrants and planted soldiers." The guards exchanged glances. Sevra's jaw tightened. "King Casomir, you are—" "I am the king," he said, and his voice was quiet in a way that carried farther than shouting. "I have been a seal, a stamp, a body in a coronation chair, but I am still the king, and I am telling you that these soldiers will not be arrested for refusing an unlawful order." He turned to face the ranks. "You know Sergeant Kell. You know what he has done for this realm. If he says this arrest is wrong, you have my permission to believe him." The gray-bearded sergeant did not look away from the guards. "I have served this army for 23 years, Kell said. "I have never ordered a man to draw on his own countrymen unless the enemy was at the gate." He jerked his head toward Sevra. "She is not at the gate. She is standing in the hall where we hold our weddings, telling us to arrest a woman who just named the murder of a clerk in a locked room." The guard nearest him lowered his blade. Not sheathed, but lowered. The sound of steel dropping, point to stone, was a bell note in the silence. A second guard followed, then a third. Sevra's face did not change, but her hand moved, toward her sleeve this time, not raised, reaching. Ilvane saw it. Tarek saw it. The execution warrant. But before Sevra could produce it, before the silver light could surge, before anyone could move, a figure slipped through the side door. Lady Usul Perrin. Pale blue silk, brass pins in her hair, moving with the practiced silence of a woman who had spent years learning where the shadows fell. She carried a leather packet pressed against her ribs, the size of a treaty folio, the seals still dangling from their ribbons. She was leaving, not running, walking, composed. The walk of someone who had already calculated the exit and knew the room would not stop her in time. But Mira saw her, Ilvane's chief lady, standing at the edge of the dais steps with the archive folio still in her arms, caught the movement in her periphery. Her head turned. Her eyes found Usul's back, the packet, the silent escape. Mira did not call out. She moved, not toward Usul, toward the nearest pillar, where a guard had just lowered his blade. She reached him in 3 steps, grabbed his arm, and pointed. "She is carrying treaty seals. She is leaving." The guard turned. Usul was at the door. She did not run. She stepped through the leather packet, vanishing into the corridor beyond, her brass pins catching the torchlight one last time before the door swung closed behind her. The guard cursed. Mira was already moving. "Brannoc," she said, not shouting, but the word carried. "She has the grain treaty seals." Brannoc's head snapped toward the door. The silver light pulsed. Sevra's hand was still reaching for her sleeve, and somewhere in the hall a soldier asked the question no one had dared to voice. "Archminister," he said, "why does your mistress of ceremonies have treaty seals if the wedding is already void?" Sevra's hand stopped. The room held, and Ilvane felt the edge tip. Chapter 66. The silver light pulsed across the stone as Mira moved, not toward the dais, not toward Ilvane, toward the door where Isolde had vanished, the leather packet pressed against her ribs, the treaty seals still dangling from their ribbons like teeth on a string. The guard whose arm Mira had grabbed was already moving, but Mira was faster. She had spent 15 years learning the weight of fabric, the speed of a heel on marble, the precise distance between where you stood and where you needed to be. She had never used that knowledge to hunt. She had used it to serve, to anticipate, to place herself exactly where Ilvane would need her before Ilvane knew she needed anything. Tonight, she used it to run. The side door was still swinging. The brass latch had not yet caught. Mira reached it before the guard, before Brannoc's curse finished leaving his throat, before the silver light could surge again. She caught the edge of the door with her palm, shoved it open, and stepped through into the narrow corridor beyond. Ysilla was 20 paces ahead. The corridor ran east, past the old vestry doors, past the storage alcoves where wedding linens had been stacked and forgotten. The torchlight was thin here, burning low in its sconces, and Ysilla's pale blue silk was a cold flame moving through the dark. "Lady Perrin," Mira said. Ysilla did not stop. "Lady Perrin, you will halt." Ysilla's step did not falter. She did not turn. She reached the end of the corridor where a heavy oak door stood half open to the outside, and she kept walking. Mira had no weapon. She had her hands, her voice, and the archive folio still pressed against her ribs. She had nothing else. She ran. Ysilla heard her. Ministers of ceremonies turned at the last moment, not in panic but in calculation, her pale eyes tracking Mira's approach the way a duelist tracks a lunge. She shifted the leather packet to her left arm, freeing her right hand, and when Mira reached for the seals, Isolde struck her across the face. The blow landed flat, open-palmed, hard enough to snap Mira's head sideways. The archive folio fell. Pages scattered across the stone, white leaves catching the torchlight like birds breaking from cover. Isolde was already turning again, reaching for the half-open door, the leather packet secure against her ribs. Mira did not fall. She caught herself on the wall, palm flat against the cold stone, and she did not fall. She straightened. She wiped the blood from her lip with the back of her hand, and she moved again, not reaching this time, not grabbing. She stepped past Isolde and stood between from her and the door. "You will not leave," Mira said. Isolde's smile was thin, practiced, and entirely unafraid. "Mira Canal, Ilvane's shadow, the one who signed the wrong authorizations for 3 months and never asked what they were for." Mira's jaw tightened. "I know what you did," Isolde said. "I know what you passed. I know whose hands received it. You are not here to stop me, child. You are here because you will never stop running from what you already set in motion." The words landed like a blade. Mira felt them, and she did not step aside. "Give me the seals," she said. Isolde laughed. "You will have to take them." Mira had never struck anyone in her life. She had never raised a hand in anger, never thrown a punch, never done violence to any living thing. She was the woman who arranged flowers, who memorized schedules, who knew which lord preferred which wine and which lady could not be seated next to her mother-in-law. She was the woman who signed authorizations without reading the fine print because she trusted the system that raised her. She stopped being that woman 3 days ago. Mira lunged. She did not strike Isolde. She grabbed at the leather packet, both hands, and she pulled. The ribbons snapped. The seals clattered against the stone. The packet tore open between them, spilling papers across the corridor floor, and Isolde stumbled backward, reaching for the door. Mira fell on the papers. Seals, treaty clauses, a folded letter with the Concord crest pressed into the wax, and a second document, a single page, written in the same hand as the forged border orders, bearing Sevra signature at the bottom, and a date that had not yet arrived. By authority of the Sacred Concord, all grain vessels currently docked at the Northfall Harbor, flying Aurelian colors or operating under Aurelian charter, are to be impounded and held until the succession question is resolved. This order takes effect immediately upon the dissolution or refusal of the Treaty of Saltreach. The ships. Isolde was not fleeing with the treaty seals to void the grain agreement. She was fleeing with the order to seize the ships themselves. Mira looked up. Isolde was gone. The half-open door swung in the night wind, showing nothing but darkness and the distant glow of torches along the outer wall. Mira knelt in the scattered papers, the seizure order in her hands, the blood still drying on her lip. She had stopped Isolde. She had not stopped what Isolde carried. The silver light pulsed somewhere behind her, through the stone, through the walls, through the very bones of the hall. The seal in her hand was cold. The ink was dry. The order was signed, witnessed, and legally binding under Concord law unless someone nullified it before the harbor master acted. Mira did not have much time. She gathered the papers, the seals, the torn ribbons. She pressed them against her chest, the way she had pressed the archive folio, the way she had pressed Ilvane's secrets through 100 corridors. She stood. The corridor was empty. The door was open. The night was waiting. And 200 feet away, in the great hall, Ilvane was standing in silver fire with the room balanced on the edge of a blade. Mira began to walk back. Not to the hall, past it, toward the east stable, where a horse could reach Northfall before dawn if the rider did not stop. She carried the seals in one hand and the seizure order in the other, and for the first time in 15 years, she was not waiting to be told what to do. The silver light flared behind her as the hall doors swung wider, and somewhere in the great room, Ilvane felt the bond pulse with something that was not fear. It was hope. Chapter 67. The hall had not settled. Guards stood with blades lowered but not sheathed. The silver light pulsed in slow waves across the stone, and the bonded crown hummed beneath their feet like a second heartbeat. Ilvane felt it in her chest, in the mark on her arm, in the warmth of Tarek's hand still wrapped around hers. Sevra stood motionless, her hand frozen at her sleeve where the execution warrant waited. Her gray eyes tracked the side door where Yiltala had vanished, and something passed across her face that might have been calculation, or might have been the first crack in 20 years of control. Brannoc breathed hard at the edge of the dais, the guard's sword still in his hand. Casomir had not moved from his position between the judges and Iona. The scholar priest clutched the glowing folio to her chest, her ink-stained fingers white at the knuckles. No one spoke. Then the side door opened. A guard stumbled through, breathless, a single sheet of paper crumpled in his fist. He looked past Ilvane, past Casomir, past everyone, and found Adre Balloon standing at the edge of the Aurelian delegation. "Master Balloon," the guard said. "The Lady Mira, she said to bring this to you. She said to read it before the assembly." Adric stepped forward. He took the paper. His eyes moved across it once, twice. His face drained of color, then flooded with something worse, a cold, quiet fury that Ilvane had never seen on her cousin's practical traitor face. "What is it?" she asked. Adric did not answer her. He turned to face the hall, raised the paper in his fist, and read aloud. "By authority of the Sacred Concord, all grain vessels currently docked at the Northfall Harbor, flying Aurelian colors or operating under Aurelian charter, are to be impounded and held until the succession question is resolved." He paused. "This order takes effect immediately upon the dissolution or refusal of the Treaty of Saltreach." The silence that followed was not empty. It was a vacuum, the moment before air rushed back to fill the space where something had been torn away. A lord from the Aurelian delegation made a sound like a wound. "She meant to take the ships," Adre said. "Before the marriage, after the marriage, it did not matter. If Ilvane refused, the ships were seized. If she agreed, the ships were leverage. Either way, Aurelis starves until the Concord decides we are allowed to eat." The hall erupted. It was not the controlled murmur of courtiers or the measured outrage of diplomats. It was the raw noise of people who had just learned they had been condemned to hunger by a piece of paper, signed before their princess had even spoken her refusal. The Aurelian delegation pressed forward. A woman in merchant's wool shouted something Ilvane could not parse. A man behind her pulled at his collar, red-faced, demanding to know how many more orders were waiting in sealed drawers. Sevra raised her hand. The gesture was calm, unhurried, the same open palm she had used to signal the guards. But the guards did not move this time. They watched her, and they did not raise their blades. "Another fabrication," Sevra said, her voice cut through the noise without rising. "Produced at a convenient moment by a woman who has already admitted she signed false authorizations for 3 months. You would take the word of Mira over the sealed records of the Concord." "The seal is yours," Adric said. "The seal can be copied. The signature can be forged. You have spent this entire evening watching accusations appear like theater pieces, each one more dramatic than the last, and you have not asked yourselves who benefits from making the Concord look like a conspiracy of poisoners." She let the question hang. Ilvane felt Tarek's hand tighten around hers. Through the bond, she felt his restraint, his discipline, the effort it cost him not to step forward and speak. But he held, waiting, letting the room feel the weight of Sevra's counter. Because Sevra was not wrong, the document was convenient, the timing was perfect, and Mira was already compromised, her signature on those authorizations a wound that would not close. "I saw the order," Ilvane said. Every head turned. She released Tarek's hand and stepped forward, away from the dais, toward the center of the hall where the silver light pooled deepest on the stone. "I did not read it, but I felt it. Through the bond, when Mira found it, when she held it, I felt the shape of what she had discovered. Hope, and then horror." She looked at Sevra. "You can call it a fabrication. You can call Mira a compromised witness. You can burn the paper and swear it never existed. But I felt her know it was real, and I have never felt Mira lie." Sevra's expression did not change, but her hand, still frozen at her sleeve, lowered slowly to her side. The bell began to ring. Not the wedding bell, not the ceremonial bell. The deep, urgent bell from the river gate, the one that signaled unrest at the docks, the one that had not been rung in 5 years. Ilvane's blood went cold. The hall turned toward the sound as one body. Through the tall windows, past the stone pillars and the silver-lit floor, a glow was rising from the direction of the river. Not fire. Torches. Many torches, moving in a current toward the harbor. "The ships," Adric said. He was already moving, the seizure order still in his hand. His traitor's face set in something that was no longer fury. It was fear. "The harbor master has the same order. If he acts on it before Mira reaches Northfall, the grain vessels will be impounded before dawn. And if the crowd at the docks sees Concord seals on Aurelian ships," the bell kept ringing, and somewhere beyond the walls the first shout rose from the river. Chapter 68. The bell kept ringing. Through the stone, through the silver light still pooling across the floor, through the shouts rising from the river beyond the walls. Ilvane stood at the center of the hall with her hands empty, and the name of the conspiracy still burning on her tongue. Sevra had not moved. Her hand hung at her side now, lowered from the sleeve where the warrant waited. Her face was composed, her posture upright, but she had not answered. She had not denied the seizure order directly. She had only called it a fabrication and let the accusation hang. The hall watched her. And in that silence, Sister Ione stepped forward. She moved past Casomir, past the judges still frozen at the dais steps, the glowing folio pressed against her chest. Her thin frame trembled, but her voice did not. The sundering was not a collapse of love. The words cut through the noise. Every head turned. Anor niched the center of the hall, stopped beside Ilvane, and opened the folio. The pages inside gave off a soft silver glow, their edges visible even in the torchlight. The first bonded rain did not fall because the sovereigns trusted each other too much. It fell because they were isolated, cut off from their councils, surrounded by ministers who fed them lies about the other realm until the bond itself became a cage. She turned a page. The records were sealed by the same people who imprisoned the bonded queen in her own tower. They wrote the history afterward. They called it a tragedy of passion, so that no one would ask who held the keys. Eoden looked up. The attempt to force the crown through unilateral rule happened after the bonded pair were separated, not before. It was the result of the coup, not the cause. A murmur rippled through the hall. Sevra's jaw tightened. For the first time since the ceremony began, Ilvane saw something move behind those pale gray eyes. Not calculation, not strategy. A crack, small and clean, like the first fracture in ice before the weight finds it. The Concord rewrote the law, Iono said, buried the consent requirement, refined the bond as a threat so that no one would try to claim it again, because a sovereign who cannot rule alone cannot be controlled. The murmur grew louder. A Cardan lord near the front pew turned to look at Sevra. The question on his face was not hostile. It was worse. It was the dawning recognition of a man who had trusted the wrong story. Sevra. The voice came from behind Ilvane. Casomir. He had stepped down from the dais fully now, walking past the judges, past Ioni, until he stood at the edge of the silver-lit stone. His face was pale, but his voice carried. "Is this true?" Sevra looked at him. She did not answer. "Answer me," Casomir said. "You have spent 20 years telling me the Concord preserved peace, that the old laws were too dangerous to restore, that the bond would destroy everything we built. If Iona is lying, tell me now. Tell me she is lying, and I will stand beside you." The hall held its breath. Sevra's lips parted, and then Ilvane felt it, a pulse, deep beneath her feet, rising through the stone like a second heartbeat. The silver mark on her wrist flared, not the soft glow of the past hour, but a sudden searing light that threw shadows across the walls. She looked down. The lines on her skin were moving, not growing, not fading, shifting, as though the mark itself was alive, tracing new paths across her wrist and forearm, climbing toward her elbow. The silver light bled from her skin into the air, threading upward in thin, luminous strands. The floor began to hum. Not the bell, not the rear gate, something below the stone, a vibration that started low and built, rising through the foundations, through the pillars, through the bones of the hall. The silver light on the floor gathered, pooled, ran toward the dais in thin, glowing streams, moving against the angle of the stone, as though the hall itself was drawing a map only the old architecture could read. "What is happening?" a voice shouted from the crowd. Ilvane could not answer. The bond in her chest opened wide, and she felt Tarek move before she saw him. He crossed the hall in 3 strides, his hand finding hers, the silver on his own wrist flaring to match hers. The light met. Where their palms touched, the silver flared white, and the hum beneath the floor became a vibration she could feel in her teeth. "She is not lying." Tarek's voice was rough but steady. "The crown knows." He looked at Sevra. "And it is waking." The hum deepened. A crack ran across the stone floor, starting at the edge of the dais and splitting the silver tracing path in 2. The sound was sharp, clean, a fracture that traveled through the hall with the speed of a held breath. The crowd surged backward. Guards raised their blades, and Sevra Tolan, for the first time in the entire night, took a step back. The crack reached the center of the hall and stopped. The silver light poured into the fissure, filling it like molten metal, and the hum became a sound that was almost a voice, a resonance, a question waiting for an answer. Ilvane looked at Sevra. "You said the bond would destroy everything," she said. "But it was not the bond that broke the first rain. It was the people who feared it. The same people who are standing in this hall right now, trying to bury the truth under law and ink." Sevra's face had gone very still. "I am not afraid of the bond," Ilham said. She tightened her grip on Tarek's hand. "I am afraid of what happens if we let you keep convincing us that love is the enemy of order." The silver light leapt. It rose from the crack in the floor, from Ilvane's wrist, from Tarek's, from the folio in Ioni's trembling arms, and met in a column of light that struck the ceiling and held. The hall went silent, and beneath them, deep in the stone where the bonded crown had slept for 100 years, something answered. Chapter 69. The column of silver light held. For a count of 3, 5, 10 heartbeats it held steady, rising from the crack in the floor to the ceiling beams, where it spread across the old oak in thin, branching veins. The hall watched in silence. Guards with raised blades, nobles frozen mid-step, The judges at the dais, their robes catching the light like drowned men reaching for surface. Then the floor moved. Not a crack, not a tremor. A deliberate, grinding shift, as though something beneath the stone was turning, aligning, waking from a sleep measured in generations. The fissure in the center of the hall widened. Stone groaned. The silver light that had filled the crack began to push upward, lifting fragments of tile and mortar as though the floor itself was breathing out. A shape rose through the gap, not fast, not slow, with the inevitability of a tide. Ilvane's hand tightened of Tarek's. The crown emerged from the stone. It was not gold, not the polished ceremonial band she had seen in portrait halls and treaty chambers. This was something older, forged from silver and bone, and a metal she did not recognize, dark as iron but catching the light like water. It rose on a column of stone that had been hidden beneath the dais for 100 years, a pedestal that matched the old foundation maps Sister Yoni had uncovered in the undercroft. The crown sat at waist height, waiting. The silver light pooled around its base, not spilling onto the floor but settling, as though the relic was drinking the light back into itself. The hum that had filled the hall dropped an octave, deeper, slower, a pulse that matched the one in Ilvane's chest. No one moved. The crown was not beautiful. It was not terrible. It was simply there. A fact carved into the architecture of the room, older than any law the Concord had written. Sevra's voice cut through the silence. "Everyone back!" She had not moved from her position near the front pew. Her hand was still at her sleeve, but her eyes were fixed on the crown with an expression Ilvane had never seen on her face before. Fear. "Back from the pedestal," Sevra said. "If one hand seizes it alone, the room will become a tomb. The mechanism is keyed to the bond, not to bloodline. A single claimant will trigger the failsafe." The crowd surged backward. Guards pulled nobles away from the stone column. A woman near the front pew stumbled, catching herself on a pillar, her face bleached of color. "How do you know that?" Casomir's voice. He had not stepped back. He stood between Sevra and the crown, his hands open at his sides, his face a mask of controlled fury. Sevra looked at him. "Because I read the records your scholar did not find," she said. "The first bonded pair did not build this mechanism. They found it. It was already here when the first stone of this hall was laid. The sundering did not bury the crown. The crown was buried before the sundering, by people who understood what it could do." Ilvane's pulse hammered. The silver mark on her arm was no longer a pattern. It was a map, tracing new lines across her skin, branching toward her shoulder, her collarbone, the curve of her jaw. She felt Tarek's presence through the bond, not as words, but as pressure, steady and waiting. "We do not seize it," she said. Her voice carried. "The crown does not ask for conquest." She looked at Sevra. "It asks for consent." Sevra's jaw tightened. For a long moment she said nothing. Then she reached into her sleeve and produced the folded paper she had carried since the wedding began. The execution warrant. She held it up. "Consent," she said, "requires two people who are free to refuse. You are not free, Ilvane. You are standing in a room full of armed guards, with starving realm behind you, a general at your side, and a conspiracy you cannot prove. If I read this warrant now, every soldier in this hall will be required by law to act on it. The crown does not change the law. The crown changes the question." Ilvane did not look at the warrant. She looked at the crown. The silver light was pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The bond in her chest was open, Tarek's presence filling the space where fear had lived for so long. "What is the question?" she said. Sevra's eyes flickered. "The question," she said, "is whether you trust each other enough to speak the words. Not in private, not in the dark. Here, in front of every lord, every judge, every guard who has been ordered to arrest you. In front of me." The hall held its breath. Ilvane turned to Tarek. He was watching her, not the crown, not Sevra, her face. His thumb moved across her knuckles. "Say it," he said. The silver on his wrist flared. "The words, whatever they are. I am ready." Ilvane felt the bond surge, not pulling, not pushing, simply present, as though the silver mark had been waiting for this moment since the first time it appeared on her skin. She opened her mouth. Sevra's hand tightened on the warrant, and the crown began to rise. Not from the pedestal. The pedestal itself lifted, stone grinding against stone, as the mechanism they had thought was a crown stand revealed itself as a column, rising from the floor, carrying the relic toward the ceiling. The silver light poured into the column. The vibration in Ilvane's teeth became a sound, not a voice, a tuning. The hall was being calibrated. Now, Iona said. The scholar priest had moved to the edge of the dais, the folio open in her hands, the pages glowing with the same silver light that filled the crown. The words are in the folio, she said. The activation lines. I have them. Sevra's face went pale. Read them, the Archminister said, and the failsafe will take this entire room before the third line is finished. That mechanism is not a crown. It is a seal. The first bonded pair locked something beneath this hall. If you open it without understanding what you are doing, you will not survive the answer. Ilvane looked at the crown, at Sevra, at Tarek. The bond was quiet, not silent, quiet, like the space between breaths. What is beneath the hall? She said. Sevra's hand trembled. Not much, a fraction of a tremor, barely visible, but Ilvane saw it. The truth, Sevra said, that your beloved scholar has not yet read. Inona's face froze, the silver light pulsed, and the column stopped rising, leaving the crown suspended at chest height, waiting. Sevra folded the warrant. Find out, she said, if you dare. The hall was silent. Ilvane looked at Tarek. His hand was steady in hers. She stepped forward. Chapter 70. The silver light held steady, the crown suspended at chest height between them, and Sevra did not move. She stood at the edge of the dais with the warrant folded in her hand, her face a mask of control that had cracked once and was now sealed again. The hall waited. The guards waited. The noble of both courts held their breath. Ilvane felt Tarek's hand in hers, his pulse steady against her palm, the bond open and quiet between them. Sevra looked at the crown. Then she looked at Ilvane. I have served the Concord for 23 years, she said. Her voice was not loud, but it carried, filling the silence beneath the silver glow. I have watched appointed sovereign rise and fall. I have watched treaties written in blood and ink. I have watched love used as a weapon, as a shield, as an excuse for every cruelty men could imagine. She stepped forward, 1 step, 2. Private attachment curves public rule, she said. This is not opinion. This is observation. The first bonded reign did not fall because ministers were jealous or ambitious. It fell because 2 people who loved each other could not see the shape of their own blindness. They made decisions for each other, not for the realm. And when the realm cried out, they heard only each other's voice. Ilvane felt the words land, not as attack, as truth. Sevra was not lying. She was telling the version of history she believed, the version she had spent a lifetime building her peace on. Sevra, Casomir said. No, let her speak, Ilvane said. Casomir's jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. Sevra's eyes flickered. A fraction of surprise crossed her face, there and gone. You hear it, Sevra said. You hear the truth in what I say. Ilvane held her gaze. I hear the truth you are telling yourself, she said. It is not the same as the truth of what happened. The difference is academic, Sevra said. The result is the same. Institutions exist because love is blind, because devotion narrows vision, because 2 people who would die for each other will let the world burn if that is what it takes to keep each other alive. I have seen it. I have cleaned up the ashes of it, and I will not watch it happen again. She raised the warrant, not high, not as a threat, as a document. You stand here, bonded to a man you barely know, and you believe that your bond will somehow save both realms from the 100 years of careful order that I built. You believe that your love is different, that your bond is pure, that you will be the exception. Her voice dropped. You are not the exception. You are the pattern, and the pattern ends in fire. The hall was silent. Ilvane felt Tarek's thumb move across her knuckles, grounding, steady. She looked at the crown, the social light pulsing through the stone, at the faces of the guards, the nobles, the judges, the servants pressed against the walls, watching, waiting, hungry for an answer that would tell them whether to kneel or run. I hear you, she said. Sevra's eyes narrowed. But you are wrong. Ilvane let go of Tarek's hand. Not a release, a step. She walked toward the crown, her empty hand raised, palm open. The first bonded rain fell because they were isolated, she said, because ministers locked them in a tower and ruled in their names, because the bond was used against them, not by them. You are telling me the story of love's danger, but you are leaving out the part where love was never given a chance to govern. It was imprisoned before it could learn. She stopped in front of the crown. The silver light pooled across her skin, warm, not burning. I do not know if we will govern well, she said. I do not know if we will govern at all. But I know that the order you built is built on murdered witnesses, forged orders, poisoned servants, and the threat of starvation. You call it restraint. I call it control. And control is not the same as peace. Sevra's face went still. Not cold, still. Then answer me this, Sevra said. She stepped closer. If I am wrong, if your bond is true, if you are the exception, then prove it by submitting. The word landed like a stone in still water. Submit, Sevra repeated. To separate confinement. You, the general, in separate chambers with separate guards, for 7 days. No contact, no bond, no words. If your bond survives isolation, if you still choose each other without the pressure of this hall, without the heat of this moment, then I will stand aside and let the Concord recognize your claim. Her eyes did not leave Ilvane's face. If you cannot, if the bond falters, if doubt creeps in, if silence reveals what proximity hid, then you will know I was right, and you will walk away. You will marry Casomir, secure the grain treaty, and let the general return to Cardan in peace. She held the warrant up. Refuse, and I read this, now, in front of every witness who will carry the story of your defiance into both realms. The hall held its breath. Ilvane turned. Tarek was watching her, his face unreadable, his hand at his side, the silver mark on his wrist pulsing in time with the crown. She did not need the bond to know what he was thinking. 7 days, separate, no contact. It was a test, it was a trap, and it was the only way to prove Sevra wrong without bloodshed. You are asking us to trust that you will honor the outcome, she said. Sevra smiled, thin, worn, almost sad. I am asking you to trust that institutions, for all their flaws, keep promises longer than hearts do. Ilvane looked at the crown, at the silver light, waiting, patient, eternal. Then she looked at Tarek. He gave her nothing. No signal, no nod, no whisper through the bond. He simply stood, steady, the way he had stood since the first moment she saw him across the memorial hall, waiting for her to choose. She opened her mouth, and the guards moved, not toward her, toward him. 4 of them, stepping from the pillars, hands reaching for Tarek's arms before anyone could speak. The bond shattered open as his presence was torn from her side. Chapter 71. The bond did not break. It tore. Ilvane felt the rip through her chest, through the space behind her ribs where Tarek's presence had lived since the mark first burned. One moment he was there, steady, breathing in rhythm with her. The next, the guards had him, his arms twisted, his feet dragged across the silver-lit stone, and the bond screamed open like a wound that would not close. She did not call out. She would not give Sevra that sound. But her hand reached, empty, toward the space where he had stood, and the silver light on her wrist flared so bright it threw her shadow across the crown. Hold, Sevra said. Not loud, not commanding, a word placed into the silence like a key into a lock. The guards stopped. Tarek between them, his coat pulled taut across his shoulders, his face turned toward Ilvane. He did not struggle. He did not speak. He looked at her the way he had looked at her across the memorial hall on the first day, as if she was the only fixed point in a room full of falling. 7 days, Sevra said. Separate confinement, no contact. You have my word that if the bond survives, I will stand aside. Your word, Ilvane said. Her voice came out low, not broken, not yet. Your word is the same instrument that signed seizure orders and poisoned servants. Sevra's expression did not change. My word is the only instrument that can keep the general alive past this hour. You have no proof of the seizure order that cannot be called fabrication. You have no witness who cannot be called compromised. You have a room full of people who saw the mark, yes, but they also saw you refuse Casomir, dissolve the treaty, and stand here with your hand reaching for a man who burned your homeland. She stepped closer. Think carefully, princess. I do not ask you to trust me. I ask you to count. How many blades are in this room? How many of them will move if I give the signal? How many of your allies can reach you before mine reach him? Ilvane's hand was still raised. She lowered it, not in surrender, in calculation. The hall watched, the nobles in their pews, the guards at the pillars, the servants pressed against the walls, Iona with her glowing folio, Casomir with his jaw tight and his hands open at his sides, Brannoc with a guard's sword still in his grip, ready to move but not yet knowing where to strike, and Tarek, standing between two men who held his arms, his face unreadable, his silver mark pulsing in time with hers across the distance between them. She felt him through the torn edge of the bond, not words, not warmth, a pressure, a presence, a question. What do you need? Not what should I do? Not save me, not choose quickly. What do you need? She had spent her whole life answering that question for everyone else. For Aurelis, for the treaty, for Mira, for the dead of Saltreach. She had never once been asked what she needed, and she had never once dared to answer. But the bond was torn, not dead, and through the ragged edge of it she felt what Tarek needed her to know. He was not afraid. He was waiting. She turned to face Sevra. You are wrong, Ilvane said. Sevra's eyes narrowed. Not about the danger of love joined to rule. That part of your argument is honest. You have seen what happens when devotion becomes blindness. You have cleaned up the wreckage of hearts that governed badly. I do not deny that the first bonded reign burned. I do not deny that passion without structure destroys. She took a breath. But you are wrong about what I am choosing. Sevra's hand moved toward her sleeve, toward the warrant. I am not choosing him instead of duty. Ilvane's voice did not rise. It did not waver. I am choosing a duty that neither of us can exercise alone. A duty bound by consent, by witness, by shared consequence. The old crown was not a private throne. It was a covenant. Two people who agreed to be accountable to each other so that neither could rule from isolation. The thing you call love blindness is not the bond. It is the solitude that follows when ministers lock the bonded pair in a tower and rule in their names. She stepped toward Sevra. One step, barely a handspan of ground. You feared the bond because it cannot be controlled, because it answers to something older than your statutes and your seals. But control is not the same as order. And order built on murdered witnesses and forged documents, and the threat of starvation, is not peace. It is a cage, and a cage is not a kingdom. Sevra's hand stopped at the edge of her sleeve. The first bonded pair sealed something beneath this hall, Ilvane said. You told me that yourself. You do not know what it is, neither do I. But I know they did not seal it because they loved each other. They sealed it because someone was trying to use the bond against them. The same way you are trying to use isolation against us now. The hall was silent. Ilvane turned, toward Tarek, toward the guards who held him. Let him go, she said. Not a plea, a statement. The guards did not move. They looked past her, toward Sevra, waiting for the counter-order. And then Tarek moved. Not to escape, not to fight. He turned his hands, slow, deliberate, inside the guards' grips, palms open, fingers spread. A gesture that was not resistance, but revelation. 7 days will not break what we have, he said. His voice was steady, quiet, carrying through the hall without effort. Because it was not built in the heat of this moment. It was built in a ruined watchhouse, in a burned pass, in a carriage where she told me she would rather die beside me than survive without trust. He looked at Ilvane. 7 days is the least of what we will endure. Sevra's jaw tightened. You will be separated. No contact, no bond. Then we will choose each other from silence, Ilvane said. She turned back to face the hall. And we will do it not because fate bound us, but because we have earned the right to stand together. Not despite duty, because of it. She looked at the crown, at the silver light pulsing through the stone, at the faces of the guards, the nobles, the servants, the judges, all of them waiting for the moment the world cracked open and decided which side would hold. "I will take your 7 days," she said. Sevra's hand relaxed. "On one condition." Sevra's eyes narrowed again. "If the bond survives, you do not stand aside. You kneel." The word landed. "Not to me, to the truth you have been burying for 20 years. The silver light on the floor flickered. Tarek was watching her. The guards still held his arms, but his hands were open, waiting. And Ilvane reached toward him one more time, not to touch, not to pull, but to offer. Across the distance, across the silence, across the torn edge of the bond that still pulsed between them, he saw her hand, and in full view of every hostile eye in the hall, Tarek Sandoval turned toward her and offered his. Chapter 72. Ilvane's hand remained extended across the distance. The guard still held Tarek's arms, but his fingers were open, waiting, and the silver light on his wrist crawled toward his palm as if it meant to cross the gap between them on its own. The hall held its breath. "I am not asking for release," Tarek said. His voice carried, flat, unafraid. "I am answering a question she asked me the night she found the crown records. She asked if I would choose her when the cost was clear." He looked at Ilvane. "The cost is clear." The guard's grips tightened. One of them shifted his weight, uncertain. "You do not have to answer with your voice," Ilvane said. Her hand stayed where it was. "You can answer with your hand." Tarek moved, not against the guards, through them. He turned his wrist inside their hold, rotated his arm until his palm faced hers, parallel across the space between them. The silver light on both their wrists flared, not a flicker, not a pulse, a detonation. The light exploded outward in a ring that struck the pillars, threw the nearest judges backward off their feet, and ripped through the banners hanging from the rafters like a wind that had no source. The guards holding Tarek were hurled against the stone wall. The folio in Ionan's hands blazed so bright she dropped it, and the pages scattered across the floor, each one glowing like a brand. Sevra threw her arm across her face. The silver light did not fade, it held, and beneath the floor the crown rose. The pedestal ascended without sound, smooth as water rising in a sealed pipe, until the crown sat level with Ilvane's chest. The dark metal in its weave caught the silver light and threw it back in threads of shadow and radiance that twisted together like strands of something braided before the world learned to name things. The crown was still. The silver light on the floor converged, not toward the crown, toward the folio pages. The scattered sheets arranged themselves across the stone in a precise grid, each one aligning with the silver lines that had been burned into the floor since the hall was built. The lines connected, the pages locked into position. Ionan's voice came from somewhere behind Ilvane. "The activation lines." Ilvane did not look away from Tarek. "Read them." Ionan's steps scraped across the stone as she moved to the nearest page. Her hands shook. "Neither shall rule where the other cannot witness." The silver light on the floor brightened. "Neither shall command where the other cannot consent." The crown vibrated, a low hum that Ilvane felt in her teeth. "The crown is not a throne. It is a seal upon the solitude of power." The silver light on Ilvane's arm climbed past her elbow, branching across her shoulder like a living root system seeking purchase. She felt it reach her collarbone, felt it curl toward her throat. Tarek's mark was climbing too, up his forearm, across the inside of his bicep, toward his chest. "The bond must be spoken," Ione said, her voice cracked. "It must be named aloud, both of you, together." Ilvane looked at the crown, looked at Tarek, looked at the scattered pages glowing on the floor. Then she saw it. A thin line of red moving across the stone. Blood. From where the judge had struck his head when the silver ring threw him backward. From where one of the guards had cut his hand on a shattered banner bracket. It was running along a groove in the floor that the silver light had revealed, following the channel like water seeking its bed. Toward the pedestal, toward the base of the crown. "Sevra," Ilvane said. Sevra lowered her arm. Her face was pale, but her eyes were sharp. "I told you it was a seal. It is feeding on blood. It was built to feed on it." Tarek stepped forward. The guards did not stop him. They were on the ground, dazed, crawling to their knees. "What happens when blood reaches the crown?" he asked. Sevra's jaw tightened. "I do not know." "Then we speak now." He crossed to Ilvane, took her hand. The silver flared between their palms, and for a moment the light was so bright she could not see the hall, could not see the faces, could not see anything except the shape of him standing against the blaze. "We speak it together," he said. Ilvane nodded. She turned to face the hall. The nobles, the guards, the judges, the servants pressed against the walls. Casomir standing at the dais steps with his hands open. Ione crouched over the glowing pages, Brannoc with a sword still in his grip and blood on his collar. She opened her mouth, and the first shout came from beyond the hall, not the river gate bell, a human voice, screaming. The harbor fires she had glimpsed through the upper windows had spread. The torches she had seen moving toward the grain docks were not torches anymore. They were flames. Chapter 73. The scream from outside hung in the air, raw and human, carrying the crack of falling timber and the distant crash of something large hitting water. Ilvane did not look toward the windows. She looked at Tarek. "The words," she said. "Now." Tarek's hand tightened around hers. The silver between their palms pulsed once, steady, asking nothing. Ione was already moving across the scattered pages, her voice shaking but clear. "Neither shall rule where the other cannot witness." "Say it," Ilvane said to Tarek. "Neither shall rule where the other cannot witness." The silver light on the floor brightened. The crown above the pedestal vibrated, sending a low thrum through the stone that Ilvane felt in her knees. Ione's finger tracked to the next page. "Neither shall command where the other cannot consent." Tarek's voice came without hesitation. "Neither shall command where the other cannot consent." The crown's vibration deepened. The dark metal in its weave caught the silver light and curled it inward, absorbing the radiance into something dense and waiting. The blood on the floor was still moving, slower now, but moving, following the grooves, climbing toward the pedestal's base in a thin red thread that gleamed wet against the ancient stone. Ilvane felt the weight of the hall pressing against her back. 200 witnesses, guards with uncertain hands, Sevra standing at the edge of the dais with her arms still raised against the light, her face unreadable. "Next line," Ilvane said. Ione's voice cracked again. "The crown is not a throne, it is a seal." Tarek's grip shifted. His thumb moved across Ilvane's knuckles, not a caress, a grounding pressure. "Say it," Ilvane said. "A seal upon the solitude of power." The silver light on the floor converged toward the crown. The scattered pages lifted, all of them, rising to hover at knee height before settling back into their grid. The crown began to turn, slowly, soundlessly, as if something deep within its forged metal had woken and begun to orient itself. Ione's finger found the next line. "Do you enter this bond with open eyes, knowing what it asks?" Ilvane felt the question land in her chest. Not legal, not ceremonial, personal. She looked at Tarek. His face was calm. The silver mark on his wrist had stopped climbing, resting at the curve of his collarbone, visible above his collar. "I do," he said. The crown stopped turning. Ilvane's mouth opened. "I do." The silver light surged, a pulse that rolled through the hall like a wave, passing through stone and flesh and leaving silence in its wake. Ione's voice was barely a whisper. "Do you swear to rule as witness, not as master?" "I swear," Tarek said. Ilvane felt the word leave her throat before she chose it. "I swear." The light on the floor rearranged itself. The pages shifted, reordering their grid as the silver lines realigned beneath them. Ione was crying. The tears tracked down her face without sound. "Do you accept that this bond binds you to each other and to the truth of what you have witnessed?" "Always," Tarek said. Ilvane's throat closed. She thought of the burned tower, the letters he had written, the mothers who had received his handwriting and learned their children were dead from a man who had tried to write peace into every name he knew. "Always," she said. The crown lifted, not from the pedestal. The pedestal itself rose, ascending another hand's breadth, and the stone beneath the hall groaned with the shift. The blood reached the pedestal's base. It touched the dark metal, and the crown drank it, not absorbed, consumed. The red thread vanished into the weave of silver and bone and black metal, as if the crown had been thirsty for 100 years. Sevra's voice cut through the hum. "You do not know the final clause." Ione looked up from the pages. Her face was pale. "There is a final clause." "It is not written on those leaves." "Then where is it?" Sevra's hand moved toward her sleeve. The execution warrant was still there, folded, waiting. "I have it." The hall stirred. Guards shifted. A noble at the back whispered something that spread like a ripple. Tarek turned to face her. "Read it." "In the old rite, the final clause must be spoken by the one who carries the seal, the one who holds the memory of what the first bonded pair sealed. I am that keeper." "You have buried the truth for 20 years, Ilvane said. "I preserved it." "You used it to condemn. I used it to protect." The blood was still moving toward the crown. A second thread, thicker now, from where one of the judges had opened his hand on a broken page edge. The crown's hum deepened. "Sevra," Casomir said. His voice was quiet, steady. "If you know the words, speak them." Sevra's gaze moved between them. She drew a breath. "Neither shall claim the crown alone, neither shall break the seal without witness." The silver light held. "If one reaches where the other does not follow, the mechanism closes, and the truth beneath the hall remains buried for another generation." Ilvane felt Tarek's hand, her own, the bond pulsing between them. "We are both reaching," she said. Sevra's jaw tightened. "Then speak the final line. Say it together." Ione moved to the edge of the grid, trembling, her voice barely carrying. "We enter this bond as equals, and we accept the cost." Tarek's fingers wove through Ilvane's. "We enter this bond as equals," he said. The crown's hum dropped to a frequency Ilvane felt in her teeth. The blood on the floor slowed. "And we accept the cost," Ilvane said. The silver light detonated, not outward this time, downward, into the stone, into the grooves, into the space where the blood had been. The crown blazed white, and the pedestal beneath it cracked, and the pages on the floor flared with a light so bright that Ilvane could not breathe, could not see, could not feel anything except Tarek's hand in hers, and the bond between them locking into place like a key turning in a lock that had been waiting for a century. The hall went silent. Not the silence of shock, the silence of something ending. The crown settled, the light faded, and Sevra's allies moved. 3 of them. Concord officials, not guards, men in dove-gray robes who had been standing at the edges of the hall since the ceremony began, watching, waiting. They lunged, not toward the crown, toward Ione, toward the pages, toward the last lines of the rite before they could be sealed. Tarek moved. He let go of Ilvane's hand and stepped between the first attacker and Ione, catching the man's arm mid-strike and using the momentum to throw him sideways into the second. Brannoc was already there. His sword came up, not to strike, to block. Steel rang against stone as the third attacker's hand connected with Brannoc's blade instead of Ione's throat. The hall erupted. Guards drew, nobles screamed, and the silver light on the floor surged upward, forming a wall between the attackers and the pages, between the crown and the chaos. Ilvane reached for Tarek. Her hand found his, and the crown above them opened. Not physically, not visibly. Ilvane felt it shift, felt the space beneath the hall yawn, felt something ancient and patient and aware turn its attention toward the living world for the first time in 100 years. The final clause had been spoken, but it had not been sealed, and the blood was still rising toward the crown's base. Chapter 74. The silver wall held. Light poured from the pages like water finding its level, and the Concord officials who had lunged for Ione found themselves thrown backward, hands raised against a brightness that left shadows burned into the stone behind them. Tarek was already moving. He caught the first attacker by the collar and drove him sideways into a pillar. The man's head snapped against the stone, and he went still. Brannoc's blade came up, not to kill, to hold. The third attacker hesitated, caught between the silver wall and the steel at his throat, and Brannoc's flat gaze told him everything he needed to know about which one would break first. "Stay," Brannoc said. The man stayed. Casomir stepped past them both. He did not draw a weapon, he simply walked to where the third attacker stood frozen and stood beside Brannoc, his hands open at his sides, his face calm. "I am still king here," he said. "Chrono, rants, pretty much it. And I am tired of watching my court bleed for a crown that was never meant to be hidden." The hall held. The silver light dimmed slightly as the pages settled back to the floor, and Ilvane felt the bond pulse once, twice, a heartbeat beneath her skin that matched Tarek's own. The blood on the floor was still moving, thicker now, 2 threads weaving toward the pedestal's base where the dark metal waited, patient, hungry, ancient. "We need to seal it," Iona said. Her voice was thin but steady. "Now, before the blood reaches the crown." Sevra stood at the edge of the dais, her hand still at her sleeve where the execution warrant waited. Her face was unreadable. "Seal it," Ilvane said. Iona looked at the pages. "The final clause requires both of you to speak the last line together, not after the blood reaches the crown, before." Tarek was beside Ilvane again. His hand found hers, fingers lacing together like the 2 threads of blood on the floor, separate and moving toward the same destination. "What are the words?" he asked. Ione read from the glowing page. "We enter this bond as equals, and we accept the cost." "We already said that," Ilvane said. "The first time was the oath, this is the sealing. The words are the same, but the intention must be renewed while the crown witnesses, while the blood reaches." The blood was 6 feet from the pedestal. 5. 4. Ilvane turned to face Tarek fully. The hall fell away. The guards, the nobles, the Concord officials, the screaming outside, the fires at the harbor, the bells still ringing somewhere in the city. None of it mattered. Only his face. Only his hand in hers. Only the bond between them, silver and alive and waiting. "We enter this bond as equals," she said. His voice joined hers. "And we accept the cost." The blood touched the pedestal. The crown drank. But this time it did not consume. This time it answered. The silver light that had been climbing the walls, spreading across the ceiling, pooling in the grooves of the floor. It all snapped inward at once, not collapsing, focusing. The light poured into Ilvane and Tarek where they stood. It poured through their clasped hands, up their arms, across their chests, and Ilvane felt the bond lock into place, not like a key turning, but like a door opening. Something beneath the hall breathed, not a metaphor, a breath, old and patient and vast, drawing air through stone that should not have been able to hold it. The crown above them blazed white, and the silver lines that had been creeping across the floor through the great hall surged outward, racing along the old stone, through the foundations, into the city streets beyond. Sevra took a step back. "The seal is broken," she said. Her voice was not angry. It was afraid. "The seal is broken, and what we buried is waking up." The silver lines continued spreading. They poured through the great hall doors, down the steps, into the courtyard, and Ilvane felt them moving, felt the ancient mechanism answering, felt the sundered sovereignty knitting itself back together across the city, across the river, across the border she had been told was eternal. The crown stopped turning. It settled into place above the pedestal, silver and bone and dark metal, humming with a vibration Ilvane felt in her ribs. And the silence that followed was not empty. It was listening. Tarek's hand tightened around hers. "What did we just do?" he asked. Ilvane looked at the silver lines still racing through the stone, still spreading, still answering. "I think we ended the sundering." The hall erupted, not in violence, in sound. Nobles shouting, guards calling orders, someone weeping, someone laughing, someone demanding to know what had just happened and whether the realm still existed. Sevra stood at the edge of the dais, her face pale, her hand fallen from her sleeve. "It is too late to stop now," she said. The words were not a threat, they were a confession. "The mechanism is open. The truth beneath the hall is rising, and if you cannot govern what you have awakened, then this mercy will look monstrous only in hindsight. Ilvane looked at her. Then we will govern it. Sevra's jaw tightened. Famous last words. The silver lines reached the great hall doors. They touched the iron hinges, and the doors swung open. Not by any hand. The light beyond them was not torchlight. It was silver, and the city outside was silent. Not the silence of peace, the silence of waiting. Ilvane stepped forward, Tarek beside her, the bond pulsing between them like a second heart. Beyond the open doors, the silver lines stretched across the courtyard, across the river, across the walls of the city she had been raised to serve. And somewhere in the dark beyond the harbor, something ancient answered. Chapter 75. The silver light did not fade. It settled. Like sediment finding the bottom of a river, the glow pulled back from the walls, from the ceiling, from the branching veins across the stone. It pooled in the grooves of the floor, in the lines of the crown, in the space between Ilvane and Tarek's clasped hands. The great hall held its breath. Then the first knee hit the stone. A Cardan lord in the third row, gray-haired and heavy-shouldered, lowered himself to the floor. Not looking at Ilvane, looking at the crown. The one behind him followed, then another. The sound spread like water finding level, fabric rustling, knees striking stone, the clink of ceremonial swords being laid flat on the ground in surrender. Nobles, guildmasters, Concord record-keepers, the sacred officiants who had spent their careers maintaining the fiction that the bond was a threat rather than a foundation. They knelt because they could not deny what they had seen. The crown had risen. The blood had been accepted. The sundering had ended in a room where most of them had been born after it began. Ilvane watched them kneel and felt nothing like triumph. She felt the weight of the bond locked into her ribs, into her pulse, into the place where her breath started. Tarek's hand was still wrapped around hers, and through the bond she felt his heartbeat matching hers in a rhythm that was not imitation, but alignment. Two bodies, one measure. Sevra stood at the edge of the dais. She had not knelt. Her pale gray eyes moved across the hall, counting the knees, the flat blades, the bowed heads. Her face was not angry. It was calculating. The same expression Ilvane had seen her wear during treaty negotiations, during the memorial, during every public appearance where she was measuring how much ground she had lost and how fast she could take it back. "You have their awe," Sevra said. Her voice carried. The hall quieted. Awe is not governance. Ilvane turned to face her fully. The silver light at her wrist flared with the movement, and she felt the crown above her pulse in answer. The bond was not passive. It was alive in the room, in the stone, in the weight of the air. "The officiants cannot deny what they witnessed," Ilvane said. "The soldiers you commanded hesitate. Your warrant is still in your sleeve, and you have not drawn it." Sevra's jaw tightened. "Because I am not a fool." "You are afraid. I am prudent." Sevra's hand moved toward her sleeve, then stopped. "There is a difference." The soldiers at the edges of the hall had not lowered their blades entirely, but they had not raised them either. They stood in a posture Ilvane recognized from the border watchhouses, waiting, watching, trying to decide which order would keep them alive. One of them looked at the crown, then at Sevra, then back at the crown. His hand dropped from his sword hilt. The soldier beside him followed. Sevra saw it. Ilvane saw her see it. The silence that followed was not Sevra's. For 20 years, Sevra Tolan had controlled the room. She had controlled the narrative, the law, the records, the chain of command. She had built an apparatus that answered to her alone, and she had used it to bury truth, to forge orders, to poison witnesses, to keep two kingdoms divided because she believed division was safer than the risk of what unity might cost. But the crown did not answer to her. The bond did not answer to her. And the soldiers, the officiants, the kneeling nobles, they were not answering to her either. Sevra looked at Ilvane. "The mechanism is open," she said. "The seal is broken, and what I buried is waking. But I did not bury it alone." Ilvane felt the words land, not a threat, a warning. "You are not the only one who has kept secrets," Sevra said. and you are not the only one who will have to answer for what the morning brings." She stepped back from the dais, not retreating, repositioning. "I will not kneel to you," she said. "Not tonight, not yet, but I will also not stop you from walking out of this hall and into the city you have just changed forever." The great hall doors were still open, the silver light beyond them was still spreading, and the city of Begna lay silent under a sky that no longer looked like the one they had woken to. Ilvane turned to Tarek. His face was drawn, tired, weighted with the same knowledge she carried, that the bond was sealed, that the crown was claimed, that the sundering was over, and that none of it meant the realm was ready to obey them. "Northfall," she said. "We need word from Mira." Tarek's hand tightened around hers. "We need more than that." The hall stirred. The kneeling nobles began to rise, uncertain, looking to Ilvane for direction she did not yet have. The sacred officiants clustered near the dais, speaking in low voices, their eyes on the crown. And the crown hummed above the pedestal, silver and bone and dark metal, waiting for the first command of the reign it had just sealed. The silver lines had stopped spreading. They had reached something. Beyond the open doors, beyond the courtyard, beyond the walls of the city, the ancient mechanism had answered. And now the city was waiting. Then the first runner arrived. A guardsman in Cardin livery, his face pale, his breath ragged, pushing through the crowd at the doors. He did not kneel. He did not look at the crown. He looked at Casomir. "Your Grace," he said. "The harbor. The grain ships at Northfall." Casomir stepped forward. "What about them?" The guardsman swallowed. "They are secured. The harbor master did not execute the seizure order. A woman arrived before dawn, Aurelian lady, dark hair. She had the original order in her hand. She proved it was predated." Ilvane felt something release in her chest. "Mira." "You are sure?" Casomir asked. "Your Grace, I was there." The harbor master tried to refuse her. She produced a writ of authorization signed by King Casomir Rite and Princess Ilvane of Aurelis. She stood in the harbor office until every shipmaster confirmed the grain was not impounded. Then she walked out and rode back toward the city. Ilvane's hand went to her throat. She had not signed a writ. But someone had. Someone who knew Mira was riding toward exactly that confrontation, and had put paper in her path that would hold. Casomir caught her eye. He did not smile. But something in his face shifted. Recognition, respect, the acknowledgement of a move he had not seen coming. "I did not sign that writ," Ilvane said quietly. Casomir's voice was equally low. "Neither did I." Ilvane turned to Tarek. The bond pulsed between them, silver and warm, and through it she felt his confusion matching hers. Someone had armed Mira for that confrontation. Someone who had known exactly what would be needed and had placed the tool where her hand would find it. The guardsman was still standing at the doors. "There's something else, Your Grace." Casomir's jaw tightened. "Speak." The guardsman looked at the crown, then at Ilvane. "Riders have been sighted on the southern road, a full column, no colors." All went still. "No colors," Casomir repeated. "None, Your Grace. No banners, no standards, no sigils. They're moving fast and they will be at the city gates before dawn." Sevra's voice cut through the silence. "Then the third party has arrived." Chapter 76. The hall erupted into motion before Sevra finished speaking. Guards surged forward, not at Casomir's command, but at the shifting of bodies. The sudden awareness that the authority in the room had changed hands. A Concord clerk in dove-gray robes bolted for the side door. A judge Ilvane did not know by name tried to follow, his robes tangling around his ankles as a guard caught him by the collar and slammed him against the stone pillar. Casomir's voice cut through the noise. "Hold!" The word did not rise. It landed. Every guard in the hall stopped. The clerk froze mid-step, his hand on the door latch. The judge hung limp in the guard's grip, his face white. Casomir walked to the center of the dais. He did not look at the crown. He looked at Ilvane. "Name them," he said. "The ones you can prove." Ilvane felt Tarek's hand tighten around hers. Through the bond, steadiness, not heat. He was waiting for her to lead. She turned to face the hall. The kneeling nobles had risen. The sacred officiants stood clustered near the crown, their faces pale, their hands empty. The guards had their swords drawn but held low, pointing at the floor, ready but not committed. Ilvane raised her voice. "Judge Laren Carit!" A ripple through the crowd. Carit stood near the eastern columns, his black robes dark against the torchlight. He did not flinch. He did not run. "Archminister Sevra Tolan's signature appears beside yours on the authorization that sealed the Undercroft records. Your seal is on the order that moved the witness clerk to a location where he could be silenced. You stood in the archive and called theft what was lawful recovery of buried truth." Carit's smile did not waver. "Allegations," he said, "not proof." Ilvane looked at Sister Iona, who still clutched the glowing folio to her chest. "Show them." Iona stepped forward. Her hands trembled, but her voice did not. The folio contains Judge Cor's personal seal impression, matching the one on the seizure authorization. The ink formula is identical to the one used on the predated order Sevra signed for Northfall. The Concord's own scribe records prove Corse requested the seal at a date that, if the order was legitimate, would have been impossible for him to have known. Corse's smile died. "Take him," Casomir said. 2 guards moved before Corse could speak. They took him by the arms, not gently, and he did not resist. His eyes stayed on Ilvane, something cold and measuring in them, as if he were already calculating how long before the charges fell apart. "Isle de Perrin," Ilvane said. The name landed in empty air. Isile was not in the hall. Ilvane felt the knowledge hit her like a blow. She had fled while the hall knelt, while the guards moved, while the crown hummed above the pedestal. Isile had slipped through a side door and vanished into the city with the treaty seals and whatever else she carried. Casomir's jaw tightened. She will be found. Ilvane wanted to believe him. She did not. More names followed. The Concord clerk who had accepted the poison delivery slip. The scribe who had altered the archive logs. The guard captain who had prepositioned Sevra's 12 armed assets in the hall. They were taken, one by one, some running, some frozen, some still hoping the authority they had served would shield them. Sevra watched it all. She stood at the edge of the dais, her hands loose at her sides, her face unreadable. She did not argue. She did not defend. She did not name co-conspirators in the hope of mercy. She simply watched. When the hall had settled, when the last of the arrested had been led away, when the guards had taken positions at the doors and the nobles had begun to look to Ilvane for what came next, Sevra spoke. "You have made your arrests." Her voice carried no defeat. "You have claimed your crown. You have ended 100 years of separation with a single ritual and a handful of witnesses. You believe this is victory." Ilvane met her gaze. "It is a beginning." Sevra's mouth curved, not a smile, something thinner. "A beginning," she repeated. "You have no treasury. You have no army that answers to you. You have no grain beyond what Mira Quenelle managed to save at Northfall, and you have a city that watched its walls burn tonight without understanding why. The third party is riding toward your gates, and you do not know their colors, their numbers, or their purpose." She took a step forward. No guard moved to stop her. "I will not beg," she said. "I will not deny what I have done. I believed I was preserving order. You believe you have replaced it with something better. But order is not a feeling. It is a structure, and you have just shattered the only structure these realms have known for 100 years. Her voice dropped. "If you fail to govern what you have awakened, this mercy you are showing me tonight will look monstrous in hindsight. Not because I am innocent, but because you will have proven that the old order, for all its cruelties, was the only thing standing between peace and the chaos that is now walking toward your gates." She looked at Tarek, at Ilvane. "Those riders on the southern road," she said. "I do not know who they are, but I know what they will find. A city in shock, a crown unproven, a hunger that no ritual can feed." The great hall doors stood open. Beyond them, the silver light of the bond had not faded. It spread through the streets like veins of cooling metal, pulsing faintly, waiting for something the crown had not yet commanded. And in the silence that followed Sevra's words, Ilvane heard it. Faint at first, then unmistakable. Hooves, on stone, coming from the south. Chapter 77. Atrabelladun moved through the great hall like a man who had stopped counting his losses. He did not kneel. He did not speak to Ilvane or Tarek or Casomir. He crossed directly to the dais where the seizure orders lay crumpled beside the pedestal where the bonded crown still hummed, picked them up, and read them by the fading silver light. The hall watched him. Ilvane felt Tarek's hand still in hers, a steady anchor as the silence stretched. The bond pulsed between them, softer now, settling into her ribs like a second breath. Adric looked up. "These are the original executed copies." His voice carried no relief, only the flat precision of a traitor who had found the flaw in a contract. The harbor master at Northfall signed them at dawn. He believed he was acting on lawful authority. If Mira had not reached him before the seals dried, every Aurelian vessel in the harbor would already be impounded. He held the papers up. "They are still valid. The signatures are real. The seals are real. The only thing that makes them void is the authority behind them, and that authority was struck the moment the crown accepted blood and the sundering ended." Tarek's thumb moved across Ilvane's knuckles. "Edric," she said, "say what you need." "I need a proclamation." He stepped forward, the papers tight in his grip. "I need it written, witnessed, and dispatched before dawn. A formal declaration that the seizure orders are null, that the grain vessels are free, that the Treaty of Saltreach is no longer the only instrument governing trade between these realms, because there are no longer two realms to govern it." Casomir moved to stand beside Ilvane. "Write it," he said. "I will sign it." Adric's gaze did not leave Ilvane. "I need your signature too." She felt the weight of it. The first practical act of a sovereignty no one had elected, no one had prepared for, and no one had agreed to follow. "Do it." Adric turned and walked toward the scribe's table at the side of the hall, where ink and parchment lay waiting. He did not ask for permission. He did not wait for ceremony. He simply began writing, his hand moving fast across the page. The hall breathed. Ilvane heard it. The collective exhale of nobles who had been holding themselves rigid since the crown rose. The scrape of fabric as guild masters shifted their weight. The low murmur of clerks beginning to calculate what this meant for their ledgers. She did not let herself feel relief. Not yet. "Mira." She turned toward the doors, toward the city beyond, toward the road that led to Northfall. The bond pulsed once, and she felt Tarek follow the thought before she spoke it. "She is still out there." "She is," he said, "and she has the writ. Whoever placed it in her path knew she would use it." Sevra remained at the edge of the dais, silent, watching. Ilvane did not look at her. Agri returned before the ink on the proclamation had fully dried. He held the parchment out, and Ilvane read it by the guttering torchlight. Clear. Precise. No room for interpretation. She took the quill from his hand. The ink was black. The paper was warm from the scribe's candle. She signed her name at the bottom, and the silver light at her wrist flared once, as if the bond had witnessed the act and stamped it with its own seal. Casomir signed beside her. Tarek did not. He stood behind her, his presence a wall at her back, and Ilvane understood. He was not a signatory to this proclamation. He was not a king. He was not a minister. He was the bond, and the bond did not govern trade. It governed something else entirely. Adric took the parchment, folded it, and handed it to a waiting courier at the door. "Ride to Northfall. Show this to the harbor master. If he resists, show it to Mira Quenel. She will know what to do." The courier was gone before the doors closed. The hall settled again. Ilvane looked at the kneeling nobles, the waiting guards, the clerks with their ledgers half open and their faces pale. She looked at Casomir, who had just signed away the last legal remnant of the treaty that was supposed to chain them together. She looked at Adric. "How long before we know?" "Before dawn," he said. "If the harbor master accepts the proclamation, the grain ships will be released by midday. If he does not, we will have a second crisis before the first one is cold." "And if he does not?" Adric's jaw tightened. "Then we send armed vessels to recover what is ours. And we pray the Concord's fleet has not already been ordered to intercept." The murmur in the hall sharpened. Ilvane felt it. The thread between relief and dread stretched thin. She opened her mouth to answer, but the doors swung open before she could speak. A messenger stood in the threshold, his uniform dark with sweat, his horse still breathing hard behind him in the courtyard. He did not wait for permission. "Your Grace," the words carried to every corner of the hall. "A dispatch from the Eastern Guild Council. They have received word of the ritual. They are declaring the reunited sovereignty invalid until the Concord ratifies the bond." He swallowed. The Western noble houses have already sent riders to the border. They are refusing all orders until they know which crown is real. Ilvane felt Tarek's hand tighten around hers. The messenger took a step forward. "And the southern road?" The hall went silent. "The riders have reached the city gates. They have not entered. They are waiting." Ilvane heard the hooves again, faint but present, a rhythm that did not stop. The messenger's voice dropped. "They carry no banners, but they have sent a single rider ahead. He is at the gatehouse now. He asks to speak with the one who wears the silver crown." Ilvane looked at Tarek, at Casomir, at Adric, who still held the proclamation in his hands, at Sevra, who watched from the edge of the dais, her face unreadable. The bond pulsed once, steady, waiting. The rider at the gatehouse did not have a name yet, but he was there, and he was not alone. Chapter 78. The door closed behind them, and the hall's noise died to a distant hum. Ilvane stood in the center of the chamber with her hands at her sides, not knowing what to do with them now that there was no proclamation to sign, no arrest to order, no crisis to contain. The room was small. A table, 2 chairs, a window that faced the eastern wall and showed nothing but stone. Tarek stood on the other side of the table. He had not let go of her hand in the corridor. He had not let go when they passed the guards or the clerks or the kneeling noble who had pressed his forehead to the stone as they walked by. He let go now, slowly, deliberately, as if the act required consent. Ilvane looked at her empty palm. The silver mark climbed her wrist, tendrils of light still pulsing faintly beneath the skin. She could feel him through the bond, not as words or images, but as a pressure, a presence, the shape of another person standing at the edge of her awareness, waiting. She looked up. He was watching her the way he had watched her across the memorial hall on the first day, as if she were a formation he needed to read, as if the ground between them was still shifting. But his eyes were different now, softer. "You are trembling," he said. She looked down at her hands. They were shaking. She had not noticed. "I do not know what to do," she said, "now that there is nothing to fight." He moved around the table. Not fast, not slow. The way he moved through a camp at night, careful not to startle the sentries. He stopped an arm's length away. "We could start with the thing we kept postponing." Her breath caught. The bond flared between them, a pulse of silver that traced the air where their hands had been clasped. She felt his heartbeat through it, steady, slower than hers. "The kiss," she said. Yes, she had imagined this moment 100 times. In the dark of the watch house after the ambush, in the corridor after the masked ball, in the chapel before the wedding. She had rehearsed composure, restraint, the careful architecture of not wanting too much. She was done rehearsing. She stepped forward. His hand came up to her face, palm against her jaw, fingers threading into her hair at the nape of her neck. The touch was light, questioning, as if he was asking permission she had already given. She answered by not stepping back. He lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss was not fierce. It was not the collision she had braced for, the hunger that had been building through every near touch and stolen glance. It was tender in a way that undid her more than force ever could. His lips moved against hers slowly, learning the shape of her mouth, the cadence of her breath. His thumb traced the line of her jaw, soft as a question mark. She made a sound she had not intended, small, broken. He pulled back. "Too much?" "No." She reached for him. Her hand found the collar of his coat, the rough fabric, the warmth of his neck beneath. She pulled him back, and this time she kissed him with everything she had held back for weeks. The silver at her wrist flared. She felt it through him, the answering surge of light at his own mark, the bond opening like a door neither of them had known how to unlock. His arm wrapped around her waist, drawing her against him, and she let herself be held. She let herself be wanted. The kiss deepened, and she forgot the hall, the crown, the riders at the gate. She forgot Sevra and the fires and the grain ships. She forgot every reason she had ever given herself for why this was impossible. For 3 heartbeats, there was nothing but his mouth on hers and the silver light pooling at their wrists like water finding its level. She broke the kiss first. Her forehead pressed against his. Her breath came shallow and fast. "Tarek." His hand was still in her hair. His thumb moved across her temple in a slow, steady arc. "I know. I do not know what comes next." "Neither do I," she laughed, a broken, breathless sound that surprised her. "We are supposed to be good at this." "At ruling? At pretending we know what we are doing." He pulled back just enough to look at her face. His eyes were dark, warm, unguarded in a way she had never seen before. "Then let us be bad at it together." She kissed him again, shorter this time, a promise she did not know how to keep. A knock shattered the silence. Ilvane pulled back. Her hand went to her mouth, her lips still warm, still tingling. Mira's voice came through the door. "Forgive me, it cannot wait." Ilvane straightened her coat. Tarek stepped back, giving her space, but his hand found hers and squeezed once before letting go. "Enter." The door opened. Mira stood in the threshold, her face streaked with soot, her coat singed at the sleeve. She looked at Ilvane, at Tarek, at the silver light still fading between them. She did not smile. "The Concord archives," she said. 3 of them, East Tower, Lower Vault, and the record house at the river gate. Ilvane's stomach dropped. Someone set them on fire. Fleeing loyalists. They knew what the records would prove. They are burning everything they cannot carry. "How much is lost?" Mira's jaw tightened. "The lower vault is still burning. The river house is ash. I sent runners to the East Tower, but the flames had already taken the upper floors." Ilvane felt Tarek move beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "They are destroying the evidence," she said. "Not just evidence." Mira's voice was flat. "They're destroying the history. The bond records, the succession lines, the original treaty terms, everything that proves what the sundering really was." The bond pulsed at Ilvane's wrist. She looked down at the silver light, still warm from the kiss, still alive beneath her skin. They had the bond. They had the crown. But without the archives, they had no proof that any of it was lawful. The fire was still burning, and the rider was still waiting at the gate. Chapter 79. The fire cast a copper glow through the windows as Ilvane stood at the head of the table in the small council chamber, Tarek at her right hand, Casomir at her left. She had not planned this seating. She had not planned any of it. Mira moved along the wall, closing the shutters against the smoke that drifted from the East Tower. Brannoc stood at the door with his arms crossed, his sword still drawn, watching the corridor beyond. Adric had spread the proclamation across the table, his finger tracing lines of ink that were barely dry. Ione sat at the far end, the surviving folio pages stacked before her like a wall she was still building. "Terms," Ilvane said. "We need terms." Adric looked up. "You need a treasury, an army that answers to you. A grain supply that reaches the warehouses before the harbor freezes." "The harbor does not freeze for 6 weeks, Casomir said. "It does not freeze for 6 weeks if the grain is already in the warehouses. It is not. It is on the water, and the water is where the Concord fleet may already be moving." Ilvane felt Tarek's presence through the bond, steady, waiting, not pressing. He was letting her lead. She had never led like this. "Northfall," she said. "Mira, what did the harbor master say when you showed him the writ?" Mira turned from the window. Her face was still streaked with soot, her sleeve still singed. "He said the signature was not yours. But he released the vessels. He released the vessels because the writ carried the crown seal. He could not argue with the seal, even if he did not recognize the hand that signed it, the unknown benefactor." Ilvane filed the question for later. There would be time to trace who had armed Mira with that writ, but not now. "Then the grain is coming," Ilvane said. "It is coming if no one stops it between Northfall and the capital," Adri said. "And if the captains on the eastern roads decide the Concord still holds authority over the waterways." Casomir set his hands flat on the table. "The Eastern Guild Council has already declared the bond invalid," he said. "They will not recognize any order signed by Ilvane alone." "Then we sign together." Ilvane heard the words leave her mouth before she had consciously chosen them. Casomir looked at her. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were steady. "Every order," she said. "Every proclamation. Tarek witnesses. Iono certifies. You and I sign as equals until the structure stabilizes. You are asking the King of Cardine to become your co-regent. I am asking the King of Cardine to prove that shared rule is not a threat to his people." Casomir was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up the quill. "Then we begin." He signed the first emergency order, a requisition for grain distribution through the Aurelis harbor network, and passed the quill to Ilvane. She signed. The bond pulsed at her wrist as the ink touched the page. Tarek watched, silent, his presence a steady pressure at the edge of her awareness. "The western houses," Casomir said, setting the quill down. "They are the greater risk." Edry shook his head. "The Eastern Guild Council controls the waterways. If they refuse passage, the grain stops before it reaches the border." "Then we send riders," Ilvane said. "Not with orders, with terms." "What terms?" Mira asked. Ilvane turned to Ione. "The histories you recovered, the original treaty terms from before the Sundering, do they contain any language about guild jurisdictions or waterway rights?" Ione opened the folio. Her hands were steady, but her voice carried the strain of the night. "There is a clause," she said. "Article 14 of the original Compact of the Crown. It grants bonded sovereigns authority over all trade routes, waterways, and passage rights within the unified territory. The Concord never ratified it after the Sundering, but it was never formally repealed." "Unratified law is not law," Edric said. "It is precedent," Tarek said. Everyone looked at him. He had not spoken since the council began. "It is precedent," he repeated, "and precedent is what we have. The Concord burned the records that would prove the bond's legitimacy, but they cannot burn every copy of the compact in the realm. There are archives in the western keeps, in the southern monasteries, in the private libraries of families who have held their silence for 100 years. If we invoke Article 14, we force every guild, every house, every captain to choose. Do they obey the Concord's silence, or do they recognize the crown they saw rise with their own eyes?" Brannoc shifted at the door. "That is a gamble. Every choice we make from this moment forward is a gamble," Tarek said. "The question is not which bet is safe. The question is which bet the realm will survive." Ilvane looked at him. Through the bond, she felt the cost of his words. He was not a politician. He had spent his life in camps and war rooms, not council chambers. But he had just given them a strategy that neither Adric's ledgers nor Casomir's diplomacy could match. "Article 14, she said. "Inonen, can you draft the proclamation?" "I can." "Then do it. Adric, find us a rider who can reach the Eastern Guild Council before dawn, and another who can reach the Western houses by midday. Casomir, I need the names of every border captain you trust to hold." Casomir nodded. "And the rider at the gate?" Mira asked. The room went still. Ilvane had not forgotten. She had simply not known what to do with the knowledge. "I will speak to them," Tarek said. She turned to face him. "You will not go alone." "I will not, but I am the one they asked for." "They asked for the wearer of the silver crown. The crown is bonded to both of us," he said. "They will see me and understand that the bond is real, that the sovereignty is shared, that the one who wears the crown does not rule alone." Ilvane wanted to argue. She could feel the protest rising in her chest, the old instinct to absorb the risk herself. But that was the old way. She had promised herself she would not lead that way anymore. "Then we go together," she said. "Both of us, with Casomir's witness and Ione as recorder. If the rider has terms, we hear them as a unified crown, or we do not hear them at all." Tarek's hand found hers beneath the table. His thumb moved across her knuckles. "Together," he said. A knock at the door broke the moment. Brannoc opened it. A scout stood in the threshold, his coat wet with fog, his face pale as chalk. "Ilvane," he said. "The rider at the gate has sent a second messenger." "What does the second messenger say?" The scout swallowed. "They are not waiting for your reply. They are marching. The bannerless column is entering the city." Ilvane felt the bond pulse. The crown hummed beneath the floor. and the rider at the gate had just become an army at the walls. Chapter 80. The silver light of the bond pulsed in time with her heartbeat as Ilvane crossed the threshold into the great hall. Tarek walked at her right hand, Casomir at her left. Ione followed with the folio pressed to her chest, and Brannoc took position at the door with his sword still drawn. The hall was no longer kneeling. Guards stood in clusters near the pillars. Nobles murmured in tight circles. The crown still hovered above the dais, humming with a resonance that vibrated through the stone and into the soles of Ilvane's feet. The bannerless army was in the city. She could feel them through the bond, not as images but as pressure, a weight pressing against the silver light that had spread through the streets. The ancient mechanism had knit the sundered territory back together, and something was testing the seam. "The eastern gate," Tarek said. She turned. He was looking past her, through the hall's high windows where the first gray light of dawn was breaking over the city's outer wall. "You can feel them too," she said. "Not feel. No." He turned his palm toward her. The silver mark had climbed past his wrist, curling toward the base of his thumb. The bond knows where the resistance is. It maps the places the seal did not take. Ione stepped forward. "That should not be possible." "Nothing about the last hour should be possible," Casomir said quietly. He moved to the dais steps and stood facing the hall. "But it is possible, and we have no time to pretend otherwise." He raised his voice. "The crown has awakened. The sundering is ended. I am still King of Carden, and Ilvane of Aurelis is bonded sovereign beside me. Any captain, officer, or guildmaster who wishes to challenge that authority may do so in my presence, now, before the riders at the gate force us to answer for a divided city." No one moved. No one spoke. Adric broke the silence from the doorway. "The riders have stopped at the grain market square." Ilvane turned. Adric held a dispatch in both hands, his face the color of the wet fog outside. "They are not attacking. They are forming a perimeter. The rider who spoke at the gate has entered the square alone. She is asking for the bonded crown by name. She says she carries a message from the one who placed the writ at Northfall." Ilvane felt Tarek's attention sharpen beside her. The unknown benefactor. The pre-signed writ that had saved the grain ships. "Then we go," she said. "To the square." "Ilvane!" Mira stepped forward. Her coat was still singed from the archive fire. Her face was streaked with soot and exhaustion. "You do not know who she is. You do not know what she carries. Then I will find out." Ilvane looked at Tarek. He did not argue. He did not offer to go alone. He simply moved to stand beside her, and the bond between them shifted, settled, locked into something that felt less like a vow and more like a door that had finally learned how to swing both ways. They walked out of the great hall together. The streets were wrong, not empty, not burning, but suspended, as if the city had drawn a breath and forgotten how to exhale. Doors stood ajar. Faces watched from windows. The silver light that had surged through the streets the night before had faded to a faint glow in the cobblestones, a map of veins visible only in the dawn's uncertain light. The grain market square had been transformed. Bannerless riders in dark wool and steel flanked the perimeter, their horses still, their hands visible on their saddles. They carried no weapons drawn, but each rider had a blade at the hip and a shield painted the color of wet ash. At the center of the square stood a woman. She was not young. Her hair was silver and black, braided tight against her scalp, and her face carried the deep lines of someone who had spent decades watching horizons. She wore no armor, no sigil, no mark of allegiance. But when Ilvane and Tarek entered the square, she dropped to one knee. The gesture was not submission. It was recognition. "Bonded sovereigns," the woman said. "I am Veda Kasir. I served the last keeper of the true compact before the sundering buried the record. I have been waiting for this night for 47 years. She looked up. The seal beneath the great hall was not the only lock. The Concord burned the archives tonight, but they did not burn everything. There are records in the western keeps, in the southern monasteries, in the private libraries of families who have held their silence for 100 years. The seal you broke was the first. There are others." She reached into her coat. A map of the locks, a list of the keepers, and a warning. She held out a folded paper. Ilvane took it. The ink was fresh, The Concord has convened an emergency conclave at Thornwood Reach. They have already named the crown illegitimate and declared the bond a heresy. They are mustering a fleet. They will reach the capital before the grain does. Ilvane read the words twice. Through the bond she felt Tarek's stillness, the careful discipline of a soldier who had been handed a casualty report. "The conclave," she said. "How many votes do they need to confirm the declaration?" Casomir rose. "Not votes, Your Highness. The conclave is not a council, it is a tribunal. They have already named their judges. Sevra disappearance was not a retreat, it was a departure. She is already on the road to Thornwood." Casomir stepped forward. "Then we ride." Ilvane turned. He was watching her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not resignation, not calculation, but something that looked almost like anticipation. "We ride," he repeated. "All three of us. The bonded crown, the king who stepped aside, and the army that chose to follow. We ride to Thornwood before the tribunal votes, and we force them to look at the crown they named heresy before they can bury it again." Tarek's hand found hers, the bond pulsed, and the silver light in the cobblestones surged brighter, as if the city itself had heard the decision and chosen to answer. The rider at the gate had become an army. The army had brought a map, and the map led to a conclave that would decide whether the crown she wore was law or heresy. But there was something else in Casomir's face, something she had not said. Ilvane stepped closer. "What are you not telling me?" Casomir met her gaze. "The tribunal at Thornwood is not the only gathering. There is another, a smaller one that has been meeting in secret for longer than the Concord has existed." She paused. "They are the ones who preserved the compact, the ones who kept the map, the ones who placed the writ at Northfall." She looked at Ilvane. "They want to meet you, both of you, before the tribunal votes." The bond pulsed again, and Ilvane understood, with the clarity of a blade drawn from a wound, that the battle for the crown had not ended. It had only just found its true shape.